Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 81 to Chapter 154. Apart from feeling a little glad that he had finished recording the books in the library the day before, the return of his cheap teacher did not cause any other trouble. Angor was still a little worried when he saw Sunders again. He was worried that Sunders might have a spell that could monitor his movements in the library. However, his worries were unfounded. Sunders did not care about what books Angor was reading. It won't be easy for you to get anything back in Brute Cavern. Angor did not understand what Sunders meant, so Flora explained to him in private, I was joking with you a few days ago. The books you can understand in the professor's library are useful to apprentices. They are not valuable to wizards. But you still have to follow the principle of equivalent exchange. The professor said that if you want to read any books in Brute Cavern again, you will have to pay a certain amount of magic crystals. The books Angor could understand were not valuable. That was why Flora was only trying to scare him by raising the value of the books. What Flora did not know was that Angor did not need to understand those rare books or even unique ones. He had saved them all by recording them. If he really followed the principle of equivalent exchange, Angor would have to pay a much higher price if he recorded a lot of unique books. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Angor understood that using the hologram tablet to record the books in the library was a great advantage for him. After this, Angor did not dare to mention the hologram tablet again. He did not want to attract suspicion. It was almost noon. After saying goodbye to Sunders, Angor returned to his tent to pack up his and Toby's luggage. He did not have much luggage. It was not too much for one person to carry. Toby, on the other hand, had a lot of supplies. Even with the maximum capacity, Angor still had a small mountain of supplies. Luckily, Sunders knew that Toby was Greya's familiar. Toby was entrusted to Angor, but he was still a guest of Brute Cavern. Angor did not need to worry about his luggage. Butler Good, thank you. Angor handed Toby's luggage to Good shyly. No need to be so polite, Mr. Pat. Good took Toby's luggage and excused himself. Angor had to carry his own luggage. There were still some valuable items in his bag that he did not want to leave to someone else. Besides, Good did not offer to help him carry his luggage. When the cloud whale's tail left the thunderclouds, and sunlight shone over the entire ranch, Angor thought to himself, we've arrived at Fan Continent. Instead of following his teacher, Angor was assigned to ride the demon falcon with the winner of the deathmatches in the 9-hole deathmatches. Over a dozen massive demonic falcons flew through the sky, and after letting loose a few cries, they rushed toward the boundless continent at the end of the coastline. Angor looked back at the cloud whale. The creature was still watching the group of people flying away with its gentle eyes. Angor waved at the cloud whale and said goodbye. The cloud whale seemed to have noticed Angor's gesture as well. It narrowed its eyes, which looked like crescent moons. Behind the cloud whale, there were thunderclouds that had begun to dissipate, as well as an endless sea. Angor knew that there was a beautiful land far, far away in that direction. It was the land that raised him. No matter what happened in the future, Angor knew that the land in his heart would always be there. Are you thinking about home? A lazy voice reached Angor's ears along with the wind. Angor turned around and saw Nausicaa slowly approaching while holding the reins of the demon falcon. A little. I've been away from home for a long time. I wonder how my family is doing. Angor answered casually. He did not want to talk about this topic, so he quickly changed the topic. You can control a demon falcon? Oh, so this big bird is called a demon falcon. Nausicaa brushed her long hair that was blown up by the wind. It was a simple movement, but it still looked very seductive. I'm not controlling it. I just use the reins to steer it, just like a horse. Angor had ridden a horse before, but Leon always chose a gentle Manson long-haired pony for him because he was worried that Angor might get hurt. The pony was only about 1 meter tall and did not have a rein. Whenever someone tried to ride it, it would only walk slowly instead of running. Angor did not like this kind of riding, which was not exciting at all. However, Leon, as a senior brother, was worried that Angor might get hurt, so he always used his young age as an excuse to prevent Angor from riding a big horse. Angor had never tried riding a normal horse before, let alone a war one. Angor felt envious when he saw Nausicaa's carefree attitude. He could not help but ask her for advice. Nausicaa did not hold back either. She showed Angor a few moves and soon got him into the mood. A moment later, Nausicaa watched Angor controlling the demon falcon to fly up and down in a joyful manner. Nausicaa shook her head and muttered to herself, "He's still a kid." Angor waited until he had enough fun before he returned to his original route. Nausicaa looked back at the thunder source in the distance. Thunderclouds covered the sky several days ago, and now they've reached the edge of Endless Continent. The weather at Devil's Water is really extreme. For some reason, Angor noticed a hint of excitement in Nausicaa's voice. Angor did not understand. Was extreme weather something to be excited about? But he did not know Nausicaa that well, so he did not ask her about it. Looking at Endless Continent from above, Angor could only see endless forests and mountains in the distance. So this is Endless Continent. After 9 months of traveling, Angor finally arrived at the Land of Wizards. The demon falcon landed on the east coast of Twilight Harbor, which was still some distance away from Twilight Harbor town. When Angor landed, the other winners of the deathmatch all landed as well. Angor had seen them before, but they were always separated from him by tents. But this time, they were very close to each other, and Angor could truly feel the unique aura of these people. Angor glanced around and noticed that most of them were tall and strong, and each of them had their own unique characteristics. For example, when he landed, he saw a young man wearing a black and white velvet hat playing with crabs on the beach. Beside him was a knight's sword wrapped in rags. Not far behind the young man was a brawny man with a mustache leaning against the trunk of a coconut tree, enjoying the mottled sunlight that seeped through the gaps between the needles and leaves. On a nearby giant rock that had been washed by the waves all year round, a boy wearing old black and white clothes and a black and brown checkered hat was rubbing his eyes that were full of dark circles and yawning as he read a thick hardcover book. Apart from the 3 people Angor saw, there was another one who caught his attention. It was a bald young man with dark brown skin. His upper body was naked, and under the hot sun, Angor could see the gloss of palm oil on his skin. His appearance was very much in line with the taste of noble women. He was wild and handsome, with an untamed and domineering aura that seemed to come from the wilderness. Apart from Nausicaa, they were the only ones who did not show any hostility toward him. In other words, they did not care about Angor at all. Of course, there were exceptions. The boy on the rock seemed to be curious about Angor. He kept sneaking glances at Angor. The boy did not feel embarrassed when Angor saw him. Instead, he smiled back at Angor. It was a very pure and kind smile, but there was a hint of restraint in it. Angor was also curious about the boy. Judging from his appearance, the boy looked like an innocent boy. How did he pass the death matches? Or was his innocent look just a trick to confuse others? Apart from these 4, the other winners of the deathmatch all showed hostility toward Angor. Even Nausicaa's subordinate, Ebony, still treated Angor with arrogance after Nausicaa taught him a lesson last time. "Hey, little guy. You've been so cocky these days. You keep showing up in front of me. It's so annoying, I want to kill you. I've been meaning to ask you. What's your relationship with the wizard in the tent?" asked a man with a bloodthirsty look on his face. He was wearing a tiger skin skirt, and his hair was as thin as a needle. "I've been meaning to ask you." Angor looked at the man who was almost twice as tall as him and frowned. He smelled a thick stench of sweat from the man's body, as well as a faint smell of blood. "My relationship with them has nothing to do with you." Angor was not a coward. He instinctively felt disgusted by the man's smell. As a matter of fact, Angor also smelled blood on the topless boy, which was even worse than this man's. But strangely, Angor felt a sense of intimacy toward the boy, while this man only made him feel uncomfortable. "Hee, you dare to not reply? Do you know what happened to the last person who dared to talk to me like this?" The man in the tiger skin skirt suddenly opened his eyes wide. "They were all killed by me, hee. You know what? Every time you walk by, I want to chop your limbs off, put a stick through your mouth, and hang you on a banner just like those bastards." The man grabbed Angor's collar and lifted him up to his face. The smell of sweat and rotten flesh rushed into Angor's nose. The boy on the rock saw Angor being caught by the man and became worried. The others watched the farce in front of them expressionlessly. "Ah. Damn it. Ow. The man suddenly let go of Angor and cried out in pain. The dramatic change attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked over and found that it was a strange seabird wearing a tuxedo and a red bow tie. It was attacking the man crazily. Toby followed Angor every day on the cloud whale, so everyone who was not too far away from Angor's tent had seen the bird before. He did not expect the bird to be so brave and fierce, and its attack speed was so fast that he could only see its shadow. The most amazing thing was that it attacked the weakest parts of the human body, the eyes and blood vessels. In a short while, the man in the animal skin skirt was covered in blood. Angor was also shocked by Toby's power. He thought he was going to get beaten up, but Toby, who had been sleeping in his hair, suddenly went on a rampage and finished off the bulky man in no time. Angor stepped back and saw Toby pecked at the man's neck. Blood was oozing out of the man's neck. "Toby, come back." Angor did not want to kill anyone, so he asked Toby to come back to him. Toby gave him a lot of face and came back as soon as he called. He didn't sit on his head but stood on his shoulder with his head held high, like a general returning triumphantly after winning a battle. It was very impressive. Angor praised Toby in a low voice, which boosted Toby's confidence even more. Angor believed that the man would learn to control himself after this incident. To Angor's surprise, as soon as Toby stopped attacking, the man roared, took out a sharp bone knife from his waist, and dashed at him like a madman. "Be careful." The boy on the giant rock couldn't help but shout. Angor saw it as well. Toby also joined the fight, but the man ignored Toby completely and kept stabbing at Angor despite his injury. Angor's expression darkened. He did not expect the man to be so mean. Angor tried his best to dodge to the side, but he was still slower than the man. Before Angor was about to be stabbed by the bone knife, a figure rushed over and kicked the man into the air. When he regained his senses, he saw a slim figure wearing a brown leather coat and silver scale shoulder armor standing in front of him. "Nausicaa." Angor called her name. "Thank you. Boy, you need more training. If you can't even dodge something like this, you'll have a hard time living in the future," Nausicaa said to Angor while tilting her head. The light cast a faint golden curve on her face, which made her look unruly and carefree. Being called weak by a woman made Angor feel terrible. "Hook Dick, I didn't think you'd fall so low as to bully a child. What a disappointment." She stomped her foot on the man's face and kicked him away in disdain. The man's eyes widened in fear. "Don't show mercy to anyone who's hostile to you. That's what keeps you alive," Nausicaa said to Angor. Angor nodded shyly. He knew he would be in danger if he was a little slower. Perhaps it was time for him to change his way of doing things. Nausicaa said, "That man is called Hook Dick, the chief of a small tribe on the edge of Furon continent. He kills people like flies. I don't know if he's lucky or something, but he's also a talent." Hook Dick was kicked away by Nausicaa, who then stomped on his head. The two attacks almost knocked him out. However, the blood vessel on his neck was still bleeding because of Toby's peck. If he didn't stop the bleeding soon, his life would be in danger. Unfortunately, no one came forward to help even after a long time had passed. It was clear that Hook Dick's interpersonal relationships were as bad as his personality. Just then, a group of people walked out of the dense forest. It was a group of shadow servants wearing totem masks and black robes. The phantom servant was none other than Butler Good, whom he was familiar with. Good walked to the front of the crowd, and all the talents naturally gathered together. Hook Dick, who was still lying on the ground, was carried away by two of the phantom servants. "Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Endless Continent. As one of the cradles of wizardry, I hope you can bring back the glory of wizardry in this place." Good went straight to the point. "We are now at the south of Goman Kingdom, which is tens of thousands of kilometers away from our destination, Parmagi Highlands. The organization has sent someone to welcome you, but they will only arrive tomorrow. You will need to rest in Twilight Town for the night." Good bowed slightly and stepped aside. "This way, please." The phantom servants led the way, and everyone followed. When Angor walked past Good, he heard the man whispering to him, "This way, Mr. Pat." The other victors of the deathmatch didn't seem to have heard Good's voice. Angor turned around and saw Good nodding at him. He had no idea what that was about. He considered for a moment and walked to Good's side. His departure did not alarm the others. Nausicaa was the only one who gave him a meaningful glance when he turned away. Mr. Pant, Master asked you to follow these people because he wants you to interact with your peers before returning to Brute Cavern. It'll be good for you, Good explained. Angor nodded. When they left at noon, Flora was going to take Angor with her, but Sunders ordered him to go with the winner of the death match. Flora hesitated for a moment and gave Angor a "I'm rooting for you" look. Angor already had such an idea, so he was not surprised when Good pointed it out. Good saw Angor's calm expression and nodded in satisfaction. Several days ago, when Sunders and Flora left, they gave Angor the control of the Cloud Whale, including the magic array of the winner's tent, so that Angor could spend more time with his peers. However, Angor did not seem interested in socializing. He just stayed in the library all the time. Good was not surprised by Angor's decision. He was not a wizard, but he had been following Sunders for a long time, so he knew a lot about the wizard circle. Most adepts were lone wolves, especially those who had embarked on the path of truth. However, that didn't mean that wizards didn't have friends. They had their own circle of friends. In the process of wizard cultivation, it was easy to fall into a dead end. If there was communication, they could avoid going astray. Having friends and exploring alone could go hand in hand. When he was bored on the Redbud, he read several web novels from Earth. One of the novels about training summed up the 4 elements of a training path: spells, companions, wealth, and land. Wizards and cultivators were different, but the 4 elements were still worth learning. Leaving spells, wealth, and land aside, let's talk about companions. Companions referred to friends who could discuss ideas. Having someone to discuss ideas with was better than being alone. It was the same as the old Chinese proverb, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge. Ideas could always be found by pooling together. The path of an adept was a path that required innovation, accumulation, and contemplation. With companions as a guide, the path ahead would be smoother. Seeing that Angor understood, Good did not say anything else. He let Angor return to the crowd. Good stood quietly by the shore and watched Angor walking away. He felt a little emotional. As a matter of fact, what Good said to Angor was not ordered by anyone. It was Good's own decision. He treated Angor with such respect because he could see that Sunders really cared about Angor. Not only was Sunders worried about Angor's future, but he was also worried about Angor's social circle. Good did not want Angor to misunderstand Sunders' good intentions, so he specifically reminded Angor. Angor left quietly. When he came back, he did not cause any trouble either. Those who were hostile to him would not do anything bad to him in front of Good. Those who were not hostile would only continue to ignore him. Angor was still thinking about his argument with Hookdick on his way back. He did not want to be called weak again, nor did he want to be helpless. However, this was all based on his own strength. If he was not strong enough, he could not say anything. After walking out of the beach, they soon saw traces of human habitation. There was a large river beside the forest road. Several fishing boats were anchored at the edge of the river. From afar, it seemed that people were working on the boats. Angor followed the phantom servant upstream. Every now and then, they would see masts and sails planted on the shore, which seemed to be used to test the height of the water level. As they walked further, they saw houses on the side of the mountain. People began to enter their sight. The smell in the air changed from the salty smell of the sea to something more human. Strangely, the phantom servant was wearing a black robe despite the hot weather. There was also a group of people in strange clothes following behind him. If Angor was a bystander, he would think that these people were strange. However, he noticed that the people around him did not seem to care about the phantom servant's attire. They would occasionally look at them, but their attention was not on them. After walking for a while, they finally saw the Twilight Town. This was a small town built around a mountain. All the houses were made of white bricks and tiles, and their backs were against the sea. Under the sunlight, one could clearly see the flowers in the courtyards of each household. The streets were also very detailed. Except for the main road, which was wide, the other roads were paved with fine prism stones. White sand, white tiles, and white fences made the whole town look warm and white. It was very exotic. It's so white. I really want to kill some people and dye it red. Come to think of it, it should be very beautiful. Someone laughed in ridicule. Angor heard the familiar voice and looked up. It was Hookdick. The wound on his neck was already bandaged. It seemed that the phantom servant took him away to treat it. Hookdick's words attracted other people's attention. However, no one agreed with him. Someone even sneered, "Barbarian." Hookdick did not mind being called a barbarian, but the dark-skinned young man glared at the speaker. "Idiot. You're going to blame yourself," the speaker muttered. The person who spoke muttered in a low voice. However, he was clearly fearful of the brown-skinned youth. Hookdick turned around and saw Angor. His eyes instantly turned red with anger, but he didn't dare to do anything with his phantom servant around. He grinned viciously and made a throat-slitting gesture. Then, with a loud laugh, he turned around. Angor sighed. He knew that there was a grudge between him and Hookdick. Angor was not afraid though. He knew that people would criticize him for not being the winner of the deathmatch. However, he did not expect it to happen so soon. The phantom servants turned left and right. They did not lead them into Twilight Town. Instead, they led them to the outskirts of the town. Their final destination was actually a small hill at the edge of Twilight Port Town. The hill was completely empty. There were only weeds and pebbles. The phantom servants split into two groups and surrounded everyone. Everyone was confused and did not know what was going on. At this moment, Good walked in from the middle. Each of them has a stealth magic array on them. You won't be seen by mortals if you stand among them, Good explained casually. Even in the vast continent, adepts are a legendary existence to most ordinary people. Don't disturb their lives if you don't have to. After listening to Good's explanation, Angor finally understood why no one noticed them when they were walking on the road. It was because of the stealth magic array. Angor agreed with the idea of not causing a commotion among the civilians. Wizards used to be mortals as well, and they knew the hardships of mortals. There was no need to worry about them. Good walked to the hill and took out something that looked like a token and tossed it into the air. When the token landed, everyone felt their vision blur for a second before a cave appeared at the center of the hill. There was a staircase inside the cave, and no one knew where it led. At first glance, they could see candlelight flickering inside. This is Brood Cavern's temporary base. You'll stay here for the night and leave tomorrow. Good made a pleased gesture toward the cave. Everyone walked down the stairs one by one. Angor was the last one to enter. Good and the other shadow servants followed behind him. Mr. Pad, Mr. Toby's luggage has been placed in your room. A phantom servant will take care of it when you leave tomorrow, Good whispered to Angor. Angor nodded. Maybe the fight just now exhausted Toby's stamina. The bird was now curled up in Angor's hair. The underground tunnels extended in all directions. Gatehouses appeared on the walls from time to time. The further down they went, the wider the space became, and more underground rooms were found. Their rooms were not far from the ground. They were basically connected. Moreover, the two rooms were connected, and there would be a small hollow living room in the middle. The basic arrangement was that two people shared a room, but each of them had their own bedroom. He went back to his room and tidied himself up. Then he heard some rustling coming from the living room. He opened the door and saw a boy wiping the long table in the living room with a wet towel he took out from somewhere. The boy was so focused that he didn't even notice when Angor opened the door. The boy was wearing an old white shirt and black pants. Angor immediately recognized him as the boy who was sitting on the rock on the beach. When Hookdick ambushed him earlier, the boy reminded him of something. It wasn't really useful, but Angor still accepted the favor. Apart from Nausicaa, this boy seemed to be the friendliest one among all the victors of the deathmatch in Cabin 8. Now that he had decided to make some friends, this was obviously a better choice. But he was still hesitating. Was this man really as innocent as he looked? Angor observed him quietly. The boy was still wiping the table over and over again. Maybe he was a neat freak? Angor wondered. It was an obsessive-compulsive disorder, not something that could be used to determine his personality. After wiping for so many times, the boy finally stopped. To Angor's surprise, the boy sat down after wiping the table. The stool he was sitting on was covered in a thick layer of dust. If the boy was really a neat freak, he wouldn't be able to stand such a dusty stool. Then why was he wiping the table so carefully? Angor soon found the reason. The boy fumbled around and took out a thick hardcover book from his backpack, which had been washed until it was white. The boy placed the book on the desk that had been wiped clean and rubbed his hands together reverently. After confirming that there were no stains on his hands, he solemnly flipped open the book and started to read it carefully. So he's not a neat freak. He just keeps wiping the desk because he loves books. Angor had a better impression of the bookworm since they were both bookworms. Angor didn't want to disturb the boy. He decided to go back to his room and read the books he recorded from his professor. Someone knocked on the door as soon as he turned around. The boy who was reading the book heard it too. He looked up and looked around in confusion. When he saw Angor, the boy showed a surprised expression and nodded slightly. The knocking was still going on. The boy finally realized what was going on and quickly stood up to open the door. He was so anxious that he even kicked the stool over. When the door was opened, Nausicaa appeared at the entrance. "Hey, boy. Good afternoon." Nausicaa raised an eyebrow when she saw who opened the door. She then looked at Angor. "What a surprise. The two youngest boys in our class are both here. I'm Nausicaa. And you?" Nausicaa flipped her long hair and leaned against the doorframe lazily. "What? Not going to invite me in?" The boy nodded and welcomed Nausicaa in, looking a little nervous. "I'm Xylem Pustin, from the Versailles Duchy in the Revelation continent," Xylem spoke in a small voice. "My country is small. I don't think you've heard of it." Nausicaa waved a finger in front of Salem's face. "Not necessarily. I've been to Versailles Duchy before. Your country has the best rose garden. I still miss the colorful rose cakes there." Salem's skinny face broke into a bright smile when he heard that Nausicaa had been to Versailles Duchy. He also looked at Nausicaa with a friendlier look. Nausicaa looked at Xylem, who had developed a sense of closeness to her just because she visited Versailles Duchy. She sighed. Another kid. Did she have an affinity with kids after leaving Blackberry? "I'm Angor, from the old land." Angor smiled at Xylem and sat down opposite him. Xylem returned the smile a little awkwardly. "You're from a marginalized island?" Nausicaa asked. "You've heard of it?" Angor was a little confused. Nausicaa nodded. "Yes, I've been there. I remember I came to the continent from an island called Halon. It's a beautiful place. Unfortunately, a war broke out not long after I left. If you went there in recent years, it should be my country, Gold's Pink Empire, that's fighting against Halon explosion." "Oh, that's too bad." Nausicaa shrugged nonchalantly. "How did you go to so many countries? I've never even heard of the old land." Xylem looked at Nausicaa with admiration. Nausicaa smiled. "Because I'm a pirate." "Pirate?" Angor and Xylem both exclaimed at the same time. The answer surprised them greatly. Angor always thought Nausicaa was an officer who led soldiers into battle. He did not expect her answer to be completely different from his assumption. Nausicaa was a pirate. It took him quite a while to calm down. At first, he was still shocked by the answer of pirates. But as he thought about it again, he realized that Nausicaa actually fit the description of a pirate quite well. She had a large number of subordinates, and she was strong in fighting. She could give orders in battle, and she was sexy when resting. She did not abstain from smoking or drinking. Regardless of whether her worldview was correct or not, Angor believed that this character alone was enough to make her a legendary character. If a talented bard could write about this, he or she might even have a glorious story to tell. While Angor was lost in his thoughts, he heard Salem's question before he finished exploring the world. "You're a pirate?" Angor looked back and saw Xylem looking at Nausicaa with extreme disgust instead of friendliness. If there's nothing else going on, this kid has a good sense of right and wrong. Angor thought to himself. Xylem was indeed someone worth befriending. Angor himself did not care whether he was a pirate or not. Good rumors did not necessarily mean good, and bad rumors did not necessarily mean bad. Angor preferred to see the world with his own eyes, instead of being limited by rumors or professional prejudice. Of course, Angor had different requirements for himself and other people. If Salem's disgust toward pirates was due to professional prejudice, then he was a decent character. But Angor still had some doubts. If Salem really had a good sense of right and wrong and a kind heart, how did he pass the deathmatch exam? Oh my. Looks like Salem has a problem with me being a pirate. Nausicaa did not mind Salem's disgust at all. Instead, she felt that kids always have weird tempers. Strangely friendly, strangely disgusted. Interesting. Pirates are not good people. They rob people of their blood and sweat. They do all kinds of evil. Salem did not say anything. He sat down on the side and rubbed his favorite book. So you're a little kid with a strong sense of justice, Nausicaa teased. Salem did not look at Nausicaa's eyes, but he still protested in a low voice, I'm not young. I'm already 13. Nausicaa raised an eyebrow. I thought no one but little Angor would care about these rules after passing the deathmatches. I didn't expect to meet such a righteous little boy. I remember now. Could it be that you're the victor of the third cabin? For some reason, Salem blushed when he heard the question. He did not want to answer, but his upbringing told him that it was impolite not to answer. After a while, Salem stammered, this has nothing to do with you. Nausicaa was surprised by Salem's reaction, then she laughed out loud. Interesting, very interesting, Nausicaa said. You're more interesting than him. She was referring to Angor. There are so many interesting people in Versailles Principality. You're as interesting as Sharanduni. Sharanduni. How can you call Her Majesty by her name? Salem glared at Nausicaa in dissatisfaction. I didn't mean to. Your Majesty told me to call her that when I had rose tea with her last time. Nausicaa shrugged. Her beautiful eyes twinkled. You had tea with Her Majesty? No way. Wait, Nausicaa, I remember now. Salem widened his eyes. You're the Blackberry King, Lady Aspel? Nausicaa nodded. Yes, my full name is Nausicaa Aspel. You're really Lady Aspel? The legendary Blackberry King who purged the dark side of the Blackberry waters? Salem suddenly stood up in excitement. Nausicaa shivered non-existent goosebumps when she heard Salem's long title. I think so. Wonderful. Lady Aspel, I'm your loyal admirer. I didn't think I'd meet you here. I'm so lucky. Salem's disgust was replaced by joy. He almost wanted to kneel down and worship Nausicaa. Your righteous light shines upon the Blackberry waters. You saved countless victims. You're a hero. Salem was almost singing a song to flatter, no, to praise. I thought Lady Aspel was a man. I didn't expect it to be you. I misunderstood you. You're a great person. Salem could not wait to admit his mistake. He was afraid that Nausicaa would criticize him if he stayed any longer. Nausicaa had many crazy admirers, but this was the first time she saw someone who looked at her as if she was an idol. She did not know how to deal with this type of person. Angor, who had been watching the drama from the side, suddenly moved closer. What did you do? He changed his attitude so fast. Nausicaa did not answer. Instead, it was Salem who explained for her. He used a lot of words of praise and flattery from time to time. After listening to Salem's explanation, Angor finally understood where Salem's admiration came from. The Blackberry Waters was a dark and chaotic place. Many pirates gathered there and committed all kinds of crimes. Until Nausicaa came. She spent 3 years leading a fleet of ships to conquer the waters. She used her iron fist to suppress the bad atmosphere in the Blackberry Waters. Since then, no merchant ships had ever encountered any accidents in the Blackberry Waters. It was all thanks to Nausicaa's efforts. Ahem, I collected toll too. Nausicaa felt awkward after being praised so much. She could not help but speak up. That's not the same. You're a pirate. Isn't it normal to collect toll? Salem retorted. Angor was also amused by Salem's words. Salem was complaining about the pirates just now, and now he was on their side so confidently. Just as Nausicaa said, this Salem was an interesting person. When the conversation finally ended, Nausicaa could not help but wipe the sweat off her forehead. It was the first time she had such a difficult conversation. Angor suddenly asked, "By the way, Nausicaa, what's the third cabin you mentioned?" A moment later. "Ha ha ha ha. So you're the one who faked his death to pass." Angor laughed after hearing Nausicaa's explanation. He was wondering how Xylem managed to pass the deathmatch. He did not know that Xylem actually faked his death. "I'm curious. With your personality, even if you faked your death, you would still fight someone in the end." "I can't believe you'd kill someone," Angor wondered. "That man killed a lot of people. In the end, he found out that I was still alive and wanted to kill me. That's why I..." Salem's voice trailed off as he spoke. It seemed like he still hadn't gotten over the fact that he had killed someone. "I've been thinking about that day every day. I can't sleep every night. I only forget it when I'm reading a book." He looked at Salem's pale face and the dark circles under his eyes as if he was wearing smoky makeup. Angor was amused at first, but now he felt sorry for Xylem. He had never killed anyone before, so he did not know if he would feel negative emotions after killing someone. But he understood Salem's feelings. Angor patted Salem's shoulder to comfort him. Nausicaa was not used to such a gloomy atmosphere. She looked at Angor and changed the topic. "We talked about ourselves. Aren't you going to tell us?" Nausicaa stared at Angor. Xylem also calmed himself down and looked at Angor with curiosity. They were curious about Angor's identity. Why didn't he participate in the deathmatch? Why did the phantom servants treat him so respectfully? Even the wizards on the Cloud Whale were friendly to him. Angor knew what they wanted to know, but he did not know what Sunders valued him for. So, he could only pretend to be ignorant and briefly explained his background. "I was born in a noble family. But my elder brother was above me, so I did not inherit the title. But I was very happy. My brother treated me well. I had a very knowledgeable mentor who taught me many things. Unfortunately, he was sick, and we tried our best to cure him. Later, I met an apprentice sorcerer by chance, and in order to cure my mentor, I embarked on the journey to Fan Continent." Angor did not mention anything about John, Mara, Sunders, and Greya. He did not say anything. What he said sounded like a lot of information, but it sounded like he was just brushing it off. Fortunately, Xylem was still a naive child, so he did not notice anything wrong. Instead, he felt closer to Angor because they shared similar backgrounds. Nausicaa, as a former leader of Blackberry Waters, must be someone who knew how to get along with people. She did not point out the unwillingness in Angor's words. That was her way of life. After this conversation, the three of them became closer. They talked about their plans for the future and parted ways. Before leaving, Nausicaa suddenly spoke to Angor. "I had so much fun talking with you guys that I almost forgot why I came here." "Why did you come here?" Angor was puzzled. "It's nothing important. I just want to ask you about what happened last night." "It's fine if you don't want to tell me," Nausicaa said. "What happened last night?" "What happened last night?" Angor asked curiously. "He was still on the Cloud Whale last night, and nothing happened, except for one thing." "You mean Ebony?" Angor only remembered that he had some conflict with Ebony yesterday, but before he could say anything, Ebony was sent back to his tent by Nausicaa. "It's not about my useless subordinate. I just want to ask you why there were so many fireflies in your tent yesterday morning." "Specks of light like fireflies? My tent? Morning?" Angor had no idea what Nausicaa was talking about. He went to bed after returning to his tent last night, so he should still be asleep in the morning. "Fireflies? I don't know. I went to bed really early yesterday morning." Angor's puzzled expression did not look like he was acting. Nausicaa didn't know what was going on. Did she see it wrong? That could not be right. She only cared about this because she woke up in the middle of the night to smoke. When she lit her lighter, the orange flame turned into a strange flame. Before she knew it, she saw some light coming from Angor's tent. Angor did not close the curtains when he slept. Nausicaa looked inside and saw countless light dots circling around the tent. She was surprised and wanted to ask about it. But she was afraid that Angor was already an apprentice and was experimenting with some kind of spell, so she did not ask. She also saw Angor floating in the air. She wondered if she was seeing things. She was so curious that she decided to ask about it. If he didn't want to answer, she wouldn't ask. But Angor's answer was that he did not know either. The wizarding world was full of strange things anyway. She didn't need to figure everything out. Angor returned to his room after Nausicaa left. He was still confused. Did she see something in his tent? Is this true? He didn't think Nausicaa would lie to him about something like this. Countless light spots? Don't tell me it's some kind of monitoring device? As an armchair strategist who had read thousands of books, Angor did not hesitate to assume his teacher's worst intentions. Tweet tweet tweet, Toby, who was placed on the wooden bed, woke up. Toby stretched himself and used his beak to tidy up his clothes. After tidying himself up, he flew to the table in high spirits, where Butler Good had prepared some dried fish for him. Eating right after sleeping? You're so happy, Angor teased. Toby tilted its head and rolled its eyes at Angor in a very human way. Then it turned back to its work. Angor scolded "little bastard" and thought about Nausicaa's words. Suddenly, he looked at Toby, who was enjoying his meal, and his eyes lit up. Angor took a small wooden chair and sat in front of the table. He put his head on his arm and patted Toby, who was still eating. Toby did not care about its new owner's harassment. Little Toby, tell me, did you see anything strange in the wee hours of yesterday? Like light spots or something? Angor did not hold much hope. He was just teasing the bird. Toby heard the question and chirped a few times. Angor had spent some time with Toby. He wasn't good at bird language yet, but he could still recognize several of Toby's calls. You really saw it? Angor was surprised. Toby nodded repeatedly. Chirp, 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 chirp. She's not lying. She's really something. But where did this light come from? What was the point? Is this really one of Sunder's surveillance methods? Angor mumbled to himself. Toby suddenly flew up and landed on Angor's shoulder. Under Angor's confused gaze, Toby moved its claws from Angor's broad shoulder to his exposed clavicle. Next, Toby reached out its beak and picked up a thin silver chain tied to Angor's collarbone. Angor took the chain out of his pocket and saw a pendant attached to it. The pendant was made of metal mesh and contained a transparent glass bead, the alien eye. Toby flapped its wings and flew to the alien eye. It poked at the bead with its beak and returned to the table. You mean, the alien eye is giving out light spots? Angor asked in surprise. Toby rolled its eyes and shook its head. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Angor thought for a while and asked, the alien eye is absorbing the light spots? Toby nodded again. Chirp, chirp. How is that possible? That's unbelievable. Angor still remembered what John told him about the alien eye. After bringing him from Earth to this world, it no longer did anything special. It turned into an extremely ordinary glass bead. Angor didn't deny that the alien eye had something special. Otherwise, it wouldn't have brought John to this world. However, after so many years, the alien eye had never shown any signs of abnormality. Why would it suddenly change now? There had to be a reason for a stable object to change. For example, a perfectly fine piece of graphite wouldn't turn into a diamond for no reason, unless there was a trigger. Angor believed that there was a trigger for the alien eye's change. What kind of incentive could it be? From a macroscopic point of view, it had to be a change in time or space. Time wasn't likely to be the trigger. After all, the alien eye had been ordinary for so many years. It couldn't have changed all of a sudden. But he couldn't rule out this possibility. Space was a possible trigger. After all, a change in geographical location could lead to many changes, such as changes in magnetic field, temperature, and so on. But Angor didn't think it was possible. He had to keep it a secret. Apart from macroscopic factors, there were also microscopic factors, such as chemistry, physics, and occultism unique to the wizarding world. This was the most likely possibility, but it was also the most difficult to estimate. However, before making any speculations, perhaps he should find out if anything special happened last night. I remember Miss Flora told me that they came back last night, Lucian said. Angor wondered if there was a connection between his teacher's return last night and his death. He also noticed that after last night, the thunderclouds that covered the entire Devil's Water began to disperse. Perhaps this was also something worth noting. Angor typed all these thoughts into words and recorded them on his tablet. He could not prove his thoughts with his current identity. He could only write them down and wait for the day when he was strong enough to solve the mystery. He put the alien eye back into his shirt and kept it close to his body as usual. Maybe the alien eye would have some unexpected changes after last night. Whether it was good or bad, Angor had to accept it. He could not abandon the alien eye for a possible bad future, so he had to carry it with him at all times. Angor decided not to think about the light spots for now. It was already dusk. Since he had nothing else to do after dinner, he read a short section of a novel on his tablet and fell asleep. The next day, when the sky was bright, a huge steam-powered airship approached from afar and parked near a small hill. Magic runes were flashing on the surface of the airship, which were similar to the ones on the Shadow Servant's robe. They were also hidden runes. The airship's door opened, revealing a short, gray old man. Two figures suddenly appeared beside him. It was Sunders and Flora. Oh my, there are only 10 geniuses this time? Wallace's people are going to cause trouble again when we get back. The old man closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. It seemed he could see everything going on in the underground cavern. I'm not worried. Those people from the academic party know that with our style, this kind of result is inevitable. They're just making a fuss to save face, said Flora carelessly. That's right. Recruiting talents was an inherent mission of every sorcerer organization, but for most sorcerers, this mission was a hot potato. If they did not do it, they would not get any students. If they did it, they would waste time. Generally speaking, this kind of task would be pushed back and forth, and in the end, it would be handed over to sorcerer apprentices. When Sunders accepted the mission, many people were shocked. At that time, the representatives of the academics, led by Wallace, were firmly against Sunders recruiting talents. Knowing Sunders' character, he would definitely resort to the most extreme methods, such as deathmatches in 9 chambers. There were already very few talented people. After the 9-cabin deathmatch, how many source energy sources would be summoned back in the end? These recruited students would eventually be assigned to their subordinates. To them, it was equivalent to free labor. With fewer students, there would be fewer free labor. Of course, they did not want Sunders to recruit talents. As a matter of fact, Sunders' main goal was to find Greya. Recruiting talents was just a side quest. Flora remembered that Sunders only said, "Fine. How about I leave the mission to you?" This sentence was comparable to a supreme killing weapon. All of the sorcerers, regardless of whether they were from the practical faction or the scholarly faction, rejected the offer and scattered. Even Wallace felt awkward for a long time. Then, he used his old legs as an excuse and ran away. In the end, the task of recruiting talents fell on Sunders' shoulders. Oh, my God. That's strange. I can't believe Lady Flora didn't call them dissidents. If Wallace was here, he would be happy, said the old man with an exaggerated emoji. Flora shrugged. Can't help it. My dear professor just found a student who's obviously an academic. For the sake of a happy future, I'll let dissidents go to hell. Oh, I almost forgot to correct Mr. Ness' mistake. This time, we didn't get 10 talents, but 8. Flora pointed at Angor's room. That's my professor's new student, Angor. He's not part of the selection. She pointed in another direction. That's the otherworldly hybrid over there. He's not part of the selection either. The old man, Ness, did not care about the difference between 10 and 8 talents. Instead, he stared at the expressionless Sunders in disbelief. Mr. Sunders got a student? An academic one? It's unbelievable. Was I dreaming just now? Sunders glanced at Ness. It was a calm and indifferent look, but Ness immediately put away his arrogance and put on a frightened expression. Stop wasting time. Let's begin, Sunders said. Ness nodded vigorously. Ahem, ahem. Since the savage has arrived at its destination, let's let the geniuses board the cabin. Angor and the other talents boarded the savage. Perhaps it was because they had been confined to the tents for the past few days, but after they boarded the airship, they gathered on the deck of the savage. Facing the biting cold wind, they formed their own formations and enjoyed a rare moment of freedom. It was the first time for most of them to see a steam airship. They all had different opinions about how it could fly in the sky. Some said it was a spell, some said it was alchemy, and some said it was a magic array. I don't think it's any of them, Silam said with a serious look while holding his beloved thick book. Then why do you think it can fly? Nausicaa leaned against the railing on the deck and smoked her pipe while asking in a casual manner. The chilly wind ruffled her long hair and rustled the scales on her shoulders. I don't know. But I think it's something like a clock. Something connected to it, Silam said. What do you think, Angor? Nausicaa asked. Maybe Silam is right, Angor replied in a noncommittal manner. But not entirely. Steam airships did have a mechanical side. But to maintain such high speed and stability, there must be an occult side as well. Angor thought to himself. Nausicaa could tell that Angor was just trying to brush her off, but no one would mind. Everyone gathered on the deck to enjoy the wind. They did not have any specific purpose, and they were just chatting. Yawn. Silam sneezed loudly. The wind is so strong. I'll get sick if I keep this up. Nausicaa looked at Salem's snot running down his face and shook her head. Looks like you and Angor need more training. Angor was also feeling chilly. He was a little embarrassed by Nausicaa's words. Angor took out a handkerchief with his family's lion heart sewn on it from his pocket and handed it to Silam. Wipe yourself. It's really windy. Let's go back first. Silam nodded. He would rather go back to his room to read than to enjoy the wind. Angor did not want to stay on the deck either. The wind aside, the pointers from the talents around him, whether they were malicious or not, were enough to make him feel uncomfortable. I'm not going back. It's a rare chance for me to relax. It'll be boring if I don't enjoy it, Nausicaa said. Angor and Silam left the deck and walked through the mechanical-style corridors. In the past, Brute Cavern usually took in several talents to share a room. This time, excluding Angor, there were only 9 talents in total. Therefore, there were many extra rooms on Barbaric, so everyone could have their own room. Silam and Angor's rooms were on different floors. Angor was on the upper floor, while Silam was on the lower floor. After saying goodbye to Silam at the stairwell, Angor saw a small shadow standing in front of his room. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a young demonic falcon. The falcon had a golden beak, black feathers, and blood-red eyes. It looked very beautiful. Before Angor could figure out why it was standing in front of his door, he heard a familiar voice coming from the falcon. Angor, this demon falcon is my alchemy familiar. Follow it to my room, said Angor. Sunder's room was located on the top floor of the airship. It was the largest room in the airship with the best lighting and the widest view. The demon falcon flew away when it reached Sunder's room, leaving Angor alone in front of the door. Angor pushed the door open and saw Sunder standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, as well as Flora, who was drinking at a vintage bar. Good morning, sir. Angor bowed to them politely. Flora snorted. How many times do I have to tell you not to be a stranger? You just won't listen. Sigh, looking at you is just like looking at Wallace. Wallace? Who? Angor gave Flora a puzzled look. Flora rolled her eyes at him. Don't ask me who Wallace is. You'll know when we get back to Brute Cavern. He's just an old bastard. Angor, I called you here for your channeling method. Sunder's deep voice reached Angor's ears. Channeling method. Angor felt something exploding in his head. Do I have to go to the nightmare realm now? Angor struggled to speak. Sunder spoke coldly, you regret it? If you regret it, I can give you another chance to make a choice. Did Angor regret it? He did not. He was just afraid of the unknown danger. He had been trying not to think about the channeling method these days because he did not want to let the fear take over his life. I don't regret it. He just felt uneasy. Angor did not say what was on his mind. He knew that if he wanted to survive in this world, he had to turn his weak mind into a cruel one. You've made a bold choice. It's not a bad thing. In the wizarding world, if you don't take risks, you'll be pushed back to where you started. Sunders walked to his desk and took out a tube-shaped crystal from a drawer. This is a scale to measure your spiritual power level. Before you go to the nightmare realm for the channeling method, check your spiritual power level first. Wizards could use spells to check the spiritual power level of mortals. Of course, Sunders already knew about Angwar's condition. However, most of the time, people would trust their own eyes more than someone else's words. He took a closer look at the tube and saw some curved lines moving inside. But when he tried to take a closer look, he suddenly felt dizzy. Don't look at the middle of the scale. There's a special kind of spiritual type Mageweth engraved in it. The closer you get to the back of the scale, the more aggressive the Mageweth will be. It's very easy to cause an impact on your brain. Flora explained to him, the correct way to use it is to start from the O at the bottom and slowly move up the runes. The further you look, the more dizzy you will feel. When you feel that you can't take it anymore, look at the O at the bottom. That will be your spiritual power value. Flora's explanation enlightened him. He closed his eyes to soothe the dizziness. When his body and mind were at their best condition, he picked up the spirit meter and began his first test. Angwar could clearly see a faint golden line at the O mark. It slowly extended from the origin and curled up in a beautiful and smooth manner. When it reached the O mark, the golden line slowly split into two. The two lines moved forward side by side, each taking the most suitable path. When the two lines reached the fourth scale, they no longer moved forward in a single direction. Instead, they were like branches in spring, and occasionally, new forks would appear in the middle of the line. The new forks would occasionally curl up and come to an abrupt end. Angwar already felt his eyes getting wet. When his spirit meter reached the O mark, the two lines split into 4 golden lines inside the crystal. The 4 golden lines did not want to be left out. They crazily drew all kinds of strange paths. Angwar felt his chest tightened each time they appeared. He even had the urge to close his eyes. Soon, the scale reached the O mark, which was the limit of mortals. Once the O mark passed, he would enter another world, the world of talents. Angwar was already feeling very dizzy. Soon, the 4 golden lines reached the O mark at a crazy speed. When the golden lines reached the O mark, the entire rune changed. The 4 golden lines no longer split up. Instead, they turned from flat to three-dimensional. The golden lines intertwined with each other like the double helix structure of DNA and kept moving forward in a strange three-dimensional structure. Angwar's eyes already felt like they were about to explode. After a while, Angwar realized that he could no longer feel the O mark. He could only follow the golden lines mechanically. He did not even know if he was following them with his eyes or his spirit. After some time, Angwar blacked out and fell to the floor. His face was pale, and he felt like vomiting. It was as if someone was stirring his brain with a wooden stick. You've reached your limit? Flora's voice woke Angwar up from his brain circulation. Angwar woke up from his dizziness and sat on the floor for a long time. Sunders did not urge him. Instead, he took out a cup of tea from somewhere and sipped it while making some notes. When Angwar felt a little better, he slowly stood up using the leg of the table. 13 points. Angwar smiled bitterly with a pale face. A wizard's achievement did not have much to do with one's spirit meter, but Angwar still felt frustrated. 13 points was not a good number. Mortals had 1 to 9 points, while talents and wizards had more than 10 points. Angwar remembered Sunders mentioned that Easley from the Tower of Hurricane had a spirit meter of 23. Angwar's was 10 points lower than Easley's. His channeling method would not be as efficient as others. If Angwar did not want to be left behind by Easley, he had to choose his channeling method carefully. His spirit model compatibility should be at least 20%, or even higher. Your spirit meter does not represent your future, Sunders comforted and changed the topic. I told you before that I would only tell you your talent when you become an apprentice. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. Your talent is a little strange, and we don't know its upper limit yet. But there is no doubt that your talent has something to do with the nightmare realm. Let's go to the nightmare realm this time. Maybe we can find out something. We're going to the nightmare realm? We? Angwar's sharp eyes caught a word. You're going too, Professor? Angwar asked in confusion. Sunders nodded. If I don't go, you won't know where the channeling method book is, right? You're right. Angor was enlightened. Sunders chuckled. The nightmare realm is a very special place. It projects reality and shines into illusions. This means that if we enter the nightmare realm from here, we might end up in the sky, on an airship. So, to avoid this and find the channeling method book precisely, we need a primer. What's a primer? Angor asked. Sunders walked to Angor and placed his hand on Angor's shoulder. This is a primer. Angor touched his back. In that strange world, a woman with stitches once left a scratch on this spot. The wound on your soul is a primer. With this primer, it can lead you to the place where the wound was left. Sunders smiled. The place where the wound was left? Pat Manor in the Nightmare Realm. This primer could lead him to the Pat Manor in the Nightmare Realm, which was filled with strange animals and stitches. Sunders took out a glass bottle. The bottom of the bottle was covered with a thin layer of glittering blood. This is also a primer. It contains my blood, which I left behind when I fought against a monster in the Nightmare Realm. This blood can lead us to that place, the place where the channeling method is. Angor had a general idea of what was going on. In other words, he had to find something that contained the aura of the Nightmare Realm. That way, he could follow the aura back to where he came from when he entered the Nightmare Realm again. However, Angor was more curious about why Sunders said his primer was a wound on his soul. When he tested his talent in Pat Manor, did he enter with his soul instead of his real body? Then why did Sunders enter with his real body and leave blood behind? Angor asked. Sunders chuckled. It has something to do with your talent. Let's put it aside for now. I'll tell you after I verify something in the Nightmare Realm. Before we enter the Nightmare Realm, I'll tell you the destination of our adventure. Sunders took out a transparent crystal ball and placed it on the table. He rubbed the surface of the crystal ball with his hand, and a ray of light emerged from the crystal ball. Sunders asked Angor to come over and watch. Angor walked to the table and looked inside the crystal ball. Images appeared inside the crystal ball, which looked like pictures recorded by a hologram tablet. Inside the crystal ball, there was an abandoned building. All the stones and stairs were covered by a thick layer of moss, and one could only vaguely see the former prosperity of the place. The images kept moving, and more abandoned buildings appeared in Angor's eyes. The buildings seemed to be frozen in time, and their mottled traces merged with nature. Beautiful statues had lost their arms. Delicate roofs were covered in dust. Only moss remained on the white fountain inlaid with gold. Arched palaces were broken into pieces. Lovers of ruined plots would probably love this place to death, because it represented the past prosperity, just like the future of mankind. Looking at it carefully, one could even associate it with the beautiful scenes of Chinese songs. Watching it build tall buildings, watching it entertain guests, watching it collapse. This is a ruin built by an ancient wizard, right in the central plains of the Goman Kingdom. Who built it, and what it was called, could no longer be found. The remnants of the ruin were all swept away when it was first unearthed tens of thousands of years ago. Now, people call it the Garden Labyrinth. Sunders sighed. I once explored this place before becoming a wizard, and it was here that I entered the Nightmare Realm for the first time. That time, the entrance to the Nightmare Realm appeared in the Garden Labyrinth by accident. The Garden Labyrinth in the Nightmare Realm is not a ruin. It's a complete and beautiful city. There, I encountered a powerful monster. At the moment of life and death, I hid in the city's sewers. Do you know why people call it the Garden of Labyrinth? Sunders suddenly changed the topic. Sunders answered his own question. Because the sewers of this ruined city are a giant and magnificent maze. When I was being chased by demons, I stepped into the sewers. Although they had temporarily avoided the pursuit of the monsters, the creatures that appeared in the sewers were much more terrifying than the previous monsters. Furthermore, as soon as I entered the sewers, I found myself in a maze and couldn't find the exit at all. Strange things keep happening in the labyrinth, and demons are everywhere. I dodged carefully, and with a bit of luck, I survived until the tunnel reappeared and left the Nightmare Realm. Sunders paused. As for the special channeling method book I mentioned, it's in this sewer's maze. Sunders kept it simple and omitted many details. However, Angor could still sense the danger and terror in those vague words. This time, I'll go with you. We have the channeling method, but we won't be separated when we enter the nightmare realm. We'll be teleported to different places at random. I'll give you several coordinates. Find one of them as soon as possible and hide in it. I'll follow the order and come to you one by one. Sunders looked serious. From the moment we enter the nightmare realm to the moment I find you. You'll have to fight alone during this time. It's the most dangerous time for you. With your strength, don't even think about fighting the enemy head-on. Try to use your wits to get through it. Got it? Asked Sunders. Angor took a deep breath and encouraged himself in his mind. I can do it. Understand? Sunders asked again. Yes. Angor answered without hesitation. Sunders nodded in satisfaction and pointed at the image in the crystal ball. Good. Remember these coordinates. Once you're done, we'll enter the nightmare realm. Angor's answer was firm. However, his mind was in a mess, and his mind was restless. It was a classic case of pre-event anxiety. Moreover, all kinds of bad consequences were rushing to his mind. He had to think about failure before success. To put it nicely, Angor was being thoughtful and careful. To put it bluntly, he was weak. Angor knew that if he wanted to go far in this world, he had to overcome his weakness. Therefore, no matter how many horrible consequences appeared in his mind, he did not show any weakness. In Sunders' eyes, Angor's expression was as calm as usual. Sunders had a higher opinion of Angor. Such fearlessness in the face of danger was one of the essential factors to become a wizard. Angor carefully marked each location and recalled the landmarks in his mind several times to make sure he did not find the wrong place. Then, he nodded to Sunders. Sunders took out the twisting protozoa he got from Barbie's restaurant from his space capsule. Sunders placed the parasite into the glass bottle containing his blood. Soon, the parasite began to devour the blood. When the last drop of blood was devoured by the protozoa, a strange wave spread out from the protozoa's body. Before we enter the nightmare realm, I'll say this one last time. You may get nothing from this adventure, and you may even lose your life. You better be prepared, said Sunders. Angor gritted his teeth. I'm prepared. Sunders nodded in satisfaction. Angor suddenly asked, Professor, if we enter the nightmare realm from here, will we go to the same place when we come out? The airship is flying, but the passage to the nightmare realm remains the same. When we come out, won't we just appear in midair? Sunders chuckled. Don't worry about that. Another reason why the nightmare realm is so special is that its flow of time is different from all other realms. It's a world where time never reaches a cliffside. Time never reaches a cliff. It comes and goes in an instant. Could time stand still? Angor did not know, but he did know that time could stand still under certain conditions. However, time in the nightmare realm was still flowing, while time in the real world had stopped. This completely violated Angor's understanding of physics. Was this strange phenomenon caused by the different laws of physics, or did the nightmare realm and the real world not exist in the same timeline? Angor only thought about it for a few seconds. The ripples on the twisting protozoa's body kept spreading out, forming a spiderweb-like crack that slowly spread outwards. That kind of extended pattern was like using a hammer to shatter space like a piece of glass. Sunders narrowed his eyes. He took out a sharp knife from his pocket and quickly cut the twisting protozoa into two. He tossed one to Angor and held the other in his hand. Time's up. Run into the crack. Sunders did a somersault and rushed forward. Keep this half of the twisting protozoa close to you. It's the proof of our return. If you lose it, you'll be lost in the nightmare realm. Half of Sunders' body disappeared into the spider web. Remember, go to the coordinates and wait for. Angor's mind went blank. The flow of time in the nightmare realm was different from that in the real world. Angor was afraid that he would miss Sunders if he was too slow. Therefore, he didn't think about anything and directly rushed into the spatial crack. As soon as Angor touched the crack, a strange numbness spread from his scalp to his entire body, through his neck, hands, chest, waist, and finally to his toes. When the numbness disappeared, Angor felt as if he had shed a layer of skin, or a baby who was curled up in the womb and was given a new life after the amniotic fluid broke out. It was a wonderful and comfortable feeling. Before Angor could think about it, he found his feet on the ground. He remembered that his teacher kept mentioning the nightmare realm is dangerous. Angor quickly stopped thinking about it and opened his eyes to check his surroundings. Angor was startled when he opened his eyes. A large, strange face came into view. Its eyebrows were 2 red dots, and its eyes were like copper bells, but it only had one eye. It had no nose bridge and only 2 nostrils. It had a thick white beard, and its mouth was completely covered by the beard. More importantly, the creature only had a head. It had no limbs or torso, but its head alone was already taller than Angor. The face stared at Angor in confusion and hopped up and down from time to time. Angor had no idea how it did that without limbs. The head monster seemed to be very curious about him and hopped closer to him. Angor, on the other hand, slowly backed away. Suddenly, Angor felt his back touching a soft wall. Out of instinct, he turned his hand around and felt something warm coming from it. Angor froze. This feeling, he slowly turned his head, and when he saw that there was another monster with a skull behind him, his heart was filled with fear. Angor noticed that his hand was still on the monster's face. The 2 monsters surrounded him from the front and the back. He felt like crying but no tears came out. Why was he so unlucky? He ran into a monster as soon as he entered the nightmare realm. And he just happened to be in the middle of 2 monsters. Angor watched the monsters slowly approaching him. He did not know how strong they were, but he knew he had no way to fight them. He did not have Toby to save the beauty either, so he had only one choice: turn around and run. Angor found an opening and dashed out of the encirclement. He quickly realized something was wrong. It was as if he did not feel gravity. Every time he took a bigger step, he would float in the air. It was exactly the same as when he tested his talent in Pat Manor. He didn't have the time to figure out why he was floating in the air. Instead, he focused on climbing higher. He didn't believe that the monsters could still fly. When he was about 10 meters above the ground, he realized he was in a strange place. There was no sky above his head. Instead, it was a thick stone wall. Angor looked at the thick stone wall and suddenly had a bad feeling. Did he get teleported into a sewer maze? Angor took a deep breath and comforted himself. No, it can't be. He must be in an indoor building right now. That must be it. Angor looked down at the monsters. To his surprise, the 2 monsters did not chase him at all. They just stayed where they were and looked at Angor in confusion, as if they did not know why he was running. If punctuation marks could be visualized, Angor believed that the monsters would have 3 big question marks above their heads. Huh? That's strange. Why aren't the monsters chasing me? Angor stopped in the air and thought to himself. He remembered Sunder saying that all living creatures in the nightmare realm would go crazy and hunt down intruders. What's going on with these 2 then? Why was he completely unmoved? Could it be that there was some kind of trap? Angor did not bother to think about the reason. He began to observe the surroundings and look for landmarks so that he could reach the coordinates given by Sunders as soon as possible. Angor looked around in the air. To his disappointment, he was surrounded by tall stone walls. There were stone walls above him, and there were stone walls on his left and right. There was only one passage connecting the front and back. This made Angor even more suspicious. Was he really teleported into a maze? If he was really in the sewer maze, then he would have hit the jackpot. Sunders gave Angor 7 coordinates. 6 of them were easy to find. They were on the ground and had obvious landmarks nearby. There was only one coordinate, and it was in the underground maze. And this coordinate was the center of the maze. It was the exit of the maze, and also the place where the channeling method book was kept. The passages in the maze were unpredictable, and there were countless monsters in there. Sunders could crush them with his strength, but Angor could not. He did not expect Angor to be so unlucky as to find his starting point in the underground maze. He flew along the tunnel behind the 2 monsters. Soon, the light disappeared, and he was surrounded by darkness. He could not even see his own fingers. Angor stopped in the air and realized that he could not even tell which direction he was going. He did not know which direction he came from. Angor's heart was beating like a drum. In the absolute darkness, even the sound of his blood flowing inside his body sounded like a rushing river. Angor remembered that the stone wall above him was smooth. He decided to fly up to the wall first and find his way forward. He could not guarantee that there were no monsters on the wall, but he believed that the chance of encountering monsters on the ground was higher. "Stay, don't go, keep me company." The flowers did not say anything logical. They were just crying and laughing for no reason. But Angor could hear some emotions from their voices. Most of them wanted him to stay. Angor did not know why they wanted him to stay. But judging from the peaceful voices, the flowers did not seem to mean any harm. "Why do you want me to stay?" Angor tried to ask. The flowers did not answer. They were still sending out emotions that wanted him to stay. Angor sensed another emotion. It was a complicated one. "If there's no light, we can keep him here." In other words, the reason why he couldn't reach the top was because of these flowers. Angor did not know if they were monsters or strange plants. Either way, it was better for him to leave now. He could not sense any hostility from the flowers. But he did not know if they were pretending to be harmless so that he would lower his guard. In Gold's Pink Empire, there was a kind of tyrant flower that emitted an alluring scent. It attracted creatures with its scent, and when the creatures were lured, they would devour them. Angor took out his flashlight and shone it in both directions. He did not know where to go. He did not even know where he came from. So, he simply chose a random direction and flew away. Along the way, Angor could hear the emotions of the flowers on the ground. Occasionally, there would be a fragrant wind blowing, which made him feel a little dizzy and made him spin around on the spot. So this was the truth behind Ghost Wall? So it was the flowers who did this. Luckily, Angor had the flashlight. Even though he was ambushed by the flowers, he did not lose his way. But isn't this a little too much? Angor muttered in his mind. It was only a few hundred meters, and he was ambushed several times already. It was as if the flowers were trying to stop him. Angor flew for more than an hour and still did not see the end. He did not see any monsters apart from the endless flowers on the ground. Angor kept thinking along the way. Was this an underground maze? Where was his teacher? Why did the flowers want him to stay? There were no answers to all his questions. They only added to his worries. After an unknown amount of time, he finally saw the end of the tunnel. Seeing the end didn't mean good news, because the end was a wall. There were no other paths around, which meant that he seemed to have chosen the wrong direction. When he was several hundred meters away from the wall, he waved his flashlight and saw something flash in front of his eyes. Puzzled, he shined the light at the spot. Was the light coming from the wall? He was about to turn around when he saw no way out. However, the flash of light piqued his curiosity. In any case, the road ahead was uncertain. Perhaps this shining thing was some kind of treasure. Didn't Sunders mention that all wizards who left the Nightmare Realm were greedy for treasures? Even if the treasures in the Nightmare Realm were not easy to find, they were still much more abundant than other places. With this thought in mind, he approached the wall step by step. When he was about 100 meters away from the end of the tunnel, he could already see the glowing light on the wall. The light was coming from the wall. Maybe it was a luminous pearl or a fluorite. If it was just these two items, they wouldn't be worth much. Angor thought in his mind. After flying for another 10 meters, a strange frequency suddenly appeared in his mind. The frequency was only buzzing at first, but it suddenly increased in frequency after a few seconds. Soon, the frequency increased by several times. The frequency increased by several times was comparable to an extreme wave weapon. Angor was fine a moment ago, but the next second, he felt like his brain was going to explode. It was a kind of mental destruction. It was similar to what he felt when he tested his spirit limit earlier. However, the pain was several times, or even dozens of times worse. His brain felt like it was boiling in boiling water. Thick smoke was rising from it. The pain was indescribable. It was like a raging tide, raising waves one after another. Angor thought he had reached the limit of pain, but the next second, an even higher wave was raised. Arg! Angor screamed in agony. In the end, he could no longer control his body and fell straight down from the sky amidst the endless pain. Angor was 10 meters above the ground. Even if the gravity on his body was reduced, such a solid fall was still too much for him to handle. Just as he was about to lose his life, several green vines suddenly crawled out of the ground and began to twist and change their shapes. In the blink of an eye, the vines had formed a net around him. Angor fell straight into the net of vines. With the help of the vines, Angor was no longer affected by the impact. He was unharmed. As Angor rolled on the ground in pain, the vines slowly changed again. Like ropes, they tied up Angor's limbs and dragged him 100 meters away from the wall. Strangely, when Angor moved away from the wall, the pain in his head seemed to have subsided. When the pain in his head subsided a little, Angor could finally breathe again. Just a moment ago, he even felt that he was only a step away from death. At the most painful moment, his eyes were filled with darkness. Scenes of his life in the past appeared in his mind. He even recalled the scene when he was a baby. This was already a sign before death. In just a few seconds, Angor went from being full of vigor to being completely exhausted and on the verge of mental collapse. This showed how serious the crisis was. When everything returned to normal, Angor felt alive again. However, he had used up all his strength. He did not even have the strength to clench his fists. He was in great pain, but he still remembered that some kind of vine saved him. Angor, did the vine save him, or did it have other intentions? He did not even know if there was someone controlling the vine behind the scenes. But it was a fact that he was saved. Angor fought back his exhaustion and said, "Thank you." No one responded. This was normal. Vines could not speak. They were restless when the waves arose, and tired when the waves subsided. Angor's spirit was recovering. His brain's self-protection mechanism began to work on its own. Angor's mind began to become blurry, and his vision slowly became blurry. Before he completely lost consciousness, Angor vaguely saw a flower with the same mouth but with petals as dazzling as the starry sky in front of him. 2 flowers blossomed, each showing a different branch. Sunders had entered the garden labyrinth projected by the nightmare realm many times. He already knew the layout of the buildings and the monsters in this place. However, he did not look for Angor right away. Instead, he went through his own memories. The nightmare realm was special in many ways. One of them was that it interfered with people's brain regions. Sometimes it would block a part of your memory, and sometimes it would add a new part to your memory. Sometimes you would lose a certain emotion, and in the most difficult times, you would not even remember who you were. Of course, the chances of this happening were small. The memory blocked by the nightmare realm was random. As long as the memory was not particularly important, it did not matter whether it was blocked or not. In fact, some of the blocked memories could not be recalled. For example, the food you ate when you were a baby, the path you walked on, the scent of flowers you smelled, the bed you slept on. If you were lucky, the blocked memories would not affect you at all. The blocked memories would not disappear forever. When you returned to the wizarding world, the blocked memories would naturally come back. Therefore, having a part of his memory blocked was actually the best situation. Sunders went through all his memories. As a wizard, he had an excellent memory. From the naughty and mischievous childhood to the mature and mature adult, hundreds of years of experience appeared in his mind. These memories were like a scroll that slowly unfolded. Images of the past appeared in front of his eyes in a chronological order. From the innocence of a child to the immaturity of a teenager, it only took a few seconds. Suddenly, Sunders noticed a blank period. It was a memory of when he just became an adult. Huh? The memory I lost is the first time I stepped into the garden labyrinth in the nightmare realm? Sunders carefully tried to recall what happened when he entered the garden labyrinth for the first time. However, his mind was blank. He could not remember anything. Sunders frowned a little. In his important memories, the first time he stepped into the garden labyrinth was not that important. However, the memory he lost was related to the nightmare realm and this place. It gave Sunders a strange feeling. He felt that losing this memory would bring him some trouble. After sorting out his memories, Sunders did not waste too much time. This new student of his had no strength to truss a chicken. If he didn't find him earlier, the consequences would be unpredictable. Sunders cast a gale and increased his running speed by several times, allowing him to run between the buildings as fast as he could. The path he chose was not the main one. Instead, he jumped around the roofs of different buildings. The place where he appeared was not far from the nearest coordinate. However, Sunders did not go straight to the coordinates. Instead, he moved closer to the coordinates layer by layer, which would greatly increase his chances of encountering Angor. Otherwise, if he arrived at the coordinates and found that there was no one there, he would immediately go to the next coordinates. What if Angor was on his way to the coordinates? Then she would miss him. That was why Sunders used a gradual method so that they wouldn't miss each other. The first coordinate was a statue of a goddess who was holding a flower in a vase. There were few monsters here, and the strongest one was at the level of a beginner apprentice. Sunders did not see anyone when he arrived at the location. There were quite a number of monsters, and they all rushed at him like a swarm of bees. Sunders wiped out a large group of them with a wave of his hand and moved on to the next coordinate without looking back. Sunders planned his route carefully. He was very familiar with the projected garden labyrinth. Each route he chose was meant to avoid the territories of powerful monsters. Speaking of which, the projected garden labyrinth was one of the weaker areas in the nightmare realm that Sunders had visited. There were a lot of monsters, but they were not strong in general. Compared to the pyramid-shaped area Sunders visited, the garden labyrinth was nothing. The monsters were not strong enough, but it did not mean Sunders could completely crush them. There were at least dozens of areas in the garden labyrinth that Sunders did not even dare to step into. For example, the central palace, where a monster called Queen Luo lived. Even legendary wizards did not dare to kill her. Another example was the amusement park in front of him, which was filled with invisible baby spirits. He could handle one or two of them, but hundreds of thousands or even millions of baby spirits. The sheer number of them could easily lead to a qualitative change. There was also the glutton flower tunnel in the sewer maze, which he did not dare to step into. There were also many other areas that he had to be careful about. The monsters he marked as red danger zones would not step out of their areas, but it did not mean they would not cross the line. Sunders still had to be careful even if he did not step into the red zone. He did not dare to cause too much trouble. At the second coordinate, Sunders entered it by sweeping through the city. Still, he did not find Angor. The third coordinate, the fourth coordinate, the sixth coordinate. Sunders spent 2 days and 2 nights searching through all 6 coordinates in the city. Still, he did not find Angor. Sunders searched the city again. Still, there was no sign of Angor. There were only 3 possibilities. First, Angor was already dead. Sunders doubted this. Even if he was dead, he should have left some traces. He searched the entire city and found nothing. Unless Angor was so unlucky that he appeared right in the middle of the monsters and was swallowed whole before he could even struggle. Second, Angor appeared in a dangerous area when he entered the nightmare realm. This was also very unlikely. Sunders looked into the danger zones from high places and did not find Angor. Third, Angor appeared in the sewer maze when he entered the nightmare realm. Of these 3 possibilities, the first 2 were possible, but they only accounted for about 30%. However, the third possibility was the most probable. Sunders thought about the possibility of his new apprentice being sent into the underground maze. He could not help but sigh. Why was the kid so unlucky? There was no need to mention how dangerous the underground maze was. More importantly, the underground maze was constantly changing. Unless he was extremely lucky, he could only find Angor at the very center of the maze, which was the last coordinate he needed to find. But could Angor really reach the center of the maze with his small body? This was a fatal question. No matter what, Sunders still liked this new apprentice, so he had to find him. Sunders searched for another day on the surface. After making sure Angor was not on the surface, or dead, he found the entrance to the sewer and jumped in. Water, so thirsty, Angor walked in the desert for an unknown amount of time. He looked into the distance and saw endless yellow sand. Angor kept walking. He did not know why he was walking in the desert, but he had no other choice. He had to walk endlessly. After walking for several months, Angor ran out of food. Even his cowhide water bottle was empty. What should he do? So thirsty, Angor mumbled in a low voice. Suddenly, a drop of water with an alluring aroma fell on his lips. Angor greedily licked it with his tongue. Another drop fell. More. More. I want more. Angor yelled loudly. Angor opened his eyes abruptly. His vision was blurry. A dream. Angor lifted his hand to wipe the moisture on his lips and mumbled to himself. A dream? Moisture on his lips? Angor suddenly realized something and looked up. He saw a flower with a mouth floating in the air above him. The flower was very beautiful. Its petals were dark, but they were shining like stars. It looked as gorgeous as the starry sky, but no matter how beautiful the flower was, it could not hide the fact that the moisture on Angor's lips was saliva from the flower's mouth. Saliva? Angor smelled something sweet in his mouth. He remembered the water droplets that dripped onto his lips in his dream. It was nice and refreshing. However, no matter how fragrant it was still saliva. Angor suddenly felt nauseous. He sat up and vomited violently. But the strange thing was, although the nausea was very strong, he didn't throw up anything. Angor, who was already sitting up, suddenly remembered what happened before he passed out. The feeling of dying was terrible. What was with that wall? He was lucky that the vines pulled him away in time. 1 second later, he would have died here. Angor remembered seeing a flower in the air before he passed out. So, was he saved by this flower? If that was the case, then wouldn't it be inappropriate for him to vomit in front of this flower? If Angor remembered correctly, he only saw water droplets when he yelled thirsty in his dream. Someone else. Oh, another flower was trying to save him. How rude of him to vomit in front of another flower. With that in mind, Angor endured the nausea and thanked the flower in the air. He did not receive any response. However, he sensed that the flower in the air, let's call it Jawflower for now, Angor thought, seemed to be very happy that he woke up. Angor sensed some rustling noises beside him. He turned around and saw a group of Jawflowers that came out of nowhere and surrounded him. The mouthflowers kept jumping around Angor. Every time they did so, Angor could see their roots breaking out of the ground. The roots were the same green vines that brought him away from the wall. So it was the flower that saved him. Angor muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered something. When he was flying toward the wall, he was ambushed by the flowers many times. Angor did not realize it back then. Now that he thought about it, maybe the flowers were warning him to stay away from the wall. Still, Angor was confused. What was with the wall? The flowers did not have thoughts of their own, but Angor could feel their emotions. They seemed to be celebrating something. Are they celebrating that I'm awake, or are they celebrating the fact that I'm awake so that they can stew me into meat? Angor believed the former was more likely. The flowers seemed to be friendly to him. At least, Angor believed that it would be the perfect opportunity for the flowers to do something bad to him while he was asleep. Angor looked at the strange-looking yet cheerful flowers and suddenly felt that they were quite cute. He reached out a hand and touched the petals of one of them. He carefully probed. In fact, he was actually quite nervous about it. Angor was glad to see that the mouth flower did not mind his touch at all. It even acted like a spoiled bird in his hand. The petals tickled his palm. As he touched the flower's petals, he wondered if the mouth flower counted as a monster. Didn't Sunder say that all monsters in the nightmare realm would attack outsiders? Why hadn't he been attacked since he entered the nightmare realm? Of course, the wall was an exception. Angor did not know if the wall was a monster or not. While he was happily touching the mouth flowers around him, he did not notice that the mouth flower with the brightest petals in the air suddenly showed an unhappy expression. As the displeasure spread out, all the mouth flowers around Angor were swept away. They either hopped away into the distance or burrowed into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Angor also sensed the emotion of the flower in the starry petals. Why was it unhappy? Could it be that he wanted to kill him? Angor looked at the flower in the air and felt a little uneasy. He still did not know why the flowers saved him or why they were kind to him. Angor did not think that he was special. He did not think that he was a lucky main character in novels who would get all kinds of beautiful women, treasures, and mythical creatures. He knew his place. That was why he felt uneasy. Angor assumed this black mouth flower was the boss of all the other flowers here, since it could make all the other mouth flowers run away because of its annoyance. He looked at the unhappy flower in the air and did not know what to do. Out of instinct, he reached out a hand to comfort it. As soon as Angor touched the flower's petals, the mouth on the flower stamen immediately broke into a big smile. The unhappiness was gone, and the flower became much more cheerful. Angor looked at the Jawflower King, who was acting like a spoiled child in Angor's hand, just like the other Jawflowers. He wondered if the thing was trying to get rid of Angor's anger because of jealousy. Angor believed that he was right. Looking at the jubilant flowers, Angor was still cautious, but at least he wasn't. "Who are you?" Angor asked in a low voice. The king of the mouth flower seemed to be smarter than the others. It actually answered Angor's question. "I'm a flower." It was very happy. "Why did you save me?" Angor asked. "Don't die." It was a little nervous. "You saved me because you don't want me to die?" The mouth flower's intelligence was limited. It did not seem to understand what Angor was trying to ask. Its answers were always in bits and pieces, and Angor could not find any clues. Angor thought that the question might be too indirect, so he decided to go straight to the point. "Do you like me?" Angor felt his cheeks getting hot. Wouldn't it be too narcissistic to ask that? However, the mouth flower did not understand human thoughts. It waved its petals without hesitation. Yes. It was very happy. Angor felt a little relieved after hearing the firm answer. It seemed the mouth flowers meant him no harm. "Why do you like me?" Angor asked again with his cheeks burning. The mouth flower took a long time to answer this time. "You have the aura of a king." It was a little respectful, but also a little yearning. "The aura of a king? Do I really have the potential to become a proud dragon?" Angor stared at the mouth flower in surprise. He wondered if it had something to do with his talent. Maybe his talent was the kind that could destroy everything in his path, but the next moment, Angor felt that he was hallucinating. The mouth flower took the initiative to answer again. "The aura of a queen. I like it so much." Angor was petrified by the answer. "The aura of a queen? What the hell? Who's the queen?" Angor asked again. The mouth flower waved its petals. Saliva dripped from its mouth, filling the ground with a strange aroma. "The queen is a king." It was a little respectful. "What's the queen's name?" Angor wanted to know. Where did the aura of a queen come from? "The queen is a king?" It was both respectful and confused. Angor asked several more questions, but the mouth flower's answers were all vague. Angor could not ask for more, mainly because its intelligence was too low. It was about the intelligence of a 3-year-old child. In the end, Angor did not give up. "Where is the queen?" "In the king's place." It was a little respectful. Angor had no idea what to do with this conversation. He had to give up. He did not have time to waste on the mouth flower. God knew how long he had been sleeping. The mouth flower did not even know the concept of time. How could it answer him? The most important thing now was to find Sunders. Otherwise, he would not even know how to return to the wizarding world. Angor suddenly remembered that Sunders gave him half of a twisting protozoa before entering the nightmare realm. It seemed to be a ticket to leave the nightmare realm. Angor quickly searched his body and did not lose it. He found the body of the twisting protozoa in his inner pouch. He put away the twisting protozoa and decided to continue his journey. Saliva? Angor tasted something nice in his mouth. He thought about how he kept drinking the water droplets that fell on his lips in his dream. Actually, it was nice and refreshing. But no matter how nice it was still saliva. Angor felt nauseous all of a sudden. He sat up and vomited to the side. Strangely enough, he did not vomit anything despite the nausea. Angor, who had already sat up, suddenly remembered what happened before he fainted. That feeling of near death was terrible. What the hell was with that wall? Luckily, the vines pulled him away in the nick of time. Had it been 1 second later, he would have died here. Angor remembered seeing the flower in the air before he fainted. So, he was saved by the flower. If that was the case, wasn't it inappropriate for him to vomit in front of the flower? If he remembered correctly, the water droplets only came when he shouted "I'm so thirsty" in his dream. Someone else, the other flower, tried to save him, but he vomited in front of the flower. That was so rude. With that in mind, he suppressed the discomfort in his stomach and thanked the flower in the sky. Angor did not receive any response, but he sensed that the Jawflower, let's call it Jawflower for now. It seemed to be happy that he woke up. Angor sensed some rustling around him. He turned around and saw a group of mouth flowers that came out of nowhere and surrounded him. The mouth flowers kept hopping around him. Angor could see their roots poking out of the ground every time they hopped around. Those roots were the green vines that took him away from the wall. Angor mumbled to himself, the mouth flower saved him. He suddenly remembered something. When he was flying toward the wall, he was ambushed many times by the jawflowers. Angor did not notice it at the time. Now that he thought about it, maybe the jawflowers were warning him to stay away from the wall, but he was still confused. What was going on with the wall? The mouth flowers did not have their own thoughts, but Angor could sense their emotions. They seemed to be celebrating something. Are you celebrating that I'm awake, or is it to celebrate that I'm awake so that they can stew me? He believed the former was more likely. The jawflower seemed to be friendly toward him. At least, he believed it would be the best chance for the flower to harm him while he was unconscious. Angor looked at the strange but cheerful jawflowers and felt that they were quite cute. He tentatively reached out his hand and touched the petals of a flower. Angor carefully probed. He was actually quite nervous. Angor found that the jawflower did not mind his touch at all. It even snuggled in his hand like a baby bird. The petals tickled his palm. While caressing the flower's petals, he was thinking about something else. Was the flower a monster? Didn't Sunder say that monsters in the nightmare realm would attack outsiders? Why hadn't he been attacked by monsters since he entered the nightmare realm? Of course, the wall was an exception. Angor still did not know if the wall was a monster or not. Angor happily touched the flowers around him. He did not notice that the one with the most colorful petals suddenly released a displeased emotion. The mouth flowers around Angor all disappeared as soon as he sensed his displeasure. They would either scamper off into the distance or drill into the ground and disappear without a trace. Angor also sensed the emotion of the flower with the starry petals. Why was it unhappy? Don't tell me you want to kill me? Angor looked at the flower in the air and felt a little nervous. He still did not know why the flowers saved him or why they were being nice to him. Angor did not think he was special. He did not think he was a main character in a novel who attracted beauties, treasures, or mythical beasts. Angor knew his place, which was why he was so nervous. Since it was able to make the other jawflowers leave because of its annoyance, this black jawflower was probably the boss of all the other jawflowers. Angor looked at the unhappy flower in the air and did not know how to deal with it. He reached out a hand to comfort it. When Angor touched the flower's petals, the mouth on the flower stamen immediately grinned. The displeased emotion was gone, and the flower looked much brighter now. Angor looked at the jawflower king, who was acting like a spoiled child in Angor's palm just like the other jawflowers. Is this guy doing that because he's jealous? Angor believed he was right. Looking at the joyful flowers, Angor was still a bit cautious, but he was much less worried now. Who are you? Angor asked in a low voice. The king of the jawflowers seemed to be more intelligent than the others. It actually answered Angor's question. I'm a flower. It was very happy. Why did you save me? Angor asked. Don't die. Angor was a little nervous. Did you save me because you don't want me to die? The flower's intelligence was limited. It did not seem to understand Angor's question. Its replies were always fragmented. Angor thought it was too indirect, so he decided to go straight to the point. Do you like me? Angor felt his cheeks getting hot. Wasn't that too narcissistic? However, the flower did not understand human thought. It waved its petals without any hesitation. Yes. It was very happy. Angor relaxed a little when he got the answer. It seemed the jawflowers didn't mean him any harm. Why do you like me? Angor shamelessly asked again. This time, the flower took a long time to answer. You have the aura of a king. There was a hint of respect and yearning in its emotion. The aura of a king? Do I really have the potential to become a dragon? Angor looked at the flower in surprise and wondered if it had something to do with his talent. Maybe his talent was the kind that could destroy everything in the world, but the next moment, Angor thought he was hallucinating. The flower took the initiative to answer again. You have the aura of a queen. I like it. Angor was petrified by the answer. Queen? What the hell? Angor asked again, who's the queen? The flower swayed its petals while drool dripped down from its mouth, filling the ground with a strange fragrance. The queen is the king. There was respect in its emotion. What's the queen's name? Angor wanted to know why he had the aura of a queen. The queen is the king? There was respect and confusion in its emotion. Angor asked a few more questions, but the jawflower only gave vague answers. The main reason was that the jawflower was not as intelligent as a 3-year-old child. Angor couldn't ask for more from it. Angor did not give up. Where's the queen? In the king's place. There was respect in its emotion. Angor had no other choice but to give up. He did not know how long he had been sleeping. He did not have time to waste with the flower. God only knew how long he had been sleeping. The flower did not even have the concept of time. How could it answer? The most important thing now was to find Professor Sunders, or he would not even know how to return to the wizarding world. Angor suddenly remembered that Sunders gave him half a twisting protozoa before entering the nightmare realm. That seemed to be his ticket to leave the nightmare realm. Angor quickly searched his pockets. He did not lose it. He found the twisting protozoa in his inner bag. As soon as he stood up, Angor felt something different about his body. His limbs were full of strength. His joints could move freely. His head felt refreshed. Angor also noticed that his night vision improved a lot. Even without the flashlight, he could still see his surroundings in the dark. All these changes happened after he passed out. Angor was confused. Did fortune after surviving a great disaster mean that he had gone through that kind of unbearable pain? Even though the pain had passed, Angor still shuddered at the thought of it. If fortune after only strengthened his body, he would rather stay weak than go through that kind of extreme pain again. What he didn't know was that his body was not just a little stronger. There was something else going on inside him. He had not become a real wizard yet, so he had no idea how much he gained from this experience. Before leaving, Angor glanced at the wall again. He was afraid of the wall that brought him so much pain, but he was still curious about it. Besides, he did not dare to take the risk again. He was about 100 meters away from the wall. He could clearly see light flashing on the wall. It was just that he could not see it clearly. Whenever Angor tried to take a closer look, he would feel dizzy. He whispered to the mouth flower floating in the air, "Do you know what that wall is? It's dangerous." "Don't go," said the voice with a hint of fear. Angor was even more curious now that even a native said it was dangerous. However, he knew better than to go recklessly. Angor looked at the wall in disappointment. Maybe he would have a chance to decipher it when he became a wizard? Angor thought to himself. He did not know how much time had passed. He was still worried that he might miss his professor on his way back. Suddenly, he looked at the hologram tablet on his wrist and shivered. How could he forget about this? The tablet showed the time. He quickly turned on the hologram and checked the time at the bottom left corner of the screen. August 21st, 1633. The system's time was compiled using Earth's time system, which did not affect Angor's view. He remembered it was the 3rd day of the month of harvest when he came here, which meant it was August 18th in Earth's time system. In other words, he had been unconscious for 3 days. He had already wasted 3 days. He could not afford to waste any more time. He had to find the nearest coordinate as soon as possible. He checked the time and was about to turn off the tablet when he glanced at the camera system on his desk and suddenly had an idea. He remembered that there was a telephoto option in the video recording. As for that strange wall of light, although he couldn't personally go there, he could use a telephoto to see the specific situation. He was a man of action. Without wasting time, he turned on the camera system and started shooting. When he was about 100 meters away from the wall, he selected the telephoto option and began taking pictures of the wall. While recording, Angor also observed the footage. The filming tools of science and technology were extremely powerful. Even the images taken from 100 meters away could be seen as if they were observed up close. The wall looked ordinary in the shot, but upon closer inspection, one could see that there were faint dents on the wall, and there seemed to be streams of light moving slowly around the dents. The wall was filled with dents. When he looked closer, he noticed that the dents formed a large, regular pattern. Is this a rune? Angor wondered. He sketched out the trajectory of the pattern in his mind, but as soon as he sketched out a corner of the pattern, he felt a terrifying aura of unknown origin surrounding him. The next second, intense pain came along with it. Angor quickly stopped tracing the pattern in his mind. Only then did the pain slowly dissipate. Is this really a rune? Shouldn't a rune show up only when it has a beginning and an end? I was just drawing it randomly in my mind. I don't even know where it started, and this happened. Angor was frightened by the terrifying aura. He thought that the pattern might have something important to it. However, he did not dare to think about the details of the pattern. He was afraid that the pain would come again in the next second. The hologram tablet recorded very quickly. Angor quickly checked it again, but he did not dare to look at it carefully. After making sure that he did not miss anything, he turned around and left. That wall was too scary. Angor decided to stay away from it. He did not turn off the recording function on his way back. The tablet still had plenty of battery left, and he hoped to record everything he saw. It was a quick journey back. Angor knew that there were only mouth flowers along the way, so he decided to fly instead of running. Aren't you going back? Angor was a little confused when he saw the mouth flower still following him. The mouth flower waved its petals and spoke in a joyful and worshipful tone. I like you, my king. Angor did not really care. He was adventuring alone in a dark place, and having someone to talk to, even if it was nonsense, gave him some courage. Is this an underground maze? Angor asked. Yes, it is. It did not show any emotion. The mouth flower's answer confirmed Angor's suspicion that he was in a sewer maze. Angor still lamented his terrible luck, but at least he knew where he was. Do you know how to get to the center of the maze? There's a mouth in the center. The mouth flower opened its big mouth and showed its proud emotion. You didn't ask about the center. Angor complained in his mind. He decided to use a different approach. How do I get out of here? When talking to the mouth flower, Angor had to get rid of all the modifiers and only express simple meaning. Get out. The mouth flower's expression was simple. It even shook its root to let Angor know what it was thinking. Angor almost forgot that it was a plant. Well, he only needed to break out of the ground. Angor asked the mouth flower many questions in the next few minutes, but he did not get the right answer 99% of the time. Still, Angor managed to figure out a lot of things from the mouth flower's nonsense. For example, this jawflower that could fly was indeed the boss of the jawflower corridor. Another example was that the mouth flower's mission was to protect the wall. After flying for another half an hour, the darkness around him suddenly disappeared. Angor found himself back at the place where the head monsters were. However, it seemed that the two heads were not here. Angor noticed that there was light here because there was something like an electric lamp above his head. It was as bright as daylight. Now that there was a source of light, Angor turned off his flashlight. Are you going back? Angor asked the mouth flower again. They were already out of the mouth flower's territory. The mouth flower's answer was surprisingly normal this time. I'm going with the king. Angor felt a little happy. The mouth flower did not look strong, but it should be stronger than him. If he and the flower worked together, they might be able to go further. However, before Angor could feel happy, the mouth flower's voice was filled with disappointment. But I'm going to protect the wall. Angor grinned. The mouth flower had learned how to keep people in suspense in just a few hours. The mouth flower meant that it could not go with him. It had to go back and protect the wall. Angor didn't say anything about it. The mouth flower was his savior, and there were many monsters in the underground maze. Angor believed that the mouth flower was stronger than him, but he didn't think it could defeat a monster with a small body like that. Angor thought it would be better for the mouth flower to stay here so that his savior would not get hurt. With that in mind, Angor waved goodbye at the mouth flower and flew away alone. The mouth flower watched Angor leave. Only when Angor's figure was completely out of sight did it slowly return to its territory with a disappointed look on its face. As the mouth flower flew, its body glowed with a green light. Countless giant vines crawled out from the ground and sealed off the tunnel for dozens of meters. The thick vines easily shattered the stone walls of the labyrinth. If Angor was here, he would not think that the mouth flower was weak. After all, even Sunders could not break through the walls on both sides of the maze. After the mouth flower left, the head monster, which Angor thought couldn't defeat the mouth flower, let out a long sigh and quietly jumped out of its hiding place. When it saw the corridor blocked by vines, its eyes were filled with dread. About 10 minutes later, Angor found himself at a fork in the road. He looked at the 3 paths that led to different directions and sighed. Which one should he choose? What would happen next? Would there be monsters? Angor had no idea. He was completely blind right now. It didn't matter to him anyway. He picked one at random, left a mark on it, and kept going. Another 10 minutes later, Angor saw another fork in the road. This time, there were 4 paths. Just like before, Angor left a mark on the path and chose one at random. About an hour later, Angor found himself at a dead end. He had to go back and choose another path. After going back and forth for a while, Angor finally found a path that seemed to be the right one. However, Angor was puzzled by the fact that nothing strange happened along the way. There were no monsters either. According to Sunders, the sewer maze shouldn't be so peaceful. He could only think of it as luck. Besides, he didn't run into any monsters, which saved him a lot of trouble. Little did he know that it wasn't that there weren't any monsters along the way. It was just that he had drunk the jawflower's milk, and his body had been tainted with the jawflower's scent. The scent of the jawflower was terrifying and oppressive to the monsters living in the underground maze. Many low-level monsters would run away when they sensed Angor's scent. That was why Angor was not stopped by any monsters. However, the scent was only effective against low-level monsters. The more powerful ones would not run away just because of the mouth flower's scent. After flying for about 3 hours, Angor finally saw his first monster. Angor stopped at a corner and peeked at the hall in front of him. Not all paths in the sewer maze were tunnels. There were many other environments, such as halls, gardens, and sandy areas. Angor found himself in a large underground hall. The hall was about 12 or 13 meters tall and had a radius of 30 meters. It was beautifully decorated. The floor of the hall was covered with a large carpet with exotic patterns. On the right side of the hall, Angor saw a fireplace, tables, chairs, and bookshelves. But none of that mattered. Angor's attention was fully focused on the giant figure in the center of the hall. It was a blue giant that looked fat and sturdy. He was about 3 or 4 meters tall and had a leather skirt around his waist. He wore a horned helmet on his head and had 3 eyes. The eye in the middle was vertical and there was 1 eye on each side of his cheeks. He had sharp teeth in his mouth and looked particularly terrifying. The blue giant was fighting against a small figure. Angor couldn't see who it was because he was dozens of meters away. He could only see a blurry shadow from afar. It seemed to be a human or a humanoid creature. The only way out was through the hall and a small door near the furnace. But now that there were demons fighting inside, he had no choice but to hide far away. The battle in the hall became more and more intense. The blue giant's physique was terrifying, but its reaction speed and movement speed were not fast. He was toyed around by the small figure, and from time to time, he would be cut by the other party's weapon. However, the blue giant was strong. Even from dozens of meters away, Angor could feel the ground trembling with each jump. After being toyed around for a while, the blue giant suddenly held at the sky, picked up a large rock, and threw it at the small figure. The stone was thrown at the entrance of the hall, so Angor was far away from it. However, the short man was hit by the flying stones. He staggered a few times and was sent flying into a corner not far from Angor. Angor finally saw the small figure's face. Compared to the green giant, the man was indeed small. However, he was also taller than Angor. It was a young man who was covered in blood. Blood was still spitting out from his mouth, which meant he was badly injured. More than half of his face was covered in blood, but Angor still felt a sense of familiarity from his facial features. Gray-green short hair, a handsome nose, and a lean body. Angor felt that he had seen this person somewhere before. Angor was puzzled by the fact that the man didn't look like a monster. Instead, he looked more like a human. Angor was sneaking glances at the man, but he didn't conceal his aura. The terrifying aura of the mouth flower instantly attracted the man's attention. "Who's there?" A cold voice reached Angor's ears. I'm discovered? Angor was startled when he saw the man running toward him with a weapon in hand. Without thinking, Angor turned around and flew into the sky. Angor felt a gust of wind behind him. He looked back and saw the man was also flying in the air. The man was swinging a short staff at Angor. Shit! Angor stomped his foot on the ground and quickly changed direction, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Die, monster! The man with short grayish-green hair swung at Angor again. I'm not a monster. Don't kill me. Angor heard the man's words and yelled. However, the man didn't seem to hear him. He didn't slow down at all. Instead, he sped up. Angor had to dodge again. Luckily, Angor was already familiar with moving in the air after flying for so long. He was much more agile than the man. Monster, don't even think about running away. I'll cut you down. The cold voice reached Angor's ears again. While dodging, Angor thought to himself, what a familiar voice. But he couldn't remember where he heard it before. The blue giant arrived as well. It was puzzled to see another man in the air, and the human it wanted to kill was fighting with him. The blue giant picked up the giant stone pillar in its hand and was about to throw it at them. At this moment, it suddenly smelled a faint fragrance coming from the body of another small person. As soon as the fragrance entered his nose, the blue giant's expression changed drastically. Even the eyes on his cheeks suddenly widened. The blue giant looked at Angor in fear. It glanced at the short man it wanted to kill and stopped attacking. Instead, it slowly retreated back into the hall. Angor was hoping the blue giant would fight with the man so that he could escape. But the blue giant actually gave up? Stop. I told you, I'm a human. A human. Not a monster. Angor yelled. However, the man opposite him did not seem to hear his voice and continued to attack him. Death. Angor muttered under his breath and kept running. Angor was flying faster than his opponent, but he had to change his direction to dodge the attacks, which brought them closer and closer to each other. You're fighting that blue giant. Why did you change your target? Aren't you going to get your revenge? Angor tried to distract the man while running. But it didn't work. The man didn't even blink his eyes. Maybe he was really deaf? Angor thought to himself. Angor turned a corner and looked at the only direction he could go. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. That was a wall, a dead end for him. Behind him was a madman and a deaf man, and in front of him was a dead end. Angor's face turned pale. Was he going to die here? He didn't die at the hands of a monster, but at the hands of a madman? Angor gritted his teeth. He could not run into a dead end anymore. He had to find a way to turn around. However, the lunatic was right behind him. If he wanted to escape, he had to face him head-on. He did not have time to think about other problems. Faced with imminent danger, his mind worked fast. He found an opening, turned around, and stomped on the wall with both feet, trying to use the counterforce to get out of the encirclement. Borrowing the rebounding force, his body seemed to have turned into a sharp arrow, turning back with unparalleled speed. In the past, he would not be able to perform such powerful maneuvers. However, after that near-death experience, his body had improved in all aspects, and he could now perform some difficult moves in different ways. Angor thought he had used up all his potential. When he was about to break out of the encirclement, a shadow of a staff suddenly fell from the sky and smashed at Angor's head. The lunatic saw that he could not catch up to Angor, so he used all his strength to throw the short staff at Angor's head. The staff moved like the wind with a loud noise, which showed how powerful it was. Angor's eyes twitched. If he did not dodge, his head would explode like a watermelon. Angor had no choice. He forced himself to stop and roll to the side, barely dodging the staff. Before Angor could celebrate, the young man had caught up with him. With a cold face, he yelled, "Get rid of the monster," and kicked Angor in the back. After 2 painful screams, Angor was kicked away for more than 10 meters like a cannonball. He hit the wall at the end of the corridor and slowly slid to the ground, leaving cracks on the wall. He felt as if all his bones were broken. He could still think, but the pain forced him to lie on the ground, unable to move. 2 screams? Not only was Angor kicked away, but the young man also screamed in pain and fell to the ground. He created a human-shaped crater on the floor. It seemed he was hurt worse than Angor. Angor was in great pain, but he still paid attention to the situation. Angor knew that the effect of force was reciprocal. When an object exerted force on another object, the object receiving the force would also exert a force on the object exerting the force. The two forces were equal in magnitude and in opposite directions. Therefore, it was normal for the young man opposite him to receive a reaction force, but don't forget that he used his feet to kick. Although there was a rebound force, it was not in a straight line. Through various techniques, most of it could be offset, and he would not receive such a heavy backlash at all. And it seemed the young man was hurt worse than Angor. Angor suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his shoulder. He thought it was a chain reaction caused by the kick. The pain made him roll back and forth, and he wanted to hit the ground with his head. On the other side, the young man seemed to be badly injured, but suddenly, blood chi flashed on the surface of his body, and the blood chi condensed into the shape of a strange beast. If a wizard was here, they would be able to tell that this was a bloodline spell. After the bloodline of a strange beast was implanted into the body would quickly recover by consuming a large amount of the blood chi of the strange beast. When the young man could stand up, Angor was still rolling on the ground in pain. At this time, the young man suddenly saw the humanoid monster with its back facing him. Light spots flashed from its back, and there was a small spot near its shoulder blade. Lines of green lines spread from the small spot to the monster's body. The lines were like vines, and in just a short time, they had spread to the monster's entire back. The lines gave off a terrifying aura. The young man felt it was even scarier than the monster's aroma. That was right. The young man thought the monster was a monster because of the strange aroma. That aroma carried a despairing pressure. It was definitely not a human's aroma. Now, the humanoid monster's body changed again. The green lines gave him great pressure, and he wanted to turn around and run. Any other monster would tremble on the ground when they sensed the aura, regardless of whether it was a high-level monster or a low-level one. Just now, when he was bounced back by the huge force, it was definitely because of these green lines. However, the young man believed himself to be a highly intelligent human. He would not back down even if his heart was pounding. The monster in front of him was still a baby and was injured. He believed that as long as he could overcome the pressure, he could finish the monster off with a final strike. The young man resisted the urge to run and dragged his barely recovered legs toward Angor step by step. Angor also saw the monster's steps and became anxious. He wanted to get up and run, but his legs were too numb to move. Don't come here. You're a human, right? I'm a human too. I'm not a monster. Angor had no choice but to explain his identity to the young man in a hoarse voice despite the great pain. The young man looked at the baby monster in front of him. Its mouth opened and closed as if begging for mercy. The young man snorted. How could a human understand a monster's language? He did not hear anything from the monster. Maybe the monster's voice was too high or too low a frequency for human ears to catch. Angor saw the young man's "I can't hear you" look, which made him feel hopeless. He could only rely on the strength of his back to keep moving backward. However, there was only a dead end behind him. A wall without any gaps. Angor quickly leaned against the wall. The young man was already 5 steps away from Angor. Angor looked at the bloodthirsty young man from such a close distance. While feeling anxious, he also found the man's face familiar. The handsome young man curled his lips and spoke in a cold voice, "Monster, you deserve to die." Hearing the familiar voice, Angor suddenly recalled a scene in his mind. In the scene, someone was also talking to him with the same voice. However, the young man in front of him did not sound friendly at all. The person in the memory spoke with the same cold voice, but with great concern. "Sunders. You're Sunders." Angor cried out the name. It was Sunders. There was no doubt about it. He had the same short grayish-green hair, the same eyes, the same handsome face, and the same body. The man in front of Angor was the younger version of Sunders. The young man's expression did not change at all despite being called out. Only hatred remained in his eyes. Is he really my professor? Why did he become so young? Also, he doesn't seem to be as strong as my professor. He's just like an apprentice. Angor wondered if the man was some kind of monster that was good at disguise. But could monsters speak? And he spoke in the common language. Angor was anxious to tell him who he was, but Sunders did not care. Sunders was already standing beside Angor. He still had that cold smile on his face. He took out a dagger from somewhere and raised it up high. Looking at the familiar dagger, Angor was even more certain of his identity. That was the dagger Sunders used to cut the twisting protozoa in half before they entered the nightmare realm. Angor desperately tried to struggle to the side when he saw the dagger was about to fall. Damn it! Give me a way out. I don't want to die here. Angor yelled in hatred. Sunders looked at the monster screaming and did not feel any sympathy. He picked up the dagger and stabbed down without hesitation. As soon as Angor shouted, the glowing green runes on his back suddenly shrank and returned to their original position. When his voice fell, some things changed strangely, just like his holographic tablet. Before Sunders' dagger could land on Angor's chest, a giant mouth full of fangs suddenly appeared on the wall behind him and swallowed Angor whole. Sunders was left holding the dagger and sticking it into the ground with a confused look on his face. The wall returned to normal after swallowing Angor. Sunders did not care about the dagger on the ground. He touched the wall in surprise. It was flat without any bumps. That giant mouth with fangs that appeared out of nowhere was like a dream. Damn it. It got away. Sunders punched the ground. Angor thought he was going to die after being swallowed by the giant mouth. If he knew he was going to rot in the stomach of some monster, he would rather die in the hands of the younger Sunders. When Angor thought he was going to fall into the monster's stomach full of corrosive fluid, the giant mouth spat him out again. Angor was spat out by the giant mouth and landed on the ground under a wall. He wondered why the giant mouth didn't eat him, but he was relieved that he managed to escape from Sunders' clutches. However, the pain did not ease. He still could not stand up. Angor tried his best to stay upright and looked around. He found himself in the same maze of alleyways. But to his surprise, the alleyway looked a little familiar. On the wet ground not far away, there was a horizontal and vertical Chinese character, N. This was a mark he had written with his finger. Did that mean that he had walked through this alley before? Angor looked at the character and felt a little relieved. He was back at the same place as before, but at least he was sure there was no monster here. He could not even move now. If he was killed by a monster in a strange place, it would not be worth it. At least for now, Angor was lucky. Angor's injuries were much better after one night. The pain on his body lessened a little. The pain on his back, especially, was almost gone. Angor was surprised. He did not use any medicine, but his injuries were mostly healed. Angor was also surprised that he did not bleed at all. Were they all internal injuries? Angor stood up and walked around a little. Apart from some joints that were not damaged, there were no signs of internal injuries. This was a miracle. Could it be that after experiencing the near-death experience brought about by the wall, his body's recovery ability had greatly improved? Angor thought to himself. He checked the time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. After another night, Angor decided to continue his journey. However, there was only one path in front of him, which was the same path he took yesterday. He had to go through the hall guarded by the blue giant to reach the next stage. He tried all the other paths, and they all led to dead ends. This was the only way for him to move forward. Angor's journey, he kept thinking about the younger version of Sunders. Was he really his mentor who had entered the nightmare realm with him? If that was the case, why did he become so young and his strength so weak? If he wasn't, then who could he be? Angor would not believe it if someone told him he was not Sunders. There was too much evidence to prove his identity. But if he was Sunders, would he attack Angor like this? Angor could not say for sure. He did not spend much time with his teacher, so he did not know his real purpose. Still, Angor believed that the younger Sunders was some kind of projection in the nightmare realm. Projected reality might not just be a simple projection of buildings, but it might also be a projection of people. Maybe Angor's projection was somewhere else. Angor pondered. If the younger Sunders was not the real Sunders, he had to find the center of the maze as soon as possible. He still needed Sunders to teach him how to return to reality. I just hope he's not the real Sunders. Otherwise, he would be trapped in this nightmare realm forever. With this hope in mind, Angor flew toward the hall he came from yesterday. It was a peaceful journey. Angor heard some rustling noises from time to time, but he did not see any monsters. When he was about 2 corners away from the hall where the blue giant was, Angor slowed down. He did not know if the young Sunders was still alive, or what happened to the blue giant. Both were unknown. Angor could not deal with either of them. He could only hope that he did not run into them. Compared to the blue giant, Angor did not want to run into the young Sunders even more. The blue giant's body was not suitable for running. Angor's biggest advantage was his flexible movements. Sunders could fly just like him. Even if he was not as agile as Angor, he was still more of a threat compared to the blue giant. Angor knew that most creatures rarely looked up, so he flew to the ceiling and slowly moved toward the hall while sticking close to the ceiling. After passing the first corner, he did not see anything unusual. There were only some traces left by yesterday's fight. The hall was the second corner. Angor moved even slower. He held his breath as he approached the hall. Then, he stuck half of his head out and peeked inside. He quickly noticed something different about it. The decorations in the hall were messy. The blue giant was nowhere to be seen, and there were lots of blood stains on the luxurious carpet. Angor took a closer look and saw the entire hall. The blue giant was not there, nor the younger Sunders. What happened? Did they leave after fighting for a while? Angor thought about it. The blue giant was huge, but the wooden door on the side of the hall was small. The blue giant should not be able to get through. Angor did not see any sign of the blue giant coming toward him. Did the blue giant just disappear into thin air? Angor looked at the wooden door on the side of the hall. It was closed yesterday, but now it was open. Someone must have left through there. Angor guessed that it was the younger Sunders who left. Did Sunders defeat the blue giant and pass the test? Angor did not know if he was right, but he knew he was lucky. Without the blue giant and young Sunders, Angor's safety was greatly improved. He let out a sigh of relief and flew into the hall with a bit of hope in his heart. After a great battle, the hall was much more damaged. Broken stones, blood, and rags could be seen everywhere, which proved how fierce the battle was. Even now, Angor could still feel his heart trembling. There were bloodstains of 2 colors on the ground. One was blue, and the other was bright red. The blue blood should belong to the blue giant, while the red blood, if there was no one else, was 99% likely to belong to young Sunders. The blue bloodstain stopped at a pile of rubble. Angor assumed that the blue giant died here. As for why the body disappeared, either young Sunders took it away, or something else happened. The red bloodstain extended all the way to the wooden door. Young Sunders must have left this place while being injured. The wooden door was the only exit in the hall. It was also the only way Angor found after searching for a long time. He had to leave this place as well. Before leaving, Angor glanced at the bookshelves nearby. As a book lover, Angor would not let go of these books. Besides, he was also curious about what the books in the Nightmare Realm would record. Angor remembered when he was testing his talent in pat matter, he accidentally entered the Nightmare Realm and saw Mr. Bunny reading a book. While hiding behind Mr. Bunny, Angor peeked at the book and found it to be a fairy tale with hypnotic effects. Without realizing it, Angor became the heroine of a fairy tale, controlled by Mr. Bunny. Angor managed to escape in the end, but the danger he faced was not something that could be covered in a few words. Angor was very curious about the books on the shelves in the hall because of the book's miraculous nature. Angor walked to the bookshelf and saw that the books on it were all messed up after the battle. Many books were scattered all over the floor. There were red fingerprints left on the sides of some books. Angor assumed that young Sunders read these books before leaving. But Angor was surprised to see that only some of the books had blood fingerprints, which meant young Sunders did not read all of them before leaving. What did this mean? Did young Sunders lose patience after reading 1 or 2 books because he thought the books here were worthless? With this in mind, he picked up a book that young Sunders was reading. It was a book with a blank cover. Angor opened it and froze. The book was about a basic alchemy method, and a very common one at that. He saw it in Sunders' library before and even recorded it. He checked the hologram tablet and compared the alchemy method he recorded. Sure enough, the text was exactly the same. He picked up a few more books, some of which were read by young Sunders, and some he did not. They were all simple wizardry knowledge, and many of them were the same as Sunders' books. No wonder young Sunders didn't care about it and left after reading a few books. Angor did not refuse any of them. Some of them overlapped with Sunders' collection, but there were also some books that Sunders did not collect because they were too basic. It took him half an hour to record all the books on the bookshelf that he did not record yet. These books were all about beginner wizardry knowledge, which should not be expensive even if he spent money. However, he should save as much as he could. He only had a small amount of magic crystals from Greya, so he had to save them before he found a job. When he finished recording, Angor stretched his body. He looked at the blood trail that extended from the wooden door and sighed. Then, he began his adventure again. Behind the wooden door was an unchanging maze of alleyways. Occasionally, he saw ditches along the edges of the alleyways. These were the city's sewers, after all. But Angor was curious. Why did the ancient wizard turn the sewers into a maze? Following young Sunders' blood trail, Angor reached the first fork after leaving the hall. There were 3 forks that led to different directions. 2 of them had blood in them, while the other one did not. Angor crouched in front of the fork and observed the blood flow. There were 2 lines of blood on the right fork. Young Sunders must have chosen the right fork. But for some reason, he backed out again, and now there were 2 more lines of blood. There was only 1 row of blood on the middle fork, which meant young Sunders went to the middle fork after leaving the right fork. Judging from the color of the blood, young Sunders must have left a long time ago. It had been a long time, but young Sunders did not return. Either there was a monster ahead that killed him, or the fork in the middle was the right choice. Angor had to make a choice. Of course, he eliminated the right fork and chose between the middle one, which young Sunders chose, and the left one, which did not have any blood. The left fork was unknown because no one had explored it before. The unknown was Schrodinger's cat. No one knew if it was good or bad. The middle fork, young Sunders did not return. It might be the right path, or it might lead to a dangerous nest. No matter which path he chose, there would be some degree of danger. Angor stood in front of the fork for a while and finally chose the middle one. Angor didn't mean anything by choosing this path. He simply felt that young Sunders was much stronger than a mortal, even if he wasn't as strong as the middle-aged Sunders. It might not be the right path, but it was better to sit back and enjoy the fruits of someone else's work. With this in mind, he simply chose the path of young Sunders whenever he had to choose a path. After walking for an unknown amount of time and choosing multiple forks, Angor was wondering if he should change his path. Suddenly, he saw the image of a single-eyed smoke ghost on the wall of one of the tunnels. Angor did not feel scared. Instead, he was surprised. The monster in the image was a witch's eye. Before entering the nightmare realm, Sunders mentioned that the witch's eye lived in the central area of the sewer maze. In other words, if he saw a witch's eye, he would not be far from the exit. However, Sunders also added, the witch's eye is cruel and cunning, and they live in groups. With your strength, you'll be reduced to a pile of bones in one go. Sunders was only joking when he said that. He did not think Angor would face a witch's eye alone. Even if Angor was sent to the sewer maze, he would not be able to reach the central area. To Sunders' surprise, not only did Angor make it to the central area, but he also only fought 1 battle from beginning to end. That time, it wasn't a battle with a demonic creature, but a battle with a younger version of himself. Angor did not run into any monsters along the way, so he assumed young Sunders was clearing the path for him. When he saw another fork in the path, Angor did not hesitate to choose the path young Sunders took. He was already in the central area. With young Sunders clearing the path, he might be able to reach the exit. But before he could do that, he heard a scream coming from a corner not far away. Angor looked forward and saw young Sunders. Young Sunders was fighting against dozens of floating shadows. Suddenly, one of the shadows pierced through young Sunders' chest. Young Sunders screamed in disbelief, spat out a mixture of blood and organs, and lost consciousness on the ground. Angor was about to turn around and leave. However, as soon as he moved, the shadows let out shrill screeches and scattered away as if they were scared out of their wits. When the shadows disappeared, Angor saw a large eye in the center of them. It was a witch's eye. The witch's eye disappeared for some reason. Angor planned to turn around and leave. But where could he go? No matter where he went, he still had to find the exit at the center of the maze. Now that the witch's eye was gone, Angor guessed that young Sunders must have used his trump card to scare the witch's eye away. If that was the case, this was the safest path. Angor took a deep breath and exhaled his unwillingness and weakness. He walked forward with firm steps, one step at a time. When approaching young Sunders, Angor slowed down a little. It had only been a day, and young Sunders was covered in wounds. He looked even worse than when he fought the blue giant yesterday. Angor felt a little guilty when he looked at the wounded young man. Maybe it was all thanks to Sunders fighting in the front line that they did not run into any monsters along the way. Angor shook his head. He felt sorry for Sunders, but he had no intention of helping him. Sunders tried to kill him yesterday, and Angor almost died in his hands. Angor did not feel any sympathy for people like this other than his natural pity. Young Sunders closed his eyes and did not move. His cane was scattered on the ground, and so was the dagger that helped Angor confirm his identity. Just in case young Sunders was pretending to be unconscious, Angor slowly approached him and quickly grabbed all the daggers and canes on the ground. Without the threat of weapons, Angor would not be able to defeat young Sunders even if he was faking it. However, it would be much easier for him to escape. With the weapon in hand, Angor looked at young Sunders again. Sunders did not move at all. Angor even noticed that Sunders' chest was not moving at all. Is he dead? Angor picked up the weapons and slowly placed a finger on Sunders' nostrils. There was no breath. He's really dead. Angor looked at the big hole in his heart. There was no way he could survive such a serious injury. Angor finally relaxed his tense body. He was still a little scared of young Sunders. But since the man was dead, he did not have to worry about being chased anymore. However, he was still worried about something. Where did this young Sunders come from? What was his relationship with Sunders' teacher? If Sunders was the real Sunders, Angor was worried that he would be trapped in the nightmare realm forever without Sunders' guidance. If he was not the real Sunders, then who was he? Why did he have the same face, voice, and belongings as Sunders? Angor could not answer the question. Young Sunders was dead again. Even if he wasn't dead, he was deaf and couldn't answer. Forget it. I don't want to think about this anymore. Let's just assume this person is Sunders' projection. This way, I can go to the center of the maze and wait for the real Sunders. Otherwise, he would have to wait for death in the nightmare realm. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he crouched down beside young Sunders' body and searched it. Sunders was dead anyway, and there was no point in keeping the loot, so he might as well take it. However, he did not find anything useful. He even searched the man's underwear but did not find anything useful. Angor shrugged. Luckily, he still had 2 weapons. Before leaving, Angor took one last look at the body on the ground, sighed, and left. Not long after Angor left, young Sunders' body suddenly changed. The outline of the body slowly turned from solid to imaginary lines, then turned into smoke and disappeared as if it never existed. Angor made his way smoothly. After taking several turns, he saw the most important landmark in the center of the maze. It was a fountain with a statue of a child peeing. He could not believe it. How did he reach his destination without encountering a single monster? Angor looked around. It was empty. There was still no monster. Where did the witch's eyes go? Angor saw several witch's eyes fighting young Sunders. Even if they were scared away by young Sunders' desperation attack, witch's eyes were social monsters. Why didn't any of them show up? There were no monsters, and Angor did not have to face any danger. However, he still felt that something was out of his control, which made him feel uneasy. Step by step, Angor walked toward the fountain. There were no monsters on the last part of the path. He reached the fountain without a hitch. Next to the fountain, he could clearly see the expression of the urinating child statue, as well as the ripples on the surface of the water. I really made it here? Angor did not expect to meet up with Sunders at the center of the maze when he learned from the mouth flower that he was in the underground maze. But he did not expect that he actually made it here. And he was here even earlier than Sunders. Angor looked around and checked his surroundings. He did not see any monsters, but he still needed to familiarize himself with the place. Otherwise, he would need to be prepared whether to run or hide. He could see the entire area. It was not too big. Apart from the fountain in the center, there were only 4 benches around it. As for the exit of the underground maze and the strange channeling method book, Angor did not see anything. That's strange. It was such a small place. Where was the channeling method that the instructor mentioned? Wasn't it supposed to be a book? Why didn't he see anything? Was it hiding in some corner? But this place was all flat ground. There was no place to hide. Puzzled, he looked around. As he expected, there was no space to hide anything. The only thing that stood out in this area was the statue of the peeing child. Angor inspected it carefully. As a noble child, he had an eye for art. The statue in front of him was very lifelike. It must be the work of a famous artist. The topless child was holding his penis with his hand while laughing happily. A stream of water came out from his penis and merged into the fountain. The wrinkles on the skin, the texture of the silk, all showed that the carving was done by a master. Coupled with the interesting creativity, anyone who saw the statue could not help but smile. No matter how Angor looked at the statue, it was a perfect piece of art. There was nothing strange about it. Angor looked around several times but still did not find any place to hide the book. Strange. Where were the channeling method and the exit of the maze? He searched the entire area, except for Angor looked at the fountain again. Did he hide it in the water? The fountain was built on top of the ground, so Angor could not see what was going on inside without jumping. Angor pushed himself off the ground and jumped into the air to observe the water from a high place. There was not much water in the pool. There was only a thin layer of water vapor rising from it. The child's pee fell into the pool and created several white splashes that looked like ripples. Angor didn't find anything unusual. The water looked normal. The bottom of the pool was made of white tiles. He could see the bottom of the pool at a glance. Angor circled to the other side of the pool and realized something was wrong. On the side of the pea statue, there was something that looked like a doorknob extending from the base of the statue. Angor thought to himself. Is it inside the base of the statue? With this question in mind, Angor flew to the base of the statue and pulled on the knob-like protrusion. As the doorknob was pulled open, a hole about 1.5 meters tall and slightly higher than the water level appeared in front of Angor's eyes. There was no light in the hole. Angor turned on his flashlight and saw a staircase. Angor's eyes suddenly widened. There was a staircase, but it was not going down. It was going up. Imagine a small staircase at the base of a statue. The staircase was going up, which meant there should be a way up. However, Angor circled around the statue several times and found nothing. There was not even a single obstacle. That was strange. The path seemed to be built out of thin air and extended to an unknown space. It was like the legendary path to heaven. It did not appear on the surface and reach the other side of the world. Angor, who believed in science under John's tutelage, would be dumbfounded right now. However, after studying in Sunders' library, Angor now had his own understanding of certain mysteries. Maybe this is some kind of spatial technology, like a passage between planes? Angor pondered. Angor looked at the unknown passage and wondered if he should go in. He finally found a passage, so of course he wanted to go in and check it out. But he was alone now. Who knew if this passage led to the outside world? If he stepped in, he might miss meeting his mentor. But if he did not go inside, he would feel itchy again. He learned a lot in the nightmare realm. If there was a channeling method inside, he could record it with his hologram tablet. According to Sunders, the channeling method was very special. Even if you memorized it, you would forget the content after leaving the nightmare realm. If he used the holographic tablet to record it first, he wouldn't have to worry too much even if he forgot about it when he returned to the real world. If he waited for Sunders to enter together with him, he would not expose his hologram tablet, which meant he could not record anything. Of course, the channeling method book Sunders had been longing for hundreds of years was behind the door. If the door led to the exit of the underground maze, he would miss Sunders if he stepped inside. this was why he was hesitating. To enter or not to enter was a difficult question. In the end, Angor gritted his teeth. In the cruel and realistic wizarding world, one would never make it if he did not fight hard and press forward with an indomitable will. The great waves wash away the sand. If you don't die at the front, then you drown at the back. Only those who are not afraid of the waves can find a way out when they are at the peak of the waves. With this thought in mind, Angor no longer hesitated. With a determined look, he bent down and entered the wooden door at the base of the statue. The door was not high, so Angor thought the passage inside would be narrow. To his surprise, when he stepped on the stairs, he did not feel narrow at all. He could not even feel the distance to the top. Both sides of the stairs were covered in endless darkness. Even his flashlight could not penetrate the dark mist. It was like a chaotic space. Only the stairs under his feet told him about its existence. He walked for about 10 minutes and still did not reach the end. Angor silently calculated the distance. If the height of the stairs was the same as the distance outside, he should have left the underground maze. 2 minutes later, he saw light ahead. Angor squinted his eyes and looked up. He saw another narrow wooden door. The door was open, and light came out from inside. Angor quickly walked to the door. He did not step inside immediately. Instead, he looked at the other side in confusion. He thought the door was the exit, but it did not seem to be the case. There was no end to the stairs. With the light from the door, he could see that the stairs were still spiraling upward. He did not know where the end was. The wooden door was only the middle of the staircase. Angor lowered his head and looked inside the door. There was a small room behind the door. There were light pipes like those in the underground maze above his head, which brightened up the whole room. Angor looked around. There were many things inside. There was a bed, a table, and a cabinet. It seemed someone used to live in this room. Angor could not see clearly because of the angle. However, he did not see any traces of monsters in the room. So, he decided to check it out. Maybe the channeling method his professor mentioned was inside. Angor bowed and stepped through the door. He purposely looked outside, worried that the stairs outside would disappear after he entered the room. Obviously, he did not need to worry. There was no change inside or outside the door. The stairs were still there, and the wooden door was not closed. Angor finally felt relieved. He began to search the small room. The room was not big. The table, chair, and bed took up a lot of space. The furniture was all made of wood, so Angor could easily tell if there was something wrong. The only place in the room that could hide something was the bedside cabinet. However, the cabinet was locked. Angor was glad that he had young Sunder's dagger. Otherwise, he would not be able to open the cabinet with his bare hands. With the dagger in hand, Angor did not spend much effort to open the cabinet's lock. As soon as the cabinet was opened, a rotten smell that had not been exposed to sunlight for a long time came out. Angor frowned and looked inside. There was a piece of clothing and a green book inside. As soon as Angor touched the robe, it turned into ashes and disappeared. As for the book with the green cover, there were also traces of wormwood characters, but they were not serious. Angor carefully took the book out and gently placed it on the table. There was a row of words on the cover of the book that he did not recognize. He opened the book and saw the same words. Angor had never seen this kind of writing before. However, after flipping through several pages, Angor made a guess based on some dates and notes. This book must be something like a diary. The number of things written on each page was different, and there was the same footnote at the top of each page. Angor guessed that it was the date. Since it was a diary he did not understand, it should not be the strange channeling method book his professor mentioned. With this in mind, Angor recorded the contents of the book. He did not understand it yet, but he might be able to decipher the words when he returned to the wizarding world. There might be something strange in the book. It was something from the nightmare realm after all. After recording, Angor did not put the book back. Instead, he left the wooden door. Not long after he stepped on the stairs again, the green book on the table suddenly disappeared, and the lock on the bedside cabinet returned to its original state. If someone opened the bedside cabinet now, they would find that it was the same as when Angor first saw it. The clothes did not turn into ashes, and the book was still there. Everything here seemed to be frozen in time. Angor was still climbing the endless stone stairs in the dark. On the other side, a figure suddenly appeared at the center of the underground maze. It had been 2 days since Sunders entered the underground maze. He ran into countless monsters along the way, most of which he had to avoid. Finally, after 2 days, Sunders reached the center of the underground maze. His gentlemanly suit was now wrinkled after several days of hard work. There were even holes and bloodstains at the joints. It was obvious that he had a hard time getting to where he was today. Sunders recalled all the dangers he encountered along the way inside. How long could his young student last if he was really teleported into the underground maze? 1 minute? Or 2? Ever since he entered the underground maze, he ran into monsters every minute. Most of them were not strong, but that was only in comparison to his own strength. If Angor ran into them, he would have no chance of survival. As for how long Angor could last in the underground maze, Sunders could only calculate in seconds. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought about how his new apprentice died in the nightmare realm. He valued Angor's talent, but sometimes luck was also important. It seemed Angor was just an unlucky kid who had talent but no luck. As for the possibility that Angor was still alive, Sunders never thought about it. Even Sunders himself ran into several life-threatening situations. For example, when he was fighting against a monster with a flying head, he accidentally stepped into a dark tunnel. It was the glutton flower tunnel, which scared him so much that he quickly ran back. Although he ran very fast, he was still scratched by the thorny vines of the glutton flowers. The reason why there were holes and bloodstains on his clothes was because of that encounter. Even Sunders himself almost died, let alone Angor, who was still immortal. Reaching the center of the underground maze did not mean they were safe. There was still one more obstacle. Sunders looked at the dense crowd of witches' eyes inside. There must be at least 1,000 of them. Witches' eyes were low-level monsters, but it was still quite a sight to see so many of them gathered together. Sunders thought to himself. Maybe some high-level monster invaded and reduced the area where the witches' eyes could move? Otherwise, why would these witches' eyes gather in one place, against such low-level monsters? Sunders simply waved his cane and unleashed a torrent of mana to cover the area in front of him. A minute later, Sunders crushed the last witch's eye and walked toward the center, leaving a pile of corpses behind. When he reached the statue, there was no trace of the monster behind him. Angor looked at the familiar statue. The child's face was happy, but he sensed a bit of sarcasm in it. He planned to get the channeling method book with Angor's talent, but it seemed he had to go back empty-handed again. This was the 6th time Sunders came to this place in hundreds of years. Are you mocking my incompetence? Sunders looked at the smiling child statue and spoke in a low voice. Sunders sighed at the repeated failures and hopped to the edge of the pool. He walked to the back of the statue and prepared to go to the place where the channeling method was. Regardless of whether he would return empty-handed or not, he still wanted to take a look at the channeling method. Maybe there would be a miracle this time and he would remember it. Suddenly, Sunders froze. The door at the base of the statue was open? Sunders stared at the open door in disbelief. The buildings in the nightmare realm were all miraculous. No matter how you tried to destroy them, they would always repair themselves. Just like how he wanted to shatter the statue of the peeing child with a single punch, but he didn't do so because the statue would quickly recover. With such a feature, destroying the statue was a waste of effort. The door at the base of the statue was the same. Even if it was opened, the door would close itself soon. Unless, there was a creature on the stairs of hanging prison behind the door. Otherwise, the door would not stay open all the time. There's a creature on the stairs of hanging prison? Is it a monster that accidentally broke in? Or, a human? The image of a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes flashed in Sunders' mind. The probability of a monster breaking in was not high. So, could it be him? Angor, I hope it's you. Sunders' disappointed expression suddenly turned into a smile. He jumped and entered the door at the base of the statue. Angor was still climbing the stairs. He did not know that his cheap teacher had also entered the same staircase. Angor climbed for a long time and still did not see the end. The hologram tablet showed that he had been climbing for about 3 hours. During this time, Angor also saw many rooms beside the stairs. The furnishings in the rooms were similar to the first room, but the items in the bedside cabinets were different. Apart from the first room, which had a green book, the other rooms all contained daily necessities. Most of them had already rotted and turned into ashes. Angor did not find anything valuable so far. Not far away, Angor saw another door that was emitting light. Angor was already used to this. According to the pattern, he would find a room every 10 to 15 minutes. As usual, Angor entered the room and searched for treasures. At first, he was still excited about finding treasures. But after searching through dozens of rooms, he calmed down a lot. The furnishings were all the same. No matter how excited he would still feel tired after finding nothing. This room, however, brought him a little surprise. The small room's furnishings had changed. It was no longer as simple as the previous room. Instead, there was an extra bedroom. The furniture was still the same, but the room was much bigger. Angor did not find anything in the living room. He went to the bedroom and saw the same bedside cabinet beside the bed. This one had 2 layers, which gave it more storage space. Angor picked the lock and opened the top layer. There were several pieces of clothing that would definitely be eroded by the wind. His eyes lit up when he saw something in the lower cupboard, because there was a tied-up sheepskin scroll inside. Angor carefully took out the scroll. It felt warm and solid. There was no sign of erosion. He untied the rope of the sheepskin scroll and tossed it onto the bed, slowly unfolding it. Soon, a strange image appeared in front of him. It looked like a map, but it was drawn inside the body of a monster. The monster seemed to be a humanoid creature. It had hands and feet, and it was in a strange posture. Angor did not know what was inside the scroll, but he did not want to miss it. He took a video of it and was still not satisfied. He even put the scroll into his pocket and prepared to take it with him. In the next 2 hours, Angor saw more than 10 rooms with 1 bedroom and 1 living room, all of which had 1 bedroom and 1 living room. It was just like the difference between the lower workers' room and the middle talents' room back on the Redbud. So, the rooms here are arranged like this too? Angor guessed that there might be rooms bigger than this, which corresponded to the apprentices' rooms on the Redbud. Angor looted a lot of things from these rooms, including weapons, glass bottles with unknown contents, and several alchemy items. However, these things, including the parchment scroll, all disappeared soon after he left the room. Angor did not know what happened, but it was a fact. In the end, he could only dejectedly attribute this phenomenon to the nightmare realm. Another hour later, Angor's guess was confirmed. The room beside the stairs was bigger now. It had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. There was an extra room. He didn't find anything useful in the new room. The extra room seemed to have been used as a storage room by the previous owner. When he opened the door, he saw a pile of dust and rotten clothes on the floor. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Angor had no choice but to continue his journey again. In the next few hours, he found many rooms with new patterns. Occasionally, he would find some items with unknown purposes. Even if he took them away, they would disappear after a while. Books were the most useful things for Angor. He could take away the contents of books with the recording function of the tablet, but not the other items. He even checked the books he recorded in the tablet and found that the content was still there, which meant he could take them away with him. With this conclusion, Angor had a better idea of what to do next. He did not take anything strange. He only recorded items with recording functions, such as the runes drawn on vases, the words in unknown parchments, murals, books, and so on. In this way, his progress was greatly improved. 2 hours later, Angor came to the end of the stairs. There were 2 light holes at the end of the stairs. One was the exit of the stairs, and the other was a wooden door near the exit. Angor did not plan to leave. He only glanced at the exit and focused on the wooden door on the other side. Looking at the wooden door, Angor knew that this was the last room he could loot. For some reason, Angor had a strong feeling that the special channeling method book his teacher mentioned should be in this room. This room was obviously different from the other rooms Angor visited. The door was twice as high as the others, about 3 meters high. Angor did not need to bend down to get in. With an uneasy feeling, he stepped into the last room at the end of the stairs. As soon as he entered the room, he was dazzled by a golden light. He took a closer look and realized he was standing in a long corridor that stretched as far as the eye could see. The golden light was because the floor was paved with gold bricks, which formed a nice reflection of the candlelight. Before Angor could react, he saw the candlesticks on the wall. They were also made of gold and embedded with precious gems. The large luminous pearl in the candlesticks blinded his eyes. Angor walked along the corridor. Apart from the luxurious candlesticks, he also saw precious oil paintings on the walls. The paintings had different styles. There were beauties, birds and beasts, idyllic scenes in the countryside, and stormy seas. The contents of the paintings were different, but Angor could not help but admire the quality of the paintings. They were definitely the works of top-notch masters. Even an ordinary person would be able to feel the rich emotions gushing out from the paintings. Each oil painting was a priceless treasure. But in this corridor, the paintings were displayed so openly without being categorized by style. They were placed randomly. The painting on the left was meant to express gloomy emotions in the wind and rain, while the painting on the right was meant to express a positive attitude towards life. They were completely different styles, but they were placed in the same place. Obviously, the owner of this place did not understand the emotions in the paintings. Angor guessed that the original owner of this place wanted to go for a luxurious style. That was why the floor was paved with gold bricks, molded with gold, embellished with gems, and even used famous paintings to decorate the place. However, he did not know that such a forced mixture of styles was a waste of time. Angor kept shaking his head. He could not agree with the taste of the original owner of this place. After passing through the dull corridor, Angor arrived at a spacious main hall. There was a long table and chairs in the center, with corridors on both sides. Behind the main seat were stairs that led to the second floor. The hall was still decorated in a luxurious style. There were many rooms and exits in different directions. Angor took a quick look around the hall and did not find anything useful. He then went to the second floor. There were corridors on both sides of the first floor, but Angor did not put them as his first choice. From his experience, the corridors on the left and right were usually servants' rooms, kitchens, and bathrooms. The real master's room was usually in the higher floors. Of course, Angor was not sure. The original owner of this place was too eccentric. Who knew if there would be any anti-traditional decorations? There were 3 rooms on the second floor. The first 2 were bedrooms. Judging from the style of the bedrooms, one was the master's room, and the other was probably the room of the original owner's daughter. Angor found some notes in a small drawer in the girl's room. What surprised him was that the notes were written in the universal language. "My dear Margaret, I miss you so much. Even if the forest is full of miasma, even if the city is full of guards, even if the stairs of hanging prison is full of evil, nothing can stop me from thinking about you. When I miss you, the flowers are swaying, the birds are singing, the wind is blowing, and my heart is throbbing. Oh, Marguerite, you are so beautiful as the moon in late September, shining on my humble heart, as beautiful as." Angor only read a small part of the note, and he already felt goosebumps all over his body. This was a completely mushy love poem. Angor guessed that the owner of the room was Margaret, and the note was a love poem written by one of her admirers. Angor took out several more notes. They all seemed to be written by the same person. The handwriting was exactly the same. Apart from the same mushy feeling, Angor did not find anything useful. To sum up these notes, it was probably, "I know you don't love me, but it's enough as long as you know that I love you." Basically, it was a love poem written by a one-sided lover. Soon, he reached the last note, which contained only a few words. "Oh, Margaret. The great change has happened. We must leave immediately. I love you, my dear." Great change? Angor looked at the word and recalled the ruined garden maze shown by Sunders in the crystal ball before entering the nightmare realm. Was it because of some great change that the Garden of Labyrinth was abandoned? There was another line of words below the note. However, the handwriting was written by someone else. It was even more delicate and beautiful, with beautiful cursive writing. "I love you too, Augustine Noah." The beautiful handwriting was probably written by Lady Margaret. However, it seemed that this note wasn't sent back, so perhaps Augustine didn't know that Margaret also had feelings for him. And this unspoken love was buried here forever, never to see the light of day. Angor recalled a scene in his mind. Two lovers who loved each other but could not express their feelings clearly for various reasons. In the end, a great change separated them forever. Love did not bear fruit, but withered feelings were precious. This series of notes told a short but romantic story of a two-way crush. But it did not end well. Angor sighed. Fate always makes fools of people. He put the notes down and stopped paying attention to them. No matter how he felt, he was just an outsider. Nether City was unearthed tens of thousands of years ago, which meant this sad love story was at least tens of thousands of years ago, or even earlier. There was no point in dwelling on a story that was already covered in dust, was there? There was not much useful information in the notes. He needed to search somewhere else. Angor searched Margaret's room again. He did not find anything useful, but he did have some doubts about certain details. Since he stepped on the stairs, he had been to many rooms. Apart from some special items, everything else had rotted away due to time. However, he did not find any traces of weathering in this room. Even the table was as clean as new. The silk quilt on the bed was smooth and cool with a faint fragrance. Clothes, makeup powder, plaster. These easily damaged items did not deteriorate at all. It was just like how Margaret was dressing up in her room just a moment ago. Was it because time favored this place, or was it because the nightmare realm projected reality? These were all difficult questions. At least, Angor could not figure them out no matter how hard he tried. He left Margaret's room and went to another room. Judging from the style of the room, this should be the room of the previous owner. Angor searched the room for a long time without finding anything. Still, based on his years of living in a noble family, he believed that the bedrooms of big families should have places to hide their valuables. His dead father had a secret room in his bedroom, which was used to store valuables. He did not find anything valuable, but he did not stop. He kept looking for more items. In the end, he really did find a secret passage. This secret passage was located under the bed. Opening a rectangular cover, there was a seemingly deep secret passage. Angor entered the tunnel and soon arrived at a sealed space. It wasn't big, only about 3 or 4 cubic meters in size. There was a bookshelf inside, as well as some items of unknown use. Angor assumed this was where the owner hid his treasures. With a tinge of excitement, he walked to the bookshelf first. There were 3 rows of bookshelves, each of which was filled with books. Angor picked one randomly, Notes on Extracting Precious Materials 1. It's actually an alchemy book? And it's a book that the instructor didn't collect? Angor thought to himself. He flipped through a few pages and found that the book contained extremely advanced alchemy knowledge. It was definitely not a simple alchemy book. Angor took out several more books, all of which were related to alchemy. Many of them were rare books that were not collected in Sunder's library. Angor was delighted. This was an unexpected gain. After recording all the books in the bookshelf, Angor realized how valuable they were. Some of the alchemy theories could only be applied by legendary or even higher-level wizards. These books were definitely valuable. Angor wondered who the owner of this place was to be able to collect so many alchemy books. After recording all the books, Angor was in a good mood. He went to another section where items were stored. He did not recognize these items before. But while recording the books, he learned some alchemy knowledge. Most of the items here were related to alchemy, and they were all of excellent quality. Unfortunately, Angor could not take any of them away. Not to mention whether it would disappear inexplicably just like the things in the room earlier. Moreover, these alchemy tools were very big. Could it be that he had to carry them with him? Angor had no choice but to give up. Still, this did not affect his good mood. He was already happy with all the valuable books he collected. Angor left his bedroom and went to the last room on the second floor. This room was on the left. According to the tradition of nobles, this room had the best location among all the rooms. Angor was looking forward to this room the most. When he pushed the door open, the first thing he saw was a large bookshelf. Angor's eyes brightened up. He didn't expect the last room to be a study. The room was simple. A bookshelf, a table, and several oil paintings hung on the wall. Of course, he rushed to the bookshelf right away. But when he opened the shelf and flipped through a few books, he was disappointed. There were indeed a lot of books on the bookshelves. However, most of them were official documents about Nether City. Among them, there were construction approval letters, gardening letters, and books related to the layout of traffic roads, city defense facilities, and so on. These scattered documents filled the entire bookshelf. He sighed and put all the books back where they were. He did not find anything useful, but at least he learned that this city was not called Garden of Labyrinth. It was a good thing. Angor also had some guesses about the identity of the owner of this place. Someone who could write such important documents should be someone with an important position. Maybe even a core member of the management of Nether City. But none of this mattered. Nether City had already become a ruin in the real world. Angor closed the window and slowly walked to the table in the study. He noticed an open book on the table as soon as he came in. There was also a quill stuck in ink beside it. It seemed that someone had been writing something on the table. He sat on the chair and picked up the book. The book was a notebook, and there were traces of writing on the opened page. However, the owner seemed to have only written half of it, and for some reason, he did not continue writing. He turned the notebook to the first page to see what was written on it. When he saw the first line of words on the first page, his eyes widened. Singularity dispersive meditation, it was actually a meditation technique? This was the first meditation method Angor saw in the nightmare realm. It happened to be in the center of the sewer maze. Was this the special channeling method his professor told him about? Angor was excited. If this was really the channeling method Professor Sunders mentioned, this would be the starting line of his future path as a wizard. With this in mind, Angor decided to keep reading. He suddenly remembered what his professor said. Even if he could memorize this channeling method in the nightmare realm, he would forget it when he returned to the wizarding world. Angor was not in a hurry to read. He used the hologram tablet to record every page before reading from the beginning. Singularity is the beginning of everything, and also the end of everything. Tens of thousands of planes, overlapping worlds, they all start from singularities. Singularities have infinite density, infinitely distorted spacetime, and chaotic to the point of almost nothingness. They represent everything in the universe. Mental models constructed with them as the starting point have inconceivable effects. Angor frowned after reading the first 2 pages. Singularity dispersive meditation's theory was impressive. He did not understand it at all. However, it was precisely because it looked so powerful and gave people a false vision of boundless prospects that he was very skeptical about whether it could really achieve the realm that the author had described. That's like bragging, Angor mumbled to himself. He shook his head and kept reading. Angor turned a few more pages. The rest of the book was much more normal. It began to talk about how to clear one's mind, how to suppress thoughts, and how to build a stable spirit model in one's mind. About clearing one's mind, suppressing distracting thoughts, and building a model, these were the key steps to becoming an apprentice. The book recorded a rather unique method, which was much more advanced than the channeling methods Angor saw in Sunders' library. Angor kept reading. The book began to describe how to build a spirit model. Angor's eyes glowed again when he saw the first step. This method used a 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method. As everyone knew, it was very easy to deviate a spirit model in one's mind. For example, the first starting point, if its original position was shifted 1 centimeter to the left from the position you constructed, it could cause a lot of mistakes in the future. It was also very likely that it would cause the compatibility to drop. The so-called 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method divided one's mind into 36 regions, each of which had its own space coordinate system. Then, using the coordinates, the mind could be expressed point to point, line to line, or face to face. This way, one could avoid the drawbacks of the current mainstream method of constructing a spirit model. However, this method also had great limitations. It was not suitable for everyone. First, to use this method, one had to be proficient in big data calculation, number induction and sorting, and coordinate system calculation. This was not difficult for wizards who had reached the limit of thinking. But for mortals, it was a great challenge. Only the most talented of geniuses could pass this first test. This was because it wasn't a simple calculation, but rather a precise integration of data starting from 10 decimal places. Only a first-rate agile mind could withstand it. Moreover, this kind of data thinking ability had to be summarized by oneself. Others could not help you. Because everyone's data is different, if you want to make your own data accurate, you have to sort it out yourself. Even an official magus would not be able to help you and could only watch from the sidelines. With just this one point, the ability to think with data had already eliminated 99% of the talents. However, it didn't mean that the remaining 1% would be able to use the 36-dimensional space coordinate system positioning method. It still needed to meet a higher requirement. Secondly, one had to be extremely sensitive to space. This required talent. Where should the spiritual model be built? Was this a real space? Not really. It was constructed in the mind space, which was a space that did not belong to reality. It was more like a model constructed in another dimension. Therefore, one had to have a very high spatial sensitivity to meet this requirement. After all, one's thoughts could not be concretized and could only rely on talent. Only those who had both the ability to think with data and a talent for spatial cognition could use the 36-dimensional space coordinate system positioning method. Because it was suitable for too few people, this method was eliminated long ago and lost. Angor didn't expect to find such a method in this place. This method was not as difficult as he thought. Apart from his excellent data analysis ability, he also had the help of the hologram tablet. Even if he did not have a talent for spatial cognition, he could still use the tablet's built-in program to create a spatial model. Angor was sure that with the help of the tablet, he had an 80% chance of successfully learning this channeling method. Angor kept reading the rest of the book. Most of the content was about the data of the coordinate quadrant points of the spirit model. He had not started training yet, so he did not need to pay too much attention to it. While he was enjoying the book, the writing stopped abruptly. The book was only half written. The rest of the pages were all blank. Angor also noticed that the author's handwriting on the last 2 pages was very messy. It seemed the author was in a hurry. Even so, only half of the channeling method was written in such a hurry. Angor put down the unfinished channeling method book with regret. The author did not include the rest of the book, but judging from what was written down, this channeling method book was extremely valuable. Based on the author's brief words, Angor did some calculations and found that this half-finished spirit model had a minimum compatibility of over 30%. Sunders once said that the best channeling method in Brute Cavern, Monta's octahedral channeling, only had a minimum compatibility of 13%. In other words, this half-written singularity dispersive meditation was the best channeling method Angor knew so far. It was a pity that the book only recorded a small part of it. If this was the whole book, it might have a minimum compatibility of 60% or more. Thud, 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 as Angor was thinking about this, he suddenly heard rhythmic footsteps coming from outside. The sound of footsteps echoed in the air, carrying an inherent and familiar frequency. Angor was surprised. The rhythm sounded like Sunders' footsteps. Angor often heard Sunders' footsteps when he was reading in the library, so he was very familiar with them. The unhurried yet oppressive footsteps were unique to Sunders. Was Sunders here? Was it the real Sunders? Or was it another young Sunders? Angor did not know, but he strongly hoped that it was the real Sunders. Otherwise, he would not even know how to leave the nightmare realm. Angor also considered the possibility that it was not Sunders outside, but an auditory hallucination or some kind of monster. The possibility was not small, but Angor's instinct told him that it was Sunders who he had been waiting for a long time. He began to feel uneasy as well. On one hand, he hoped it was Sunders. On the other hand, he was afraid that it was just an auditory hallucination. While waiting, he turned off the recording function of his tablet. Ever since he went through that strange wall, he had been using it all the time. Angor considered for a moment, then took the tablet off his wrist and put it back into his pocket watch. If it was Sunders outside, with his great memory as a wizard, he might notice the crystal chip suddenly appearing on Angor's wrist. Angor decided to hide the tablet first to avoid exposing it. As the footsteps approached, Angor's heart began to beat faster. The footsteps did not go straight to the study. Instead, they went into another room first. Angor considered and decided to go out and see who it was. If it was not Sunders but a monster, it would be easier for him to escape in a spacious hall. With that in mind, Angor stood up abruptly. As he stood up quickly, the chair he was sitting on naturally slid back and hit the wall, making a bang sound. In the quiet space, this sound was very clear and pleasant to the ears. Even Angor himself was startled by the sudden noise. "Who is it?" A deep and hoarse voice came from the next room. The familiar voice immediately reminded Angor of Sunders' image. Unlike the younger version of Sunders, this one sounded more mature. Could it really be Sunders? "Is it Angor?" The person left the room and walked to Angor's study. Angor was glad to hear his name. He tried to ask, The door of the study was pushed open. A handsome man in a black gentleman's suit stood at the door. He looked at Angor, who was sitting in front of the desk, and raised an eyebrow. "It really is you, Angor." Seeing the figure at the door, Angor's anxious heart somehow calmed down. It was Sunders. The same Sunders who entered the nightmare realm together with Angor, not the young Sunders who killed without batting an eyelid. Sunders walked closer and saw the notebook on Angor's desk. He smiled gently. "So you found this channeling method book before me. Have you read it? What do you think?" Angor could not hide his excitement when he saw the only person he knew in a strange world. He even spoke with a grin, "I did. It's great. Too bad it's only half." Sunders did not comment. Instead, he picked up the notebook and flipped through it. All the memories hidden in the nightmare realm came back. His memory of the channeling method came back as well. After a quick glance, he remembered everything. 30% is the best channeling method I know so far. It doesn't have a follow-up, but the first half of it is already a great treasure. Sunders sighed. "However, let's put aside the channeling method for now. Let's talk about you first." Sunders put down his notebook and stared at Angor. "Talk about me?" Angor did not understand what his professor meant. Sunders smiled and lifted Angor's blonde hair. "Just as I thought, you entered the nightmare realm with your soul." "Wait, what's this?" Sunders' expression suddenly changed. He quickly moved several meters away from Angor and stared at him in confusion. "Who are you?" Angor was puzzled. "I'm Angor." "Angor?" Sunders snorted. There's no way Angor could reach this place with his strength. "Sir, your aura is as profound as the sea. Why do you pretend to be Angor?" "My aura is as profound as the sea? Pretend to be, me?" Angor was completely confused. He had no idea what Sunders was talking about. "Professor, I'm Angor. I was teleported to the underground maze as soon as I entered the nightmare realm. It took me a lot of effort to get here," Angor said in a wrong tone. The disbelief in Sunders' eyes was clear for all to see. Angor had no choice but to explain himself over and over again. In the end, he almost cried. Sunders looked at Angor's eager expression and was also confused. Angor did not look like he was lying. But why did he feel such a powerful aura? Sunders did not even feel such pressure from the great being behind Greya. Sunders also noticed that apart from the terrifying aura, there was also a faint fragrance in his nose. Where did it come from? Speaking of the terrifying aura, Sunders did not feel it when he was far away. However, when he got closer to Angor, he realized that the aura was unceremoniously entrenched on Angor's body. Any creature that came close would release endless pressure, making them want to run away. "You're Angor?" Sunders still sounded doubtful, but his tone was much more certain than before. "I'm Angor." Angor nodded vigorously. To prove himself, he even took out the half of the twisting protozoa from his inner pocket. Sunders looked at the half of the worm, then gave Angor a thoughtful look. In the end, he no longer doubted Angor. Instead, he suppressed his discomfort and sat down on the other side of Angor's chair. "Tell me about your experience after entering the nightmare realm. How did you find this place?" Sunders tapped the table lightly with his finger. The rhythmic tapping sound carried an unknown power, which quickly calmed Angor's slightly shaken mind. "I entered the nightmare realm and appeared in the underground maze." "Looks like you're not very lucky, Angor." Sunders crossed his legs and relaxed his tense expression. "But you're lucky enough to make it here." Angor continued, there were two monsters at the place where I appeared. They only had heads, red eyebrows, big eyes, but only one eye. They had nostrils without a nose bridge, and thick white beards. They looked quite scary. I was worried that the two monsters would attack me, so I flew into the sky to hide. But they didn't seem to want to attack me. Sunders thought for a moment and said, one-eyed heads? You must be talking about flying heads. They're low-level monsters, but they're quite strong. Sunders put on an amused expression. You couldn't have avoided them even if you flew into the sky. Flying heads are the best at flying. But it's strange that they didn't attack you. So they can fly too. Angor mumbled to himself. He suddenly asked, Professor, I can fly after entering the nightmare realm. What's going on? Sunders said, this is the talent problem I wanted to talk about. You entered with your soul, which is not a physical body. It's normal that you can fly. I entered with my soul? Angor looked at Sunders. Correct. You entered with your soul. We'll talk about your talent problem later. Go on. Angor nodded. But he had some doubts in his mind. If he really entered with his soul, then what about the hologram tablet? Could it be that the things he recorded were all fake? Would it all disappear when he returned to the wizarding world? He did not show his uneasiness on his face. Instead, he continued to tell Sunders everything that happened along the way. Apart from hiding the hologram tablet, he did not lie. The flying heads didn't chase me. In order to confirm my location and find the coordinates you left for me, I chose a random direction. But the tunnel I chose was very strange. After walking for a while, I realized that there was no light inside. It was so dark that I couldn't see anything. You're saying you entered a completely dark tunnel? Sunders gave Angor a strange look. Yes. It was too dark. I had no choice. I couldn't tell the direction, so I had to fly around in the dark. Angor hid the flashlight from the hologram tablet. Then I kept flying for a long time until I arrived at a strange place. Kept flying? No monsters tried to stop you? Sunders was so surprised that his voice became a little higher. Like vines? Vines? Are you talking about mouth flowers? Oh, the mouth flower is a name I came up with myself. It's a flower with a mouth. It's quite interesting. Their roots are vines, and they saved me once, Angor explained. Jawflower. Sunders repeated the name and grinned. That's a pretty good name. Sunders crossed his arms and looked at Angor carefully. Tell me more about this jawflower. How did you see them? They didn't attack you? Angor tried to recall what he should say and what he should leave out. After a while, he said, I couldn't see anything in the absolute darkness, so I had to hold the wall and fly in one direction. Along the way, I sensed some strange thoughts. Right, I sensed it, not heard it. Anyway, it's a very strange feeling. The thoughts were messy, but they were mostly telling me to stay or not to go forward. But I didn't listen to them because I was scared. I didn't know where they were coming from, so I kept flying forward. In the end, something happened to me. I saw a glowing wall. Angor explained everything that happened after he ran into the wall, including how he almost died from the pain, how he was dragged out of the wall by a vine, and how he saw a mouth flower floating in the air after he fainted. A strange wall? And the glutton flower saved you? Sunders looked even more confused. Glutton flower? Is that its real name? Angor asked. Sunders nodded but did not explain further. Let's put the glutton flower aside for now. Tell me more about the wall. The glutton flower tunnel was the most terrifying place in the nightmare realm. Sunders never dared to go there. But now, he found that his new student not only entered the tunnel, but also reached the deepest part of it. Sunders' interest was piqued. The wall was glowing, but because I was too far away, I couldn't see what was glowing. Once I got within 100 meters of the wall, I would feel extreme pain, so I don't know what it was. Angor paused. I used the light to see what the flower looked like. Angor purposely explained how he saw the flower so that he could hide his flashlight. But Sunders did not notice this detail at all. All his attention was on the strange wall and the glutton flower. Is there anything else about the wall? Sunders asked in a hurry. Anything about it? Angor considered. Jawflower, no, glutton flower. So the strange emotions I felt along the way came from those flowers. Those gluttonous flowers didn't have high intelligence, but that floating gluttonous flower was quite smart. It could talk to me simply. It told me that they were planted there by their owner to guard the wall. Sunders recognized the floating glutton flower right away. It was the glutton flower king. A legendary monster at least. Then I asked who its owner is and what the wall does, but it didn't answer me. Maybe it didn't want to tell me, or it didn't understand my question, Angor said. Sunders nodded and thought to himself, so the wall is really a valuable treasure. Maybe the most valuable item in this area. Anything else about the wall? Angor had already told him everything he knew, but Sunders still did not give up and asked one more question. Nope. Angor shook his head. Sunders raised an eyebrow. You're hesitating, Angor. Tell me what you're hesitating about. Angor considered and said, there's something else. I don't know if it has anything to do with the wall. After that near-death experience, I was saved by the glutton flower, but I still fell unconscious. I don't know how much time had passed, but when I woke up, I discovered something strange. I found that my physical condition was surprisingly good, and I was full of energy. My motor nerves had greatly improved, and even my night vision had improved a little. I don't know if it has anything to do with the wall. Or maybe it's because the floating glutton flower fed me its saliva. When he mentioned the glutton flower's saliva, he gagged out of instinct. Nothing came out of his mouth. You can't vomit. You're a soul now, so your body's reaction won't affect your soul. For example, have you eaten anything these days? No, right? You can't feel hunger. In your soul, Sunders explained with a smile when he saw how Angor was about to throw up. Angor understood what was going on after hearing Sunders' explanation. So it was because he was a soul. No wonder he couldn't vomit and didn't feel hungry for days. And, he didn't bleed when he fought against young Sunders. This was because he didn't enter the nightmare realm as a real body. Sunders remained silent for a moment and continued, you said your body condition improved, but it's because your soul became more solid. Maybe it has something to do with the wall. You're lucky this time. Once we leave the nightmare realm, go and test your spirit power. I'm sure it'll improve. It wasn't easy for wizards to cast spells in the nightmare realm. Sunders didn't waste his mana to check Angor's spirit level. Still, he could tell that Angor's spirit level had improved by a lot. The improvement of one's spirit power was a great fortune. Even Sunders was a little jealous. Is it because of the wall? Isn't it the saliva of the glutton flower? Angor asked. You didn't drink the saliva of a glutton flower. It's the essence of the glutton flower lord. Sunders suddenly smiled. Now I know how you managed to reach this place safely. The glutton flower king's aura will keep low-level monsters away from you. No wonder I smelled something nice on you. So that's why. Something nice on me? He lifted his arm and sniffed it. Indeed, there was a faint aroma coming from it. When will this aroma dissipate? Will it still be there when we get back to the wizarding world? Angor pulled a long face. He didn't want to smell like that all the time. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not, Sunders shrugged. Sunders shrugged. Don't worry. Flora will envy you to death if she knows. Besides, the essence of the glutton flower lord is a rare soul-nourishing treasure. Not only can it heal your soul quickly, but it can also keep your spirit highly active for a short time. It's a priceless treasure. Don't complain about it. The side effects will go away sooner or later. After explaining the effect of the essence, Sunders continued, that wall helped a lot. You suffered a lot, but it also improved your spirit power. If it's a treasure that can continuously improve your spirit power, it's worth a lot. When you get stronger, I'll go with you to the wall next time we enter the nightmare realm. Maybe we can solve some of your problems. Sunders patted Angor's shoulder. But first, those glutton flowers must still be friendly to you. Otherwise, we'll be turned into fertilizer in less than a minute. Turned into fertilizer in less than a minute? Angor looked at Sunders in surprise. Glutton flowers are that strong? Angor knew the flower was stronger than him, but he didn't expect Sunders to praise it so highly. Even Sunders couldn't last more than a minute? That's ridiculous. It was such a small flower, but Angor thought it was cute. There are at least 20 forbidden areas in this area projected by the Nightmare Realm. Even I don't dare to enter them easily. The most dangerous of them all is the Glutton Flower Tunnel. This tunnel is the dark one you mentioned. It's filled with countless glutton flowers. Sunders continued, glutton flowers are mid-level monsters. Compared to wizards, they're as strong as advanced apprentices at best. I can handle tens or hundreds of them. But you should know that there aren't just a few glutton flowers in the tunnel. There are millions of them. I don't want to face so many of them. Also, there's a glutton flower king in the tunnel. It's the floating flower. You only have the scent of the glutton flower king on you, and you managed to reach here safely. That's how powerful it is. Sunders didn't talk too much about the glutton flower king. For such a great magical being that surpassed the legendary level, even the mere mention of the other party could cause the other party to sense it. So glutton flowers are that powerful? Angor exclaimed. He still had questions about them. There's one thing I don't understand. Why can I sense their emotions? Sunders didn't really care about that. Because they want to communicate with you. That's why they show their emotions to you. They don't care about people who don't want to talk to them. This only means that Angor is welcomed by the glutton flowers. It's strange. Why didn't the flying heads attack you after you entered the Nightmare Realm? Why were the glutton flowers so friendly to you? It's normal that no monsters attacked you since you have the scent of the glutton flower king on you. But the flying heads didn't attack you at the beginning either. That's strange. Angor had his own doubts. He thought he was lucky enough to avoid monsters that attacked him. But it seemed there was more to it. Actually, I asked the gluttonous flower king a similar question, but its answer was very strange. Oh? Strange? How strange? He blushed a little when he heard the answer. It said I have the queen's scent on me. Queen's aura? Sunders was also surprised. He had many guesses, but he did not expect the answer to be so strange. Sunders circled around Angor for a while and even sniffed at him. The profound aura on your body is undoubtedly from the gluttonous flower king's saliva. I can't sense anything else. Sunders was also confused. What's with the queen's aura? Was that why the glutton flower and the hovering head did not attack him? Was that why they were so friendly? In the end, there was no useful answer to this question. Sunders could only attribute it to Angor's special talent. Alright, let's skip this question first. So you left the gluttonous flower tunnel and did not run into any monsters. That's how you found this place? Angor shook his head. It was not as smooth as Sunders thought. You have the essence of glutton flower lord on you, so there shouldn't be any low-level monsters coming for you. Even mid-level monsters wouldn't do anything to you. Did you run into a high-level monster? Sunders was surprised by Angor's reaction. Angor glanced at his teacher. His teacher had a handsome face and a mature charm. He was thinking about another Sunders in his mind. Sunders' appearance did not change much when he was young. However, his temperament was not as calm and steady as before. Instead, it was arrogant and unstoppable. Apart from the fact that they did not talk much, they did not look alike at all. What are you thinking about, Angor? Sunders asked. Angor collected his thoughts and looked a little absent-minded. I didn't run into any high-level monsters. But I did run into someone. Someone? Who? Angor did not answer right away. Instead, he took out a dagger and a short black cane from his waist and placed them in front of Sunders. Sunders' pupils shrank when he saw the items. He quickly picked up the dagger from the table and looked at the undamaged edge, the white strip wrapped around the handle, and the familiar pattern on it. He was stunned. There was a pattern on the scabbard of the dagger, a long sword with 2 wings, stabbed into a rose of thorns. He pulled out the dagger and saw a line of small, flowery words on the back of the dagger, eternal glory of the rose. Thorny rose dagger. Sunders muttered. The dagger was not an alchemy weapon. It was a weapon of his family when he was immortal. The pattern on it was the family emblem, and the words on it were the family motto. As a mortal weapon, Rose of Thorns could cut through iron like mud. However, the weapon was basically useless after Sunders became a wizard. He only carried it with him as a memento. Sunders looked at the dagger in his hand and slowly took out a dagger from his pocket. The two daggers were placed side by side. Apart from the different degree of wear, they looked exactly the same in terms of appearance, material, and size. How can there be two identical daggers? Sunders was shocked. Sunders put down the dagger and picked up the other black cane. He also carried an alchemy wand with him, but it was made by a master alchemist from Floating Mech City. It was longer and of a higher level. The short black wand in his hand was just a basic alchemy wand. There was a flame symbol on one side of the wand. The symbol was the totem of Brute Cavern. This was obviously a standard wand of Brute Cavern, which could be purchased with credit points. It was one of the most common types of wands. However, Sunders was familiar with the wand. Angor took it out. The familiar scratches brought him back to 200 years ago. It was the time before he became a wizard. As an apprentice, Sunders did not have a strong background. He had no one to rely on. He had to fight for everything he had with his own hands. He still remembered how he struggled day and night to find his destiny, and how he was so close to death countless times. This magic wand had followed him for a very long time. Until an accident, when the wand was damaged in a fight. It could be said that the wand was a memorable one for Sunders. But 200 years ago, he collected the wand's materials and completely disappeared from the world. However, he never thought that he would be able to see this magic wand again in his lifetime. He put down the wand and looked at Angor again. Who was it? You saw me? Sunders was surprised. Angor nodded. He then told Sunders everything that happened after he met young Sunders. From the blue giant to fighting young Sunders, and how he was saved by a giant mouth for no reason. Sunders already had some guesses when he saw the dagger and the short staff. Now that Angor told him about it, his theory was confirmed. He took a deep breath and said, I always thought the Nightmare Realm could only project dead objects. I didn't know it could also project living creatures. Sunders recalled his experience in the Nightmare Realm. Almost every time he met a monster, he never encountered a human. He always thought the Nightmare Realm only projected dead objects from a certain time period. He never thought that the Nightmare Realm could project living creatures as well. If that was the case, could dead people be projected as well? Did this count as another form of resurrection? Sunders had another question. If young Sunders was not killed by the witch's eye, would he be able to meet young Sunders again? Would there be some kind of time paradox when the two selves met? Sunders thought about many things. Until now, he had a deeper understanding of the Nightmare Realm. The outer area of the Nightmare Realm was already so mysterious. What would happen in the inner area and the core area of the Nightmare Realm? Was there really a dead soul living in some corner of the Nightmare Realm with a strange identity? Angor saw that Sunders was thinking, so he did not disturb him. After a while, Sunders sighed and said, the Nightmare Realm is really a strange place. The deeper you go, the less you understand it. Angor felt the same. It was his second time here, but the mysteries of the Nightmare Realm still made him shudder. Teacher, when I was fighting with you when you were young, I was almost killed when a giant mouth swallowed me. Was that a monster too? Angor asked. Sunders shook his head. I don't know. Maybe. It wanted to save you, which means it didn't want you to die here. So you either have a special talent, or your identity. Angor knew what Sunders meant even though he did not finish the sentence. He always thought he was just lucky. But judging from all the details, there seemed to be a mysterious power helping him. Compared to Sunders who had to fight all the way here, Angor's journey was more like a relaxing excursion. Even if he ran into young Sunders, the giant mouth would help him. Even when he ran into a witch's eye, the monster only screamed and ran away. Angor did not encounter any danger along the way except for the wall. Sunders suddenly thought of something. He looked at Angor and said, You saw me flying? I'm talking about the younger me. Angor nodded. When he fought against young Sunders, the man was fighting in the air just like him. However, Angor felt that young Sunders' flying skills were not perfect. Otherwise, how could he not catch up with Angor? After receiving an affirmative answer, Sunders suddenly fell silent. Strange. I lost my memory of the first time I entered the nightmare realm, and Angor met my younger self again. More importantly, he saw me flying. Sunders pondered for a while. A moment later, Sunders seemed to have figured something out. So the young me you met was me when I entered the nightmare realm for the first time. When you first came to the nightmare realm? Angor repeated with a doubtful tone. As for why I'm so sure, there are two reasons. First, when we enter the nightmare realm, some mysterious power will interfere with our brain temporarily. Sometimes, it will block a part of your memory, sometimes it will add a new memory, sometimes it will make you lose a certain emotion, sometimes it will amplify a certain emotion, and so on. There are many ways to go about this. When I entered the nightmare realm this time, I lost a part of my memory. This memory. The memory of when you first came to the nightmare realm? Angor asked. Sunders nodded. That's right. I don't think the nightmare realm can create a person out of thin air. The young me you met must be the me in the memory I lost. It sounds awkward, but it does seem to make sense. But you said some mysterious power will interfere with our brain. Why didn't I feel anything? Angor asked. Sunders shrugged. Maybe you've lost your memory too. But it's something insignificant, like the food you ate on a certain day, the dream you had at night, or the wind you blew in a certain year. These uninteresting memories won't affect you even if you lose them. Oh. Angor was a little doubtful, but he still agreed. Back to the topic. There's another reason why I said you met me when I first came to the nightmare realm. He paused and looked at Angor again. We'll talk about your talent then. My talent? Wasn't he talking about young Sunders? Why did he talk about me? Angor was puzzled. As you can see, young Sunders can fly, just like you. The reason is that when I first came to the nightmare realm, I also entered as a soul. As a soul? Angor quickly looked up at Sunders. I know you've been wanting to ask me why I took you as my student. Sunders patted Angor's shoulder. It's not complicated. Your talent is exactly the same as mine when I was young. My talent is the same as mine when I was young? Angor understood what he meant. So Sunders' talent was different from his teacher's? Our innate talent is actually a very special kind of innate talent. It's not recorded in books. Maybe there were people who had similar talents in history, but they didn't even know they had them. Until the nightmare realm appeared hundreds of years ago, when I accidentally entered it and realized how special it was. I call it the nightmare soul body. Nightmare form was the name Sunders gave himself. The so-called nightmare entity referred to the natives of the nightmare realm. There was no passage that led directly to the wizarding world. To enter the nightmare realm, one needed more luck than strength. However, nightmare form could create a semi-passage that connected to the nightmare realm due to its special nature. Just like the natives of the nightmare realm, they could come and go at any time. Using your soul to enter the nightmare realm is the characteristic of a nightmare form. Souls can fly in the nightmare realm. That's why when I heard your story in Barbie's restaurant, I knew you're the nightmare form I've been looking for a long time. You've been looking for a long time? Aren't you a nightmare form too, Professor? Angor wondered. You'll find out soon enough. Sunders continued to talk about the semi-passage. When a soul enters the nightmare realm, as long as it establishes a connection with the nightmare realm, it can use this connection to re-enter the nightmare realm. This is the so-called semi-passage. The semi-passage sounded familiar to Angor as if he had heard of it before. Angor pondered for a while and suddenly remembered something. A primer to enter the nightmare realm? You remember now? That's right. This semi-passage is the primer to enter the nightmare realm. The wound on your soul's back is the primer. You can consider it as an unformed semi-passage. So you're saying a semi-tunnel can be created if someone's soul is injured in the nightmare realm? Angor wondered. That sounded like child's play. You can think of it that way. But the wound on your soul is actually a coordinate to the nightmare realm. There are other steps to create the semi-passage. When you're strong enough, I'll tell you about them. After explaining the nightmare form, Sunders suddenly looked at Angor. However, your talent is somewhat different from the rest. Sunders recalled when Angor took a red rose from Little Red's hand in Barbie's restaurant. Back then, Angor's action shocked both Flora and Sunders. Little Red was not in the real world. She was in a small section of the nightmare realm that was cut off from the real world. It was not the real nightmare realm, but Little Red's location still had some characteristics of the nightmare realm. The nightmare realm had three major properties: projecting reality, reflecting illusions, and creating reality. Creating reality did not only mean projecting something from the real world into the nightmare realm, but also bringing something from the nightmare realm to the real world. However, no matter if it was bringing something into or out of the nightmare realm, the person had to be in the nightmare realm first. Angor was in Barbie's restaurant, which was the real world. Not only did Angor touch Little Red in the real world, but he also took the red rose from Little Red's hand. This meant that he could interfere with the nightmare realm in the real world, even if Little Red's nightmare realm was not a complete one. However, it also meant that Angor was special in some way. Different, Angor repeated the word, but he did not understand it. Sunders continued, once a civilization is born in any world, it won't take long for social classes to appear. I think nightmare forms are natives of the nightmare realm because they can create semi-tunnels to enter and leave the nightmare realm. I used to think that nightmare forms only have one function. But after meeting you, Angor, I realized, maybe nightmare forms have social classes as well. Those who can create semi-tunnels are social classes, those who can interfere with reality are social classes, and those who can create reality are also social classes. These classes are very strict and cannot be surpassed. Your nightmare body should be at a higher level than mine. Sunders suddenly grinned at Angor. For example, you're a queen, and I'm a soldier. Queen. Angor curled his lips. He did not know how to respond to Sunders' joke. Angor began to digest all the strange theories he had just heard. He did not know how long had passed, but he still could not figure it out. Sunders chuckled. Don't overthink it. It's just my guess. Because there were no records of the nightmare body, you could only experiment step by step. Maybe my guess is wrong, or maybe it's right. You want me to do the experiment alone? Are you not going to help me? Sunders patted his sleeves and took off his white gloves, revealing his slender and fair hands with bulging veins. Angor had no idea what Sunders was doing. Next, he placed his palm on the back of Angor's hand. A warm and moist feeling passed through the skin on the back of his hand. Do you think I'm a nightmare form now? Sunders grinned. He touched his face and put his palms together. They were cold to the touch. However, Sunders' palm felt warm, which was completely different from his own. You can feel the temperature, but you're a soul body, so you can't heat up. I came here with my body, so I have body heat. You don't. Sunders put on his white gloves again and showed a regretful look. Early on, I was greedy for power and sacrificed my talent. Later, when I entered the nightmare realm, I turned into a solid body and could not even use the semi-tunnel. From that day on, if I want to enter the nightmare realm again, I have to find Greya and use the twisting protozoa. I took you as my student because of your talent, and also because I don't want to go looking for Greya all the time. You know how tiring it is. Sunders told Angor the real reason why he took Angor as his student. Of course, some of it was utilitarian. However, Angor felt relieved when Sunders was being so generous. At least he did not have to worry about Sunders' ulterior motives day and night. The matter of talent had come to an end. Sunders picked up the Singularity Dispersive Meditation on the table. This channeling method is very rare. Try to memorize it first. When we leave, take it with you. Perhaps with your talent, you can make it become real and manifest it in the real world. Angor nodded. He already recorded it with the hologram tablet, but after hearing Sunders' words, he doubted that the tablet he entered with his soul was actually fake. He took the Singularity Dispersive Meditation and decided to memorize it himself since the tablet would not work. While Angor was reading, Sunders did not stay idle. He began to loot around. If Angor could really bring special items out of the nightmare realm, it would be better to bring as many as possible. There was a precedent for bringing items from the nightmare realm to the wizarding world. However, the items that could be taken out were all random. You couldn't take whatever you wanted. For example, if you packed an entire bag of gems in the nightmare realm, you might only leave one gem behind when you returned to the wizarding world. Or if you found a pile of mithril in the nightmare realm and turned it into a pile of mithril in the wizarding world. These were all random, but there was always something to be gained. Unless the item you took from the nightmare realm was extremely special, in which case, you might not be able to take anything away. Singularity dispersive meditation was such a special item. Angor had a good memory. It only took him about 2 hours to memorize the entire singularity dispersive meditation. He looked up and did not see Sunders in the study. He put away the channeling method and walked out of the door. As soon as he reached the hall, he saw Sunders walking out of the corridor on the left with a potion bottle in his hand. TSK. Only a bottle of potion of austere night. Looks like we're not so lucky today. Sunders tossed the bottle to Angor. This thing can increase the limit of your spirit power, but only for the first time. If you can bring him back to the wizarding world from the nightmare realm, the potion is yours. Too bad. Apart from the channeling method, there is nothing else valuable. Sunders sighed. But even if there is something valuable, you might not be able to bring it back to the wizarding world. That's all for now. If your talent is good enough and you can bring everything back, you can always come back and loot them next time. Sunders was planning to use this adventure to test Angor's talent limit. Angor suddenly remembered the secret room under the master bedroom. There were a lot of alchemy books there. But it seemed Sunders did not find them. Angor wanted to tell Sunders about it, but he decided against it in the end. The secret room in the master bedroom was very obvious. Sunders should have found it. Maybe he found it and just did not want to say it. Angor did not point out the thought. He would pretend he did not find it either. Sunders sat down on the table in the center of the hall and asked casually, "You finished?" Angor nodded. "Then let's pray we won't forget it when we get back to the wizarding world." "Are we going back to the wizarding world now?" Angor asked. He really wanted to go back to the wizarding world as soon as possible. He always felt uneasy in the nightmare realm. His trip to the nightmare realm went smoothly, but for some reason, he felt that something terrible would happen if he did not leave this place as soon as possible. Of course. The longer you stay in the nightmare realm, the more dangerous it will be. Sunders took out half of the twisting protozoa and took the other half from Angor. Returning to the wizarding world from the nightmare realm is similar to how we came in. We also need a catalyst. These 2 parts of the twisting protozoa will be the catalyst for our return. Sunders put the 2 parts of the twisting protozoa back together. Next, strange spatial ripples spread out from the remains. Just like when he first entered the nightmare realm, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear in the air. They slowly spread and merged together. Before the tunnel completely appears, you still have some time to search around and try to bring more things back to the wizarding world. Ordinary items have a higher chance of materializing. You can take more if you want. Everything you get will be yours, Sunders said to Angor as he stood in front of the crack. Sunders' suggestion reminded Angor of something. He was going to leave anyway, so he might as well bring more things with him. With that in mind, Angor began to wander around the hall. The hall was resplendent. The floor was still made of golden bricks, which gave the place a luxurious look. Sunders searched for a long time but did not find anything special. Angor did not intend to search for anything special. Instead, he planned to bring something valuable or interesting back to the wizarding world. Gold and silver accessories were valuable in the eyes of mortals, but they were not worth much to supernatural beings. After some consideration, Angor decided to bring a painting back to the wizarding world. Works of art such as oil paintings varied from person to person. Even among wizards, there were those who loved paintings and were willing to spend a lot of money to buy famous ones. Angor once read about a strange wizard named Magic Painter in a wizarding journal. He was an occult wizard who could connect 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional worlds with his paintbrush. He was a wizard who walked the path of truth. He loved painting so much that famous painters from many planes used to paint for him. He even spent a lot of magic crystals on a famous painting. Because of this, he decided to take one of the paintings with him. The value of art could only be maximized by those who understood it. Gold and silver were only fixed assets that could not be changed. The corridor at the entrance of the house had the most paintings. Angor did not hesitate to go there. Sunders saw Angor heading outside and did not ask anything. He only reminded Angor, 3 minutes at most, or you'll stay here forever. Understood. Angor ran to the corridor. He already checked the oil paintings on both sides of the corridor, so he had a good idea of what to do. He headed straight for his target. Half a minute later, he arrived at the painting he was looking for. This was a painting of Traveler under the starry sky. Under the bright starry sky, under the boundless sky, a traveler wearing a white hood had his back to the picture. He was looking at the fluttering cotton in the air, and no one knew what he was thinking. The theme was quite common. It was a sentimental painting. The details were well done, and the meaning was profound. It was definitely a masterpiece by a famous painter. It was one of the best paintings in the corridor. Angor felt homesickness in the painting, which made him miss his hometown. So, he chose this one without hesitation. The word floating referred to a wanderer. When Angor looked at the painting, he always felt that he was floating in the air. He did not know when he could return to his hometown. Angor put down Traveler under starlight and prepared to go back. After taking a few steps, his gaze suddenly moved to a painting. Huh? Did I see this painting just now? It was a very common painting. It depicted a female shepherd milking her cows on a grassland. The style of the painting was not bad. It should be by a famous painter as well. However, maybe the painter was not in the right state of mind, so some parts were blurred. Angor believed that he could make a simple copy with his oil painting skills. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that he did not remember seeing this painting when he first came here. Angor thought for a while but still could not remember where he saw this painting. His hologram tablet had recorded videos on his way here. If he had enough time, he might be able to confirm whether this painting was real or not. But time was limited, and Sunders was nearby. Angor did not dare to take out the tablet. Still, Angor was taught by John to observe his surroundings since he was a child. The training was to capture details and combine them with self-realization, so that he could gain inspiration and opportunity from everything. Angor was good at picking up details. He did not have any concrete evidence to prove that the painting was real, but he had a general idea of its authenticity. Angor did not know what happened to a painting he had never seen before. If it was a feature of the nightmare realm, why only this painting changed? Angor was still thinking when he heard Sunders' voice from afar. Angor, it's almost time, got it? I'm coming. Angor looked at the milking shepherd in front of him. He thought for a moment and took it down. He held one painting in each hand and rushed back to the hall. Sunders glanced at the paintings in Angor's hands. An oil painting. Smart choice. People who like it will like it. Time to leave. Just like when you came in, wait until the cracks are all over the place, then just rush in. Sunders took out 2 items from his pocket and tossed them to Angor. A dagger and a short cane. They were the items Angor got from young Sunders. Take these and see if you can bring them back to the wizarding world. Yeah. I hope I can bring everything back, Angor said. I hope so. Sunders did not comment. As long as he could bring the channeling method book back to the wizarding world, he did not care about anything else. The nightmare realm consisted of different regions. Some were as big as worlds, while others were as small as grains of sand. Nether City was located at the outermost region of the nightmare realm. A giant figure rose from the center of the nightmare realm and flew toward Nether City at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, Angor felt his heart pounding. An ominous feeling made his limbs go cold. Angor looked around anxiously. Sunders frowned. What's wrong? Angor shook his head and took a deep breath. I don't know why. I feel something bad is going to happen. Usually, Sunders would not believe such omens unless they were told by an astrology wizard or a prophet. But at this time, in this place, Sunders somehow believed Angor's premonition. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions came from nowhere. When the sound spread into the hall, it actually shook the floor. Sonic boom? A high-level monster is coming. Sunders quickly realized what was going on. He looked at the spider web that was about to take shape and grabbed Angor's hand. We have to leave now. Angor didn't know what to do. He was dragged toward the space fissure by Sunders. At this moment, the entire hall suddenly collapsed, and everything was destroyed in an explosion. The two of them turned around and saw a faint silhouette in the distance, that attack came from so far away and even destroyed the entire hall? Disbelief was written all over their faces. The stairs of hanging prison is broken. Who is he? Sunders was puzzled. But there was no time to think about it. They both jumped into the space crack. When 80% of Angwar's body was inside the crack, a hand grabbed Angwar's left ankle. The fingernails were long and strangely curved. The back of the fingernails was covered in black and red nail polish, which looked extremely gloomy. Angwar felt like he was about to be dragged away. Suddenly, Sunders grabbed Angwar tightly and pulled him back. The sudden acceleration allowed Angwar to escape from the hand's grip. Next, Angwar saw the space crack slowly closing. Before the crack closed, he heard an angry roar. After a moment of weightlessness, Angwar felt a strange, jumbled feeling from top to bottom. Compared to the itchiness he felt when he entered the nightmare realm, this jumbled feeling was like mixing clear water with muddy water, which made him feel uncomfortable. Angwar guessed that his soul left his body when he entered the nightmare realm. That was why he felt the itchiness. But when he returned to the wizarding world, his soul returned to his body, and his clear soul returned to its muddy state. It was normal for him to feel the strange jumbled feeling. When his body and soul completely merged together, Angwar slowly opened his eyes. Yo, little brother Angwar, you have quite the hobby. You brought back 2 paintings, Flora's clear and eerie voice echoed in the room. Paintings? Angwar looked down and saw himself sitting on the floor with a picture frame under each arm. They were the 2 paintings that he had taken from the long corridor. One was Traveler Under Stars, and the other was Milking Shepherd. Angwar did not have time to check the paintings. His mind was filled with the image of the hand that grabbed his ankle. Angwar looked up at Sunders. Sunders was standing beside Flora. He looked a little tired, but he did not look so bad. His clothes were a little messy though. Sir, was it a monster in the end? Angwar asked impatiently. If it was a monster, why was it a human hand that grabbed his ankle? So, was that demon a human? Or was that person a projection of a certain wizard, just like young Sunders? Sunders pondered for a moment as if he was recalling the attack when he left the nightmare realm. After a while, Sunders slowly spoke, I don't know. I did not see its face. But, to be able to break the stairs of hanging prison from such a long distance, the attacker must be something. Perhaps a legendary. What? The stairs of hanging prison was broken? Flora exclaimed. She had been to the Garden of Labyrinth with Sunders before, so she knew what the stairs of hanging prison represented. What's the stairs of hanging prison? Is it that ladder in the darkness? Angwar was still confused. Oh, you don't know about the stairs of hanging prison? Based on your question, did you not go to the stairs of hanging prison with your teacher? Flora stared at Angwar in disbelief. Did he make it to the stairs of hanging prison all by himself? Sunders chuckled. Actually, Angwar reached the stairs of hanging prison earlier than me. I only saw him at the last moment. Sunders turned to Angwar again. That's right. The stairs of hanging prison is the spiral staircase you took in the darkness. Actually, it's a huge prison. You'll definitely see many rooms along the way. Those are the prisoners' rooms. If you read the books in the study carefully, you will know. The owner of the study was actually the warden of the prison. Flora circled around Angwar several times in surprise while clicking her tongue repeatedly. I didn't expect you to make it to the stairs of hanging prison all by yourself. You're so lucky. Looks like the teacher made a wise decision by taking you in. Our luck is much better around you. Flora exaggerated. Fine. I won't stop you even if you choose to become an academic wizard. Just be a lucky baby. We'll take care of the loot. Sunders seemed to agree with Flora's words. He was very satisfied with Angwar's new student. Seeing Angwar still in a daze, Sunders spoke in a plain tone, don't think too much about the monster that attacked us at the end. At least we're out of the nightmare realm now. We won't be going back to the nightmare realm for the time being. I'll find out more about the monster myself. Flora added, a monster that can destroy the stairs of hanging prison isn't something we can afford to mess with. We're out of the nightmare realm anyway. Don't worry. By the way, what did you find when you went to get the channeling method book, Professor? Flora looked at Sunders. It took Sunders a moment to realize what Flora meant. Flora already knew the answer when she saw Sunders' expression. I knew it. Flora shrugged. It was within her expectation. Yeah, I did. Sunders sat back on his chair and recalled his experience in the nightmare realm. His blocked memories of his youth came back. He remembered everything that happened in the hall, except the channeling method book. He couldn't even remember the name of the channeling method. Sunders saw Flora looking at the two paintings Angor brought back with great interest. The paintings reminded Sunders that when they left the nightmare realm, he asked Angor to bring all his special items to test his talent. The channeling method book should be one of them, right? Sunders was about to ask, but he noticed that Angor was still in a daze. He considered and decided not to disturb Angor. Instead, he used a spell to check Angor's belongings. Using the Eye of Truth, Sunders could see everything on Angor's body. Apart from clothes, Angor also carried a lot of things. The first thing Sunders saw was the glass orb hanging in front of Angor's chest. It looked ordinary and did not belong to the nightmare realm. Apart from the orb, there was also the potion bottle in Angor's pocket. There was a dark liquid inside the bottle. If one looked closely, one could even see a hint of blue in the darkness. If the lid of the glass bottle was opened, one would definitely be able to feel the biting cold aura of winter. So Angor's nightmare form is really something. Not only did he bring out the paintings, but he also brought out the potion of austere night. Sunders looked at the potion of austere night and looked forward to the other items. There was also a bronze pocket watch in Angor's pocket. Sunders glanced at it and stopped paying attention. He saw Angor using this pocket watch before. It was not from the nightmare realm. Sunders kept looking and saw the short staff and dagger hanging on Angor's waist. Sunders waved his hand, and the two items fell from Angor's waist into his hand. Flora also looked at Sunders. Isn't that the thorny rose dagger? Why is Angor carrying this dagger? Wait, this short staff looks familiar. Is it a standard staff from our organization? Sunders did not explain to Flora where the two weapons came from. Instead, he kept looking at Angor's items. Sunders used the Eye of Truth and scanned Angor from head to toe again, but he found nothing. So Angor can't take the channeling method book out? Sunders sighed. It seemed that the book was not meant to be with him. Sunders did not try to hide the ripples of the Eye of Truth. Therefore, Flora also scanned Angor's body without hesitation. TSK. Angor has quite a lot of things on him. Potion of austere night? Huh? Where did it come from? Did Greya give it to him? Look at that old pocket watch, and he's still using it. Flora commented on Angor's items and ended with a strange laugh. Hee. Our young man has quite a nice body. Angor was still in a daze. He did not know that someone had already looked at him from head to toe. If he could hear Flora's words, he would feel lucky that neither the hologram tablet nor the alien eye had been discovered by them. He didn't take the channeling method book out of the nightmare realm. Looks like Angor has to find another way to get his channeling method, Flora sighed. Sunders did not say anything. Angor's talent already gave him a big surprise this time. Angor brought back two special items from the nightmare realm, the potion of austere night and the black short staff. As for the common items, he brought back all of them. This was much better than Sunders' previous achievements. Sunders was right. If nightmare entities had different levels, Angor's nightmare entity should be stronger than his. It's fine if you don't take the channeling method out. Once we get back to Brute Cavern, I'll tell Angor to apply for Monta's octahedral channeling, Sunders said. Huh? Angor suddenly interrupted. Huh? Monta's octahedral channeling? I don't need to learn singularity dispersive meditation anymore? Singularity dispersive meditation? The two did not realize what was going on at first. After a while, Flora asked in a confused tone, what's that? Is it a channeling method? How come I've never heard of it? Did the professor give it to you in private? Sunders shook his head and denied Flora's guess. Suddenly, Sunders remembered something. He looked up at Angor in shock. You got the channeling method? Angor nodded and reached into his pocket. He could not help but complain in his mind. Didn't I put it in my pocket right in front of you? Angor searched for a while, trying to find the notebook with the incomplete chapter of Singularity Dispersive Meditation. But in the end, he did not have the notebook on him. Huh? I didn't take it out? I brought the painting, potion, and dagger with me. Why didn't I take the channeling method book with me? Ugh. I don't think I took it out, Angor mumbled. Then how did you know the name of the channeling method? Sunders asked. Angor spoke without thinking, didn't you ask me to memorize it? Hey. Yeah. I already memorized the meditation method. It doesn't matter if I took it out or not. Sunders and Flora exchanged a look. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. The channeling method I asked you to memorize? Are you sure you remember it? Sunders even forgot that he asked Angor to memorize the channeling method book. Angor nodded without hesitation. Yes. I just memorized it a few minutes ago. It's still fresh in my mind. Great. Flora was overjoyed. She quickly asked, do you remember the minimum value of the channeling method book? Angor saw Sunders' serious expression. Did the professor really forget about the channeling method book? The nightmare realm was really amazing. Angor could not help but exclaim. But soon, Angor became doubtful again. Even the professor forgot about the channeling method. Why did he remember it? 30% minimum value, Angor answered. Both Flora and Sunders couldn't help but chuckle out loud when they heard Angor's answer. The singularity dispersive channeling method wasn't that useful to them, but it was far more valuable than any other channeling method in the southern region. 30% of the minimum value. Some adept organizations would be overjoyed if they could get a special channeling method with a minimum value of 2% or 3%, let alone a channeling method with a minimum value of 30%. But this channeling method could never be exposed. Once others found out about this, it would definitely be a bloodbath. Very good. From now on, the channeling method will only be passed down in our school. Remember, Angor, don't tell anyone about it, or you'll be in big trouble. Angor nodded. However, he didn't think much of it. This channeling method was extremely difficult to practice. Even if it was spread around, not many people could meet the requirements to practice it. He spent the rest of his time in Sunders' room and began to write Singularity Dispersive Meditation from memory. Since his memory was still fresh, his writing speed was fast. Besides, Singularity Dispersive Meditation was incomplete, so it only took him less than an hour to complete the task. Angor's handwriting was neat. He didn't use the typical flowery style. Instead, he wrote the universal language in the style of horizontal and vertical Chinese characters. Every word was neat and tidy, just like Angor himself. When Sunders finished reading Singularity Dispersive Meditation, he didn't get back his memory about the channeling method. However, his vague feeling told him that Angor did not make any mistakes. Good. This channeling method is incomplete, but it won't affect your training. I just didn't expect it to be so difficult. The positioning method is the long-lost 36-dimensional space coordinate system. It requires a lot of personal skills. Sunders was a little worried about whether Angor could reach the standard to learn the channeling method. Flora also took the book and read it. She couldn't help praising it. Many ancient wizards walked on the path of truth that we can't reach. This channeling method can only be written by someone who's seen through the world. Flora sighed. Flora looked at Angor with a gentle expression. Angor was really her lucky star. After meeting Angor, Sunders' wish, which had troubled him for hundreds of years, was solved just like that. Angor, are you sure you want to learn this channeling method? Sunders still looked worried. This channeling method requires a lot of requirements. Are you sure you want to try it? If you spend too much time on it without learning anything, it'll be a waste of time. Sunders pointed out the drawbacks, but Angor still chose to learn the channeling method. Apart from whether he could learn anything else, he had to take an unconventional approach if he wanted to reach the level where he could save John as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might end up like Mara, who wasted half his life without learning anything. Only you can learn this channeling method. No one else can help you. Are you sure you want to learn it? Sunders asked again. I'm sure. I'll learn it. Angor had been feeling tired ever since he came back from the nightmare realm. Perhaps it was the lingering effect of his soul returning to his body. Go back and rest for the night. Come back tomorrow, said Sunders. Angor left and went straight to his room. He opened the door and saw Toby flying toward him. He waved at Toby as a greeting, then lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up in a daze, it was already the evening of the next day. He opened the window and felt the cold air blowing against his face. In the distance, they could still faintly see the half-set sun, but the nearby area was already pitch black. Angor stretched his body and yawned. He noticed that Toby took the chance to sleep in his hair again. Because of the cool air coming in through the window, Toby unconsciously curled Angor's hair into a ball with its claws. Angor sighed and closed the window to block out the cold air. Then he carefully put Toby back on his little bed. He covered Toby with a blanket. Toby was still asleep and did not respond. Angor rubbed his stomach. It was empty. He had not eaten anything for several meals. He did not feel it when he woke up, but after taking in several breaths of cold air, he felt hungry again. He planned to go to John's room after washing up, but now it seemed that the problem in his stomach was more important. After washing up, he opened the door and walked to the dining hall. What took you so long, Angor? Angor saw Silam waving at him as soon as he stepped into the dining room. I didn't see you all day. I thought Hookdick went looking for you, Silam said as he carefully cleaned the table. Silam wiped the dining table carefully. I even went to Lord Aspel for this. Guess what I saw? Lady Aspel. Angor paused for a moment before he realized that Aspel was Nausicaa. What's up? Angor sat down with a piece of white toast in his mouth and asked casually. I saw Hookdick gathered a group of people to go after Lady Aspel, but Lady Aspel beat them up instead. Their faces were all swollen. I think they won't dare to go out for half a month. Silam spoke happily, but he did not forget to wipe the table over and over again. When he was sure there was no dust left, he put the thick book on the table. That guy's pretty good at healing. The wound on his neck is not completely healed yet, and he went after Nausicaa again yesterday. I don't know where he got his courage from, Angor chuckled. Yeah, I'm wondering too. Angor's bird left wounds all over his body. He's not even healed yet. Why did he go after Mr. Aspel? Silam enjoyed the vegetable juice while eating the roasted meat. He didn't forget to talk at the same time. Who knows? Maybe he took the wrong medicine, Angor said carelessly. Silam nodded. All talents know that Lady Aspel is the strongest talent in this year's batch, except for Balba. Maybe Hookdick took the wrong medicine to mess with her. He didn't take the wrong medicine. He just lost his mind. A lazy female voice came from behind Angor. Nausicaa in a casual white outfit was walking to them with a plate in her hand. Lady Aspel. Salem's eyes lit up. He stood up and bowed to Nausicaa with great respect. Don't be so formal. Just call me Nausicaa. Nausicaa grumbled. I'm Nausicaa. But Lord Aspel is such a powerful figure. Even the Queen is friends with Lord Aspel. Silam stuttered. Generally speaking, only those who have a request for me or those who just want to exchange pleasantries with me would address me with honorifics. As for friends, I hope you can call me by my name. Nausicaa put down her plate and sat down beside Angor. So, do you want me to call you Mr. Puston? No, no, no. Just call me Silam. Still calling me Mister? Nausicaa lifted her bangs. Miss Nausicaa. Nausicaa pursed her lips and chuckled. Speaking of which, Angor never left his room during the day. Is he sleeping in? Nausicaa ate her food gracefully. She also tried to make light of the topic. Angor chuckled but did not answer. It was just a casual conversation, so Nausicaa did not want to know too much about it. She changed Salem's topic. I was right when I said Hookdick had a screw loose. He had a great ego and was confident that he could become a wizard one day. So, he used his future achievements to talk to me. He wanted to form a team with me to fight against Mr. Angor. Nausicaa shrugged. Of course. You already know what happened. I beat him up. Salem's face flashed with disdain. I don't know where his confidence comes from. Maybe he meant something else, Angor said. Maybe. Nausicaa suddenly remembered that she saw Hookdick talking to a gray-haired old man last night. She had never seen that old man before. Did that old man give Hookdick his confidence? Hey, Xylem. You're so focused on cleaning the table. I thought you'd open your book and read it. Angor noticed that Xylem did not even bother to read the book while eating. If that was the case, why did he clean the table so carefully? He might as well keep it in his pocket all the time. Xylem was stunned. He stared at the book on the table with nostalgia in his eyes. This book is very important to me, Xylem said, and did not say anything else. Angor guessed that there must be a story behind it. Since Xylem did not want to talk about it, he did not plan to ask. Angor drank the last of his juice and stood up. I'm done. I'll go back now. Enjoy. Nausicaa said, since you have nothing else to do, why don't you come to my room for a drink later? According to the law of my hometown, you still have 3 years to go before you reach the legal age of drinking. So, sorry. Angor waved a hand and walked away. I have something to do later. See you tomorrow at Brute Cavern. Angor left the dining hall. Xylem and Nausicaa looked at each other in confusion. We're arriving at Brute Cavern tomorrow? Nausicaa asked. That's what he said. But I'm curious. How did he know? Nausicaa said. Maybe he has other ways. After all, he's... Nausicaa did not say much. Xylem understood what she was trying to say. Oh right, did you smell Angor's scent? Nausicaa was sitting beside Angor. She sensed a faint aroma coming from him. When the aroma entered her nose, she felt refreshed. How strange. Angor walked to Sunder's room. There were guards on the way, but they did not stop him. Perhaps Sunders had already told them about it. Sunders was alone in his room. When Angor saw Sunders, the man was busy writing Singularity Dispersive Meditation, which Angor wrote down from memory yesterday. Have a seat, Sunders said. Sunders didn't even look up. He asked Angor to sit down and tossed a crystal tube to Angor. You've gained a lot from your trip to the Nightmare Realm, and your spiritual power increased a little. Try it again, and you'll be surprised. Surprised? Angor looked at the crystal tube in his hand. He was not surprised at all. He did not forget the pain he went through when he tested his spiritual power yesterday. Angor sighed and restarted the spirit test. After going through the pain again, Angor rested for a while and looked at the scale while panting. 15 points. 2 more points. Not bad. Angor thought about the potion of austere night he brought back from the Nightmare Realm. If he drank it, his spiritual power could reach 17 points. Then his guidance efficiency would be greatly improved. The test was painful, but Angor was happy when he got the answer. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and rested on a stool nearby. It took him a while to recover from the pain of the test. He took out the potion of austere night from his pocket and wondered if he should drink it right now. The potion of austere night was a beginner potion. It was harder to make than an intermediate potion, and the materials used to make it were extremely precious. Even the best alchemists could easily make mistakes when making the potion. Only alchemists such as Mithril innovator Jalal could have a decent success rate. Due to its great difficulty, the potion of austere night was rarely seen even in the sky auction. By this time, Sanders had already stopped writing. He saw Angor unscrewed the lid of the potion and smelled the bone-chilling aroma. Angor seemed to be struggling. The potion of austere night can increase your maximum spiritual power by 2 points. However, it's a potion that uses up your spiritual power. I suggest you don't use it for now, Sunders said. Of course, if you think you can't improve your spiritual power anymore, the potion won't do you any harm. It won't affect you too much. But if you think you can improve your spiritual power further, you can keep it for now and use it later. Potion of austere night was a potion that used up one's spiritual power? This was the first time Angor heard about it. The book only mentioned that it could increase one's maximum spiritual power by 2 points. It did not explain how it could do that. So it was because it used up one's potential. If one used up all of one's potential, even if he could find another chance to improve his spiritual power, he would not be able to do so anymore. However, chances to improve one's spiritual power were extremely rare. 90% of supernaturals would use the potion of austere night right away. If Angor had the potion before going to the nightmare realm, Sunders would not stop him from using it. However, when he thought about the magical wall in the nightmare realm, he could not help but advise Angor against it. If the wall could really improve one's spiritual power, using the potion of austere night now would not be worth it. Angor also thought about the wall protected by glutton flowers. Angor did not tell Sunders much about the wall, such as the patterns on the wall and the images he recorded with his hologram tablet. When thinking about the tablet, Angor almost forgot about one thing. He went to the nightmare realm as a soul, so the hologram tablet should be incorporeal. He wondered if the videos and photos he took in the nightmare realm had been preserved. If the recording failed, Angor would regret it for a long time. Not to mention the patterns on the wall and the parchment he plundered from the stairs of Hanging Prison, just the secret alchemy book in the warden's underground tunnel was enough to make him reluctant to part with it. He decided to check the hologram tablet as soon as he got back to his dorm. Since Sunders was trying to dissuade him, he would not insist. He accepted the potion without hesitation. He didn't plan to drink the potion for the time being. If possible, he would like to give it to his brother Leon. Maybe with this potion, Leon's spiritual power could be increased to 10 points. By then, the Pat family would have 2 extraordinaries, and their influence in the Goldspink Empire would increase by a lot. Angor put away the potion of austere night and stood in front of Sunders respectfully. "May I know why teacher called me here? Have you started meditating?" Angor shook his head shyly. "I was too tired yesterday and fell asleep right after I got back. I didn't get up until just now." "Good." Sunders handed the notebook on the desk to Angor. "Here are some of my speculations about the channeling method, as well as some things you need to pay attention to. Take it. You can refer to it when you practice the channeling method." He took the notebook and flipped through it. Next to the singularity dispersive meditation he wrote down from memory, there were countless tiny words written down by Sunders. They were all about Sunders' personal experiences during his training. He only read a small part of it, but he already knew how valuable it was. With these notes, Angor believed that he would be able to avoid many detours in his training. Angor thanked Sunders excitedly, but the latter only waved a hand. "As your teacher, I hope you can go far." Sunders paused. "Compared to the channeling method book you brought back, they're nothing. You know how valuable it is. According to the exchange rules in the wizarding world, you gave it to me, and I can fulfill one of your wishes. Without you, I wouldn't have known about this channeling method, and I wouldn't have been able to go to Nether City. Even under the principle of equivalent exchange, your information is part of the deal. Plus, I can still learn from you, so I don't need any extra payment." Angor spoke sincerely. He was a little hesitant when he first became Sunders' student. Now that the knot in his heart was untied, he began to officially accept Sunders as his teacher. Heaven, earth, father, father, and father. Chang's years of education not only allowed him to learn about the local culture, but also the essence of Earth's culture. Regardless of whether it was the other world or this world, teachers were highly respected. Now that Angor truly accepted Sunders as his teacher, he naturally became more respectful. "Are you sure you don't want the wish? For example, you can ask me to save your first teacher." "I won't refuse," Sunders said again. Angor was surprised. He was very tempted by Sunders' suggestion. If Sunders really helped, Xian would be cured quickly. But Angor then remembered Xian's identity, a stowaway from another dimension. What would Sunders do if he found out? Angor did not know. But judging from the way the wizarding world treated otherworldly creatures, it would not end well. Angor decided to hurry up. He decided to make the best use of his time. The most important thing right now was to improve his strength. Only by saving John himself could he keep John's secret. Angor rejected Sunders' suggestion again. Sunders nodded with a smile and did not say anything else. However, he looked at Angor with even more satisfaction. Next, Sunders told Angor about some things to pay attention to during training, as well as the things in the nightmare realm. Angor was especially interested in Angor's experience in the glutton flower tunnel, so he repeated it several times. He almost accidentally mentioned flashlight. Before leaving, Sunders pointed at something on the other side of the bar. Take your paintings with you when you leave. Angor saw 2 oil paintings on the bar table near the liquor cabinet. They were the ones he brought back from the nightmare realm. Both paintings were standing upright, so Angor could easily see what was in them. Angor glanced at the milking shepherd subconsciously. The painting was still normal. There was nothing wrong with it. If I still have the hologram tablet, I need to check if there's anything wrong with it. Angor thought. After leaving Sunders' room, Angor headed downstairs. He stopped at a fork in the road. On the left was a staircase leading to the deck of the Savage, while on the right was a passage leading to the inner cabin. A moment later, Angor reached the deck. There was no one on the deck. Angor stretched himself and walked to the railing. The cold night wind blew, blowing his robe up like a leaking balloon. After sleeping for a day and a night, Angor was full of energy. However, his mind was a little tired, so he came to the deck to enjoy the breeze and relax his tense mind. His days in the nightmare realm seemed to be smooth and easy, but only he knew how tense he was. When he was in the underground labyrinth, although he was flying very fast, in fact, every time he passed a corner, his heart would sink a little bit more, fearing that the next corner would be a monster that would take his life. He used his strong mind to suppress this mental pressure in the nightmare realm. Now that he was back in the real world, the pressure he forced down rebounded like a spring when he relaxed. The rebound of the mental pressure made him lazy even though he was still in good spirits. In this state, no matter what he did, he would not be able to do his best. Even though he wanted to go back to his room and practice channeling so that he could enter the supernatural world as soon as possible, he restrained himself. Under the starry sky, an airship was traveling among the clouds. Angor was leaning against the railing on the deck. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the quiet moment in the cold wind. Suddenly, he felt someone pushing him from behind. He was surprised. Why was there someone in the sky? Angor quickly stood up and turned around. He was surprised when he saw a pair of bare feet. It was Flora, and it wasn't someone who pushed him on the back. She was the one who stepped on his back. Flora floated in the air and looked at him with a big smile. Learning to be serious at such a young age. I wonder what you're thinking. Flora narrowed her eyes. Angor, you're not thinking about love, are you? I remember you were close to that Nausicaa girl. You too. Hee hee. His mind was still sleepy, so when Flora showed up, he didn't bother to stand up and greet her. He only greeted her casually. However, when Flora began to tease him again, he lazily replied, "The road ahead is still a blur. Who has time to think about such things? Lady Flora, please don't tease me." Angor was not interested in love at all. He even felt a little repulsed by it. Fine. Flora stopped teasing him. I'm just here to give you something. Angor glanced at Flora, who took out a white round object and tossed it to Angor. My teacher took away the wand and dagger you brought back from the nightmare realm. Those things are very important to him. In order to make it up to you, he asked me to come over. Under the gentle moonlight, he saw that the round object was a thin piece of uneven surface, which looked like an enlarged button. The material was very hard, but it felt very warm to the touch. It didn't feel like metal or porcelain, but more like bone. The front of the button had the words Brute Cavern written on it. There was also a symbol of a flame. Angor knew that the flame was the symbol of Brute Cavern. This is an anonymous bone card. There are 10,000 merit points in it. When you get your personal tag, you can transfer the points to your name. Merit points are the common currency of Brute Cavern. You need them to buy materials, study courses, and exchange items. These 10,000 points are my teacher's compensation for you. She didn't stay for long. She waved goodbye at Angor and quickly left. A bone card? So it was made of bone. Angor did not reject the bone card. He stayed in Sunders' library for a long time and knew how to use merit points. 10,000 merit points were not too much. It was only about 100 magic crystals. 100 magic crystals was a sky-high amount of wealth for an apprentice, but for an official magus, it was nothing more than a drizzle. I didn't think I'd get so many magic crystals before entering Brute Cavern. Angor put away the bone card and smiled. Including the small bag of magic crystals Greya gave him, Angor now had 130 magic crystals in total. This amount of money could be considered a small fortune among most of the apprentice adepts. Thanks to the stimulation of money, Angor felt much better after this little episode. He rubbed his swollen temples, picked up 2 paintings from the ground, and left the deck. Back in his room, Angor threw the paintings aside, closed the door, and lay down on his bed. The first thing he needed to do now was to verify the recording of the hologram tablet. Just in case, he covered his head with the blanket and took out his pocket watch from under the blanket. The hologram tablet's system interface didn't seem to be blocked in the nightmare realm. It worked quickly and opened the recording interface in the blink of an eye. Angor checked the folder of recordings and photos. He sighed in relief when he saw that it was full of pictures and videos. It seemed the recording of his trip to the nightmare realm was correct. However, Angor did not understand why his soul brought the hologram tablet into the nightmare realm. According to Sunders, he entered the nightmare realm as a soul. Although he was wearing clothes in the nightmare realm, they were all fake. His clothes and other external items would never be torn apart. For example, when he was kicked by young Sunders, he did not spit out blood. It was just his soul's imagination. But why did the hologram tablet not follow the rules mentioned by Sunders? Did the tablet follow him into the nightmare realm as a physical object? Angor could not think of an answer for now. He would have to wait until the next time he entered the nightmare realm. Now that he knew he did not lose the recording, everything was fine. Otherwise, he would be heartbroken. Since he did not lose the recording, he was not in a hurry to check it. Instead, he played the video to see if the picture of a milking shepherd was just an illusion. When he stepped into the warden's corridor for the first time, he did not see the painting. But when he went there for the second time, the painting somehow appeared in front of him, and he did not remember it at all. Angor did not know if it was because of his memory or something else. So, Angor checked the recording right away. The recording lasted for a long time. Angor dragged the action bar until he entered the warden's room at the very end. In the video, Angor walked through the splendid corridor while looking at the paintings on both sides. The camera was shaky, but he could still see the paintings clearly when it was fixed. Step by step, Angor did not stop. Among them, he also saw Traveler Under the Stars. Here it is. When a black painting appeared in front of him, Angor quickly pressed the pause button. Angor's steps were frozen. The hologram displayed everything he saw at the time. He didn't pay attention to the scattered paintings around him. Instead, he focused his attention on the black oil painting. It was a realistic portrait. There were 2 people in the painting, a man and a woman. Under the black curtain, a middle-aged man with a mustache was sitting on a leather chair with a high back. He was wearing a dark red vest with white lace embroidered on it. The other woman was a young lady in her late 20s. She was wearing a very retro emerald green threaded leather skirt. Her gorgeous blonde hair was tied into a bun. The young lady's perfect face was propped up against the back of the chair, looking innocent and unaffected. There was also a line of small, white, flowery words on the upper right corner of the painting. If one did not look carefully, they would only look like patterns on the black curtain. He zoomed in and saw the words written in white cursive on the screen. Records of Margaret's 16th birthday, Franklin. Margaret? Angor remembered the name. She was the warden's daughter. Judging from how close Margaret was to the middle-aged man, Angor guessed that the man was the warden of Stairs of Hanging Prison. So this Franklin was the warden's name? Or was Franklin the artist's name? Angor turned off the hologram tablet and confirmed his guess. The milking shepherd painting was not in the original painting. Why did the original portrait of father and daughter become milking shepherd? Did someone change it? Or was there some other strange reason behind it? Angor picked up the milking shepherd and studied it carefully. It was just a normal oil painting. If there was nothing wrong with the painting, then where did the other father and daughter painting go? If someone really wanted to switch, why did they do it? Did they just not want people to see their faces? That was too strange. Angor thought for a while but could not come up with an answer. He could only attribute it to the nightmare realm. The night passed. Angor woke up early and fed Toby. Then he took out the training notes Sunders gave him and began reading. But before he could read for a few minutes, there was a knock on the door. Angor, Angor. Angor. Salem's excited voice was heard as he knocked on the door. Angor opened the door and saw Salem standing in front of him with a happy expression. Angor, you're already awake. Why didn't you come up? Up? Where are we going? Salem's sudden question confused Angor. The deck. Don't you know? We're arriving at Brute Cavern today. During breakfast, the first mate said we'll arrive at our destination in the morning. All talents are on the deck. Let's go. So what? Why on the deck? Angor looked at Salem's tightly wrapped body. The deck is so cold. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Salem reached out his hand from the pocket of his windbreaker. He was also wearing a pair of cotton gloves. It's fine. Wearing enough. We're about to arrive at Brute Cavern. What a memorable moment. Don't you want to look down at the place from the sky? Overlooking the place where he would live for a long time. Angor considered the suggestion and decided it was not a bad idea to check it out. Just like Salem, Angor fully armed himself and went to the deck with Toby. On their way, Angor saw more talents coming out of their rooms. They all wanted the same thing, which was to have a bird's-eye view of Brute Cavern. It was not only to satisfy their curiosity, but also to observe the terrain and make a general plan for their future. Angor quickly saw Hookdick standing among the crowd on the deck. He was standing in the center of 3 or 4 people and seemed to be preaching something. Hookdick patted his chest proudly from time to time. Angor gave him a quick glance and walked to the right side of the railing with Salem. Nausicaa was leaning against the railing while smoking a cigarette. She puffed out smoke from time to time, which made her look both dreamy and sexy. Miss Nausicaa. Salem happily greeted her. Nausicaa looked up at them and smiled back. You're here too. Yeah. I wonder what Brute Cavern looks like. I heard wizard organizations are built in mysterious places. Normal people can't find the entrance at all. Salem's eyes flashed with hope. My mother told me about the fairy tale of Moon Castle when I was little. Will Brute Cavern be like Moon Castle, which only shows its magnificent shape under the moonlight? Who knows? Maybe. I've heard rumors about wizards in Blackberry Waters. I heard that there's a wizard organization built on the Coral Islands, and I wanted to look for them. I didn't expect to come to Brute Cavern by chance, Nausicaa replied. Wizards from the Coral Islands. That sounds like a dream. Salem began to imagine again. A wizard organization on the Coral Islands? You mean White Coral Floating Island Academy? Angor asked. I think so. You've heard of it before? Nausicaa asked. Angor chuckled. I had the same experience as you. I was following a guide to White Coral Floating Island Academy, but I changed my path halfway and went to Brute Cavern instead. I'm not as lucky as you. I didn't have a guide. I just wandered around aimlessly, trying to find White Coral Floating Island Academy. Nausicaa blew out a smoke ring. Now that I think about it, I was really naive. If I didn't find something on the way, I would have been buried in this sea. Nausicaa recalled her experience at Devil's Water and the endless thunderclouds. She did have a reason to feel that way. Angor, you heard about White Coral Floating Island Academy? Do you know what it's like? Is it like Moonlight Castle, full of magical colors? Salem asked eagerly. Angor shook his head. I've never been there either. But I saw pictures of another wizard organization in a book. It's called Floating Mech City. It's a giant steel city floating above the clouds. Only supernatural beings can fly there. Mortals can only look up from the ground. Floating Mech City was a famous trade city in the southern wizarding region. It was open to all wizards, so there were pictures of the city. A city in the clouds. Sounds even more exciting than the academy on Coral Island. Salem's eyes twinkled. He imagined a giant city appearing at the end of the clouds after parting the endless clouds. It shone with fascinating light. Apart from Floating Mech City, Angor also visited Nether City, so he briefly described the ruins of this wizard city which people later named Garden of Labyrinth. Wizards on the Coral Islands, a steel fortress in the clouds, a city with a combination of a labyrinth and a garden. Just imagining it made him excited. I wonder what Brute Cavern will be like. Xylem was sure that Brute Cavern, one of the top 10 organizations in the southern wizarding region, would also bring a great shock to the city. However, reality always went against one's wishes. The savage was moving fast. The scenery on the ground kept changing. 1 second, it was a beautiful scenery, and the next second, it was a long river. About half an hour later, Angor suddenly felt that the air was getting thinner. He even had difficulty breathing. He looked at Xylem and saw the boy's lips were pale. His nostrils flared and puffed out clouds of white smoke. "Are you all right, Xylem?" Angor asked worriedly. Salem's cheeks turned red and his eyes became misty. He spoke in a weak voice, "I'm fine. But I don't know why. I feel a little dizzy and nauseous." The savage is now at Parmajai Highlands. The first mate's voice was heard through the loudspeaker. "We'll be disembarking in half an hour. All talents, get ready to disembark." Parmajai Highlands is located at the border between the Goman Kingdom and the Evernight Kingdom. The average altitude is 3,500 meters above sea level. Angor recalled the map he saw in the library and told the captain what he knew. Then he looked at Xylem, who was blushing like an apple. He touched Salem's forehead and felt a slight heat. So it's a symptom of the highlands after the sudden increase in altitude. Angor checked Salem's pupils. But it's not serious yet. It's mainly caused by the lack of oxygen. What should we do now? Nausicaa put out her pipe and walked to Xylem with a concerned look. Salem's legs wobbled and looked like he was going to fall. Angor quickly caught him. "Let's get him off the deck first. The cold wind is already making it hard to breathe. The wind will only make it worse." The two helped Xylem up. "Let's go to the common room. There's hot water there. It's important to stay hydrated on the highlands." Not only was there hot water in the common room, but there was also plenty of oxygen thanks to the magic array. This was the first place Angor thought of. "I didn't know you knew medicine." Nausicaa placed Xylem on a bench and poured him a glass of water while smiling at Angor. Angor skillfully massaged several major acupoints on Salem's body to relieve the boy's symptoms. "I know some emergency treatment. My first mentor taught me." "Your teacher is a doctor?" Nausicaa handed the water to Xylem. Xylem blushed and buried his face in the scarf shyly. Earlier, Angor reached his hand into Salem's clothes and massaged his acupoints, which made Xylem quite embarrassed. He wanted to stop Angor, but after Angor's massage, he felt the nausea in his chest eased a lot. Even though he knew Angor was treating him, he still felt shy and wished he could find a hole to hide in. Xylem took the opportunity to drink some water and covered his face with the big mug. Angor did not notice Salem's awkwardness. Back in Pad Manor, he often massaged John with traditional Chinese medicine techniques, so he was used to this kind of skin contact. He thought that this was a very serious therapeutic massage, but he forgot that Chinese medicine was not a method of this world. No. Angor couldn't help but recall the days when he spent time with John. John was so knowledgeable that he could always answer any question Angor asked. He was a true scholar who knew everything from astronomy to geography. "My teacher is a very knowledgeable man. He knows a lot of things." Angor did not want to talk about John too much. John's identity was too sensitive. Even if it was just a normal conversation with Nausicaa, he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. After sitting in the common room for a while, Salem's altitude sickness eased a lot, and the redness on his face faded away. Once he felt better, Xylem wanted to go to the deck again. He wanted to have a bird's-eye view of Brute Cavern from above. "Don't go to the deck. We're getting off the ship soon. We'll be living in Brute Cavern from now on anyway." "Don't worry," Angor said. Nausicaa, who was standing in front of the glass window in the common room, suddenly spoke up, "I think you won't be able to see the scenery even if you go to the deck." Looking out of the small window, Xylem could see everything in the distance. The entire highland was covered in brown and green. There were no tall trees, only short, cold-resistant plants. Looking from above, he could not see the end of the highland, but the scenery was almost the same. The ground was uneven. Most of the tops were flat and wide. Sometimes there were traces of snow, but most of them were grasslands. Such a desolate scenery did not look grand at all as Xylem expected. Xylem looked around in front of the window and could not help but feel disappointed. But he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. There were no buildings in sight. The unknown was a fantasy, however. The first mate's announcement was broadcasted across the airship again. "We've arrived at our destination. The Savage is about to land. All talents, gather at the exit." As soon as he finished, the airship began to descend slowly. Xylem took the chance to look out of the window again. It was still desolate. Nausicaa smiled. "It's already a blessing to be able to enter Brute Cavern. Don't think too much." With that, she turned around and left. "I'm going to get my luggage. See you at the exit." Angor said goodbye to Xylem, who was still depressed. He went back to get his luggage and his bird and left the room. On the narrow path of the airship, Angor saw other talents. They all looked at Angor with a snicker. His current situation was too urgent. He had too much luggage. Most of them were Toby's. Plus, he also brought 2 giant oil paintings, which made his luggage even more bloated. Compared to the others who were traveling with light luggage, Angor looked like he brought an entire tent with him. No wonder everyone was snickering when they saw him. Angor pretended to scold Toby a few times, but the bird did not care about it at all. Angor was so angry that he kneaded Toby's feathers into a ball. Toby kept muttering in protest, but it could not escape from Angor's evil hands. However, no matter how he punished Toby, Angor had to accept his fate as a porter in the end. Angor carried his luggage to the rendezvous point. He did not see Sunders or Flora there. There were only talents and phantom servants. Under the guidance of the phantom servants, all talents got off the airship in an orderly manner. When everyone was done, the phantom servants returned to the Savage and disappeared into the blue sky under everyone's gaze. Only 10 talents and a bird were left behind on the desolate brown soil. The cold wind from the highland made everyone shiver. They looked around and saw nothing but grassland. They were on a high slope, and there was a giant pit about 100 meters away. This was a desolate highland landscape, and there were no signs of man-made buildings. So, where was Brute Cavern? The wind on the plateau was like a knife. Every time it brushed past one's skin, one would feel as if one was bleeding. Today was the 6th day of the month of harvest. No one knew that Brute Cavern was located on a plateau, so most of them were only wearing thin clothes. Everyone shivered in the cold wind. "Oh, no one here. Did they abandon us?" A young man wearing a black and white velvet hat knelt on the ground with a sad face. The young man did not stop there. He simply lay down on the ground and pretended to be dead with tears in his eyes. As he lay down, the knight's sword wrapped in rags on his waist hit the ground with a crisp sound. "It feels so bad to be abandoned. My heart hurts so much. I can't take it anymore." The young man rolled on the ground in an exaggerated manner. Seeing the young man's reaction, everyone stepped aside quietly. They did not know who he was. Only a big man with a mustache squatted down beside the young man with a smile. "Hey, I think I saw some aphidol flour. It'll add some flavor with ketchup and beef tenderloin." After the big man said this, he gently pushed the young man lying on the ground. "Orlando, do you want to eat lunch?" The young man named Orlando's eyes lit up. He nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. I want it." "Stand up if you want," the big man said. Orlando stood up obediently and stood behind the mustached man with a look of admiration. The mustached man turned his head and silently mouthed 2 words to the crowd, "Done." Angor found it interesting to watch the two's interaction. Speaking of which, there were very few talents in Brute Cavern who did not hate Angor. These 2 were one of them. "I'm Rafig, from Stygian continent," the big man introduced himself to everyone. After introducing himself, he pointed to the young man beside him. "He's Orlando, my best friend. Orlando's character is a bit willful, please be tolerant." After Rafig finished speaking, he pulled Orlando into the crowd. Rafig and Orlando rarely showed up in public, so many people thought they were arrogant people. But looking at it today, that didn't seem to be the case. Xylem pulled Angor's sleeve and whispered, "That young man named Orlando. He's a bit of a weirdo, but he's the only one here who became a knight. He must not be underestimated." To Xylem, becoming a knight was his dream before he knew about the wizard world. Therefore, he paid special attention to Orlando, who was equipped with a knight's sword. "What do we do now? Have we been tricked? Why isn't there a single person here?" complained a pockmarked youth who often hung around Hookdick. "Could it be that he thinks we're not talented enough and abandoned us halfway?" The one who spoke was the fat boy next to the pockmarked youth. The fat boy's voice sounded like he was about to cry. "I miss Mommy, I want to go home." Although he was sobbing, there was no sadness in the fat boy's eyes. After attracting everyone's attention with his sobbing, the fat boy suddenly changed his tune. "I miss my mother. I want to go home. I want to eat ketchup with beef tenderloin, and add that flour." "You're such an idiot, fat boy." "It's the aphido flour," the pockmarked youth interrupted. The two worked well together. Angor could tell they were planning something. Hearing the words of these two, everyone secretly glanced at Rafig, who was hidden in the crowd, and found that his expression was very speechless, and he even rolled his eyes at the sky. Another pair of weirdos. Angor was speechless. The pockmarked youth and the fat boy seemed to be Hookdick's trusted followers. Every time Angor walked past them, they would sneer at him. Angor thought they were the vicious type, but he didn't expect them to be the shameless type. Hookdick took them in as his trusted followers. Angor looked at Hookdick from the corner of his eye. The arrogant man was covering his face as if he was too ashamed to face anyone. "So I've been tricked." Angor looked away. Since Rafig did not say whether he wanted to invite them to eat, the fat boy's fake crying continued. For a moment, the silent plains were filled with the sound of fake sobbing. At this moment, a low and hoarse male voice suddenly broke out of the heavy crying and entered everyone's ears like thunder. "Shut up, cry one more time and I'll kill you." The one who spoke was a bald youth with dark brown skin that was close to black. His upper body was bare, revealing his oily abs that seemed to have been refined in a raging fire. His lower body was only wearing a pair of tight leather pants and suede shoes, revealing his thick leg hair. There was also a tiger-patterned skirt around his waist. His exposed skin did not shrink because of the cold. Instead, because of the ultraviolet radiation of the plateau, his skin glowed like palm oil, and his whole person exuded a wild aura. Balba. His name popped up in everyone's mind. As the strongest talent in the group, Balba's angry shout silenced the fat boy. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. Even Hookdick lowered his head. If anyone had been paying attention, they would have noticed that his expression was one of disdain and a hint of fear. Even Nausicaa had to stay away from Balba's aura. Due to Balba's sudden outburst, everyone remained silent. Those who were supposed to interrupt did not say anything. The eerie silence lasted for 10 minutes before it was broken by a small voice. "Angor, do you know what's going on?" It was Xylem who spoke beside Angor. He tried to whisper to Angor, but the place was too quiet. Everyone heard his voice. Xylem noticed it too. His face turned pale and he looked at Balba, fearing that the man would scold him. Balba didn't say anything this time. Instead, he looked at Angor as Xylem asked. Or rather, everyone was looking at Angor. Many people were hostile toward Angor, but they also knew that Angor was somehow connected to the wizards on the Cloud Whale. This was evident from the fact that he could freely enter and leave the wizard's tent. Because of this, Hookdick didn't dare to attack Angor directly. Instead, he tried to use underhanded methods to break Angor's defense line. Unfortunately, Nausicaa gave him a good beating in the end. Everyone was now looking at Angor. Nausicaa, Hookdick, Balba, Angor's expression didn't change at all, as if nothing had happened. He glanced at a certain direction in the sky and spoke slowly. "I don't know what's going on. Maybe they want us to wait. But it won't be long. Don't worry." Angor patted Salem's shoulder to comfort him. Everyone found Angor's words strange, but they did not think too much about it. Only 3 people in the group showed a thoughtful look. Nausicaa was one of them. She fell into deep thought after hearing Angor's words. Soon, her expression returned to normal, and her eyes shone brightly. Orlando was one of them. He might be stubborn, self-centered, and childish, but he was the second one to realize what was going on. Balba was the last one to react. As an otherworldly mixed blood, Balba not only inherited the power of otherworldly barbarians, but also the wisdom of humans. Thanks. Nausicaa silently mouthed her thanks to Angor. On the other side, Orlando and Balba nodded at Angor as well. They didn't say anything, but it was enough to show their friendliness. Angor only chuckled at their reaction. He did not know the details. But Angor glanced at a certain direction in the sky again and sighed helplessly. The 10 talents were either sitting or standing on the endless plateau, not knowing what to do. What they didn't know was that not too far away, there were 5 official magi who had concealed themselves and were hovering in midair, whispering to each other. "What's with the bird on the kid's shoulder? Did he see us?" The one who spoke was a white-robed, white-haired, white-bearded, skinny old man. He looked very benevolent. A graceful red-haired female wizard's eyes glinted. "No, he's just a mortal. There's no mana circulating in his body. There's no sign of spirit model construction either. That's strange. Why do I feel like he saw us? Am I hallucinating? Maybe." The old man mumbled to himself and looked at the 2 people not far away with a disgusted look. "Sunders, you recruited all these talents. Why are they all so useless? And there are only 10 of them. You've created a new record for Brute Cavern. Least number of talents. How are we going to divide them? I'm looking for a few handymen. I don't care. Give me at least 7 or 8 of them." The old man rolled up his sleeves as if he was going to fight to his heart's content. Ness, the gray-haired old man standing in front of Sunders, snickered and gave Sunders a C. I knew it. Look. Sunders also looked at the other talents. However, he was only looking at Angor. He was also curious about Angor's keen observation. How did Angor notice them? Yes, Sunders was sure that Angor noticed them. Angor looked at them twice, and when someone asked him about it, the boy's answer was quite strange, as if there was a hidden meaning in his words. Did you hear that? I want 8 of them. At least 8 of them. The old man suddenly appeared in front of Sunders and blocked his view. Sunders could only see the old man's wrinkled face. Sunders looked at the old man in front of him speechlessly. Beside Sunders, Flora rolled her eyes so much that her head was about to hit the back of her head. He said he wanted 7 or 8 people a second ago, and now he wanted 8. The rate of increase was way too fast. Although Flora was complaining in her mind, she did not plan to say anything. The man in front of her might look kind, but no one in Brute Cavern would dare to claim that he was the best at arguing. Flora did not want to have too much to do with him. However, Old White was not completely lawless. At least Flora knew that Sunders was the old man's natural nemesis. 9. Sunders spoke slowly. Old White had an expression of "did I hear it right?" and a trace of ecstasy flashed across his face. He suppressed his excitement and asked, "You said 9 people?" Sanders nodded. The old man laughed and folded his sleeves. He changed his posture and made a "senior is pleased" expression. Good, good. You did well this time, Sunders. Since you want to force 9 people on me, then I won't be polite. Old White put on a face as if he was choosing a person. In the end, he came to a conclusion: I don't want the half-blood from another world. Sunders watched as Old White waved his hand and made up his mind. He spoke slowly. I said there are only 9 talents this time, not 10. Old White was surprised. Sunders was correcting his mistake instead of giving him 9 talents? Old White glanced at the mixed blood named Balba. Excluding him, there were exactly 9 of them. Old White turned around and squinted at Sunders. What? Are you going to regret it? Old White was going to go back on his words. He did not care whether Sunders corrected him or not. Old White even put on a "I'm going to fight you if you refuse" expression. Sunders gave the old man a cold stare. 9. Apart from the young man with a bird on his shoulder, you can take the others or leave them. Then he added in a mocking tone, Wallace, your tricks won't work. Even if I agree to let you have the other 9, do you really think you can get them? The old man on the opposite side was named Wallace. He was the representative of the academies in Brute Cavern. Wallace knew that the academies could not get all the talents even if he decided now. There must be rules for the distribution of talents in the end. Wallace complained in his mind, "It's all your fault. You only took in 10 talents. Too little? Then I'll leave the recruitment to you next time," said Saunders. Wallace's face turned green. He quickly covered his mouth with his fist and pretended to cough. "I'm old. Young people should do this," Saunders sneered. "I'm the same age as you." Wallace did not know what to say. Saunders continued, "And I'll say it again. Not 10. I only took in 9 talents from the deathmatches." Wallace tilted his head and gave Saunders a doubtful look. "If we don't count them, what's with the kid with the bird? Why isn't he included? Don't think I didn't notice him. He has 15 spiritual power. He's definitely a talent." Saunders chuckled. "Because, he's my student." Apart from Flora and the gray-haired old man Ness, Wallace and the red-haired female wizard all stared at Saunders in shock. Saunders took in a student? It took them a while to calm down. However, Wallace and the red-haired female wizard both paid more attention to Saunders' new student. Wallace watched Angwar's behavior for a long time before he spoke. "Why do I feel that this kid doesn't match Saunders at all?" Saunders did not answer. Instead, he glared at Wallace with his sharp eyes. "Ahem. We've been waiting for a long time. You've seen the reaction of the talents. Now, let's talk about first impressions." It was the gray-haired old man Ness who spoke. They left the talents alone on the plateau to test their reaction. This was the final procedure before they entered Brute Cavern. Along the way, Ness did not show up, but he had been secretly recording the personalities of the talents. After this, he would create a file for each talent. In the end, he and Saunders would write down the comments of the talents together. The comments would be recorded in the file. Most of the time, wizards would refer to the comments in the file when selecting apprentices. The comments in the wizarding world were different from the ones left by teachers in mortal academies. Someone might say that a talent was kind, friendly, and generous. These qualities were not the main criteria for a wizard to choose an apprentice. Sometimes, comments such as selfish, overbearing, cruel, and quick to anger would become the criteria for wizards. "Who's first?" Ness looked at the others. "I'll go first," the red-haired female wizard said. Ness looked at her. "Let's start with Fiery Charm then." The sorceress named Fiery Charm extended her hand and pointed at one of the talents. "I'm quite interested in that young man named Orlando. He's willful, childish, and egotistical, but he knows how to restrain himself. His ability to think is also very strong. When interacting with his close friends, I can see the loyal side of him. But he's not patient enough. The savage only left for a few minutes, and he's already crying. What a shame." The Fiery Charm changed the topic. "If you have a bad temperament and can't stand loneliness, you will never become a wizard." Ness nodded in agreement. "Orlando has been keeping a low profile on the airship these days, and he never made any big mistakes. But in reality, it's because of his close friend, a talent called Rafig, who is restricting him from behind. Otherwise, with his personality, there would be no lack of conflicts with other talents. So these two can make up for each other's flaws?" Fiery Charm smiled. "Yes. Orlando is talented, but he has a bad temperament. Rafig is calm, but his talent is average. They make a good team," Ness agreed. Then, Fiery Charm was about to come up with a conclusion when Wallace suddenly showed a cunning smile. "Then they must be separated when we assign apprentices. One is above the mirror, and the other is below it. We must prevent them from working together in Brute Cavern," Wallace said. Fiery Charm and Ness were surprised, but they did not object. They nodded in agreement. "Let's do it like that. If you can't even find your own value, there's no point in trying to form a team. Before they become advanced apprentices, they must not meet each other." Ness took out 2 bone cards, which were Orlando's and Rafig's nameplates. Using a special method, Ness recorded this comment into Orlando's and Rafig's files. Wallace looked at the pockmarked boy and the fat boy. "Now that we're talking about Rafig and Orlando, let's talk about these two. Ness looked at where Wallace was pointing and whispered, "The one with the pockmarked face is Lafitte, and the fat boy is Foza. They're even more interesting than the previous ones. They're not good at using tricks, but they're worth training. They don't complement each other, but they don't work together either. Or rather, they're birds of a feather. I'm looking forward to seeing them together." Ness nodded. "They're not very talented. They've been following Hookdick on the airship for the past few days and called themselves his underlings. But they both have their own agendas. They only want to maintain Hookdick's dignity on the surface, but not in private. They're not mature yet, so they can continue to develop in this direction." Ness took out Lafitte and Foza's bone cards again and recorded their comments. He. "Let me tell you about that pirate leader." Flora's voice reached everyone's ears. "Female pirate?" Fiery Charm looked at the beautiful woman who was smoking with her arms crossed. She was the only woman among the talents this time. Huamei did not expect that her previous identity was a pirate. Nausicaa, a famous pirate leader of Blackberry Waters. Generally speaking, pirates have a bad reputation, but this one is different. She has integrated the dark forces of the Blackberry Sea and has a sense of justice in her heart. Her reputation is all positive among the ordinary people. Even if the government deliberately smears her name, it doesn't affect her reputation. Flora did not talk about Nausicaa right away. She began to talk about Nausicaa's background. She's a leader. She knows how to control the flow of the conversation. She's determined, calm, flexible, and talented. I think she's the best talent in this batch. Ness had a good impression of Nausicaa as well. His comments were mostly positive. However, wizards did not choose their apprentices for their own good. Nausicaa's future still depended on her luck and hard work. I'll tell you about Hookdick. Ness finished recording Nausicaa's information and pointed at the arrogant Hookdick. This man is stubborn and narrow-minded. He used to be a chieftain on a primitive continent. He killed people like flies and fed on humans. When Ness finished his words, Wallace and Fiery Charm's faces flashed with a trace of disgust. Wizards were mostly selfish and cruel, but they rarely bothered with mortals after becoming wizards. It was an unspoken rule among wizards. Ness continued, "He's very talented, and he has something to do with my path. If you don't mind, I'm going to take him as an apprentice." Wallace nodded. "No problem. We can make him into a bone-crushing knife." After Hookdick was finished, there were only 3 candidates left in the room, Xylem, Balba, and Ebony. Xylem is the youngest talent we've recruited this time. He's obsessed with books. He can be dirty, but his books must be clean, Ness said. Ness told him a few things about Salem's obsession with books that he had observed and concluded the lecture. Wallace praised Salem's love for books. "This kid is good. He'll become a promising scholar in the future." "That's right, with this kid's ability, how did he pass the deathmatch?" Sunders did not say anything. He only snorted. Obviously, he did not care about Xylem at all. Flora explained, he faked his death to pass the test. Many people did that in the deathmatches. Xylem was the only one who did it from the very beginning. He stayed there for a whole week. So he faked his death. Everyone understood now. No wonder Sunders looked at him with disdain. Wallace could accept it though. Faking one's death was also a skill. Besides, Xylem managed to turn the tables in the end, which meant he had good patience, concentration, and luck. Fiery Charm pointed at Ebony and said, "Among all the candidates, this one is looking for a way out the most." Everyone looked at Ebony and saw him searching around. No one knew whether he was looking for a way out or the entrance to Brute Cavern. He knows how to collect edible fruits. He's good at surviving in the wild. After giving Ebony their comments, no one said anything else. As for the last talent, Balba, no one commented on him. As a mixed blood between a human and a barbarian from another world, no matter how talented he was, his fate was already sealed. "Sunders, why don't you comment on your student too? I've looked at him for a while, but I don't see anything special about him. His spiritual power value is 15, which is only average. But he has a good temperament. His expression didn't change even when he was thrown into the wild. But that's not important for wizards. So, what do you like about him? Wallace was extremely curious about Angor. He had noticed Angor since the beginning, and he had a feeling that Angor had noticed them while they were hiding in the air. However, Angor was just a normal person with an average physique. There was no way he could notice them, so they gave up on the idea. But Angor turned out to be Sunder's new student. What right did an ordinary innate talent have to be taken in by the southern mountain ranges god of massacre? Wallace was not the only one who was confused. Everyone else was wondering the same thing. Sunders did not explain much to Wallace's question. He only said he's fine and did not say anything else. However, this simple sentence of he's fine had a profound meaning behind it. Among other things, Sunders himself was very satisfied with his new students. This made it even more strange. Did this talent named Angor have a talent they did not know about? There were only a few talents in this year's assessment, so the assessment ended quickly. Now that the assessment was over, the wizards no longer hid themselves. Time was of the essence, so they all revealed themselves. However, they didn't stay on the spot. Instead, they all flew away. Only the gray-haired little old man Ness descended from the sky and landed in front of the genius. The sudden appearance of this great magus gave everyone a fright. They all stared at the sky not far away with their eyes wide open. Why did the wizard come from there? Could it be that the great magus had been hiding at the side to observe their reactions? Ness quickly proved their conjecture. Ness landed in front of everyone and said, "We only concealed ourselves to observe your temperament. Your performance has already been recorded in your files. You should know very well whether it's good or bad." They suddenly remembered Angor's words. His words just now were obviously hinting at the current situation. "I'm your guide this time. Follow me." Ness looked very old. He turned around and gave everyone a strange smile. "Before I leave, I'll give you a piece of advice. Wherever I go, you have to follow. If you don't listen, you'll be buried here. Parmagi Highlands are never short of bones." Ness' warning sounded strange, and the talents found it strange. They didn't know this place well. Were they supposed to wander around on their own? However, when they saw Ness walking toward the abyss about 100 meters away, they all had a bad feeling. The abyss that stretched for an unknown number of kilometers was right in front of them. When they got closer, they couldn't see the bottom at all. There was only endless darkness. This abyss-like pit was like a huge mouth waiting to devour people. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. Suddenly, Ness, who was leading the group, let out a creepy laugh. "Our destination is right in front of us. Follow me. Don't fall behind." After saying this, Ness leapt into the abyss under everyone's terrified gazes. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. "Cowards. You don't even have the courage to do something like this. Just die here." Hookdick stepped out first and followed Ness with a sinister laugh. After Hookdick disappeared, Nausicaa blew out a smoke ring and poured away the tobacco in her pipe. She held the pipe tightly and smiled at Angor. "I'll go first." Nausicaa jumped into the abyss as well. Angor glanced at Xylem beside him. He thought the 13-year-old boy would be scared, but Xylem did not look scared at all. He only tightened his book pocket carefully. "Let's go. That wizard told us not to fall behind. He must have his reasons." Angor patted Salem's shoulder and jumped into the abyss. Angor led the other talents into the abyss. No matter how scared they were, they still followed suit. While falling, Angor felt the cold wind buffeting his face. He was surrounded by dark walls of earth and stone, and in front of him was endless darkness. He sensed the aura of death. After falling for about 2 minutes, Angor suddenly saw a dazzling light coming from below. As the light appeared, Angor clearly felt his falling speed slowing down. It was as if a gentle air current was rising from below. Very quickly, the threshold of the opposing airflow below increased, and all the talents were like feathers, slowly descending. When he reached the source of the light, he saw that it was actually a giant mirror. To be more precise, it was the world inside the mirror that was shining. Ness was standing on the mirror. A crutch had appeared in his hand at some point, supporting his slightly hunched body. All the geniuses slowly descended and stood on the surface of the mirror. Angor curiously touched the surface of the mirror. It was cold and smooth, like ice or glass. The mirror was transparent, and he could clearly see the world behind it. It was a world with mountains, rivers, sunlight, clouds, tall buildings, and steel ropeways. What was going on in the world under the mirror? Was it another plane? Or was it another world like a cave? Angor wasn't the only one who was curious. All the talents looked at Ness with inquiring eyes. They all hoped Ness would tell them something. Ness cleared his throat. "This is Brute Cavern." Ness tapped the mirror with his walking stick, and the ripples slowly spread out. Suddenly, the walls around them began to shine brightly, and everyone finally noticed the walls around them. There were countless openings, countless walls, and all kinds of mysterious steel structures. There were also countless people working back and forth on the roads. Some were going through the openings, some were collecting plants on the walls, and some were looking at them curiously. This place is very close to Darkaville Empire. There are hundreds of towns around Brute Cavern. The people on the walls are all from those towns. Ness paused a little. Oh, right. Darkaville Empire is also known as the Earth's core. The people here are also humans, but most of them live underground and rarely go to the surface. This is a special feature of Darkaville Empire. You'll have plenty of time to see it in the future. With that, Ness pointed at the world under the mirror with his walking stick. Below the mirror is the headquarters of Brute Cavern. Except for a few people, you'll all live there. Ness tossed out 10 round bone cards, which circled around in the air and returned to the hands of the talents. These are bone cards, which are used to enter the mirror world. If you lose them, you'll never be able to enter the mirror world again. They contain your information and comments. As long as you don't leave Brute Cavern, they'll stay with you for the rest of your life. Remember, once you're in Brute Cavern, take them to Tree Spirit Hierro as soon as possible. He will record your new information. Ness did not tell them what information he was going to record. Then, Ness tapped the mirror 3 times with his cane, and a white mist-like figure crawled out of the mirror. "Who's disturbing my sleep?" The mist turned into the shape of a woman, but her face was still covered in mist. "Don't you know I'm taking a beauty nap? I'm going to eat you if you don't give me an explanation." The woman in the white fog screamed hysterically. Ness coughed awkwardly to draw the woman's attention. "Oh, it's you, kid. I heard you went to pick up the talents this year." The misty woman turned around and looked at the group of talents. "Only 10? Oh, I almost forgot. That kid Sunders was the one who recruited them. 10 is not bad." The misty woman's head twitched a little as if she was observing something. "Ugh. Not only that, but they're all ugly. Apart from that blonde boy who's pretty good looking, the others are all ugly." Angor was the only one with blonde hair among all the talents, so the misty woman was talking about who she was referring to. Angor should be happy to be praised by people, but he did not know whether to be happy or not when he was being glared at by the ugly people around him. Ness saw that the misty woman was not going to shut up, so he quickly said, "Lady Mirror, they still need to do some tests. I'll take them away first. Please open the passage for them, Lady Mirror." Normally, people did not need to inform Lady Mirror to enter the mirror world. However, these talents who did not have their bone cards registered had to go through the same procedure. Otherwise, Ness would not summon Lady Mirror, who only cared about appearances. Lady Mirror flicked a few clouds of white mist from between her fingers. The white mist went straight into the bone card in the talent's hand. "Alright, I'm going back to sleep. Don't disturb me if you're ugly." Lady Mirror paused a little. "Hey, blonde boy, you barely qualify. It's rare to see someone so good-looking. Come and have some tea with me when you have time." With that, Lady Mirror disappeared into a puff of smoke. Ness led the group into the mirror. When they reappeared, they were at the outer edge of the mirror world, the tree yard. "There are 3 ancestor souls in Brute Cavern," Ness explained as they walked. "The Lady of Mirrors at the entrance, the tree spirit here, and the Elder of Books in the library. The 3 ancestor souls have existed for a very long time, and no one can trace them back. They are the guardians of Brute Cavern." "Sir Wizard, how strong are the ancestor souls compared to you?" Hookdick followed behind Ness respectfully. Ness glanced at Hookdick and humphed. "The ancestor souls are mysterious and unfathomable. we can't guess their power. All you need to know is that the ancestor souls are the guardians of Brute Cavern, and no one is allowed to blaspheme them. Ness paused and continued, the ancestor souls all have their own preferences, but most of them are gentle. As long as you don't cause any trouble, they won't bother you. As for other things, you'll find out in the future. The first thing they felt when they stepped into the mirror world was big. The second thing they felt was vast. At first, Angor thought the mirror world was just like the grotto heaven in novels back on Earth, where it would be nice to have 100 acres of land. However, it was actually a world. There was no end in sight. According to Ness, the mirror world was huge, comparable to the entire border island. However, there weren't many places in the mirror world that could be used. Most of the creatures here were gathered around the Tree of Eternity. The Tree of Eternity was the first thing they saw when they entered the mirror world. The trunk of the tree was enormous, with a diameter of at least several kilometers. The height was even harder to measure. The thick and dense leaves pierced straight into the sea of clouds, and the misty white clouds blocked everyone's line of sight. The tree spirit is the soul of the Tree of Eternity, Ness exclaimed. No matter how many times he saw the Tree of Eternity, he would always be amazed by its magnificence. Ness led the group to the Tree of Eternity and explained the layout of the mirror world to them. If the mirror world was divided according to the transcendent level, it was roughly divided into 2 parts. The ground was where the apprentices lived and cultivated. Because most of the ground was covered by the huge leaves of the eternal tree, the sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves. Thus, it was called the Shady Tree Court. The official wizards didn't live in the Shady Tree Courtyard. They lived under the Tree of Eternity. Some lived on the leaves, some in the veins of the leaves, some in the branches, and some even on the surface of the clouds. In any case, the Tree of Eternity was incomparably huge and pierced horizontally into the clouds, so they could live anywhere they wanted. However, it was worth mentioning that most of the wizards living on the Tree of Eternity lived alone and were very territorial. The area within several kilometers of their residences was designated as a forbidden area. Without the wizard's invitation, trespassers would face severe consequences. Even apprentices from Brute Cavern would not be spared. By the time they arrived at the Tree of Eternity, Ness had already explained the rules of the place to Angor. Alright, now that we're here, my mission is over. If you have any questions, you can ask Tree Spirit in the Tree Spirit Hall. Ness was about to leave. Hook Dick, who had been following Ness closely, suddenly spoke up. Sir Wizard, may I know your honorable name? They had followed him all the way, but they still didn't know his name. Ness didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he sneered in a low voice, you don't deserve to know my name yet. You'll learn it when you survive and gain a foothold in Brute Cavern. With that, Ness disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, a gentle and clear male voice sounded in everyone's ears. This year's talents? Please come to my hall. As soon as he finished speaking, a door opened in front of them. Behind the door, they saw a winding staircase. Everyone knew that the voice belonged to the tree spirit, but they didn't expect the tree spirit of the Tree of Eternity to sound so young. The talents entered the hall one after another. The stairs were not narrow, so many familiar faces walked side by side while chatting with each other. Angor was the same. Nausicaa and Siloam were on his left and right respectively. Ebony was also nearby, but he was following behind Nausicaa. The wooden walls were illuminated by oil lamps from time to time. Do you smell that? There's a faint woody fragrance. Is that the smell of the Tree of Eternity? Siloam suddenly asked. Angor nodded. The air was filled with the scent of wood shavings. It was moist, gentle, and light. Just like Tree Spirit's voice, it was neither thick nor heavy. It felt like a clear stream flowing into one's heart. It does smell good. But compared to this, I prefer Angor's scent, said Nausicaa. Nausicaa smiled. She did not smoke to show her respect to supernatural beings. But she was too addicted to smoking. She was still holding the long pipe in her hand and twirling it between her fingers as if she was spinning a pen. My scent? Angor's heart skipped a beat. He rolled up his sleeves and sniffed. As expected, a pleasant scent came from his skin. He was familiar with the scent. It was the saliva of the glutton flower. Yup. Your scent is soothing. It's like there's some magical power that can soothe restless souls and calm them down. Angwar's expression stiffened at Nausicaa's praise. Soothe souls? The saliva of the glutton flower lord was a treasure that could soothe souls and heal soul injuries. Are you using perfume? Nausicaa asked. Perfume was a kind of perfume used by nobles in many countries. After taking a bath, one could apply perfume to one's hair, ears, neck, armpits, wrists, and other parts of the body to fully release the fragrance. One's every movement would be full of charm. There were many brands of perfume, including men's, women's, and even children's. Angwar was a noble, so it was normal for Nausicaa to think he was using perfume. Angwar mumbled through his nose. He neither denied nor confirmed. He couldn't tell her it wasn't perfume. If Nausicaa misunderstood his body scent, he would lose his dignity as a man. If he said yes and Nausicaa asked him what brand of perfume it was, it would be even harder for him to cover up his lie. So, Angwar simply pretended he didn't hear anything. He didn't expect the saliva of the glutton flower lord could spread to his body from his soul. That was amazing. Angwar could only pray that the perfume would disappear soon. Before that, he would try his best to act alone. Nausicaa glanced at Angwar with a half-smile. She didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she moved closer and whispered into Angwar's ear. Do you still remember that Lord Magus just now, the gray-haired little old man? Angwar nodded. One night, I saw Hookdick talking to the gray-haired old man. They seemed to be getting along well. I don't know what happened. The next day, Hookdick gathered his men and asked for an alliance. You know what happened next? I beat him up. I was wondering where he got his confidence from. Now, I think it must have something to do with that wizard. Nausicaa paused. You need to be careful. Hookdick is a very narrow-minded person. If he has anything to do with that wizard, Angwar furrowed his eyebrows a little. He didn't expect Hookdick to have something to do with a wizard. It seemed he had to find a chance to ask his teacher about the wizard. He didn't think Hookdick would try to mess with him, but it was better to be safe than sorry. The group of talents climbed for about 10 minutes and finally saw the Tree Spirit Hall. The hall was not big. The interior walls were decorated with vines, giving it an ancient and primitive feel. There were a few ordinary people working in the hall. When they saw them, a trace of envy flashed in their eyes. 1 in 10,000 talents. How could they not be envious? At this moment, a young and beautiful waitress near the counter gracefully walked towards the crowd. The servant's eyes glowed as she looked around the crowd. When she saw Balba and Angwar, her eyes brightened up as if she had made up her mind. She walked to Balba's side while swaying her hips in a flirtatious manner. Welcome to the Tree Spirit Hall, sir. I'm Melaner, a worker here. Melaner's face was fresh and natural. Her eyes seemed to be shining like stars, which made her look beautiful. When talking to Balba, she purposely showed a gentle and admiring expression, which would satisfy a man's ego. The fat boy and the pockmarked young man even whistled when they saw Melaner. However, Melaner had obviously chosen the wrong person to flatter. Balba looked at Melaner without a trace of interest. His handsome face had a hint of mockery. He did not even have the mood to talk back. Melaner stood there awkwardly and looked at Angwar with a pair of gentle eyes. However, Angwar was talking to Xylem. He did not look at her like the other talents who were looking at her with lecherous eyes. Especially when there was a beautiful woman standing next to Angwar, who was looking at her with a half-smile. Nausicaa was as beautiful as her, so Melaner chose to flatter Balba. However, she ran into a wall. Since Angwar and Balba did not show any interest in her, Melaner looked at the other talents on the other side. They were not as good-looking as Angwar and Balba, but they were still talents. She only had 2 years left. If no one was willing to help her before she left, sirs, please follow me. Melaner will take care of your registration. Melaner walked to the fat boy, Foza, who whistled at her. Everyone knew what Melaner was thinking. Even the ordinary people in the hall didn't seem surprised. The fat boy seemed to be very experienced. He grabbed Melaner's slender waist and called everyone to the counter. Melaner suppressed the discomfort in her heart and said with a flattering expression, "My lords, please put your bone cards here." After Mr. Tree Spirit tests your talent and spiritual power values, your bone cards will be updated at the same time. Then, Melaner pointed at a door not far away. Mr. Tree Spirit is waiting for you inside. Under Melaner's guidance, everyone walked through the door. Melaner was left on the spot. Before Foza left, he pinched her butt hard. Her face turned pale, and in the end, she sighed helplessly. After stepping through the door, everyone was blinded by the intense golden light. When his eyes relaxed a little, he realized that the golden light was the sun in the sky. They had now left the trunk and were standing on a huge leaf. As they walked, they could clearly see the sap flowing in the veins under their feet. The leaf felt soft, but it didn't shake. Sunlight poured down on the green leaves, creating a faint green halo. Clouds and mist surrounded them, making the place look like a fairyland. Such a beautiful place. No wonder wizards chose to live on the Tree of Eternity. You're here? Come a little closer. Let me see you. A gentle male voice reached their ears. They looked toward the source of the voice and saw a man with a golden rim lying on a chair made of green leaves. They couldn't see his face clearly. When they got closer, they saw that the man was completely naked except for a green leaf skirt around his waist. He was leisurely sunbathing on the chair. When they stood in front of the man, he slowly stood up and leisurely greeted everyone. So this man is Tree Spirit? Angor looked at the man. Green short curly hair, a handsome face, and a perfect body that looked like a god in a painting. Everything was fine except for his tendency to show off. And there's a woman here. Angor glanced at Nausicaa, who was looking at Tree Spirit with an admiring expression. She was not shy at all. TSK. TSK. Tisk. Oh, right. Nausicaa was a strong woman who fought against a bunch of men for the Blackberry Waters. Of course, she wouldn't be shy. While everyone was sizing up Tree Spirit was sizing them up as well. A moment later, Tree Spirit spoke again. You're the talents this year? That's too few. As expected of Sunders. He really spared no effort to keep things simple. Well, 10 isn't much, but it saves me a lot of trouble. This was the second time they heard the name Sunders. The last time was when Lady Mirror mentioned it. According to Tree Spirit, Sunders was the one who caused all the suffering they went through. You all used Abel's eye to test your talent, right? Tree Spirit asked. Everyone nodded. Although using Abel's eye to test one's talent is very important, the things it expresses are too obscure, and there is a lot of randomness. So, I'm going to test your talent again and recommend a wizard system for you. You can choose to listen to my recommendation or not. My recommendation is only a guide to a certain extent. What really determines whether you can succeed or not is still your own efforts. Tree Spirit waved his hand, and rows of seats rose from the leaves. A green platform that looked like a blackboard and a podium rose in front of him. When everyone was seated, Tree Spirit walked to the podium and began to explain the wizard system. Angor heard about it from Mara a long time ago. According to the generally accepted classification in the wizarding world, there were 3 major systems: elementalism, bloodline mastery, and occultism. Although the 3 major architectures focused on different things, in fact, the 3 architectures could intersect. Elementalism could also absorb the blood of powerful creatures to strengthen oneself. Bloodline mastery also knew some elemental spells. Occultism, on the other hand, required a certain amount of talent. Occultism wizards could learn elementalism and bloodline mastery spells, but bloodline mastery and elementalism did not necessarily allow them to learn occultism spells. There were other systems apart from the 3 systems, but they were still the mainstream ones. Whether you choose elementalism or bloodline mastery in the future, I'll give you a recommendation based on your qualities and talents. As for occultism, there are very few people who choose this system, so I don't know if any of you have occultism talent, Tree Spirit explained briefly and began to test everyone's talent. However, Tree Spirit did not do it on the empty ground. Instead, he set up another room and let everyone in one by one. As the only female talent in the room, Nausicaa was the first to enter the room. What's your talent, Miss Nausicaa? I'm looking forward to it. Salem's little face was full of smiles. He always showed the greatest enthusiasm to Lord Aspel, whom he respected the most. I wonder what my talent will be. My professor said I have a nightmare form. Maybe it has something to do with it? Angor wondered. A moment later, Nausicaa walked out of the room with a thoughtful look on her beautiful face. Miss Nausicaa, what's Mr. Tree Spirit's recommendation? Salem asked excitedly. Salem's question caught everyone's attention as well. They were all talents in the same batch. They couldn't tell who had more potential yet, but they all wanted to compare. Nausicaa had no intention of hiding her talent. Mr. Shulin suggested I focus on bloodline arts, but I don't know what kind of bloodline arts I should focus on. Bloodline? Everyone was shocked by Nausicaa's choice. A female talent was going to focus on bloodline? But when they recalled that Nausicaa was one of the only 2 people who won the deathmatch, they felt relieved. With such a strong body, it was normal for a female to focus on bloodline. A female bloodline wizard? Angor recalled a graceful figure. He saw Lady Heroline in Greya's Barbie's restaurant. She seemed to be a bloodline wizard. Back on the Cloud Whale, Flora told him that Heroline's nickname was Moray Eel Woman. She was a wizard who fused with the bloodline of a moray eel. Angor looked at Nausicaa and wondered what kind of bloodline this generous woman would fuse with. Next, the second, the third, the fourth, all came out from Tree Spirit's room. Tree Spirit's suggestions were all about elemental talents, but they all focused on different things. The only one who was different from the others was the big fat boy Foza. After a test, Tree Spirit suggested Foza to focus on bloodline. Soon, it was Salem's turn. When Salem came out from the Tree Spirit's place, he looked lost. No one knew what he was thinking. When Nausicaa asked him about his talent, he hesitated for a while before he answered elementalism. So what if it's the elemental faction? What are you disappointed about? Do you think the elemental side is weaker than the other sides? He was familiar with the books in Sunder's library, so he knew that there was no such thing as a strong or weak framework. It all depended on how a wizard chose his or her own path. Salem shook his head. Not really. I also like elementalism. But Mr. Tree Spirit also said that my focus is. Salem suddenly stopped talking. Angor and Nausicaa exchanged a look. Nausicaa whispered, Mr. Tree Spirit didn't tell me what to focus on. Salem must have a special talent. What's the focus? Angor asked. Salem said in a low voice, he suggested that I choose the branch of darkness. Dark element? Angor raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Salem's talent to focus on elementalism, which was rare. It was even rarer than occult wizards. Why darkness? You can choose any metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Why darkness? Salem asked in dismay. So you have some misunderstandings about darkness. It's a very rare branch. Even rarer than occult wizards, Angor explained. But I hate darkness the most. Salem recalled the Dark Knight, the blood-soaked sword, and the man who fell in a pool of blood to protect him. He stayed in the endless darkness for a whole week before he could see the light again. Since that day, he did not fear the darkness. Instead, he hated it. Salem didn't tell Angor the reason, but he didn't look like he was faking it. Angor didn't know how to comfort him. He could only say, there is no right or wrong in elements, and there is no good or evil in power. You can use the power of darkness to do things of light, and use the power of light to do things of darkness. Only spellcasters can differentiate between good and evil, so it's all up to you. Before Angor could say anything else, Tree Spirit already called his name and asked him to go in to test his talent. Angor could only pat Salem's shoulder to comfort him. He then greeted the others and entered the room built by Tree Spirit. As soon as he entered, he saw Tree Spirit looking up from his desk. Tree Spirit's handsome face suddenly showed a strange expression. His handsome nose twitched as if he was sniffing something. Huh? Your scent. Tree Spirit frowned as if he was thinking about how to phrase it. Angor's heart skipped a beat. Did Tree Spirit smell the essence of Glutton Flower Lord? It smells good, very good. Tree Spirit suddenly appeared beside him and sniffed at his neck. It's like I'm naked and being comforted by a pair of gentle hands. Tree Spirit's handsome face showed an expression of enjoyment. Angor, on the other hand, backed away in embarrassment. Naked and being comforted by gentle hands, such a vulgar description. Especially when Tree Spirit was really naked and only had a leaf on his private part. However, Tree Spirit's face didn't show any vulgarity at all. Angor didn't even know where to start. Tree Spirit returned to his seat and put away his enjoyment expression. I don't know why your soul smells so good. It's both good and bad for you. This scent can strengthen your soul's plasticity. But the bad thing is, if a wizard with an injured soul finds you, the consequences will be unimaginable. That's because your soul fragrance can heal the worsening of soul injuries. I remember there was a wizard in Brood Cavern who got his soul injured. If he finds you. Heh. Tree Spirit didn't tell Angor what would happen, but Angor was quite worried about it. Tree Spirit gave Angor a sympathetic look. Huh? Tree Spirit suddenly looked in a certain direction while opening and closing his mouth. It seemed he was talking to someone. Tree Spirit kept looking at Angor. There was no pity in his eyes. Instead, there was an inquisitive look. Tree Spirit looked at Angor and clicked his tongue. I didn't know you're Sunder's student. Well, your soul scent won't be a problem then. That wizard from Brood Cavern won't dare to harm Sunder's student. However, he didn't do anything for Sunder's sake. Once you leave Brood Cavern's territory, there's a high chance you'll be targeted by other wizards. So, before your soul scent disappears or you can protect yourself, it's best if you stay in Brood Cavern's territory. Tree Spirit continued, Sunder's already told me about your soul talent. Come closer. I'll give you a more advanced test. So it was Sunders who talked to Tree Spirit. Was Sunders watching him? That's why he could talk to Tree Spirit in time. Angor approached Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit spoke in a plain tone, both you and Sunders have the nightmare form. I assume your talent is also a branch of occult illusions. But to confirm it, you need to be tested. His mentor was an occult illusionist? Angor knew that there were dozens of illusionist branches, such as Mirage, which changed the weather, Illusion Array, which combined with alchemy, Real Illusion, which made it difficult to tell the difference between reality and illusion, Transmutation, which allowed one to create thousands of illusions. Angor wondered which one his talent was. Tree Spirit reached out his hand. A green light flickered, and a branch slowly grew out from his palm. The branch reached in front of Angor's face, and to Angor's surprise, a tender green leaf emerged from the branch. Eat the leaf, Tree Spirit ordered. Angor plucked the leaf and swallowed it without hesitation. When his tongue touched the leaf, it automatically melted into a stream of refreshing juice and slid down his throat. Soon, Angor's body was glowing in green. Green blood seemed to be flowing under his skin, and he could even feel the coolness in his head. Angor couldn't help but close his eyes to enjoy the cool air. On the other side, Tree Spirit sat down on a chair and quickly took out a pen to record something. Pure human, no otherworldly bloodline. Rating, qualified. Spiritual power, 15. Rating, qualified. Alignment, Tree Spirit looked up and pointed at Angor's body. Some of the green aura inside Angor's body flowed out and merged with Tree Spirit's own aura. I don't smell blood, Tree Spirit muttered to himself. Tree Spirit continued writing. Alignment, none. Rating, qualified. Tree Spirit waved his finger again, and the green aura suddenly surged inside Angor's body. Angor frowned and showed a painful expression. The green aura stopped moving and slowed down a little. Tree Spirit was surprised. He then smiled and looked at Angor with friendliness. Looks like the little guy likes you a lot. Physique, average. Rating, qualified. Soul, excellent. Rating, qualified. Now came the most important part, the talent test. Tree Spirit silently directed the green aura inside Angor's body to flow into his spirit sea. This was the most important step. The spirit sea was not located in the body but in the mind of the soul, which was highly repulsive. Even Sunders could not safely enter someone's spirit sea like a gentle breeze. Only experts who were proficient in the soul could barely do it. From this, one could infer how powerful the Tree Spirit was. Tree Spirit's forehead began to sweat when he saw the green energy flowing into his spirit sea. What a strong exclusivity! Even the most gentle aura of nature is rejected. Tree Spirit was extremely shocked. He had been staying in Brute Cavern for tens of thousands of years, and he had seen countless talents. However, this was the first time he encountered such a strong spirit sea. When the natural aura entered one's spirit sea, one would be able to roughly find out the intentions of the talent. If one only observed from the periphery of the spirit sea, one could only deduce the general direction of the talent, such as the elemental side or the bloodline side. If Tree Spirit was willing, he could let the aura of nature slowly fill up his spirit sea. He could even find out the best choice for a talented person in more detail, such as a certain branch of the elementalism. Although Tree Spirit helped talented people test their tomorrow bestowment intent all year round, he was actually very lazy. Most of the time, his natural aura would come out immediately after entering someone's spirit sea. Therefore, he would usually only give out one of the three major structures for a talented person's talent intention. For the previous talents, Tree Spirit only gave them elemental or bloodline directions. Unless Tree Spirit found the person pleasing to the eye and the person being tested to be quite talented, he would not put in more effort to test the person further. Xylem, for example, was an innocent child. As a plant spirit, he liked kind and pure people the most. Also, Xylem was indeed talented, so Lucian told him that he wanted to learn the school of elemental darkness. Tree Spirit also liked Angor a lot. Apart from the fragrance of Angor's soul, Tree Spirit also liked Angor a lot because of the little guy. Tree Spirit planned to test Angor's talent in detail. However, Angor's spirit sea was so repulsive that it already took Tree Spirit a lot of effort just to let the aura of nature hover around Angor's spirit sea, not to mention going deeper. I don't believe it. The aura of nature can't go deep into a mortal spirit sea. Tree Spirit was going all out. Sweat kept oozing out of Tree Spirit's body, but the aura of nature could not penetrate Angor's spirit sea. Unless Tree Spirit used all his strength to break through Angor's spirit sea, which would cause irreparable damage to Angor's spirit. Tree Spirit had no choice but to withdraw most of his aura, leaving only a trace of green aura, to see if he could pretend to be weak so that Angor could enter Angor's spirit sea successfully. That worked. Tree Spirit placed the aura deeper into Angor's spirit sea, but it still did not reach the core. However, when Tree Spirit tried to push the last strand of nature energy further, the repelling force came again and pushed it out of Angor's spirit sea. The violent rebound made Tree Spirit take a few steps back. Such a strong repulsive force. Tree Spirit exhaled deeply. He was sweating all over. His stamina and spirit power were almost exhausted. "Mr. Tree Spirit, what's going on?" A deep and hoarse voice came to Tree Spirit's ears from afar. "Sunders, this student of yours is a monster. His spirit sea has a rare defensive ability. Even a wizard would not be able to break through such a powerful repulsive force." Tree Spirit spoke using telepathy. "Of course. He's my student." Sunder spoke proudly, which was rare for him. Tree Spirit rolled his eyes. "I'm not praising you. What's there to be proud of?" "Then, Mr. Tree Spirit, did you find out Angor's talent?" Tree Spirit shook his head. "I tried to enter the second layer of his spirit sea, and I was pushed out. I don't know the details, but I'm sure he's an occult illusionist." Sunders, who was far away from Tree Spirit, grinned. "But, it seems he has more than one talent. I think he has another occult talent, but I can't tell what it is. Your new student is not bad. I've seen many people with two elemental talents, and I've also seen people with both occult and elemental talents. But it's rare to see someone with two occult talents." Tree Spirit sighed. "I remember the last time I saw one was about 20,000 years ago. A talent with both occult summoning and occult prophecy talents. Too bad he misused prophecies and died before becoming a wizard." Sunders remained silent for a moment. "Talent doesn't depend on quantity. You don't have to tell him that he has other talents. Just fill him in as occult illusionist. If he wants to choose another occult talent, he can study it himself when he becomes a wizard." Tree Spirit chuckled. "Looks like you value him a lot. All right, as you wish." With that, Tree Spirit wiped the sweat off his forehead and wrote down the last paragraph. "Recommended talent, occult illusionist, occult illusionist." As expected, Angor bid farewell to Tree Spirit and left the room. Xylem showed an envious look when he heard about Angor's talent. Angor did not know what to say. There was no such thing as a spellcaster. It all depended on the user. Illusionist was a rare occult, but its starting point was the same as elementalists and bloodline manipulators. It all depended on the user's hard work. The talents left tree spirits room one by one, and their talent was displayed. Considering how rare occultists were, he thought he was the only occultist here. To his surprise, there was another occultist in this year's batch. Hookdick, occult soul manipulator. Hookdick looked very proud of himself when he told Angor about his new department. While showing off, he also gave Angor an evil look. Angor chuckled, which made Hookdick's expression darken. There were 3 bloodline manipulators, Nausicaa, Foza, and Balba. The rest were all elementalists. Xylem, Angor, and Hookdick were the only ones who had a specific department recommendation. The others only had the recommendation of the 3 major departments, so they had to wait until they had their own mentors to decide which department they were going to join. After testing everyone's talent, Tree Spirit went back to his lazy sunbathing, while the talents returned to the Tree Spirit Hall under the guidance of a servant. The results of the test had been sent to Melaner's side. Melaner entered everyone's talent and spiritual power into the bone card one by one. Although she was immortal, she had been working in the Tree Spirit Hall for many years. She was familiar with the 3 major structures of wizardry. She knew that there was no difference between the 3 major structures. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the occult or the elemental faction, she was very calm when she recorded them. Due to the incident at home, she had to rely on a supernatural. By relying on someone, she would give her everything to the person, including her body. Therefore, she decided to choose the 2 most handsome men among them, Angor and Balba. Unfortunately, Angor already had a beautiful woman by his side, and Balba did not like her at all. Under such circumstances, she chose Foza. When Melaner saw Foza's test results, she paid special attention. Foza, bloodline affinity, spiritual power, 12, it was neither too high nor too low. With this amount of spiritual force, the chances of him becoming an official magus were not high. However, since she had chosen Foza, Melaner had no reason to be picky. She sighed and continued to record. When Melanie reached the last bone card, she saw Angor's name. Angor, occult illusionist, spiritual power, 15, this result was already considered above average among the many talents. After Melaner recorded the words into the bone card, she suddenly saw a new row of words appear below the words. Melaner's eyes widened. Mentor, Saunders, the legendary sorcerer had taken him in as a student? Saunders was not only famous in the southern region, but also in Brute Cavern. He was the strongest wizard in Brute Cavern, second only to the leader of Brute Cavern. She was the target of all the acolytes. Such a powerful figure actually took in a new talent as his disciple? It was important to note that these talents would also be assigned to the various adepts as apprentices. However, these were only apprentices and not personal students. Only when a wizard accepted you as a student would your information appear on the bone card. Otherwise, the information of the mentor would remain blank. Sunder's name appeared on Angor's bone card, which meant Angor was now one of Sunder's closest students, which was completely different from other apprentices. Melaner suddenly regretted her decision. If she knew Saunders had taken Angor as a student, she would have tried it no matter how many women Angor had around him. With Saunders' guidance, Angor's chances of becoming a wizard were greatly increased. Being an apprentice was not as good as being a wizard's follower. When Angor returned to the Tree Spirit Hall, he saw Melaner who was trying to flatter him. Foza's face darkened. He had planned to take care of Melaner tonight, but Melaner had changed her mind after they came out of the cabin. She had gone to stick to the gigolo who had not even participated in the deathmatch in Cabin 9, Foza humped coldly. Melaner's face turned pale. She wanted to say something but decided not to in the end. Foza held the bone card, gave Angor a cold stare, and quickly left the hall. Angor, on the other hand, was confused. What's wrong with this woman? He did not feel lucky at all when he saw Melaner trying to get close to him. Instead, he felt goosebumps all over his body. She thought Nausicaa would be the biggest obstacle to Melaner's flattery. However, Nausicaa simply walked away as if she was waiting to see a good show. Seeing Nausicaa being so sensible, Melaner's flattery became even more intense. Angor was a gentle person. He did not want to chase Melaner away even though he was a little disgusted. Melaner felt that she had a chance. She put on a cute expression and tried to grab Angor's arm. When Melaner touched him, Angor quickly pushed her away. Melaner fell to the ground with an awkward expression. When Angor looked at her, she showed a confused expression of sadness, longing, and worry. Another female worker ran over and helped Melaner to her feet. She then gave Angor a hostile look. Do you know? If it wasn't for Melaner's family, she wouldn't have. Melaner covered her mouth and sobbed. Don't say it out loud, Mira. I'll take it all on my own. Mira looked at Melaner with concern. Melaner, why do you have to do this? The interaction between Mira and Melaner made all the talents in the hall feel strange. So there was more to this story. No wonder Melaner was so eager to get close to a talent. But, ladies, your acting is a little fake. Angor, why don't you? The innocent Xylem wanted to persuade Angor, but he did not know what to say. Why should he persuade Angor? He did not even know Melaner's purpose. Salem's hesitation made Angor's expression even worse. Angor did not know Melaner at all. A woman he didn't know suddenly came up to him to flatter him. Why should he go along with her? Just because Melaner was a woman and he was a man? He was not a man who was obsessed with women. As long as it was a female, he would break through the heavens. Besides, he could not accept a woman who did not know how to respect herself. Angor did not care about Melaner's "I have my reasons" expression. There were plenty of people with their own reasons in this world. Did you think you could drag other people down just because you had your reasons? None of my business. Angor ignored the two on the ground and walked away. Angor left the tree spirit hall with a gloomy expression. Foza still hated him because of some random woman. Angor was speechless. Foza was Hooptik's follower, but Angor was not happy with Angor's attitude. Nausicaa walked to him with elegant steps. What a shame. I didn't get to see the bitter love play. Sad play? Xylem followed behind Angor and looked at Nausicaa in confusion. You're still young. You don't understand what's going on. There's a term called gender kidnapping. You'll understand it in the future. Nausicaa smiled sarcastically and explained to Xylem. I didn't expect Angor to be so stubborn. I thought you'd give in to that little girl called Melaner, Nausicaa teased. Angor did not speak. He only snorted to show that he was listening. Fine. Let's change the topic if you don't want to talk about it. Nausicaa took out her bone card and checked the information on it. What's your spiritual power level? 15 points. Angor didn't even look at the card. 18, Xylem said. Nausicaa glanced at Xylem. I didn't expect you to have the highest among us. Mine is 17. What's the use of spiritual power level? The higher the spiritual power level, the faster the mana flow can be guided. You can think of it as the higher the spiritual power level, the faster the training. Both of them knew that Angor knew a lot about wizardry that they did not know, so they were not surprised by Angor's answer. I see. So Xylem is a little genius, Nausicaa said. Xylem blushed and did not know what to say. Alright, stop teasing him. His spiritual power level isn't bad, but there are others with higher spiritual power than him. I know someone with a spiritual power level of 23. Angor thought of a person. You're only 1 year older than Xylem. Why do I feel like you're much older than him? Nausicaa asked. The three of them chatted along the way and left the giant eternal tree, standing under the tree again. At this time all the talents under the tree had gathered together. When no one knew what to do, a young girl wearing black-rimmed glasses and a short skirt rode a tricolored deer in front of everyone. Hello everyone, I'm... Ouch. Ouch. The bespectacled girl introduced herself as she jumped down from the tricolored deer. But who would have thought that she would lose her balance and fall to the ground? She landed on her face. Everyone. Was this guy here to be funny? The girl knelt on the ground and picked up the broken glasses. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Another pair is broken. Why am I so stupid? The girl cried and hit her head with her fist. After a moment of self-pity, the girl threw the shattered glasses to the side. She took out a pair of identical glasses from the heart-shaped bag at her waist and put them on. Then, she patted the dust off her body and stood up. Hi, everyone. My name is Abel. I'll lead you to your place of residence. Abel then climbed onto the tricolor deer. Everyone was speechless. Why did you have to get down from the deer when you only said one sentence? Abel was a very lively girl. She told them everything she should and should not say. According to the information she revealed, Abel was a beginner apprentice who joined Brute Cavern 5 years ago. She was too weak to accept missions with low rewards, such as leading talents to live in Tree Spirit Garden. The mission she just accepted gave her 5 magic crystal shards, and 100 shards could only be combined into 1 magic crystal. Abel was a naive girl. She suddenly remembered something halfway and said, I almost forgot. Did you get a teacher's post? Teacher's post? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what she was talking about. Abel scratched her head awkwardly. My mission is to lead you to the teacher's post and then assign you a place to live. I fell down just now and forgot about the teacher's post. Abel quickly turned her tricolor deer around. Excuse me. I'll take you to the teacher's post. Everyone was speechless. She was so unreliable. Abel happily pointed at the center of Tree Spirit Garden. Let's go. They didn't like Abel's behavior, but they didn't say anything about it. After all, beginner apprentices were supernatural beings too. However, Hoopdick's group looked at Abel with a hint of malice in their eyes. Your information is known to all wizards. Whether you can become a wizard's follower or not depends on your teacher's post. If a wizard is interested in you, he or she will send you a post. Once you accept the post, you'll automatically become the wizard's apprentice, Abel explained. Will all of us get a post? Someone asked. Abel shook her head. Not really. If no wizard is interested in you, there won't be a post. But don't worry. Even without a post, you'll still get a teacher. But you'll only be assigned randomly, and we don't know where you'll be assigned to. Abel paused and continued, some wizards prefer to do their research alone. They don't like to take in apprentices. If you're randomly assigned to one of them, you'll end up miserable. In my batch, there were more than 30 people who didn't receive the posters, and a few of them were assigned to serve under such great magi. Within a few days, I heard that they were made into fertilizer and laid to rest in the ground for eternity. So, this random assignment depends on luck. Seeing everyone's uneasiness, Abel quickly added, of course, if you're lucky enough to be assigned to a powerful and peaceful wizard, you'll hit the jackpot. Your future as a wizard will be much smoother. Soon, Abel led the group to their destination. This is where resources are distributed. But it's specially set up for wizards. Each wizard has a fixed quota here every month. We can also get some resources from here. There are many precious materials here. If you have extra magic crystals, you can buy them here. Abel looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. She lowered her voice and continued, there are many precious materials here, but they're very expensive. If you need them, you can trade with others in private. There are some shops opened by apprentices in the nearby villages. They're much cheaper than here. Nearby villages? Are you talking about the underground villages? Abel nodded. Yes. You'll learn these tricks after staying here for a long time. Let's go and see your teacher's post. The resource distribution hall was bigger than all the halls they had been to so far. People were coming and going inside. Whether it was the counter or the sofa resting area, they were all crowded with apprentices. When the group stepped into the hall, the group of acolytes in colorful robes only raised their heads slightly to take a look, and snorted a few times. It was obvious that they had guessed the group's identity. Abel, you're such a piece of trash. You don't even have the courage to step out of Brute Cavern. Beginner apprentice is going to be your life, a man in a black robe mocked. Talents of this year, watch carefully. This female apprentice is called Abel. She's the shame of the previous batch. You better stay away from her. Don't get infected by her. Ha 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 ha. Some apprentices kept mocking Abel on their way, which affected some of the talents. Hoopdick's group purposely stayed away from Abel as if she was a pathogen. Abel did not say anything. She lowered her head and led the group to the second floor. Her silence was completely different from the innocent and lively Abel Angor saw along the way. It was as if she had become a completely different person, walking alone in the front. When they reached the second floor, Abel asked everyone to sit on the sofa nearby. She walked to a counter alone and began to talk with a female apprentice inside. After a while, Abel came back with a silver disc. She placed the plate on a short table in the middle and asked everyone to come over. "This is the receiver. Take out your bone cards and put them here." Abel pointed at the bottom of the plate, where there was a round groove that matched the size of a bone card. "Put it in, and you'll know if there's a teacher's invitation." Abel sat down on the other side of the sofa and asked everyone to start. Everyone looked at each other. No one wanted to be the first one to start. Nausicaa was the closest to the plate. She shrugged. "Since you're all so modest, I'll go first." Everyone looked at the plate. They did not want to be the first one because they did not want to lose face if they did not have a teacher's invitation. Since someone had tasted the crab first, they knew what was going on. Nausicaa took out her bone card and inserted it into the slot. A moment later, a white light began to shine from the center of the disc. A moment later, 2 cards with different shapes and pictures appeared on the disc. "You're in luck. 2 instructors are interested in you after reading your information. You can choose between the 2 mentors." Abel's eyes flashed with envy. She said to the crowd, "It seems that the number of talents recruited this time is too small. Even the wizards have started to snatch people away. Perhaps all of you will receive a poster this time." Abel's words made everyone happy. If what Abel said was true, and everyone had a poster, that would be great. She picked up 2 cards with different totems drawn on them. One of them was a green, square card with round patterns. Fantes Conida was written on it. The other card was diamond-shaped, with a blood-red rose breaking through the ground on a dark black chassis. Beside it was written in cursive, Flora. The names on the 2 cards should be the names of the Magi. But who should I choose without a reference? Nausicaa wondered and looked at Abel for help. "It's part of my job to introduce your mentors." Abel accepted the cards with a smile. "Wait, grass snail Fantes? He hasn't taken in any apprentices for more than 10 years. Abel looked at the name on the card and exclaimed, "He's a bloodline wizard. He's been living in seclusion in Brute Cavern like a hermit. But he's quite strong. Before becoming a wizard, he already reached level 100 in Floating Mech City's Tower of Infinity. If Mr. Tree Spirit is recommending a bloodline wizard to you, Mr. Fantes is the best choice." Abel picked up the other card and widened her eyes when she saw the name on it. Flora. Flora, the Blood Witch. Abel's exclamation was even louder than the previous one. Many apprentices around them heard her voice. When they heard Flora's name, all the apprentices' pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with fear. "Who's she? Is she stronger than Mr. Fantes?" Nausicaa asked in confusion. Abel took a deep breath. "She's one of the most famous female wizards in the southern wizarding region. She's not famous for her looks, but for her cruel and bloodthirsty ways. She has many famous battles, such as..." Angor listened to Abel's explanation and sighed in his mind. He didn't expect the naughty witch to have such a terrible reputation. "As for Mr. Fantes and her, I don't know who's stronger. I'm just an apprentice after all." Nausicaa nodded. She admired Flora. A woman who could dominate the entire southern wizarding region must have a heroic spirit. "Is Lady Flora a bloodline wizard too?" Nausicaa asked. "That's not it. Lady Flora is an occult, but I don't know which one," Abel said. Nausicaa frowned at Abel's words. She was a bloodline adept, so she naturally hoped to be taught by a bloodline adept. But as a woman, she also wished to be taught by Flora, who was also a woman. Nausicaa was struggling. However, Nausicaa was a decisive woman. She quickly discarded all unnecessary thoughts and chose the most suitable teacher for herself. Nausicaa put Flora's card back into the silver plate, picked up Fantes' card, and stepped aside. Following Nausicaa's example, the other talents began to put their bone cards into the disc one after another. As Abel said, there were too few talents in this year's batch. Almost every time someone put a bone card on the plate, a poster would appear. This is Mr. Wallace, a big shot from the academies. This is Mr. Fiery Charm, an elementalist. Abel introduced them one by one. Foza also picked up a post from Grass Snail Fantace, while Xylem picked up a post from Night Sage Kaler. Kaler's post not only shocked Abel, but also shocked the apprentices who had been paying attention to them all this time. Abel only introduced Kaler briefly, but judging from the reactions of the people around them, they knew that Kaler was no ordinary person. Hookdick put his bone card into the plate as well. In the next second, a square card shining in golden light appeared in the center of the plate. That's a golden poster. When Abel mentioned the golden poster, not only the talents, but also the apprentices who were watching were surprised. Who is it? He actually accepted a real disciple. The strongest person in our batch had obtained the golden poster and soared to the heavens. He went from an ordinary person with no special talent to an official magus today. This golden poster is an invitation to become an official magus. The apprentices whispered among themselves. Everyone heard them. They did not know what the golden poster was, but judging from the discussions around them, they could guess its value. Therefore, everyone looked at Hookdick enviously. Even Xylem, who was usually calm, was a little jealous. God must be blind. Even a big bad guy like him is blessed. Hookdick felt refreshed under everyone's envious gazes. He even straightened his back and picked up the golden poster proudly. As if showing off, he pointed his nose at Angor with a proud expression and made a neck-slitting gesture. Angor sneered. He did not care at all. Hookdick was about to mock Angor when he heard someone asking Abel a question. What does the golden poster mean? Why is everyone? Hookdick also wanted to know what the poster meant, so he ignored Angor and listened to Abel's explanation. Before Abel could answer, one of the apprentices said, You just got the invitation card, but that doesn't mean you're qualified to be his apprentice. You're just one of his many apprentices. Sometimes, he'll teach you when he's in a good mood. But most of the time, you'll just be doing menial work for him. You can see the details on your bone cards. Your teacher's column is empty. The golden poster means that a wizard will only send you a real disciple. You have the poster, which means you're his real student. He will do his best to teach you. You have a wizard to protect you. That's why the golden poster is called an invitation to become a wizard. When that happens, the teacher's column on your bone cards will show the wizard's name. When everyone heard this, they all opened their bone cards and looked at the mentor column. Just as he had said, even though they had received a post from a mentor, the mentor column on their bone cards was still blank. While the crowd was busy comparing their bone cards, Angor quietly sat on the side and looked at the last column on his card, Teacher, Sunders. Seeing the disappointed looks on everyone's faces, Angor quietly put his bone card away. So it's empty. Xylem, who was sitting next to Angor, moved closer and pointed at his own bone card. Where's your card, Angor? Oh. I put it away. We all have the same information. Ahahaha. Angor quickly pointed at Hookdick when he saw Salem's doubtful look. I wonder which wizard is taking in a disciple. Look, he's saying his name. Hookdick looked at the name on the card, and under everyone's anticipation, he slowly said, Nisabella. Nisabella? Who's that? Why haven't I heard of him before? The crowd discussed among themselves. Maybe he's a new wizard? That can't be right. There are only a few wizards who have reached their bottleneck. I never heard of anyone with this name. Abel walked to Hookdick and looked at him from the side. Abel suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. It's not Nisabella. It's Mr. Nissa. Mr. Nissa? Mr. Nisabella, nicknamed Undead's Redemption? Abel nodded. That's right. The occult soul manipulator wizard. Mr. Nissa? I was wondering who this Nisabella is. Oh, Nisabella. Lucky boy, you can't read, can you? The apprentices around Hookdick were envious of him. But after this incident, they all looked down on him. A man who looked like he was almost 30 years old couldn't even read. Even if he had the guidance of a wizard, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. Hookdick's face turned pale and red. He used to be the chief of a small tribe on Faron continent. Although it sounded like a tribe, it wasn't as primitive as one would think. At least the nobles could understand the common language. However, he was an exception. Because of his lust and passion for killing, his usual entertainment was spent on women and blood. He did not spend much time learning the common language. This caused him to have a smattering of knowledge about many words. Most of the time, he could only recognize half of the words. Previously, he was only able to recognize half of the words and felt that he had read them correctly. However, he did not expect that he would mispronounce 2 words of a name. You can't even pronounce the name of your mentor wrong. Someone shook his head and looked at Hookdick as if he was a joke. Hookdick opened his mouth and said coldly, "You can take your time learning the common language. However, I'm the only one with a golden invitation card. Even if you're a famous scholar, you can't get one. So, laugh all you want." After Hookdick finished speaking, he walked to the side and sat down. He stared at everyone who laughed at him with hatred. Abel was the first one to bear the brunt. Under Hookdick's piercing stare, Abel sensed that something was wrong. After all, Hookdick was a talent with a golden poster. It wouldn't take long for him to surpass her. She didn't want to be hated by someone with a bright future. However, Abel didn't know what to do now. She smiled awkwardly and sat down. "Who else didn't get the poster?" Abel asked. 2 people stood up at the same time. One of them was Angor, and the other was Balba. Balba glanced at Angor and sat down. "You first." "Balba looks like a rough guy, but he's actually a nice guy," Xylem whispered to Angor. Angor nodded to Balba and walked to the silver plate. "Humph." When Angor took out his bone card and was about to insert it into the plate, he heard someone snorting from the side. Angor looked over and saw Hookdick tossing the golden invitation card in his hand up and down. It was obvious that Hookdick was trying to intimidate Angor. Angor smiled at Hookdick and inserted his bone card into the slot. White light flashed. A moment later, nothing appeared on the plate. The apprentices thought it was normal, but the talents were shocked. Angor had always been close to a wizard, and he was accepted into Brute Cavern as an exception without going through the deathmatches. They thought Angor was very talented, but no one was willing to accept him? "Ahahaha. No one wants you? Ha ha ha." Hookdick laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with malice and mockery. "Just you wait. Even if the wizard doesn't kill you, I'll kill you one day." Before this, Hookdick did not dare to offend Angor openly because he was afraid of the power behind Angor. He only tried to intimidate Angor in private. But now, seeing that Angor did not even have a teacher, Hookdick released all his pent-up anger. If there were not so many people around, Hookdick would have killed Angor right there and then. Nausicaa and Xylem exchanged a look. Nausicaa was confused, while Xylem was anxious and worried. No one on the Cloud Whale knew about this, but Nausicaa, who stayed near Angor's tent, knew that not only did the phantom servants respect Angor, but the female wizards on the Cloud Whale also often talked to Angor. How could such a person with such a background not even have a mentor? While Hookdick was laughing happily, a beam of light suddenly appeared on the plate. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a handsome middle-aged man appeared in the light. "Angor, when you're assigned to your place, I'll send my alchemy pet to show you the way. Remember to bring the gold coin I gave you. It'll be my poster." The middle-aged man spoke in a deep and hoarse voice. Angor was startled by the sudden appearance of the teacher, but he quickly recovered and nodded. Sunders nodded and disappeared into the light. When the disc returned to its normal state, everyone fell silent. The talents in this batch did not recognize the man in the light, but the apprentices all knew who he was. "It's..." An apprentice swallowed with trembling fingers. He did not even dare to mention the man's name. "You're his student?" Abel looked at Angor in fear. Angor knew that he could no longer hide the truth. He nodded and took out his bone card, showing his teacher status. "Teacher, Sunders, it's him. The legendary wizard. Phantom Master Sunders." Everyone in the resource allocation hall was shocked. They all looked at Angor in awe, and some of them even took a step back. Hookdick shivered as he watched the scene. He had a bad feeling about this. As for the rest of the talents, they were at a loss. Who's Sunders? Someone asked Abel in a low voice. Abel was still in shock. She slowly turned around and looked at the speaker like a robot. Phantom Master Sunders, a level 2 wizard. He's the most powerful wizard in the southern region. He even managed to defeat a level 3 wizard without losing a fight. He's one of the top 3 fighters in Brute Cavern. He might even become the champion. When Abel finished speaking in a numb manner, everyone looked at Angor with envy. With the guidance of such a powerful adept, wouldn't the possibility of successfully advancing to an adept be almost guaranteed? At this moment, hearing the apprentice's whispers, the talents also came to their senses. No wonder. No wonder Melaner, the maid in the Tree Spirit Hall who was bothering Foza, suddenly changed her mind after the talent test. She must have seen Sunders' name on Angor's bone card, which was why she did that. Hookdick's face grew paler with each new addition. Every new addition made Hookdick's face turn a shade paler. You were so cocky earlier, saying you're going to kill this little boy. Now you're getting slapped in the face. Heh. I know it's not nice of me to say this, but I have to say that Mr. Ness will never win against Mr. Sunders, a woman wrapped in a black robe mocked Hookdick. Hookdick turned around and glared at the woman. The black-robed woman slowly took off her hood, revealing her true appearance. She had a very unique face. She had charming purple eyes, short dark black hair, and deep crimson red lips. She had an exotic charm. Her eyes were like a cat's, and when she squinted, her pupils were vertical, giving off a chilling and solemn aura. It's Nanagi. An apprentice called out the name of the newcomer. Who is Nanagi? When Nana first came to Brute Cavern, she was accepted as an official student by Mr. Wallace. She was the only one with a golden poster in her class. She only used an extremely short amount of time to reach the peak of advanced apprentice. He's not even 30 years old yet. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a sorcerer. The onlookers exclaimed. Hookdick was about to curse when he heard that, but he stopped himself. This woman was also a possessor of a golden poster. Moreover, she had cultivated for a longer period of time than him. She could annihilate him 1,000 times with a single finger. He did not dare to offend such an expert because of his blabbering. Nanagi ignored Hookdick completely. She walked to Angor's side and circled him with her cat-like eyes. Angor did not know what she meant and gave her a puzzled look. I'm so jealous of you. Mr. Sunders took you in as a student. If only I could. Nanji spoke in a low voice. Nanagi shook her head and walked away from the crowd. I hope you won't ruin Mr. Sunders' reputation. Or I'll kill you. Nanagi came for no reason, then left with some random words. Angor did not know what the woman was trying to say. Did she have something to do with his professor? He grumbled in his mind and returned to his seat. After Nanagi left, the crowd slowly quieted down. However, both talents and apprentices began to look at Angor with different expressions. Some were jealous, some were envious, some held grudges, and some were cold. But no matter how hostile they were, they did not dare to show it to Angor. How did Sunders get his reputation? It was built on blood and slaughter. The video message showed how much importance Sunders attached to this new student. They did not want to mess with the tiger's whiskers at a time like this. Hookdick glared at Angor. He wanted to say something, but when he thought about how everyone was afraid of Sunders, he swallowed his words back in the end. In the end, Balba broke the silence. He stood up and stood in front of Abel with his imposing figure. My turn, Balba spoke in a hoarse voice that sounded like a subwoofer. Abel finally woke up from her shock when she heard Balba's voice. She adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and shyly said, okay. Then she stepped to the side. Balba took out his bone card and placed it in the groove on the disc. After a short while, the disc did not emit any light, nor did any strange phenomena appear. Balba's expression darkened when he saw the empty disc. But no one dared to say anything. Even Hookdick kept his mouth shut. It took him a long time to calm down after being slapped in the face by Angor. If he spoke up now, he might remind others of what happened earlier. So, he simply closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Balba waited for another moment, but nothing happened. He clenched his fists so hard that the veins on his neck bulged. He forcefully pulled the bone card out of the disc and walked to the side. Abel saw this and comforted him in a small voice, "Don't worry. At least 60% of the talents in each batch don't get a post. This batch is a little special because there aren't many talents. Most of them got a post." Abel suddenly stopped talking. She did not feel that she was trying to comfort Balba. As she expected, when Abel looked at Balba again, his expression was even darker than before. There were only 10 talents. Logically speaking, everyone should have been able to get a poster. But even so, he didn't get one. Didn't this mean that he was worthless in the eyes of the great wizard? Abel stuck out her tongue and cursed herself in her mind. Stupid mouth. Abel calmed down a little and led Balba to the counter on the side. "If you don't get a post, you can only get a random teacher. Maybe you'll get a better one," Abel said. "Better one?" Balba showed a sarcastic smile and did not say anything. Under Abel's guidance, he placed the bone card on the counter. The clerk at the counter took the bone card and threw it into a wooden pipe that looked like a diving goggle. After some clanking sounds, the bone card and a dark red card were thrown out of the pipe together. Looking at the familiar crimson card, Abel said, "Huh? It's another card from Lady Flora." The attendant handed the bone card and the dark red card to Balba. "Congratulations. You've been assigned to Lady Flora." The clerk's expression was a little strange. Even the word congratulations sounded a little strange. At this time, a talent whispered to Abel, "Is Lady Flora that cruel? Why do you all look so strange?" Abel shook her head. "Lady Flora is always nice to female talents. Nausicaa's post is nice. But she's a bit, to men." "Oh right, Lady Flora's teacher is Mr. Sunders." "Angor and Lady Flora are from the same teacher," Abel said. After the assignment, Abel led everyone out of the resource distribution hall and arranged their accommodations. "I didn't know you had such a powerful wizard as your teacher," Xylem exclaimed. Angor did not comment. "I don't think it's necessary." It was Mr. Sunders and Lady Flora who were controlling the cloud whale. Nausicaa had received Flora's post before, so she couldn't help but ask, "Is Lady Flora that wizard? The one who carries an umbrella barefoot and likes to float in the air?" "That's her," Angor said. "So it's her." Nausicaa saw a girl wearing a delicate dress floating in the air with an umbrella, while a handsome blonde young man was sitting under a tree, reading a book while chatting with the girl. Nausicaa saw this by chance on the cloud whale. The girl was Flora, and the blonde young man was Angor. Nausicaa glanced at Balba, who was trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. Balba blushed a little when Nausicaa noticed him eavesdropping, but his skin was too dark to notice it. Nausicaa smiled at Balba. Then she rolled her eyes and asked Angor, "What do you think? I remember Abel saying that Lady Flora isn't very friendly to men. But I saw that you two were getting along quite well on the cloud whale." "Getting along well?" Angor tried to recall the time he spent with Flora on the cloud whale. Flora was like a little witch. She always teased him with words, and she often played pranks on him. Sometimes, her pranks were even dangerous. But Angor was not hurt at all. Although Flora was playing tricks on him, the Red Reaper behind her, Little Red, was very friendly to him. Whenever Flora played a prank on him, Little Red would quietly guide him and help him survive. Angor believed that if it was someone else, he or she would end up in a worse situation. No one could see Little Red. He gave Nausicaa a bitter smile. "Ugh. I don't know if Flora treats women better than other women. But I do know that she's a bit naughty. Normal people can't live a good life in her hands." Nausicaa teased, "You're living a good life, aren't you? So, you're not a normal person?" Angor shook his head and did not answer. Balba understood that Nausicaa was trying to help him in this way. He acted like he did not care about anything, but he was still worried about the wizarding world. Nausicaa's small gesture earned his gratitude. Tree Spirit Garden was huge. Even though they took an aerial bus made of tree vines, it still took them half an hour to reach their destination. After getting off the bus, the hollow railcar made of green vines and thin wood sped away into the distance. "Amazing. It can fly on such a thin branch. This bus is awesome," Xylem exclaimed in excitement. It was his first time riding on such a fast vehicle. A carriage made of green leaves and vines hung on a branch of the tree of eternity and traveled among the clouds. This was the aerial bus made of tree vines and leaves. It's fast, and the scenery is great. The bus was bathed in the warm sunlight, surrounded by clouds, and stirred up strong winds. It was an eye-opener for everyone. Abel spoke while the others chatted about the aerial bus. Brute Cavern's vehicles are already old. I heard that in the faraway Everin, there are steel buildings everywhere. Trains and tracks are everywhere. There are also steel carts that can run on rails. There are also steam airships in the sky. Everyone who goes there is amazed by the alchemy industry there. Trains, airships, steel buildings, and steel carts. All of them were men's romantic dreams. Almost everyone, including Nausicaa, kept the name Ivory in mind and hoped that one day, they could visit the place and have a look. About 5 minutes later, they could see the buildings in the distance. "We're here." Abel pointed at a green field in front of them and said, "This is where you will live." Looking at the boundless wilderness, because the sunlight was blocked by the tree of eternity, the green field also seemed a little dark and sparse because it grew under the tree's shade. But that was not the point. The point was that there were no buildings in sight. "Isn't it over there?" Fatty Foza pointed to the left. Looking in the direction Foza was pointing at, they could see a rather large settlement. The place was filled with houses made of all kinds of materials and shapes. Not only were there tall buildings made of earth and stone, but there were also short mushroom houses, wooden houses decorated with flowers, and luxurious castles built beside lakes. No matter the size of the buildings, they were all exquisite and dazzling. Abel smiled. "That's the 8th apprentice town of Tree Spirit Garden. There are 36 apprentice towns in Tree Spirit Garden, from the 1st apprentice town to the 36th apprentice town. They are all named according to their numbers. All the apprentice towns have large magic arrays carved by adepts under the ground. They allow us to enter a meditative state more easily. It saves us a lot of effort. That's why every apprentice wants to live in an apprentice town. But you need magic crystals to live in an apprentice town." Abel touched her purse and pointed at the field. "If we don't have magic crystals, we'll have to live down there. This field doesn't have a name, but we call it the Crypt Field. That was because the underground was hollowed out and extended in all directions. There were many tunnels and rooms. If you don't have enough magic crystals to live in the apprentice town, you can only live in the underground cave. So it's underground." Only then did the group of talents come to a realization. When they first came to the Fey continent, they stayed in the underground cave outside Twilight Town for a day, so they didn't mind living underground. However, when they walked into the underground cave, they finally understood why the rooms were free. Abel led the group into the dark crypt. Soon, they saw a small room with a simple iron door. Abel pointed at the iron door and said, "Don't be fooled by its simple appearance. It's even more simple inside." She pushed the iron door open and a room less than 2 square meters appeared in front of them. There was nothing in the cubicle except for a tall platform. You can use the platform as a bed or a table. The person who dug the hole casually put it there. You can do whatever you want with it. Abel continued, "Basically, every room here is like this. You can choose where you want to live. Once you've checked in, just put your bone card in the dent on the iron door and it'll record it. A sign will also appear on the door. Alright, my job is done. I wish you all the best." Abel bowed to them with a smile and left on her tricolored deer. "Angor, let's be neighbors, okay?" Xylem moved closer to Angor. Angor nodded with a smile. Compared to Nausicaa, Angor preferred to spend time with Xylem. The boy was innocent and naive, and Angor could easily see through his thoughts. Nausicaa seemed to be close to Xylem, but Angor could not guess what she was thinking from her expression. Seeing Angor's agreement, Xylem happily went to Nausicaa and asked if she wanted to be his neighbor. Nausicaa gladly agreed. So the three of them began to look for a place to stay in the underground cave. There were signs on the paths, but it was easier to get lost as they ventured deeper. After half an hour of searching, they decided to use a place with 2 air vents as their base camp. Angor pushed the door to his room open and stepped inside. He immediately smelled something damp and moldy. Angor frowned. As Abel said, there was nothing in the room except for a pile of dirt. Angor could tolerate this. No furniture. He could just buy something. However, the only thing he could not stand was the door. Angor thought the door would be sturdy enough that he could not break it with brute force. But in reality, the lock on the door was just an ordinary iron chain. Angor left the room and walked along the path for about a minute until he reached a door under another air vent. The door was not locked, but Angor did not push it open. Instead, he gently knocked on the door until he heard a common voice. Then he pushed the door open. Cough cough cough, Angor choked on the smoke as soon as he stepped inside. Amidst the lingering smoke, a sexy mature woman in soft armor was leaning against the wall, holding a long-handled pipe and puffing out smoke. The smoking woman was Xianxia, of course. She looked at Angor with interest. "What's wrong? Missing me already?" Angor did not feel embarrassed at all. He covered his nose that was almost touched. "Xianxia, I'm here to borrow your sword." Xianxia was a former pirate leader who fought for many years. Of course, she always carried a weapon with her. Her weapon was a knight's sword tied to her waist. Angor was lucky enough to see it in Twilight Town. Xianxia could cut a solid rock in half with a light swing, which showed how sharp it was. Xianxia brushed her hair away from her face and put down her pipe on the platform. She drew the sword from her waist and tossed it to Angor. She didn't even ask Angor why she wanted to borrow the sword. She threw the sword away and continued to exhale smoke. Angor raised an eyebrow at Xianxia's trust. He prepared an excuse, but it seemed he did not need to use it now. He returned to his house and gently cut the iron chain hanging on the door with his sword. The iron chain broke and fell to the ground with a few clangs. Looking at the broken chain, Angor's expression darkened. Previously, he had thought that no matter how useless the chains were, they would at least be able to block swords. Otherwise, it would not be safe to live here at all. With this level of security, any ordinary person could break through the door. It was almost like there was no protection, not to mention that there were many apprentices living in the crypt. If someone could break into his house, he would not only lose his privacy, but also his personal safety. He had a lot of secrets. What would happen if someone broke in while he was using his hologram tablet? For example, what if the precious medicine in his luggage was stolen when he went out? What should he do then? The group led by Hookdick had a grudge against him. How was he supposed to protect himself if Hookdick messed with him while he was meditating or plotted against him? Angor made up his mind. He could not live here. Angor put the sleeping Toby into his pocket and walked out of the cave field. When he was at the resource allocation hall, Sunder sent him a shadow message and asked him to find the way. Angor planned to ask about the price of renting a house in the apprentice town. He had an anonymous bone card with 10,000 merit points in it, and the 30 magic crystals Greya gave him, which should be more than enough for him to use. The room in the cave was not safe, so he had to rely on the apprentice town. He saw a young demon falcon hovering in the air. He saw this demon falcon on the Savage before. It was Sunder's alchemy pet. With the demon falcon leading the way, Angor only needed to follow behind it. Following the demon falcon, Angor boarded an aerial bus. When he looked outside, he noticed that the entire tree spirit garden and the tree of eternity were connected by aerial vines. From time to time, he could see other vines hanging on the branches of the tree. Some of them were occupied, while others were empty. The tree vine bus finally stopped at a leaf platform. This platform was called Falling Cloud Leaf Platform. It was about 300 meters above the ground, and the cloud flow at the bottom made the platform look dreamy and illusory. Angor followed the demon falcon through the clouds for a while. After passing through a path of branches, Angor finally stopped at the edge of a falling cloud platform. The demon falcon was urging him not far away. But if he took one more step, he would fall into the air. Angor did not know whether he should continue or not, but the demon falcon's urging told him that he was not going the wrong way. Then why couldn't he see any path ahead? He was 300 meters above the ground. With his weight and gravity, he would definitely turn into meat paste if he fell. Angor looked at the endless sea of clouds in front of him. Is this a path in the air? Angor tried to put his foot on the ground. When his foot touched the ground, he felt something solid. There was a path. An invisible path extended from the edge of the leaf to an unknown place. Angor walked in the air with fear in his heart. The blue sky and white clouds served as his background. If his legs were not trembling, the scene would be quite refreshing. Following the demon falcon, Angor walked for about 10 minutes on the twisting path in the air. Finally, they arrived at a floating island made of sand. Angor's trembling feet finally stopped. He sat on the edge of the island for a while before he regained his composure and continued to follow the demon falcon. There were several floating islands like this around the Tree of Eternity. This one was relatively small, but it was also quite exquisite. The island was only about 5 kilometers wide, and it was filled with plants and unknown animals. Angor saw several strange-looking beasts roaming around from time to time, but they all ignored him. Some of the beasts looked more like creatures from fairy tales. For example, Angor saw a pure white horse with a pair of wings on its back. If he had a horn on its forehead, it would look like a unicorn in a fairy tale that only chased after pure virgins. But when he got closer, he noticed something different about the winged horse. For example, its wings did not look natural. There were traces of stitches on them, which looked like they were sewn on by hand. Looking at the obvious signs of artificial stitching, he suddenly remembered a spell scroll called Dog Nose Grafting he saw in Sunder's library. The spell described how to obtain a superior sense of smell by grafting a dog's nose onto a person's body. As for how to look better after grafting a dog's nose, there was also plastic surgery to help. If you didn't mind looking good, you could just keep a dog's nose. Angor believed that the white horse's wings and the dog nose grafting had something similar to each other. After going around another small hill, Angor reached his final destination, a well-designed manor of a noble. Before becoming a wizard, Sunders used to be a noble from a small country. Angor knew about that. Back in the Nightmare Realm, Angor saw Sunders when he was young. Sunders never changed his noble temperament from a young man to a middle-aged man. Besides, Sunders always wore a gentleman's outfit, so Angor was not surprised to see a noble's manor. After entering the manor, Angor followed the demon falcon to Sunders' study. "Professor." Angor knocked on the door. The first thing that caught Angor's attention was not Sunders. Instead, it was the countless bookshelves that reached to the ceiling. Angor was almost dazzled by them. "Do you remember the way to Phantom Island?" "Phantom Island?" Angor was stunned for a second before he remembered that Sunders' title was Phantom Master. Phantom Island should be the island he was on. Angor quickly nodded. He was a little nervous and scared on the way, but he still remembered the route. "Good. If you have any questions about your channeling method, you can come to Phantom Island and ask me. If I'm not here, you can also go to Flora." Sunders was sitting in front of his desk with Singularity Dispersive Meditation in front of him. Obviously, he had been studying this channeling method before Angor came. "Got it." Angor nodded. "You may leave, then." Sunders did not even look at Angor. Angor was surprised. He thought Sunders called him here for something else. He did not expect Sunders to really just find the way. "By the way, whenever you come to me or Flora, don't forget to bring the gold coin I gave you. Without it, you'll be attacked by phantom beasts as soon as you set foot on Phantom Island," said Sunders. "Got it. Good. Learn the channeling method as soon as possible. Otherwise, it won't be easy for you to survive here." After leaving Phantom Island, Angor returned to the Falling Cloud bus stop. 2 people were already waiting there. Like Angor, they were also waiting for the Skyvine bus. Angor's arrival attracted their attention. They did not pay much attention to him at first. But when they took a closer look at Angor's face, one of them was surprised. He took out a crystal ball from his robe and showed a picture. The background of the picture was the resource distribution hall. There were many people in the picture, but Angor was the main character in the center. "You're Angor?" The short man looked at the person in the picture and then looked at Angor, who was standing aside. Angor did not want to get involved in other people's business, so he stood far away. But he didn't expect that even though he stood far away, the short boy opposite him still found him and looked at him with a surprised expression. "I'm Angor." "And you are?" Angor did not know why the man knew his name. The short man smiled at Angor in a friendly manner. "I'm Boris. That's my friend Hart." Hart was a boy wearing rimless glasses. "You're really Angor?" Angor nodded. He did not know why they knew him. After receiving Angor's confirmation, Boris and Hart both looked at Angor with admiration in their eyes. You know what? You're famous now. Boris showed Angor the crystal ball. Angor looked at the crystal ball and saw the picture of the resource distribution hall. You got on the bus here. Did you go to Mr. Sunder's Phantom Island? I knew it. You're Mr. Sunder's new student. Boris said. Angor chuckled awkwardly in response. I think everyone knows you now. Mr. Sunders took in a new student. This is big news. Boris kept talking since they boarded the bus. He did not notice Angor's awkwardness at all. Hart, on the other hand, did not talk much. He only looked at Angor with a jealous expression. Angor finally got off the bus and got rid of the chatterbox's attack. After this incident, Angor knew that he had become famous in the apprentice circle. Being famous was not necessarily a good thing. It meant that he would attract more attention. His every move might attract suspicion, and it would be more dangerous. So, he had to find a place to live as soon as possible. With that in mind, Angor stopped walking toward the cave field. Instead, he changed his direction and walked toward the apprentice town. Apprentice town already felt prosperous from afar. As he got closer, he could feel the magnificent aura of the town. There were several skyscrapers over 20 meters tall. There were different architectural styles as well. Some were wetland, some were fantasy. Angor even saw a shell building similar to Halen's style. However, he did not see anything in the gold's pink style. Different architectural styles, but overall, the town was harmonious. It seemed that there was a great town planner in this town. At least, Angor could not put together a shell house, a tree house, a steel tower, and other buildings of different styles without looking out of place. An hour later, Angor left Apprentice Town 8 with a smile on his face. Being famous was a bad thing, but it was not all bad. At least, the manager recognized him when he tried to rent a room from the apprentice town. The manager even helped Angor find a room for him. He even took care of all the furniture for Angor. He only spent 500 merit points to rent a villa with a garden for a year. 500 merit points equaled to 5 magic crystals. 5 magical crystals to rent a villa for a year might seem expensive, but if the villa's security measures were extremely high and it was within the concentration mana array, which could effectively increase the efficiency of meditation, then 5 magical crystals would seem much cheaper. The new villa had 3 basic magic arrays: soundproof, defensive, and anti-magic. They were all low-level magic arrays, but they were enough for Angor. Most of the residents of the apprentice town were apprentices, after all. The 3 basic magic arrays were enough to keep most apprentices away. Even if someone tried to force his way in, he would have enough time to react, and no one would know his secret. After leaving Apprentice Town 8, Angor returned to the cave field. It took him a while to find his room in the maze-like cavern. He saw Xylem and Nausicaa standing in front of his door. They seemed to be chatting. Why are you here? Angor was confused. Nausicaa pointed at the broken chain on the ground and gave him a helpless look. Xylem found your door chain broken and was worried that someone might try to rob it, so he asked me to be your guard. Angor looked at the broken chain on the ground and then at Xylem, who was giving him a praise-me look. He felt warm inside and thanked the man with a smile. You did it yourself, didn't you? Nausicaa drew her sword from her waist. You did it with this? Angor nodded. Why did you do that? Aren't you afraid that someone might break in? That Hookdick and Foza, they're not friendly to you. A lock like this is useless. It doesn't matter if I cut it or not. Nausicaa narrowed her eyes. She suddenly thought of something and looked at Angor. You're not going to live here, are you? Nausicaa's intuition was right. Angor recalled how he had just agreed to be Salem's neighbor not long ago. But Xylem changed his mind in less than a day. Angor felt a little embarrassed and showed an awkward expression. Nausicaa knew what was going on when she saw Angor's expression. So I was right. You're going to move out, right? Well, not really. You've never lived here before, Nausicaa guessed. Angor felt a little embarrassed when Nausicaa guessed his intention. But he did not plan to hide it. He could not hide it anyway. So he told her about how he rented a house in the apprentice town. However, it was difficult to explain how he got the magic crystals, so he decided to use Sunders as an excuse. Besides, it was Sunders who gave him the merit points, although he paid for it. I heard from Miss Abel that many level 2 apprentices don't want to spend money to live in the apprentice town. Xylem showed an envious expression. It's so nice to have a good teacher. It's not a bad idea to live in the apprentice town. Nausicaa picked up the broken chain on the ground. It's not safe here. You and Hookdick have a grudge. If he sneaks in at night, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xylem nodded in agreement. You're right, Miss Nausicaa. I didn't realize it at first. Now that I think about it, it's too dangerous to break the chain with a sharp weapon. The people living around us are not kind mortals. They're supernaturals and those who are about to become supernaturals. They must have many ways to break in. If someone were to interrupt him while he was cultivating, it would be a very unpleasant thing. Besides, Toby is a bird. I don't think he's used to living in the dark underground. You're one step ahead of us. Nausicaa patted Angor's shoulder. When I earn enough magic crystals, I'll move out as soon as possible. Me too. Xylem chuckled. Then we'll be neighbors again. Angor's awkwardness finally dissipated after hearing their understanding. I believe that day won't be too far away, Angor said. On the same day, he moved his luggage into the small villa in the apprentice town. The villa was located at the edge of apprentice town number 8, close to a small stream. Because the back of the villa was against the forest, animals that were not afraid of the environment could be seen from time to time, leisurely drinking and resting by the stream. As soon as he arrived, he saw several sunset pelicans with red beaks fishing in the stream. Several white deers were drinking water by the bank. The natural scenery is beautiful. The peaceful and beautiful first impression made him feel even more satisfied with his new home. The villa was surrounded by a white fence. Although the fence was short, it was engraved with magic patterns, making it very difficult to break through. The small courtyard within the fence was not big. There was only a miniature greenhouse. There was a 3-meter-tall mistletoe tree next to the greenhouse. The temperature in the mirror world remained warm most of the time, so the branches and leaves on the tree were luxuriant. Looking closely, one could even see green fruit spores. When he entered the mansion, he saw that the caretaker had already brought all the furniture into the living room, which looked a little messy. Angor spent half a day arranging the furniture into their proper places. During this process, he gained a better understanding of the interior of the villa. The villa had 3 floors. The top floor was a small triangular attic, the second floor was the guest room, and the first floor was the master bedroom, study, and living room. There was also a basement, which was used for training. Angor's room was the master bedroom on the first floor, while Toby's room was in the attic on the top floor. There was a skylight in the attic, through which he could see the green mistletoe tree outside. It was very pleasing to the eye. Toby was also satisfied with his room. He could fly out of the skylight to get some fresh air whenever he wanted, which made him very happy. After settling Toby down, Angor returned to his own bedroom. There was nothing in the bedroom except for a bed. The walls were all empty. Angor looked at the white walls and felt that the room was too lonely. He stood up and took out the 2 oil paintings from his luggage. He hung Traveler Under Stars on the wall opposite his bed. As for the other one, Milking Shepherd, he did not hang it up. Instead, he put it in the study and covered it with a canvas. Angor did not know if the painting had any other secrets, so he did not hang it up for safety's sake. With the oil painting as decoration, the bedroom felt more substantial. Angor was already exhausted from running around all day. He lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, when Angor woke up, the sky was already bright. He opened the curtains and walked to the balcony to stretch around. He breathed in the fresh air, looked at the green mountains in the distance, and saw small animals playing by the stream nearby. He felt peaceful and comfortable for some reason. He did not plan to leave the house today. He decided to study the channeling method in earnest. He was looking forward to learning singularity dispersive meditation. He hoped that he could use the channeling method to quickly improve his knowledge so that he could save John's life in 5 years. But before he could practice the channeling method, he had to feel his spiritual power first. Angor let Toby do whatever he wanted. He ate some food and hurried to the basement. The basement was very large and spacious. The 3 basic magic arrays were all attached to the walls. No matter what you did in there, it could effectively protect your privacy and safety. Therefore, many apprentice adepts transformed the basement into their personal laboratory. Angor did not plan to do that at the moment. He came here because there was a small side door, which led to a quiet room about 2 or 3 square meters. His destination was the soundproof room. A narrow and quiet room was the best place for him to calm his mind, which would help him a lot since it was his first time meditating. His first meditation did not go well. Even with the special technique mentioned by Sunders, he still could not calm his mind. The first step of meditation was to visualize a spirit model in one's mind. Visualization and construction were 2 different things, but they were deeply connected. Visualizing a spirit model was to better construct a spirit model and to have a basic idea of a model to be constructed. Although this process seemed like visualization on the surface, it was actually to feel and guide the spiritual energy. Spirit power was an abstract concept. To make it tangible, one had to feel its existence. How to sense spirit power? By visualizing a spirit model in one's mind and searching for the spirit power attracted by the model. In other words, visualizing a spirit model and searching for the spirit power at the same time. However, when visualizing a spirit model, one could not focus on the model. Instead, one had to focus on another power in one's mind, spirit power. This was a great test of one's concentration. When visualizing a pattern, one would inevitably lose focus. It was very difficult to put all of one's attention on something else. The process was similar to a famous psychological test from Earth called the pink elephant. A psychologist would tell the subject that there was a pink elephant in the house. Then he would tell the subject, "Don't think about the pink elephant." But the result was that after the test subjects learned about the pink elephant, no matter how much they cleared their thoughts, they couldn't help but think of the pink elephant in their mind. The test was similar to a wizard's meditation. The more one tried to distract oneself, the harder it was to do so. This was a classic case of mind interference. To forget the subject of the interference, one had to keep one's body, mind, and spirit still, and then slowly shift one's attention away from the empty state. This was a difficult process. Ordinary people's minds were complicated. To completely understand one's mind, one had to persevere. Because of the absolute silence required to enter the state of emptiness, most wizards were solitary wise men. Of course, when one's cultivation level was high and the dust in one's soul was less, absolute silence could be replaced with relative silence. This realm required one to be at least an official magus. Once one reached this realm, even if they were meditating in the middle of a busy city, they would not be affected by the noise and could quickly enter the state. This was the state of body silence, which meant that one had to transcend one's body, mind, and spirit to reach the state of heart silence. As for the higher level of soul silence, the condition to achieve it was even harsher. For a whole week, he did not meditate at all. He had absolute silence now, but his mind was still filled with too many thoughts. Every time he closed his eyes and tried to meditate, all kinds of demons, ghosts, and inner demons would come to his mind as if they were having a party. When he tried to suppress one side of his mind, another side of his mind would appear. It was impossible to guard against. Not to mention visualizing spirit models, even controlling his mind to stop running took a lot of Angor's effort. He finally realized how messed up his mind was. Angor was not the only one who was stuck at the first level. All the talents in this year's batch received channeling methods from their respective mentors. However, they were all ordinary channeling methods like triangle channeling. Just like Angor, they were all stuck at the first level. Especially those who were already adults. They had gotten used to the life of sensual pleasures, so they needed more energy to calm their minds. Xylem, on the other hand, was only 1 year younger than Angor, but his mind was much purer. When he was told to meditate, he just closed his eyes and did so. There were fewer distracting thoughts in his mind, and he managed to separate his visualization and focus in a short time. Salem's success inspired Angor. For the next half a month, Angor decided to stay at home and meditate. He believed he could succeed. Sunders did not contact him during this time, so he must know how difficult it was for beginners. Several days later, Angor gained a deeper understanding of the meditation method. Meditation was a gradual process, and Angor did not want to succeed in one go. Now, he needed to solve the most important task first, getting rid of distracting thoughts. It took him a week to achieve this. The next step was to visualize a spirit model and trace spirit power. Another 3 days later, Angor had a basic idea of how to separate his visualization and focus. The spirit model of singularity scattered technique he was visualizing needed to be slowly projected into his mind and turn it into an instinct. This way, he would no longer be distracted, and it would be easier for him to sense spirit power. However, it wasn't easy to turn the mental power model into an instinctive one. Another week passed, and Angor's meditation was still bumpy. He could not completely separate his visualization and focus, but when visualizing the spirit model in his mind, he would occasionally divert his attention to search for spirit power. This phenomenon only happened once in a while, but it still boosted Angor's confidence. Once in a while, always in a while, always in a while. However, this was a painstaking effort that required unrelenting persistence. During this half-month, Angor's progress gradually caught up, and he was now one of the top talents in this year's batch. For one thing, he was quite talented, and for another, he had the magic array to help him focus his mind. Xilum also tried to search for spirit power, but just like Angor, he could not find it no matter how hard he tried. It was as if the spirit power did not exist at all. Angor and Xilum discussed this in private, but they still did not find anything. As for Nausicaa, Angor had not seen her outside for a long time. According to Xilum, Nausicaa was still fighting against the complicated thoughts in her mind. She even stopped smoking. Angor mumbled to himself, "I think her success rate is higher when she smokes." Angor noticed that whenever Nausicaa smoked, she was very quiet with a peaceful expression. Based on his experience in the past half-month, this was the best way to get rid of complicated thoughts. Angor finally pulled his attention away from his visualization, but he still could not find any trace of spirit power. This made him a little anxious. Another half-month passed. It was the month of looming frost. One more month, and he would have been away from home for a whole year. 1/5 of the 5-year agreement between him and Master John had passed, and he hadn't even become an apprentice yet. This made him very anxious. One day, after meditating, Angor still could not find any trace of spirit power. He thought about it and decided to go to Phantom Island to ask Sunders about it. He reached Phantom Island without any problems and met with Sunders. However, Sunders' answer troubled him a little. Sunders praised Angor's progress. As for how to track spirit power, Sunders only said one thing: take it slow. More haste, less speed. Angor knew this, but he was still anxious. When leaving Phantom Island, he ran into Flora. Angor's eyes brightened up. He decided to ask Flora if she had any better ideas. Flora gave the same answer as Sunders. However, Flora looked at Angor's anxious face and said, "I don't know why you're in such a hurry, but I don't have any other ideas. However, there is one person who might know, but it won't be easy to get something substantial out of him." The 3rd day of the month of looming frost, Apprentice Town 8. Angor woke up early today. He cleaned himself up and put on a well-tailored black gentleman's suit. In the mirror, the young boy quickly turned into an elegant noble. He had a tall nose, thin lips, blue eyes as deep as the ocean, and short blonde hair that was slightly messy but had a unique charm to it. Based on the current standards of beauty, Angor was definitely the most handsome boy in the world. He could already attract people's attention when he did not dress up. When he paid attention to his appearance, he became even more handsome. "I feel like I'm missing something." If someone else saw him, they would think that he looked perfect. His temperament, outfit, and appearance were all top-notch. Angor, however, was not satisfied. Chirping noises came from outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Angor walked over and opened the window. Fresh air flowed into the room. Along with the fresh air came a seabird wearing the same black gentleman's suit. It was Toby. Toby circled around Angor's room and landed on Angor's head like it had done it before. Just like that, one big and one small faced each other in the mirror. The same clothes, the same dumbfounded expression, and the same posture. "I know what I'm missing." I'm missing a hat. Angor looked at Toby's tiny body in the mirror and recalled the fear he felt when Toby controlled his hair on the cloud whale. There was a market in the town, and there were also peddlers in the nearby villages. Angor quickly found a hat stall and bought a pure black hat with an oval brim. With Toby on his head, Angor hurried back home. Angor attracted a lot of attention on his way back. His appearance, his clothes, and Toby's adorable figure attracted a lot of attention. But only ordinary people noticed him. Angor did not see any apprentices. They were probably all hiding in their basements doing experiments and rarely came out. After removing Toby from his hair, Angor put on the black top hat, which made him look even more elegant. With the dark red bow tie and white silk lining, Angor looked even more handsome and mysterious. Today, he was going to meet someone. As a sign of respect, Angor wanted to show his best appearance when he met the man. Flora also told him, he's a wise old man, but he's a bit rigid. He likes people who follow the rules. If you're going to meet him, remember to dress up formally. Even if Flora didn't tell him that, Angor would discipline himself anyway. He didn't want to lose himself in the pursuit of supernatural powers and forget about the honor of the lion's heart. The fire of the lion's heart will never be extinguished. The button on the suit was the emblem of the Pat family, the lion's heart. This was the first time Angor wore the suit. He planned to wear it when his brother was awarded the title. However, before Leon could inherit the title, he left the old Earth and came to the legendary Fey continent alone. The young man in the mirror seemed to have gained a new aura, a sense of responsibility and leniency. Come on, Toby. I heard that the old man is the most knowledgeable person in the South. Maybe he can help you find a way to evolve. Angor was not only going for himself, but also for Toby. Greya only asked him to take care of Toby, but Toby was already on his way to becoming a supernatural. After spending several months together, Angor and Toby had developed a strong friendship. Angor hoped that he could help Toby find a way to survive this ordeal. Soon after leaving Apprentice Town 8, Angor saw a ladder made of green vines descending from the sky, which connected to a leaf platform 10 meters above the ground. Not long after he climbed onto the platform, the vine bus slowly approached them. On the bus, Angor quietly thought about the key points of spirit power. When he sensed spirit power, he would take the first step to becoming a supernatural. There were 3 steps to becoming a supernatural. The first step was to sense spirit power, the second step was to control spirit power, and the third step was to construct a spirit model. Once a spirit model was constructed, a person could be called a level 1 apprentice. A bell was at this stage. Soon, Angor was awakened by a series of cheers. He looked out of the bus and saw a large square in the center of Tree Spirit Garden suddenly being illuminated by sunlight. The Tree of Eternity's huge branches and leaves completely blocked the sunlight. Tree Spirit Garden under the tree was always dark all year round. Occasionally, there was sunlight, but it was scattered through the cracks. But now, the central square, which covered several kilometers, was completely exposed to the sunlight. The golden sunlight shone on the ground, making it look like the ground was covered in golden powder. Angor looked up and saw the several 100-meter-long leaves covering the square were all rolled up. So Mr. Tree Spirit decided to show us some light, Angor muttered to himself. But was this really worth the cheers? If they wanted to enjoy the sunlight, they could just take the vine bus to the leaves of the Tree of Eternity. Angor looked away in confusion. He did not notice that a crack suddenly appeared in the center of the square, and the cheering apprentices rushed into the crack one after another. 20 minutes later, Angor arrived at his destination. Angor stood alone on the small platform. There was a 3-meter-tall metal sign under the platform that read, Cloud Library Platform. The bottom of the sign was above the clouds. Yes, that's right. It's the clouds. The platform was not on the leaves. Instead, it was inside the thick clouds. Angor stepped on the clouds and felt as if he was stepping on soft mud. This was cloud soil, the product of a special material that reacted with clouds and mist. The cloud soil was vast. Angor could see a giant library shining in golden light not far from the platform. The elder Angor was looking for was inside the largest library in Brood Cavern. The library was huge, and there were many people inside. Compared to the library, humans were like black ants, densely packed together. Angor was the only one on the platform because everyone else came here by flying. A middle-aged witch wearing a blue wizard robe and a wizard hat of stars and moons flew past him on a broom. As Angor approached the library, he could feel the magnificent aura of the place. It was like a church with a true god, which made people feel reverence and worship. But Angor knew that the Cloud Library was not reverence for religious ceremonies. It was reverence for knowledge and truth. Everyone looked at Angor respectfully along the way. No one even spoke a word. Angor entered the library with the same solemn mood. The library was spacious inside. Obviously, it was built with space-extending runes. The library was divided into different sections. Angor saw on the map at the entrance that the library was divided into 8,329 sections. He could teleport to different sections according to his needs. Of course, the principle of equivalent exchange was followed here. Teleporting or renting books would cost merit points. Basically, apprentices would spend all their hard-earned merit points here. Angor remembered Flora saying that the elder was studying something about energy conversion in sections 7920 to 7930. Angor chose an empty teleportation array and prepared to go to section 7920. He decided to search the sections one by one. When he swiped his bone card on the array, a number popped up, 100 merit points. Angor's eyes widened when he saw the number. When an apprentice was teleported to a certain section, he only received 1 merit point. How come he got 100 times more? Angor was about to cry when someone urged him to leave. There were 30 teleportation arrays in the library, and they were all full. Angor did not want to waste time, so he gritted his teeth and spent the points. When he reached section 7920, he was still reluctant to spend the points. He thought the section would be about 10 meters in size at most. To his surprise, the space inside the section was more than 100 meters in both length and width. It was filled with huge bookshelves. There were at least 100 times more books here than in Sunder's library. Angor glanced at a random book on a shelf nearby, Experience in Using Railgun. Angor placed his bone card next to the book, which showed the rental fee, 300,000 merit points. 300,000 merit points, Angor only had 10,000 merit points in total. But a book here cost 300,000. That was equivalent to 3,000 magic crystals. It was a sky-high price. Not many apprentices had such a huge amount of savings. Angor assumed this section was meant for formal wizards. If this was an area for formal wizards, Angor could understand why the teleportation fee was 100 points. It was a barrier for apprentices. Considering how fast they could earn money, they would never waste their merit points on something like this. No wonder Angor couldn't find a single soul in this place. Angor walked along the center line of the section and looked around, hoping to find the elder Flora mentioned. However, he did not see anyone in section 7920. Angor had no choice but to return to the teleportation point and go to section 7921. The teleportation fee for section 7921 was still 100 merit points. Angor bit his lip and paid the 100 points with tears, but he still got nothing. 7922, 7923, 7924. He searched through 3 more areas consecutively and spent 300 contribution points, but it was still the same. Not to mention the elder, he didn't even see a shadow of anyone else. When Angor was about to go to section 7925, the teleportation fee increased to 300 points. Angor felt dizzy. He wanted to leave, but he did not want to. In the end, he gritted his teeth and teleported to section 7925 with a sad face. Once there, Angor searched for someone just like before. When he was halfway there, he saw a bookshelf at the end of his right. The color was different from the others. It was shining with a faint silver light. Angor walked over out of curiosity. The books on the bookshelves were all alchemy-related books, alchemy manuscript, energy stabilizer. It was an alchemy manuscript about making an energy stabilizer. Angor remembered he once recorded a book called Basic Alchemy in the warden's secret room in the stairs of Hanging Prison. The book mentioned how to make an energy stabilizer. It seemed to be a very basic alchemy tool. Why was the bookshelf silvery white? Was it because it contained alchemy-related books? Angor used his bone card to check alchemy manuscript, energy stabilizer. When he saw the number displayed, his heart skipped a beat. Rental fee, 1,100,000 merit points, 1,100,000 merit points? This amount was too frightening. The book Basics of Basic Alchemy he recorded nearly 1,000 ways to make basic alchemy tools, and the energy stabilizer was only one of the most basic ones. And the rental price of the most basic alchemy tool alone was more than 1 million. That was tens of thousands of magic crystals. Angor could not believe what he just saw. Based on this pricing, wouldn't Encyclopedia of Basic Alchemy cost over 100 million contribution points? The book was only one of the alchemy books Angor recorded. The other intermediate alchemy books, advanced alchemy books, and even some special alchemy books would cost an unimaginable amount. Alchemy books are so valuable, Angor murmured. Angor mumbled to himself. So he was actually a millionaire in disguise. However, he did not dare to sell the alchemy books he recorded. As John said, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Before Angor fully developed himself, selling alchemy books would not earn him money. Instead, he would get a self-destructing sword. I can't sell them, but he can learn them. Angor thought to himself. There were ready-made materials, and they were all step by step. It would be a waste if he did not learn them. However, learning alchemy was still a priority. His main task now was to enter the circle of extraordinaires and successfully become an apprentice. Everything else was not his priority. He moved away from the silver bookshelf and continued his search. Just as he was about to give up, he saw an old man sitting in front of a desk in a corner. The old man was drawing something in front of a long table. His body flickered in and out of existence, as if he was a soul. Angor's eyes lit up when he saw the strange old man. Found him. There were 3 ancestor souls in Brood Cavern, Tree Spirit from the Tree of Eternity, Lady Mirror from the Mirror World, and this old man in front of him. The Elder of Books, the most knowledgeable sage in the southern region and the sage of Cloud Library. The Elder of Books was also an illusionary spirit that existed since ancient times. He was wise and steady. More than 50% of the books in Cloud Library were written or edited by him. It was said that he was a spirit born from an ancient book, which was why he cherished and cared for books the most. He never left the Mirror World. In fact, he rarely left Cloud Library. Even so, he still earned himself the title of the most knowledgeable sage in the southern region. However, being knowledgeable and being a master were 2 different things. Being knowledgeable meant knowing more things, while being a master meant digging deeper and deeper into a certain field. There was no difference between the 2. However, for wizards, it was necessary to be a master. The Elder of Books knew a lot of things. Many of the wizard's special techniques came from the Elder of Books. The Elder of Books had even taught legendary wizards before. Therefore, Flora recommended the Elder of Books to Angor. Angor approached the Elder of Books and saw him writing something. He did not want to disturb him, so he stood aside and waited. This wait lasted for 10 hours. Angor's legs were getting numb, but the Elder of Books did not seem like he was going to stop. At first, Toby was sitting on Angor's left shoulder. Then he moved to his right shoulder. Then he climbed onto Angor's hat. In the end, Toby simply fell asleep. Angor put him in his chest pocket. It was getting dark outside. Angor tried to call the Elder of Books in a soft voice. Elder of Books? The Elder of Books was still buried in his work. His expression would flash across his face from time to time, and he completely ignored Angor's call. Angor didn't want to go back just like that. He spent more than 700 merit points just to find the Elder of Books. If he went back like this, it would be a waste of his points. Since the Elder of Books ignored him, Angor decided to walk closer. The Elder of Books didn't mean to chase him away. He was so immersed in his own thoughts that he had forgotten about the outside world. Angor moved closer and glanced at the Elder of Books' manuscripts. Rows of messy formulas appeared in front of his eyes. The formulas were messy, and Angor had no idea what the Elder of Books was trying to say. There were also some strange patterns on the manuscripts. It and energy, are they really independent of each other? But that can't be right. Why can't I use Samina's equation? Did Samina make a mistake? Or maybe there's a flaw in the equation itself? The Elder of Books had been mumbling to himself. Angor was too far away to hear what the old man was talking about. But now that he was in front of the Elder of Book's desk, he naturally heard the old man's mumbling. Maybe Kimlam's talent technique is a way to convert mass into energy? Why does this sound so familiar? He didn't understand the first half, but the second half, conservation of mass and energy? Angor mumbled. Conservation of mass and energy? That's right. Maybe there is a conservation law between mass and energy. They are not independent of each other. Samina's equation should be correct. But what is this law? The Elder of Books pondered. A certain amount of mass always corresponds to a certain amount of energy. There's a direct ratio between mass and energy, Angor recalled when John was teaching him the mass-energy relation. Directly proportional? In other words, when the mass of a substance increases, the energy corresponding to it will increase. On the other hand, when the mass of a substance decreases, the energy corresponding to it will decrease as well. If we follow this logic, Kimlam's talent makes sense. I thought about this too. Why did I suddenly change my mind? Thank you for, the Elder of Books smiled at Angor. But he suddenly frowned. Huh? Who are you? Why is he here? The Elder of Books was puzzled. How could he be immortal? He thought that he was discussing the relationship between mass and energy with an adept, but when he turned around, he realized that the person who was talking to him was an ordinary person. Moreover, it was a child with a skeletal age of only 14 years old. Angor was also thinking about the law of conservation of mass and energy. The Elder of Books' words woke him up. Angor rubbed his nose awkwardly when he saw the Elder of Books' confused look. The situation was awkward for a moment. He took off his top hat and bowed to the Elder of Books as a gesture of respect. I'm Angor. I just joined Brute Cavern. I have some problems in cultivation that I can't solve, so I came here to ask the Elder of Books. Don't call me Lord Elder of Books, remove the Lord suffix. The Elder of Books had a strange look on his face. He was going to tell Angor to leave, but when he thought about how he and Angor could answer each other's questions, he changed his mind. The problem he was thinking about seemed simple, but it was actually a long-established conclusion. Apart from non-special mass, mass and energy were independent of each other and had nothing to do with each other. However, when he was studying a new magical creature from another world, Kimlemu, he found that its innate ability seemed to go against this theory. Without relying on magic crystals or other special qualities, it could convert a large amount of energy into other forms of energy. Therefore, he began to think about whether there was some other connection between the two. It was not easy for Angor to have such insight at such a young age. The Elder of Books began to like Angor a little. Just joined Brute Cavern? So you're a talent this year? Angor nodded. Who told you to look for me? You haven't even reached the first step. What kind of training problem do you have? Miss Flora asked me to come. Flora? That little girl? The Elder of Books smiled. You're Flora's student, aren't you? Why do I feel like your personality doesn't match? No. My teacher is Sunders. Sunders? You're the student Sunders took in this year? The Elder of Books was a little surprised. I thought you'd be some arrogant genius. I didn't think you'd be someone like that. To be honest, I think you'd be a better student for Wallace. Angor did not say anything. He only looked at the Elder of Books calmly. I don't care who sent you here. I won't help you for no reason. The Elder of Books paused a little. But you can tell me your opinion on the mass-energy relation. If you're right, I can give you a chance and answer your question. The mass-energy relation. Angor considered. He did not know if some of the physical constants in this relation could be used in the wizarding world. Still, it would not hurt to share the general idea. In order to solve the spirit problem, Angor did not hide anything. He told the Elder of Books everything he knew about the mass-energy relation. However, he did not use constants. Instead, he only used guesses and inferences to define the relation. He did not mention anything that was too out of the ordinary, such as the core of the mass-energy relation, the theory of relativity. He only told the Elder of Books about the relation on the surface. He used words such as I guess, maybe, should, maybe, and other vague words. The elder of books was surprised even though Angor only talked about the surface of the mass-energy relation. The elder of books had thought about these simple theories for a long time. However, because they went against the mainstream, they were labeled as paradoxes. Knowledge had paradoxes, but truth never had paradoxes. The elder of books was glad that Angor had the courage to reconstruct the theory, even if it was only to this extent. You're right. You haven't reached the core yet, but it's good that you have such insight at your age. The elder of books nodded as he listened to Angor's explanation. Angor's eyes brightened up. Then my question. The elder of books had a thick white beard that reached his chest. He liked to stroke his beard when he was in a good mood. At this moment, he was stroking his beard up and down with a kind expression. Ask away. To be honest, I also want to know what kind of training problem a kid like you can have when you don't even know how to use your spirit power. Angor didn't know what to say. You already told me my question, ahem. Angor felt a little embarrassed. I want to know how to find my spirit power. The elder of books stopped stroking his beard. Do you really need to ask me something like that? Angor saw the elder of books' expression turning dark after he asked the question. The elder of books quickly explained, I know everyone's spirit power behaves differently, but they all exist in one's mind. But I have something urgent to do, and I want to take that step as soon as possible. But I've spent a long time looking for my spirit power. That's why I came to you, elder of books, to ask if there's a way to locate my spirit power quickly. The elder of books relaxed a little after hearing Angor's explanation. He could accept that Angor wanted to become an apprentice quickly for some reason. As for the reason, he didn't plan to ask. He guessed that Angor was bullied by an apprentice, or he wanted to take revenge, so he wanted to find his spirit power as soon as possible. It's not impossible to locate your spirit power quickly, said the elder of books. The elder of books pondered for a moment and said, I know of a method. It's very crude and direct, and it's to buy a bottle of medicine that can increase your spiritual energy. Drink it, and your spiritual energy will rise explosively, and you'll be able to sense it. But it's usually not cheap. Will potion of austere night work? Asked Angor. You have a potion of austere night? The elder of books said the potion was expensive just a moment ago, and Angor asked for a potion of austere night in the next second. The elder of books felt like he was slapped in the face. Angor nodded. My professor gave it to me. The elder of books remained silent. Since when did Sunders become so generous? He gave away such a valuable potion just like that. Ahem. Since you have a potion of austere night, drink it and you'll be able to locate your spirit power, said the elder of books. Angor's eyes brightened up. But he remembered Sunders mentioning the side effects of the potion, so he didn't want to drink it. I can sense my spirit power as long as my spirit power increases, asked Angor. Yes. But it's not limited to an increase. If your spirit power decreases, or only a small fluctuation in your spirit power, you'll be able to locate it quickly even if it doesn't increase or decrease. Inside Sunders' study, Phantom Island. Flora was playing with a rose in her hand as she spoke to Sunders. When Angor got off the Savage, I had a feeling that he saw us. But I can't figure out how he discovered us. Sunders pointed at the Red Reaper. If you can hide the Red Reaper in a deeper place, he won't notice you. So he saw Little Red. No wonder, said Flora. Others couldn't see Little Red, but Angor was a nightmare form, so it was normal that he could see the creature. Why are you here instead of going back to figure out how to get on that path? Asked Sunders. Flora smiled sweetly. I met Angor yesterday. He asked me how to quickly discover spirit power. Oh? Sunders put down his pen and looked at her. I just want to know why you didn't tell Angor that he can sense spirit power after drinking the potion of austere night, Professor. Sunders remained silent. He didn't tell Flora about the wall at the end of the Glutton Flower Tunnel. He's too impatient. The potion of austere night won't work. Not necessarily. I was anxious when I took the potion of austere night, said Flora. That's because you haven't broken through for a long time. Angor hasn't even learned the basics yet. There's no need to be impatient. Sunders then asked, did you tell him how to do it? Flora shrugged. Of course not. You didn't tell me, Professor, so I didn't dare to go against the rules. But I saw how impatient he was, so I told him to go to the Elder of Books. Sunders was surprised to hear the name Elder of Books. It's good to show up in front of the Elder of Books. But I don't think he'll get the answer he wants. Countless people in the southern wizarding region wanted to ask the Elder of Books for help, but only a few succeeded. It was obvious how difficult the Elder of Books was. Even if the Elder of Books is willing to answer Angor's question, he'll probably kick Angor out as soon as he asks it, said Flora with a giggle. Angor still felt a little disappointed when he left the Elder of Books' place. When Angor tried to ask about Toby, the Elder of Books simply waved his hand and teleported him out of the library. When he reached home, he carefully took out the potion of austere night from a secret compartment in his soundproof room. The beautiful potion rippled in the transparent glass bottle. Do you want to drink it? Once he drank it, it was very likely that all the potential of his spiritual power would be consumed. From then on, he would no longer be able to increase the upper limit of his spiritual power through other methods. But if he didn't drink it, the search of his spiritual power would be delayed for a long time. He closed his eyes and weighed the pros and cons between the two options. His cheap teacher once tried to stop him because the mysterious wall in the nightmare realm had somehow increased his maximum spirit power by 2 points. If the wall's function was to increase his mental strength for a long time, then the consumption of the elixir of austere night could be delayed. The Elder of Books told him that the wall could quickly locate spirit power by increasing, decreasing, or just making the wall ripple. When he used his hologram tablet to record the wall, he tried to draw the lines in his mind without a starting point, which already caused him great pain. Maybe the pain was a sign of spirit ripples. With this in mind, Angor decided to take out the hologram tablet and try it out. If this method worked, he wouldn't need to drink the potion of austere night. The hologram tablet was still hidden in his pocket watch. Angor still couldn't figure out why the tablet followed his soul into the nightmare realm. But since he could record it, he didn't need to think about it. It didn't take him long to find the footage of the wall. On the ancient wall, there were faint streams of light moving around the dents. These dents connected to form a huge, complicated, and strange pattern. Looking at the patterns with his naked eyes, he already felt a great sense of dread surrounding him. While trembling in fear, Angor followed the recording and began to draw the pattern in his mind. Angor randomly chose a starting point. Bends, corners, big arcs, hooks. In his mind, the shining pattern was slowly copied into his mind. When he finished drawing a small pattern, the center of his eyebrows began to twitch. Angor ignored it and kept drawing in his mind. His eyebrows twitched harder and harder, which made him feel a little uneasy. Soon, the twitching between his eyebrows became swollen, as if some kind of power was gathering in the cone between his eyebrows from all directions. Angor didn't know if the power that was causing his eyebrows to swell was spirit power or not, so he decided to multitask and keep drawing the pattern while trying to find out the source of the power. Angor drew the second pattern, which was connected. When he strung the two patterns together, an unprecedented sense of fear came over him. He felt like a person who lost his footing in a swamp, struggling in the sticky mud with no one to help him. Then he sank into the swamp. Then endless darkness and pain came at him at the same time. It was as if his soul was screaming, and tearing. Angor remembered this feeling. He was surrounded by this terrible pain in the nightmare realm. After that, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, his spirit power increased. Angor knew that this was a chance to investigate the existence of spirit power. When he encountered the wall in the nightmare realm, he was a mortal. Now, he was still a mortal, but he was a mortal who learned channeling method. While drawing the pattern in his mind, Angor visualized the model of singularity scatter. When the pain got worse, he focused all of his attention on the spirit power. It was not easy to find sesame seeds in the dark. But it was easy to find a shining beacon in the dark. Before, when Angor meditated, searching for spirit power was like a blind man trying to feel an elephant. Now, with the mysterious pattern as a medium, the spirit power in his soul became more obvious than a lighthouse in the dark. The pain was still getting worse. His brain felt like it was going to explode. Angor knew that his brain had reached its limit. He stopped drawing the pattern. As his mind stopped, the two patterns slowly turned into pieces and fell into the depths of his mind. When the pattern stopped, the spirit power that showed up began to swirl in his mind and seemed to be disappearing. Angwar's body was soaked in sweat. Using too much spirit power exhausted his body. However, he did not rest. Once he rested, the spirit power he worked so hard to draw out would definitely go back to normal. The first effort would weaken the second, and the third would be exhausted. Angwar forced himself to stay awake and carefully followed the steps of the channeling method. He continued to visualize the spirit model to attract the spirit power. In the past, it was not easy to attract the spirit power. But now, the spirit power showed up because of the mysterious pattern. This step was much easier. He only needed to follow the steps, and the spirit power would soon be subdued and branded with his mark. From now on, he only needed to visualize the spirit model, and the spirit power would naturally become part of it. When the spirit model was completed, with the help of mana, the spirit power would no longer be inert. Angwar finally let out a long sigh of relief. He slowly opened his eyes. Before he could wipe his sweat, he felt dizzy. His eyes were spinning, and he fainted on the ground. When he woke up, Angwar felt refreshed. When he meditated again, he could already sense his spirit power. Also, he skipped the second step. He did not need to practice manipulating his spirit power, and he could already control it as if it was his own arm. It hurts like my brain exploded, but it's a good result, Angwar said in satisfaction. There were 3 steps before becoming an apprentice. The first was to sense spirit power, and the second was to control it. Angwar skipped the second step, which saved him a lot of time and effort. With the foundation of the first step, the second step would not take much time. Next, he needed to overcome the third obstacle, which was to construct a spirit model. Once he reached the level where he could guide the mana flow, he would officially become a supernatural. Angwar did not plan to start right away. He stood up and turned off the tablet. The tablet was still running when he fainted yesterday. When he turned off the tablet, he took a look at the time. October 5th. The 5th day of the month of looming frost. Good. I only fainted for 1 night. Not like the time in the nightmare realm where I spent several days, Angwar thought to himself. I wonder if my spiritual power has increased after this. He needed to find a chance to test it out. Whether or not his spirit power increased, Angwar at least understood one thing. There was something strange about the wall. The mysterious patterns attracted his spirit power like never before. He simply drew them in his mind without a starting point, and his spirit power could not escape. Angwar did not know what would happen if he continued. However, he didn't dare to continue drawing. Although he wasn't on the verge of death yesterday, that kind of intense pain wasn't something that anyone could endure. Since he already found the spirit power and achieved his goal, it would be risky to continue. When he came out of the soundproof room, he saw a grayish-brown figure lying by the door. Toby? Angwar called in a small voice. The sleeping figure on the floor slowly woke up. When it saw Angwar, its beady eyes lit up and it began to chirp happily. Angwar put Toby on his shoulder and showed a gentle smile. Wizards can take up to half a month to meditate. Don't worry. Does Lady Greya only need 1 day each time? Angwar whispered. Worry? Toby tilted his head. That action, coupled with his sharp little eyes, was obviously disdainful. Toby brought him to a cubicle on the top floor and brought the food box to Angwar's puzzled face. It pointed at the empty box with its sharp beak and looked at Angwar again. Oh, so you're worried about me, you little glutton. Angwar chuckled. Let's go. I'm in a good mood today. I'll buy you something to eat. He changed into a casual checkered vest and a pair of loose trousers. Toby also took out a checkered shirt and asked Angwar to help him put it on. Good thing you're a bird, or we'd be wearing the same clothes. You're ugly, Angwar muttered as he changed his clothes. Toby reacted by pecking Angwar's head twice. The market in Apprentice Town sold food. It was noon when Angwar arrived, and the food stalls were filled with people. Apart from the villagers doing their business, he also saw many apprentices. It was Angwar's first time seeing so many apprentices gathered together. Almost every building in the apprentice town had a different style, and the apprentice adepts' attire also had their own unique characteristics. Angwar saw an apprentice wearing a cute pink bunny outfit with fluffy bunny ears. she would be cute if she was a 5-year-old girl. Unfortunately, the bunny outfit belonged to a female, but it was a female warrior with muscles bigger than a man's. The female warrior's outfit was already embarrassing enough, but there was a young man at a food stall on the right who was even more shameful. His upper body was naked, and his lower body was covered in suspenders. His chest was full of hair, and there were 2 pink hearts stuck on 2 indescribable spots. What a sight! Angor took a deep breath and covered Toby's eyes. Toby was speechless. It was easy to tell an apprentice from a commoner just by looking at their clothes. Angor's curiosity led him to see a lot of strange outfits along the way. At the same time, he also found a small shop that sold dried food. Angor bought a lot of food and Toby's favorite dried fish. He left his address and asked the delivery man to deliver them while he continued his stroll in the market. After eating some popular snacks, Angor covered his face and entered a pastry shop called Creamy House. A moment later, Angor left with 2 delicate cloth bags with a satisfied look. There was still some milk stain on the corner of his mouth. Angor carried the 2 bags of milk products and returned home while humming a little tune. The food he bought was delivered. Angor collected them in batches and put all the dried fish in Toby's room. After organizing his loot, Angor let Toby do his own thing while he carried a cloth bag out of the door. The bag contained the pastries and drinks he bought from Creamy House. He planned to bring them to the underground cave for Xylem and Nausicaa. When Angor was meditating like crazy, they did not rest either. Without the help of the magic array, they would work even harder. Angor did not visit them for the past few days. To make sure that they were still friends, he decided to visit them while he still had time. The paths in the underground cave were scattered. Angor had been here several times already, but he still ended up at the same crossroads. Luckily, there were signs at regular intervals. Otherwise, Angor believed that he would get lost until dawn. After going through a small slope, Angor looked up and saw that the path was blocked. Another fork in the road. Angor had no choice but to go back. On his way back, he saw someone walking in his direction. Balba, Angor called out in his mind. Balba was still dressed like a savage warrior. Angor did not know him, so when they walked past each other, Angor only nodded to greet him. But just as they passed each other, Balba called out in a low voice, "Wait." Angor stopped and looked at Balba with a puzzled look. Balba's expression was calm. However, Angor could see that the man's hands were trembling behind his back, which showed how nervous he was. "What is it?" Angor asked. Balba did not speak for a long time. When Angor was getting impatient, Balba spoke in a hoarse voice. "Your teacher is Mr. Sunders, right? Phantom Master Sunders?" "Yes." News about this had already spread. Angor even became a popular figure among the apprentices for a while. "My teacher is Miss Flora. She's also Mr. Sunders' student." "Correct." Balba asked nervously, "Do you know Lady Flora?" Angor considered. "Yes. Miss Flora helped me a lot on the Cloud Whale." Balba's face lit up with joy when he heard the answer. "That's great. Can I ask you for a favor?" "I'll pay any price if you can help me." Angor frowned after saying goodbye to Balba. Balba did not get a poster, so he was randomly assigned to Flora. Angor knew about this, but he did not know what happened next. Though Balba was now Flora's disciple, she hadn't even seen Balba in the past month, let alone teach him. Balba had not even started learning channeling yet. The other talents in the same batch had already taken their first step, but Balba was still stuck in the same place. This was why Balba was so anxious. When he saw Angor, he tried everything he could to ask Angor about the reason why Flora ignored him. This was a simple request. Angor did not promise Balba right away. He only told Balba that he rarely saw Flora, and that he would ask her when he saw her. He wasn't sure if Miss Flora was trying to train Balba on purpose. It would be rude of him to ask directly. Besides, it would be rude. Even if they were from the same teacher, a few words could cause a rift between them. Angor decided to ask Sunders' opinion before going to Phantom Island next time. Thanks to the signs, Angor finally arrived at his destination after getting lost several times. He would never admit that he had no sense of direction. It must be because the tunnels were too scattered. Yes, that's it, Xylem was having dinner when Angor arrived. He was eating the roast meat and cardamom soup he bought from the underground market. Angor, I'm so glad to see you. I just bought some roast meat. It's still warm. Let's eat together? Xylem was so happy to see Angor that he quickly tore the meat in half. Angor quickly waved his hand and pointed at the bag in his hand. I'm full from the market, and I brought some snacks for you and Nausicaa. Bottles of exquisitely decorated milk and various kinds of milk-made snacks were placed in front of Xylem. There was a dazzling array of items. But they all had one thing in common, they were all dairy products. Cow milk and goat milk were normal. But narwhal milk, grass camel milk, ice mushroom milk, etc. These were a little out of the ordinary. Xylem looked at the snacks and asked in confusion, Angor, do you like dairy products? Angor froze. No, I don't. Why do you have such a weird feeling? Xylem pointed at the snacks. They're all dairy products. The smell of milk filled the whole room. Heh. Angor turned around. You're still young. Dairy products are good for your health. That's why I bought them for you. Personally, I don't really like them. Oh, really? Xylem was a little doubtful. Now that everything's here, go and tell Nausicaa to come here. Angor quickly pushed Xylem out of the door. When Xylem disappeared at the end of the alley, Angor sighed in relief. How could he let dairy products ruin his noble image in Salem's mind? He swore to himself that he would never bring any dairy products here again. It was too bad for his image as a noble gentleman. Xylem came back a while later, but he was alone. Miss Nausicaa is still meditating. She asked me to send her regards to you. She won't be coming. Xylem sighed and showed a worried look. Miss Nausicaa can't calm her mind. She can't get rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind every time she meditates. She has to keep meditating, but it doesn't seem to be working. This is also a necessary process of cultivation. After all, you don't train from a young age, so it's normal to have more thoughts. It's just a small threshold. She'll be fine once she gets over it. She has a rich life experience, which will save her a lot of effort in the future, said Angor. It had been almost a month, and they did not even know where the first step was. No wonder Nausicaa was anxious. What about you? Did you find spirit power? Angor asked Xylem. Not yet, but I have a clue. I believe I can finish this step soon, said Xylem. When Xylem heard that Angor was already at the gate of the third step, he was surprised and envious, but not jealous. You're one step ahead of us again. Looks like I need to work harder. Salem's morale was boosted. After chatting with Xylem for a while, Angor said goodbye and left. Angor picked up the rest of the snacks and headed to Nausicaa's room. Nausicaa was still meditating on her bed when Angor entered the room. Angor looked around the underground room. It looked exactly the same as when he moved out a month ago. At most, there were some extra daily necessities. Compared to Salem's room, a woman's room was even more boring. Angor could tell from these details how hard Nausicaa worked. She spent all her energy on meditation and did not have time to care about anything else. He noticed Nausicaa's long-handled pipe on the platform where the air vent was located. Angor walked over and picked it up. There was no smoke inside, and the handle was covered with dust. Obviously, its owner had not used it for many days. Why are you here? Her sexy voice was still the same, but a little hoarse. Angor raised the bag in his hand. Food for you. Dairy snacks that all girls love. I bought them for you. Nausicaa flipped her hair. Thanks. You're welcome. Angor handed the bag to Nausicaa and waved the pipe in his hand. Where did you put your tobacco? Nausicaa pointed at the snakeskin bag in the corner. What? You want to learn to smoke too? Nah. Kids should drink more milk. Angor ignored Nausicaa's teasing. He poured the tobacco into the pipe. Lit it, and handed it to Nausicaa. It stinks. I don't smoke, Angor said. Then why did you light it? Nausicaa asked. Why don't you smoke? Maybe your mind will be pure if you smoke. Angor waved a hand behind Nausicaa's back. For many things, the more you hide in a hole, the the more you can't get out of it. Change your way, change your mood, and go back to your most natural self. Maybe you can get out of this vicious circle. I'll be going now. I hope you can cheer up the next time I see you. Nausicaa watched Angor's back as he walked away. She looked at the rising smoke in her hand and seemed to understand something. On his way back to the apprentice town, Angor passed by an alley and saw a strangely dressed young man playing with a bird in a checkered suit. The young man held a pile of bird food in his hand and cooed as if he was waiting for the bird to come down from the sky. The bird was Toby. Angor did not recognize the young man. But judging from his strange clothes, he should be an apprentice as well. Angor walked into the alley and alerted the young man and the bird. The young man alertly turned around. Angor saw the young man's face with the help of the occasional sunlight. The young man was wearing a strange round metal hat with something like an antenna and a screw on top. Angor could not see the young man's face because he was wearing a pair of brown goggles that covered half of his face. The young man's attire was nothing special. A brown coat, green pants, and a red scarf around his neck. While Angor was looking at the young man was also looking at him. Angor reached out a hand to the young man. The young man stepped back cautiously and realized that Angor did not greet him at all. The bird circled around in the air and landed on Angor's hand. The young man was confused when he saw Toby acting so friendly with Angor. "You're the one who raised this familiar?" "Familiar? No, it's not a familiar. It's my friend, Toby." Angor put Toby on his shoulder and pointed at himself. "I'm Angor, a newcomer who joined Brute Cavern this year." The young man took off his goggles shyly and revealed his freckled face. "I'm Davy, 1 year older than you. I've been in Brute Cavern for 5 years, and I'm 16 this year. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to do anything to Toby. I just wanted to help me test a new flying machine." Davy took out a metal rod that looked like a propeller from his small bag. "I'm an assistant at Prom's alchemy shop, and this is my first alchemy creation. I call it the propeller flyer." Davy held the small rod in his hand and showed a frustrated look. "I don't have enough materials, so I can only make a mini flying machine. I can't use it myself, so I wanted to find a small creature to test it on. So I saw this bird." "Oh, I see." Angor pretended to be enlightened. "But birds can fly, right?" David was stunned for a moment before he realized something was wrong. "That's right. How could I forget that birds are supposed to fly?" Davy put on a sad look. "Ugh. I'll just go catch a rabbit by the stream, it's fine. Let Toby try it. I'll make sure it doesn't use its wings when it's not in danger. That way, Toby won't fall down even if it fails." Angor was quite interested in the flying machine. He remembered there were several power diagrams for different flying machines in the alchemy album he recorded in the Nightmare Realm. He wondered which one Davy used. A moment later, Angor placed the propeller flyer on Toby's back. "Good luck, Toby." Angor made a gesture of encouragement. Toby gave Angor a disdainful glance. When Angor moved closer, Toby clawed at his face. Fortunately, Toby did not use its claws. Otherwise, Angor's face would have been left with 4 bloody holes. Even so, there was still a red mark left on his handsome face. "Take off. Take off." Davy placed all his hope on Toby. Davy reached out a finger and silently injected mana into the propeller flyer's energy source. "It's too wasteful to use magic crystals as energy, so I'll use mana to replace it for now," Davy explained. With the infusion of mana, the alchemy device started to activate. The red light on the lever lit up, and the helical wings started to rapidly rotate. Toby was dumbfounded as the helical wings quickly rose into the air, and kept rising, and 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 rising. Angor looked at the black dot that was getting farther and farther away. "No steering mechanism?" Angor looked at Davy. Davy chuckled innocently. "I haven't learned that yet." Angor's eyes burned with anger. "Then what's the point of your flyer?" He quickly looked up and yelled, "Toby, Toby, throw the flyer away." Toby was thinking about its life as a bird. Should it keep flying or dismantle the flyer? It heard Angor's voice, and Toby reacted quickly. It flapped its wings and dropped the flyer. Toby circled around Angor and landed on his shoulder. On the other side, Davy held the two halves of the flyer in his hand and lowered his head. Angor thought Davy was worried about the flyer and wanted to comfort him. After all, he was the one who told Toby to throw it away. But when Angor got closer, he realized that Davy was not sad at all. Instead, Davy grinned. Hee hee. The flyer is flying. Great. I did it. Flying is a success? Angor gave the boy a sympathetic look. The boy's vision was too small. But the next second, Angor's pity turned into anger. Why didn't they tell Davy before testing a defective product like this? If Toby didn't know how to fly and speak human language, he would have died. This wasn't money, but it was death. Angor's anger was unleashed. Dave immediately felt it. He scratched his head in embarrassment and put on an innocent look. Angor clenched his fists and slowly approached Dave. Didn't you say it was a flying machine? You can't even control the direction, and you're talking about a flying machine? If Toby wasn't smart enough, he'd be dead by now. Angor cracked his knuckles. It's my first time building a flying machine, that's not an excuse. You could have told me in advance, and I wouldn't have let Toby take the risk, Angor threatened. Don't hit me. I'm sorry. Seeing that Angor was about to start a fight, Dave completely forgot that he was an apprentice. He crouched down and covered his head with his hands. Toby felt that Angor was being too nice to him since he was going to fight an apprentice. If Angor was at a disadvantage in the fight, Toby would definitely help him. Toby was so touched that he almost cried. Angor looked at Dave's cowardly look and felt amused. Was this really an apprentice? Why did he feel that she was even weaker than a bell? How about I pay you some merit points? How much? 5? Angor shook his head. Not enough. 10? Not enough. 50? Still not enough. When he went to the Elder of Books, he already spent 700 merit points on teleportation alone. You want to bribe me with 50 merit points? Don't even think about it, Dave pulled a long face. 50 is already a lot. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Humph. Toby also clenched his fists. Angor won't give in to money. Give up. He'll beat you up for sure. Ahem. You said you're working at an alchemy shop? Prom's alchemy shop. Dave looked proud. The owner, Master Prom, is an intermediate apprentice alchemist. Fine. I know a scale that can measure spirit power. Give me one, and I'll forgive you, Angor said. Toby, who was sitting on Angor's shoulder, suddenly turned around and stared at Angor in disbelief. You actually succumbed to money, I misjudged you. Angor rubbed Toby's head with an awkward expression. You're fine now, aren't you? Once I get the meter, I'll save some magic crystals and buy you some dried fish from the deep sea. Deep sea dried fish? Toby gave Angor a doubtful look, mumbled a few words, and stopped. Prom's alchemy shop was located at the end of the alley. Dave led the two of them to the end of the tunnel and pointed at a winding tunnel. From here, you can reach the apprentice market in Apprentice Town 8. Prom's alchemy shop is right there. Underground? It was his first time here, so he was curious. You're a newcomer this year, so you might not understand. Almost every apprentice town in Brute Cavern has an underground market. There's a lot of stuff in there, but some are good and some are bad. Maybe you can find something good. Oh, right. If you want to buy materials at a stable price, you can go to the nearby villages. The prices there are stable because of Darkaville Empire's economic interference. After walking in the tunnel for about 5 minutes, they arrived at the underground market. When he first saw the empty underground market, he was also shocked by how lively it was. No wonder he did not see many apprentices on the surface. They were all gathered here. Originally, he had mistakenly thought that the apprentices were all holed up at home cultivating. In fact, he was too ignorant. If he did not meet Dave, he would not know how long he would be kept in the dark. Crisscrossed paths crisscrossed the streets, and on each path, there were hundreds of shops. Angor estimated that there were at least 30 or 40 streets in the underground cave. He could imagine how many shops there were in total. Among the rows of shops, Angor saw several buildings that were dozens of meters tall. The largest one was a silver-white metal tower in the center. The tower had 15 floors, and each floor was connected by several steel cables. Each cable was about 1,000 meters long, and they were connected to different parts of the cave. It looked like a giant net. There was a steel cable below Angor's feet that connected to the building. Those cables are cableways. See those metal boxes? They're carriages that can take you to the Sky Tower quickly, Dave explained. Sky Tower? Angor looked at the silver-white metal tower and felt like he had heard of it before. Yup, Sky Tower. Sky Towers are actually battle towers set up by floating mech city in different places. Dave's expression was a mixture of longing and fear. Battle towers? Angor suddenly remembered Abel mentioning a place when she was explaining to a wizard. Floating mech city's Tower of Infinity? You've heard of it too? Dave was surprised. This was not something a newbie should know. He only heard about it from 2 level 3 apprentices during his 2 years working at Prom's alchemy shop. Angor nodded and told Dave what Abel told him. Abel. She's the weakest apprentice, but she's very well informed. I heard she would go to Cloud Library whenever she got merit points. Dave sighed. It's normal that Abel knows about the Tower of Infinity. What? Abel's pretty famous? The two chatted as they walked. Yeah, but not in a good way. She's from the same batch as me. When Mr. Tree Spirit tested her talent, she was found to be a rare occult talent, which made many people jealous. But later on, she was too weak. No matter what kind of activities we did, she always dragged us down. That's why she was called the shame of our batch, Dave explained. So Abel's an occult? Yup. She's an occult summoner. That 3-colored deer she always rides is her summoned creature. Dave curled his lips. That deer can't fight at all. It's only a means of transportation. Let's talk about the Sky Tower instead. Dave pointed at the tall tower. There are 15 floors in the Sky Tower, and each floor has dozens of arenas. You'll get 3 points for winning a match, 4 points for losing a match, and no points for a draw. As long as you get enough points on each floor, or get into the top 10 of each season, you'll be able to advance to the next floor. Once you've reached a certain floor, you'll be able to take the cableway to the Sky Tower. Taking the cableway is also a sign of strength. Once you reach the 15th floor, you'll be qualified to challenge the Tower of Infinity. So, the Sky Tower and the Tower of Infinity are actually partners. David's face was filled with pride. The most talented person in our batch has already reached the 13th level. What about you? Me? Yeah. Which floor are you on? Dave chuckled. I'm not interested in fighting, so, not interested? Angor chuckled in his mind. He still remembered the look of longing in Dave's eyes when he was looking at the Sky Tower. Not that he wasn't interested, but he couldn't beat Angor. Angor was quite curious about the Sky Tower. It was a great place to practice his skills. But when he thought about how people would watch him fight in the tower, he lost interest. Prom's alchemy shop was located in a secluded area. It was located at the edge of a cave wall blocked by tall buildings. It was impossible to see the shop without going around the tall buildings. It's a secluded place, but it's very popular. The owner is an intermediate apprentice alchemist, which means he's quite famous in Brood Cavern. Not just Apprentice Town 8. People from other apprentice towns also came here because of him, Dave boasted. So apprentice alchemists are really important, huh? Angor mused. The door of Prom's alchemy shop was closed, but there were still several people standing outside. They quickly surrounded Dave when they saw him. Dave had to explain for a while before he managed to persuade them to leave. They're all here for Master Prom. Too bad he's not here. Dave sighed. In other words, Master Prometheus is not in the shop 90% of the time. Master alchemists are always busy, so there's nothing they can do. As he spoke, he led Angor into the shop. The shop was small, but the shelves were filled with all kinds of strange items. Most of them were metal products. These are all Master Prom's masterpieces. He doesn't come to the shop often, but all the finished products are stored in his warehouse. I go there every half a month to collect them, Dave explained. Look around. I'll get you a spirit meter. It's a good thing that the scale isn't expensive. I wouldn't dare to give you anything else, David muttered as he lifted the wooden plank of the underground warehouse and went in. Only Angor and the bird were left in the shop. Angor's eyes wandered around the shelves. The alchemy products looked exquisite, but they were not useful at all. They were not even as good as the first few pages of Encyclopedia of Basics of Alchemy. Still, if an apprentice alchemist could be called a master alchemist, there must be a lot of great alchemists out there. Angor decided to study alchemy when he reached the third step. It would be such a waste if he did not take all the treasures. Killing music box. The interaction of high-frequency and low-frequency sounds produces a piercing sound wave that can attack a person's mind. However, it can only be used 3 times. After 3 times, the killing music box will collapse. Price, 5,000 merit points. Angor picked up an exquisite, heart-shaped metal box. He would have thought it was a brooch box if he did not see the description on the bottom. 3 times? Either the crafting method is wrong, or there's something wrong with the inner structure. Angor put the box down. A defective item could sell for 5,000 merit points? Alchemy was too easy to earn. These materials probably didn't even need 2 mana crystals. Angor suddenly heard some chirping behind him. He turned around and saw Toby yelling in front of a lilac morning glory. He approached the flower and tried to see what was wrong with it. Suddenly, the flower began to make some chirping sounds. Huh? Is that Toby's voice? Angor looked at Toby, who was also confused. The morning glory spoke again. Is that Toby's voice? This time, it was Angor's voice again. Amazing. A flower that can record sounds? Angor was surprised. Morning glory, that's amazing. This is a flower that can record? Dave climbed out of the underground warehouse and saw Angor and Toby's confused expressions. That's an echo flower, Toby. Don't step on its roots. Toby flew out of the flower's plate. It won't echo if you don't step on its roots. It's a material used to make a sound-type alchemy item, Dave explained. Here, Angor. Dave tossed a meter to Angor. This is the spirit meter. Consider it my apology. Angor took the meter and thought to himself, what a great deal. But his expression said, fine, I'll accept your apology. Angor took the meter and prepared to go home. What else could he do after taking advantage of the situation? Before leaving, he noticed that Toby seemed to like the echo flower, so he asked, how much does it cost? Dave was wiping his helmet when he heard Angor's question. 128 merit points? You just joined Brute Cavern last month. There's no way you can afford it. Angor humphed and handed his bone card to Dave. I'll pay by card. Angor was still in a good mood when he reached home. He couldn't help but chuckle when he recalled Dave's confused look when he saw the balance on his bone card. He had gained a lot from this trip. Not to mention that he had obtained the spiritual energy scale, just knowing that there was an underground market was enough to make him rich. Angor planned to put the echo flower in the greenhouse. But considering Toby's love for it, he decided to put the pot in Toby's room, along with a wooden spoon. Don't forget to water the flower. Use the spoon to get some water from the stream. Otherwise, don't blame me if the flower dies, Angor said. With everything settled, Angor planned to report to Sunders and focus on the third step. However, before going to Phantom Island, there was something else he needed to do. To test his spiritual power. He wondered if the mysterious patterns he saw in his mind last night would affect his spiritual power. It would be fine if it didn't change, but if it did. Angor did not drink the potion of austere night. Anyone would be suspicious if his spiritual power was increased out of thin air. If it was so easy to increase one's spiritual power, why bother looking for talents? Angor was worried that Sunders would find out the truth. How could he explain that he could see the patterns on the wall? Angor's hand was still trembling when he picked up the meter. He still remembered the pain it brought him. But to confirm his spiritual power, he gritted his teeth and began the test. 2 golden lines began to climb, the same formula, the same pain. Angor put the meter aside with sweat all over his body. When he was done, he picked up the dial and checked the result: 15 points. His spiritual power remained the same. Angor was both disappointed and glad about the result. He was disappointed that the wall did not do much to increase his spiritual power. Of course, there was also the possibility that he drew too few patterns. Fortunately, his spiritual power did not change. At least Sunders would not notice it. Angor looked at the meter again and realized something was wrong. Although the scale showed 15 points, the position of the golden line seemed to be a little higher than the last time he tested it. Was it his imagination? The next morning, Angor left for Phantom Island. While on the skybus, the sky suddenly darkened, and it began to drizzle. Oh, the mirror world can rain too? Through the gaps between the leaves, Angor saw dark clouds gathering in the sky. The cumulonimbus clouds were thicker than he expected. It seemed the rain would last for a long time. Ever since he came to Brute Cavern, he had been thinking about the truth of the mirror world. He always thought it was a grotto heaven similar to the ones in novels back on Earth. However, the natural rain clouds seemed to be different. The morning breeze blew the drizzle into the carriage from outside. 2 or 3 drops of cold rain splashed on Angor's face. The wet and cold sensation instantly stopped him from thinking. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his face. He thought he would go to Phantom Island in the rain, but he did not. It was not because the rain had stopped. He was now higher than the cumulonimbus clouds. Angor stood on the edge of the falling cloud stop and looked down. Originally, he could see the green plains, the buildings that were as small as ants, and the humans that looked like tiny black dots moving back and forth between the buildings. But now, he could only see the dark clouds and hear the rumbling sound of the rain falling. The sound of falling rain could only be described as rumbling, which meant he was very close to the clouds. On the falling cloud leaf station, he saw a group of apprentices observing the rain clouds below like him. Angor was just curious. The apprentices were observing and recording the rain clouds. Some of them even cast some water spells to prove their theories. Angor also saw several figures standing in the air above the clouds. They seemed to be observing the process of turning the clouds into rain as well. They even combined their mana to create a smaller cumulonimbus cloud, which seemed to be mimicking the process. Wind, flower, snow, and moon were all truths. Clouds, rain, and thunder were all truths. Watching these apprentices who were completely immersed in the knowledge that ordinary people would not notice, Angor truly felt the light of wisdom. When he was in the cloud library, he only felt admiration when he read countless books. But here, when he saw his colleagues studying the rain clouds, he felt closer to the truth. You could never reach the end with books. You could only reach the end by measuring with your feet, observing with your eyes, and thinking with your brain. With such thoughts in mind, he went to Phantom Island. Phantom Island was still brightly lit. Instead of seeing Sunders in his study, Butler Good led him to a garden full of strange plants. The trees were very tall and covered with green vines, blocking most of the sunlight. The flowers were very dense. Other than the gravel path, almost everything was filled with flowers. The flowers were of different colors and types. In the dark environment, there was a sense of color that was so bright that it was frightening. Sunders stood at the end of the gravel path, surrounded by all kinds of rare phantom beasts, including the winged white horse Angor saw before. Professor, Angor bowed. Is there something you don't understand? Sunders was caressing a python with a bloody crown on its head with his back facing Angor. No, sir. I'm just here to report to you that I'm going to start building my spirit model. Angor lowered his head to avoid the python's gaze. Reporting such a small matter to me, do you want me to praise you for your fast progress? Sunders turned around and looked at Angor with a calm look. It was as if he could see through Angor's mind. No. Angor wanted to deny it, but for some reason, he did not say anything. Sunders was not wrong. He came here for no reason, just to get a compliment from his teacher, so that he could raise his proud tail a little, right? He even made up an excuse about not reporting to Sunders. But it was just his vanity. Angor stood there awkwardly. He was embarrassed by his vanity, and also embarrassed by Sunders' words. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Angor felt the urge to run away. After realizing his vanity, he felt that it was too shameful, too childish, and too embarrassing. Sunders walked to Angor's side. Angor thought Sunders was going to scold him, but he felt a warm hand on his shoulder. Don't be embarrassed. This is the true desire in your heart. It has a beautiful color, much better than the sharp, dark, and dirty desires of too many people, Sunders said in a soft voice. Sunders' hoarse voice echoed in Angor's ears. Remember who you are now. He's more real than you are. Don't try to throw him away. Only by recognizing the truth will you be able to go further on your path. Angor stared at Sunders. Sunders' words were a bit obscure, and he did not fully understand. But there was no doubt that Sunders did not seem to be blaming him. Sunders patted Angor's shoulder and stepped aside. You did find your spirit model in such a short time. You deserve praise. I heard you went to the Elder of Books. Did the Elder of Books tell you that? Yes, I did. The Elder of Books told me that a potion of austere night can help me locate my spirit model quickly. But I didn't drink. Before Angor could finish, Sunders suddenly interrupted him and gave him a surprised look. You said the Elder of Books told you to drink the potion of austere night? Angor nodded. Are you sure the Elder of Books answered your question? Yes. Sunders looked at Angor with a strange glint in his eyes. He was only asking casually. He even planned to tease Angor when he heard the Elder of Books rejected him. However, Angor gave him an answer that he never expected. The Elder of Books answered his question. And it was true. Sunders recalled that the last wizard who got an answer from the Elder of Books was more than 10 years ago. It was a wizard from Edge of Night who spent an unimaginable amount of money to get some pointers from the Elder of Books. Angor could get an answer from the Elder of Books. And damn it. It was such a simple question. If Sunders knew Angor could get the Elder of Books to talk, he would have prepared hundreds of questions for Angor to ask on his behalf. As for Angor's question, any wizard could have answered it. Sunders looked at Angor's confused face and sighed. Can you tell me how you got the Elder of Books to talk? Sunders suddenly became curious. Angor did not hide anything. What he told the Elder of Books was not important anyway. So, he told Sunders everything that happened that day. I see. You used knowledge exchange to get the Elder of Books to talk. That makes sense considering the Elder of Books' personality. But, mass energy relation? How do you know? Asked Sunders. My mentor taught me. Angor did not try to hide his knowledge from John. Sunders sighed after hearing Angor's explanation. So your mentor is quite knowledgeable. Too bad he's just a mortal and has no chance to become a supernatural. Otherwise, he might have a chance to become a wizard. Sunders paused and continued, you managed to get the Elder of Books to speak, which is also a glorious achievement. If people know about it, your name will be known all over the world. Angor chuckled but did not say anything. You did not use the potion of austere night to locate your spirit power. Good. There's something strange about the wall in the Glutton Flower Tunnel. When you go down to the Nightmare Realm, you can use the potion of austere night if you can find something to increase your spirit power from there. Sunders spoke in a slightly regretful tone, too bad you wasted a chance to learn from the Elder of Books. Angor was still embarrassed about being exposed by Sunders. Now that the topic was over, he prepared to say goodbye and leave. Before he could say goodbye, he suddenly remembered Balba, who he met in the underground cave. Balba had nothing to do with him. But for some reason, Angor felt a sense of familiarity with Balba. So, when Balba asked him for help, he did not refuse. Professor, I have something to ask you. May I? What is it? Why are you being so careful? Angor remained silent for a moment and told Sunders about his encounter with Balba. I just want to ask Miss Flora if she's mad at me for asking about Balba, Angor said. Balba, huh? Sunders chuckled. She won't be mad. But I do know how it happened. Do you want to know? You know? That's great. Angor did not want to bother Flora either. She was a real witch. Although he did miss Little Red a lot, Angor did not want to bother her. There are 2 reasons why Flora didn't teach Balba. First, she's really busy these days. A tribe in Parmajai Highlands is experiencing a large-scale blood mutation. I think it's caused by some kind of pathogen. She's been busy dealing with it. Second, it's because of Balba himself. What's the problem with Balba himself? Sundar showed a mocking smile. Because he's not a human. Not a human? Angor tried to recall Balba's appearance. He did not seem to notice anything unusual about him. He's a hybrid between a human and an otherworldly barbarian, Sundars explained. When he gets angry, a blue totem tattoo will appear on his body, and his pupils will turn golden. These are the characteristics of the silver wolves. They should have a tail. But since he's a hybrid, his human bloodline has neutralized part of his silver wolf bloodline. There's an unspoken rule in the wizarding world that no one is allowed to teach wizardry knowledge to outsiders. Even if he's just a normal hybrid, maybe he has some kind of secret weapon hidden deep inside his bloodline. Wizardry knowledge is spread across thousands of worlds, and there are too many people who want to learn it. So he's half of an otherworldly bloodline. No wonder Balba was the only one who didn't receive any invitations. Yes. Wizards don't want to get involved in this kind of trouble. They're more than willing to capture him and dissect him. Then why did you take him in? Angor did not understand this either. If he knew that this man was an otherworldly bloodline, he would not have taken him in if he was afraid that someone from another world would spy on his wizardry. This is related to the supreme cult. All you need to know is that wizards must retrieve unregistered otherworldly life forms. Supreme cult and retrieval? Supreme cult. He didn't know what it was, but the name sounded like a religion. But the word retrieve made Angor's heart skip a beat. He thought about John. If John's identity was exposed, would he end up being retrieved as well? What does retrieve mean, Professor? Angor tried his best to hide his worry and pretended to be curious. Retrieve means to make them cease to exist. Does not exist. It was a simple word, but Angor felt he could see a terrifying storm of blood behind it. Then, Balba. Angor finally understood why he felt so close to Balba. It was because Balba's rejected by the world aura was almost the same as John's. Balba, if we don't change our plan, we should wait until he's strong enough to fuse with a powerful bloodline and turn him into a substitute puppet, Sundar said casually, but he had already decided Balba's fate. Angor's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect Balba's fate to be sealed from the very beginning. When thinking about John, Angor finally understood what it meant to grieve for a rabbit. Angor's thoughts sank for a second, but he quickly calmed himself down. Luckily, his professor was at the old Earth where wizards were extinct. Otherwise, he would end up like Balba. Do you remember the normal channeling method? Sundar suddenly asked. Normal channeling methods? Is it something like triangle channeling? Angor read many channeling methods in Sundar's library. He did not practice any of them himself. Yes. I remember some. Sundars nodded. Good. When you go back, take any channeling method you know and teach it to Balba. If he asks again, tell him that Flora went out recently. Angor did not know what to say. That sounded so casual. All right. I'll go back now. Angor turned to leave. Wait, Sundars stopped him. Angor stopped. Sundars paused for a moment as if he was thinking about something. Since you chose to come at such a time, I suppose it's your destiny. Angor looked at Sundars in confusion and waited for him to continue. He reached out his left hand and rubbed the button on his right sleeve. It was a button with the family emblem on it. He pulled a hand, and a crystal bottle with a metal base appeared in his hand. He tossed the bottle to Angor. As soon as Angor touched the bottle, he saw the metal base of the bottle glowing faintly. A rune slowly appeared on the surface. Is this an alchemy tool? Do you want a space storage? Sundars pointed at the button on Angor's sleeve. The porous crystal bottle was taken out from the button. Clearly, the button was some kind of spatial alchemy tool. Angor nodded repeatedly. He really wanted a space storage. The first time he saw a space storage was when Greya gave him a space capsule. It was a single-use item, and all the items inside belonged to Toby. That capsule, which was as small as a grain of rice, contained something as big as a small mountain. And it was almost weightless. Of course, he wanted such a wonderful and convenient alchemy tool. However, he had read books about space storage before. A single-use space capsule was already very expensive, not to mention one that could stabilize a space. Angor never thought that he would get a space storage before becoming a wizard. Now that Sunders mentioned it, Angor's eyes lit up. Was Sunders going to give him a space storage? Come with me if you want it. Sunders turned around and walked deeper into the garden. Those strange phantom beasts also followed behind him. Angor learned the purpose of his visit on his way here. Sunders accidentally found a precious material for crafting a sorcerer's garden, fragments of eternity. He planned to turn this garden into a sorcerer's garden. During the crafting process, Angor could collect some leftover materials so that he could find an alchemist to craft a space storage for him. A sorcerer's garden was a miraculous product that was a combination of spells and alchemy. It could create a space, separate it from the main world, and put it on some kind of carrier. Speaking of which, it was similar to a space storage. However, the space created by a sorcerer's garden was usually not big. The specific size depended on the number of fragments of eternity. Anyway, it was definitely smaller than most space storage. Of course, it was much bigger than space capsules. There was another major difference between the two. A space storage could not store living creatures, while a sorcerer's garden was like a small world with its own ecosystem. Both plants and creatures could survive in it. Therefore, the two were not comparable. A sorcerer's garden was much more valuable than a space storage. However, judging from the above, the sorcerer's garden didn't seem to be anything special. At most, it was something like a portable small world. Also, he wouldn't dare to hide in it during a battle, since sorcerer-level battles already involved spells like space collapse. For wizards who liked to travel alone, a sorcerer's garden was similar to a space storage. However, that was not the case. The value of a sorcerer's garden was not to store living creatures. When it was separated from the main world, it would receive the baptism of some unknown power, which would give it a random elementary law. For example, if a sorcerer's garden was given the law of flora, the harvest of magical plants in the garden would be beyond one's imagination. Similar laws included eternal freeze, backtrack, soul soil, time, and so on. In other words, a sorcerer's garden was a treasure that existed under a certain law. Ordinary wizards could never come into contact with a law in their entire lives. Only when they reached the legendary level could they have a glimmer of a law. With the protection of a law, a sorcerer's garden was unimaginably valuable. For a wizard organization, a sorcerer's garden was a strategic treasure. Even if a sorcerer's garden could be carried around, no wizard would dare to do so. It would be a great loss if someone took it away from them. After listening to Sunders' explanation, Angor understood how valuable a sorcerer's garden was. In the entire southern wizarding region, there were only a few organizations that had a sorcerer's garden. Even Brute Cavern only had one, and it was not a private one. However, the sorcerer's garden that Sunders was going to create belonged to him alone. Thinking of this, Angor's admiration for Sunders increased by a lot. "I'll see what kind of law it is later," Angor mumbled. "I'm looking forward to it." "You're overthinking. I'm only using fragments of eternity to mark the area. I'll need a master alchemist from Floating Mech City to do the actual crafting." "The law will only appear after the crafting is done," Sunders explained with a smile. "Why do you need a master alchemist from Floating Mech City? Don't we have any master alchemists in our organization?" Sunders shook his head. "Alchemy knowledge is the most valuable thing in every place. Many advanced alchemy techniques have been lost. Brute Cavern only has one alchemist who earned the title of elementary." "Lost? Shouldn't knowledge be innovated? Is it better to be more ancient?" Angor was confused. "It is. That's why you can see alchemy fortresses in the sky, alchemy airships, alchemy puppets. These are all techniques that keep pace with the times." Sunders paused a little before continuing. "However, being ancient is not a bad thing. Many ancient techniques were passed down by unknown great beings. Even if knowledge is innovated from generation to generation, some of them will not be as good as the original version. For example, the 36-dimensional space coordinate system positioning method you're about to learn is also an ancient and lost technique. In some ways, it's much better than the current positioning methods. Also, initial glory, the ancestor of meditation methods, has its irreplaceable aspects. Alchemy techniques are also the same. Due to the loss of some special techniques, the alchemy world is in a bit of a slump. Sunder's explanation made Angor even more determined to study alchemy. But Angor was also wondering if Sunders really did not find the alchemy books in the secret chamber of the Nightmare Realm. Angor considered for a moment and decided to test it out. "Professor, I told you that I met a blue giant in the Nightmare Realm. Do you remember?" "I know. It's a three-eyed blue demon, a low-level monster. Why did you suddenly mention it?" Angor kept a straight face. "Last time, I told you that I found some alchemy books in the hall where the three-eyed blue demon was. Do you think those books contain the ancient techniques you mentioned?" Sunders shook his head. "No. Those books are all ordinary. I have some of them in my collection." "So that's how it is. That's why I feel like I've seen similar books in my mentor's library." Sunders chuckled when he saw Angor's enlightened look. "If you can remember those books, it means your nightmare form is really powerful." "No, I don't. I don't remember the content. I only remember the title of the book." Sunders shook his head and explained, "Let me tell you something. If a book I never read in the real world appears in the Nightmare Realm, I'll forget about it. Even if it's just an ordinary storybook, there's a chance I won't remember it at all once I leave the Nightmare Realm. Unless I'm lucky enough to bring the book back to the real world, I won't forget it. Only if I read a book in the real world and see the same book in the Nightmare Realm, I won't forget that part of my memory. But you're different. Your memory in the Nightmare Realm is complete. Even if you don't try to remember it, you still have a vague impression of it. This means your memory has never been blocked. This is the most valuable part of your talent," Sunders explained seriously. Angor tried to recall. Sunders was right. He rarely forgot his experience in the Nightmare Realm. "Professor, I remember you have a crystal ball that can record images. Why? Don't you take it with you?" Angor thought about his hologram tablet. Without the recording function, he couldn't take the alchemy books out of the secret room. Sunders shook his head. "I can't record them. I tried this method before, but all I got was a blank image." "Then why can my hologram tablet record? Is it the difference between a technological item and an alchemy item?" Angor almost asked the question out loud, but he stopped himself in time. "We're here. Don't think about the Nightmare Realm. It's a world without logic. The more you think about it, the more confused you'll get. Just train yourself and try to become a wizard as soon as possible. I'll need you to lead the way next time," Sunders joked with a smile. Sunders pointed at a field of strange plants in front of them. There were already many phantom servants waiting outside this area. They all held a porous crystal bottle in their hands. "Wait here. Once the sorcerer's garden starts, a lot of gray space microbes will fall off. Use your container bottle to collect them. If you want to craft an alchemy item with a stable space, collect as many gray space microbes as you can. They're the main material for making space storage items." With that, Sunders ordered all the phantom beasts around him to move into the designated area. Then, he leaped into the air. Sunders took out an eyedropper from his button and began to release mana from his mana pool. In his line of sight, a four-sided octahedron structure locked the selected area. Sunders poured out a drop of the mysterious liquid inside the eyedropper, Fragment of Eternity. Then, using an unimaginable method, he used both spells and alchemy skills to pour the drop of liquid into the octahedral structure. "It's about to begin. Pay attention to the gray space microbes." Sunders ordered the phantom servants in different positions. Under Butler Good's lead, the phantom servants quickly took up their positions outside the designated area. Sunders looked at Angor, who was holding his container bottle and preparing himself. He smiled and sent a voice transmission to Angor, "You're quite lucky. It's your destiny to come here at this time. According to the rules of the wizarding world, I won't allow you to collect the microbes without paying a price. But I'll make an exception this time. Consider it my reward for your section ephemera. As for how much you can collect, that will depend on you." Angor had read some alchemy books before, so he knew that gray space microbes were the main material for creating space storage items. Since Sunders mentioned that he could collect as many as he could without paying a price, Angor decided to go all out and collect as many as he could. How could he miss out on something like this? As Sunders poured the Fragment of Eternity into the area, a frame that Angor could see with his naked eyes appeared in front of him. It's about to begin, Mr. Pat. Be careful. Do not enter the locked area. Butler Good came to him. Angor quickly nodded. For directions lock. Sunders tossed a scroll full of runes into the air. The scroll exploded, and a giant magic array several kilometers wide appeared on the ground. This is a magic array that blocks detection. Master released it to prevent other wizards from spying on us, Good explained. This was a private sorcerer's garden after all. Sunders had already reported to Rain Mute and asked Tree Spirit to cover up the aura of this place. However, what happened at Devil's Water had already spread far and wide. Who knew if any wizards would show up at this time? However, Sunders was not afraid of challenges. A few minutes later, he noticed that the area ahead of him was being cut apart by a spatial rift. A sparkling dot of light floated down from the cut. He's here. Under Angor's gaze, Good dashed into the air and pointed the container bottle at the light spot. The light spot was sucked into the bottle in the next second. After collecting the first light spot, Good nodded to Angor and quickly went to collect more light spots. Angor knew that Butler Good was showing him how to collect the light spots. Feeling grateful, Angor began his own looting process. Since he could not fly, he had to run around on the ground to collect the light spots left by the phantom servants in the air. The light spots would disappear once they hit the ground. He had to collect them before they hit the ground. Angor ran around and collected quite a lot of light spots. He noticed that whenever he ran to a certain spot, the phantom servants in the air would intentionally leave some light spots for him to collect. The looting process lasted for a while. When the targeted area was completely covered by white mist, the light spots stopped falling. The container bottle in Angor's hand was glowing brightly. More than half of it contained gray space microbes that were shining brightly. Compared to other phantom servants, Angor did not collect as many gray space microbes. However, the amount in the container bottle should be enough to craft a small, permanent space storage. Looking at the gray space microbes in the bottle, Angor grinned until his eyes turned into crescent-shaped crescents. If he sold them in an auction, he would probably get at least 5,000 or 6,000 magic crystals. Angor did not expect that he would get such a great harvest this time. He was just using the excuse of reporting to gain some praise. Before, Angor felt embarrassed when Sunders pointed out his secret. But now, he did not feel embarrassed at all. He only thought about visiting Phantom Island more often in the future. Maybe he would find something good again. You'll have to figure out how to refine these microbes into spatial tools yourself. I'll leave you to it, Sunders said as he landed on the ground. Angor nodded. According to collected basics of elementary alchemy, crafting a space storage was not difficult. The main material was the key. As for crafting, an apprentice alchemist would do the job. Angor planned to try it himself after he learned alchemy. If he did not have the talent for it, he would pay someone else to do it for him. Before leaving, Angor asked Sunders, "Why did you chase those beasts into the sorcerer's garden?" "Fertilizer," Sunders said in a plain tone. Angor was still thinking about the fertilizer on his way back. When Angor first saw Sunders caressing the phantom beasts with a gentle look, he thought Sunders really loved them. But he didn't expect that they would become fertilizer in the end. Angor put himself in Sunders' shoes. Sunders seemed to like him a lot recently. But who knew if he would one day offend Sunders and end up like those beasts? Angor knew that he tended to think too much. It was as if he was suffering from persecutory delusions. But in this world where people ate people alive, he could fall into an endless abyss if he was not careful enough. Therefore, the most reliable thing was to grow stronger. When Angor reached home, the rain was still pouring. Angor heard the chirping of birds coming from the attic. He went upstairs and saw Toby and the echo flower talking to each other. Angor shook his head. For some reason, Toby seemed to like the echo flower very much. Angor did not stop Toby. It was a bit noisy, but the surrounding buildings had their own soundproof arrays, so he did not need to worry about the noise. Angor went down to his soundproof room and began to meditate, feeling the spirit power flowing in his mind. He only stopped when his mind calmed down a bit. Then, he solemnly put the magic container bottle into a secret compartment in the quiet room. There were other precious materials in the secret compartment, such as morning dew, section ephemera, potion of austere night, and so on. Angor put away the container bottle and planned to begin the third step of his training. But he suddenly remembered Sunder's order, which was to copy a channeling method book for Balba. Angor felt sorry that Balba would end up as a puppet, but he did not want to go against Sunder's decision. Angor felt sorry for Balba's unfortunate fate. Since Balba was still waiting for him, Angor sighed and decided to copy the channeling method first and give it to Balba. The channeling method he copied was called circular cut channeling. It was a very ordinary channeling method. However, this one had a higher rating compared to all the other common channeling methods. At least, it was better than triangle channeling, which was practiced by Alan and Aline. It only took Angor half an hour to finish the book. He held the thin book and thought for a moment. Then he copied some of the training techniques he learned during the first 2 steps into the book using tiny runes. He learned these techniques on his own. They were shallow, but they were still something he learned on his own. As for the special techniques recorded in Singularity Dispersive Meditation, Angor did not want to share them with others. Angor did not waste any time. He opened an umbrella and rushed out in the pouring rain. When he reached the underground cave, he suddenly realized that he did not know where Balba's room was. When he talked with Balba, he was busy looking for Xylem and forgot to ask where Balba's room was. The tunnels in the cave were complicated. There were thousands of rooms, and Angor could not go through them one by one. Besides, there were also apprentices living in the cave. If he disturbed them while looking for someone, he would be in big trouble. With this in mind, Angor decided to go to Salem's room and see if he knew anything. If Xylem did not know, there was nothing he could do. He could only blame Balba's bad luck. Xylem was meditating when Angor found him. Angor was a little embarrassed to interrupt Salem's training, but Xylem did not mind. He carefully put the book back into his pocket and walked to Angor with a smile. "What's the matter?" Angor then explained what happened to Balba to Sunders. Xylem shook his head. "I don't know where Balba lives either." After a pause, Xylem continued, "But I know where Orlando lives. When he first moved into the crypt, he harassed the talents one by one. He should know where most of the talents are." "Orlando?" Angor recalled the image of a willful and pompous young man wearing a black and white velvet hat. "That's right. That guy separated from his close friend Rafig. When he first moved into the crypt, he washed his face with tears every day. He went to almost all the geniuses and harassed them in the name of complaining." Xylem recalled Orlando and frowned. "He also wanted to harass you. But we did not tell him where you live." Xylem said, "Luckily, after everyone started to meditate, he was beaten up for disturbing other people's meditation. That's why he's restrained himself." "He got separated from Rafig?" Angor remembered how close those 2 friends were. "Did they have a fight?" "Yes. I don't know why, but Rafig didn't live in the crypt. Instead, he was arranged to live outside the mirror world." Xylem then asked, "Do you want to ask Orlando about it? I'm not sure if he knows where Balba lives. You know, Balba's a little. I'm not sure if Orlando dares to harass him." Angor nodded. "Let's go. Since we're already here, I don't mind spending some time. Please lead the way." When Angor saw Orlando, the boy was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. Luckily, the floor was covered with a blanket, so it wasn't too dirty. "Orlando, what are you doing?" Xylem asked hesitantly. Orlando looked up from the floor. The dark circles under his eyes had seriously affected his appearance. Even his black and white velvet hat was thrown aside. His medium-length brown hair was messy like a bird's nest. Orlando stared at Xylem for a while before answering, "Oh, it's you, Xylem. You're meditating?" Angor saw a book lying on the blanket. The book was half-turned and stopped at an octagonal spirit model. Angor recognized the channeling method. It was one of the basic channeling methods of Brute Cavern, prismatic crystal channeling. Orlando turned around in surprise. "Oh, Angor's here too. Angor, why do I feel like Orlando's lost his mind?" Xylem pulled Angor aside and whispered in his ear. "Maybe he didn't sleep well. His face is sallow because he hasn't slept in a long time. Angor's upbringing prevented him from badmouthing someone in front of others." "Is that so?" Xylem looked at Orlando with a doubtful look. Orlando didn't mind them. He turned a page of the channeling method in front of him, glanced at it, and closed his eyes to meditate. He's meditating already? He looks so tired, Xylem mumbled. Angor, on the other hand, suddenly put on a serious expression and showed a surprised look. Angor, Angor? Xylem saw that Angor didn't answer and gently pushed him with his hand. What's wrong, Xylem? Angor was a little confused and didn't pay attention to Salem's words. Xylem said, I say, Orlando has started meditating. Should we go back now? Angor didn't answer Salem's question. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Xylem, you're learning prismatic crystal channeling, right? Xylem nodded. Yes. Angor pointed at the book in front of Orlando. Look, his channeling method has reached model construction. Is he building his spirit model already? Xylem himself had learned the thousand-edge crystal channeling method, so he didn't mind it. When he got closer, he was also surprised. Yes, he's building a model. And he's already at the last few steps. Xylem exclaimed. Angor recalled Orlando's condition. Orlando was tired but his mind was clear. It was indeed the essence of meditation. This can't be real, right? I remember that Orlando started cultivating very late. After he separated from Rafig, he cried for more than half a month. Why did he suddenly become a spirit model construction of a spirit model? And it looks like he's his smana pool. Xylem had a look of disbelief. Does that mean Orlando has officially become an apprentice? I don't, Sundowns nodded. Since Orlando was already meditating, they didn't want to make a fuss about it, so they left quietly. On their way back, Xylem remained silent. He always thought Angor was the only one who progressed faster than him in this batch of talents. But unexpectedly, Orlando seemed to be walking ahead of everyone else. He was the last one to start training apart from Balba. Maybe this is talent. Xylem pouted and felt a little frustrated. Angor remained calm. It's normal to train faster if you're talented. But think about it, when we tested Orlando's talent at Sir Tree Spirit's place, Sir Tree Spirit didn't say how good Orlando's talent was. Mr. Tree Spirit spent more effort on you. So, the gap between our talents isn't too big. It's mainly because of our own talents. Angor stretched his body. Looks like we need to work harder when we get back. I don't want to be the last one. Xylem seemed to be motivated as well. He gritted his teeth and the gloominess in his eyes disappeared. Looks like we can't solve Balba's problem for now, Angor said, we'll have to let him wait a little longer. Xylem patted his chest. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll go ask Orlando later when I have some free time. I'll help you pass the message to Balba. Angor frowned. Won't that be too much trouble? Xylem shrugged. It's no trouble at all. Apart from meditation, I'm bored in the cave. Miss Nausicaa has been training recently, so she doesn't have time to talk to me. I can help you run some errands. Just think of it as a walk. Thank you, Angor thanked him sincerely. He then thought of something and said to Xylem, I found an underground market where apprentices gather. When you and Nausicaa are free, I'll show you the way. A market for apprentices? Salem's eyes lit up. Awesome. I want to see what it's like. Will it be amazing? You'll see, Angor said. After returning home, Angor immediately began the third step of his training before becoming an apprentice. He might look calm in front of Xylem, but as a matter of fact, when he saw Orlando's progress, he already felt a sense of danger. This time, he would not give up until he became an apprentice. Constructing a spirit model was not difficult as long as one mastered the control of spirit power. However, singularity dispersive meditation was different. It required a 36-dimensional space coordinate system to locate a target. This localization method had long been lost due to its high difficulty. Angor was going to challenge this extremely difficult localization method. The first step of constructing a spirit model was to locate the starting point. Other channeling methods could deviate from the starting point. As long as the subsequent construction was complete, they could generally be used. However, for singularity, every point had to be absolutely correct. It was precisely because of this harsh requirement that the positioning method for singularity was chosen to use the 36-dimensional space coordinate system positioning method. Locating the starting point was the most difficult step in singularity. The starting point was also called a singularity. It was a point that wizards called the end of the universe. With the singularity as the starting point, all subsequent scattering methods would be based on the singularity. The singularity was the solid foundation of the channeling method. In order to locate the starting point perfectly, Angor needed to create 36 coordinate systems so that he could locate the singularity more accurately. In the endless darkness of his mind space, Angor silently visualized the image of the singularity scattering method. With the help of the image in his mind, he began to think about how to create the first strike. He could not divide the 36 areas incorrectly. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. This would test Angor's ability to process big data, which was the least of his worries. Even if he did not have enough data, he could still rely on the hologram tablet. However, this was not the time for him to use the tablet. He quietly prepared to create the first area. Angor pushed his space sensitivity to the limit. Any mistake would bring him endless trouble later. Space sensitivity on one hand, and big data processing ability on the other. Angor felt his mind working very fast. One moment, his mind was in a deep trench at the bottom of the sea, and the next second, he was in outer space. All kinds of data, formulas, calculations, and related knowledge were sent out from his mind using the origin of his memory as the core. They were placed in the most appropriate position in his mind at the most appropriate angle. Angor's speed of thought and logical calculation were both used to their fullest potential. Back in the real world, sweat was dripping down from his forehead. The wooden floor was already soaked with water. Apart from the sweat, the veins on his forehead were also twitching like crazy. It felt like his blood was flowing backward and would explode in the next second. Angor endured this kind of exhaustion. His ears were red, steam was rising from them, and his eyes were bloodshot. And it only took him less than 2 minutes. At this moment, the speed of his thoughts surpassed everything else. Got it. The 3 coordinates calculated by a large amount of data were like 3 bright stars that illuminated the infinite darkness in his mind space. Feeling the bright light, Angor did not hesitate. He used his spirit power as a blade and slashed at the 3 coordinates at the same time. With this slash, Angor confirmed the first area. After memorizing the 3 coordinates, Angor staggered and fainted on the ground. 2 hours later, Angor slowly woke up. After waking up, he did not hesitate at all and immediately entered the data of the 3 coordinates into the holographic tablet. Angor looked at the data and grinned. To use the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method, one had to have space sensitivity and big data processing ability. Without these 2 prerequisites, one would not be able to use it. Since ancient times, very few people were able to use the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method. It was not widely used, which was why it was lost. Angor could calculate 3 coordinates at once, which meant he had a chance to learn it. 3 coordinates to confirm an area. According to the compatibility of the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method with singularity, Angor would need to perform 7 slashes at once, which meant 7 areas and 21 coordinates. The further he went, the more calculations he had to do. The last few slashes would require a terrifying amount of calculations to make a perfect cut. The first slash might only take him 2 minutes, but the second one might take him 2 or 3 days. The 7th one might take him several years, or even 10 years. For others, this was an impossible task because they did not have such powerful data processing ability like Angor. Even if they did, it would not take them so long to create 36 areas. If it took them more than 10 years to create 36 areas, wouldn't it take even longer to build the spirit model? By the time they finished the model, they would have long passed the golden age for training. Even Sunders did not plan to let Angor use the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method. Instead, he taught Angor a special localization method. However, this method would cause the coordinates of the singularity to deviate. And the deviation would greatly reduce the effect of the model. Angor would be lucky if he could keep half of the original value. Sunders was sure that Angor would not use the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method, but Angor had already made up his mind to use it to build a precise model. He could use the hologram tablet to build a model and simulate his mind space. However, he had to find at least 3 areas, 9 coordinates, and 6 intersection points before he could use the hologram tablet's modeling system to simulate the virtual mind space. Once Angor reached this step, the tablet's floating point calculation speed of 51.66 quadrillion operations per second would allow him to quickly determine the remaining 6 areas and 18 coordinates. Using the 36 areas as the standard, he would then locate the singularity's starting point. That would be the real location of the singularity. With the first plane confirmed, Angor decided to strike while the iron was hot and began to meditate again. After the previous slash, his mind space was no longer filled with darkness. Instead, there was a shining plane in his mind space. It looked intangible, and Angor's spirit power could travel through it freely. However, he could feel it clearly as if it was real. The plane was created using a special technique from singularity dispersive meditation. As long as Angor wanted to, it would never disappear. Although it was just a simple plane, it was located in the mind space. Originally, it was extremely difficult to accurately locate the spatial coordinates in the mind space, but with this plane, locating the coordinates was no longer difficult. Moreover, it contained countless numbers of data. When another plane appeared, whether it was parallel or intersecting, more data would be derived. This was the uniqueness of the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method. Angor successfully completed the first plane. He began to calculate the second plane. 36 regions and 7 planes. It was a simple task. Calculating the 3 coordinates of the second plane was many times more difficult than calculating the first plane. A large amount of data burst out from Angor's mind like fireworks. Numbers and formulas spewed out. Logic turned into countless little people, which grabbed the data needed, connected the necessary formulas, and pieced them together. Using the vast amount of knowledge, they interweaved the light spot Angor was looking for. 5 minutes, this time, Angor lasted for 5 minutes. The vast amount of data stopped abruptly when Angor fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Angor woke up. While he still had some memory, he expressed his previous calculations in a large number of data and recorded it in the hologram tablet. Ignoring his exhaustion, he used the data as a blueprint and continued to work on the point he was looking for. It took Angor 3 days to find the 3 coordinates of the second plane. Fainting alone took up most of the time. The rest of the time was spent on calculations. When Angor saw the second shining plane in his mind space, he smiled with satisfaction and fell asleep. He slept for 2 days and 1 night. When he woke up, it was already the end of the first half of the month of looming frost. Holding his empty stomach, he took out some dry food and tried to swallow it down with the water in a daze. It was another tasteless meal. Night shone upon the land. After stuffing himself with food, Angor sat on the steps of the gate, enjoying the lush mistletoe and drinking milk to aid digestion. Enjoying the cool breeze, smelling the fragrance of the plants, and drinking the mellow milk, Angor felt much better. Until Salem's greeting came from outside the fence. Salem's voice? It must be an illusion. Angor. Angor. Salem's childish voice was filled with excitement. Angor turned around and saw Salem standing at the end of the street, wearing a pure white robe he got from somewhere without a hood. He looked like a child who was trying to act cool by covering himself with a bedsheet. Salem even greeted Angor cheerfully. It was quite a funny scene. There was another person besides Salem. With the help of the moonlight, Salem saw a handsome, angular face under the alternating light and darkness. Balba the Barbarian. Angor recalled Salem telling him to contact Balba a few days ago. He thought Salem was only going to ask for Balba's address. He did not expect Salem to bring Balba directly to his gate. Salem also saw Angor in the yard and began to play even more happily. Angor did not greet Salem right away. Instead, he quickly poured the milk on the steps under the mistletoe tree, picked up the milk bottle, and pretended to accidentally throw it into the utility box. He did not forget to wipe his lips with his sleeve under the cover of the night to make sure there were no milk stains left. Only then did he walk to the gate and greet Salem. At this moment, he was very glad that the leaves of the eternal tree blocked most of the light of the stars and the moon, allowing him to destroy the corpse unknowingly in the dark curtain. Xylem did not notice Angwar's movement. He was happily looking around. This was the first time he came to Apprentice Town, and also the first time he visited Angwar's house. He was curious about everything. Angwar, I brought Balba. He took out an oil lamp with a hook from a storage box beside the door and lit it with a match. The oil lamp began to glow. He hung the lamp on the door post and looked at Balba. The dim light from the lamp made Balba's body look even taller. He was still half naked except for a pair of tight black linen pants. The only change was that he was now wearing shoulder armor. However, only 2 indescribable points on his shoulder armor were still exposed. At this moment, Balba's tanned face was filled with anxiety and anticipation. Good evening. Angwar's attitude was only polite. He did not try to be friendly or distant. Balba rarely greeted people, so he did not know how to respond. He only nodded slightly. I've already asked around for you. Miss Flora is busy dealing with a certain disease, so she can't teach you. But she gave me the channeling method and asked me to teach it to you on her behalf. Balba felt a little relieved knowing that he could learn the channeling method. However, he was still a little disappointed that Flora did not want to teach him. Is Miss Flora not in the organization now? Angwar considered and said, You can say that. She's outside most of the time. Balba looked disappointed. He did not notice the discrepancy in Angwar's words. I'll get the channeling method for you. Angwar paused and turned around. Do you want to come in? I have water. Angwar wanted to say milk, but he quickly thought of something. No need, Balba refused. Xylem was going to ask Balba to join them for a chat, but he didn't say anything since Balba refused. Angwar went back to the house to get the channeling method. Xylem stood in the yard and touched the mistletoe from time to time. He also crouched down beside the fence and looked at the faint runes on it. Apprentice Town is so nice. I want to live here as soon as possible. I'll live next door to Angwar. Angwar encouraged himself in his mind. Soon, Angwar took out the channeling method and handed a thin booklet to Balba. Balba sighed in relief after receiving the book. He saw his peers working hard these days. Some of them, such as Orlando, had already made some progress. Balba did not show it on his face, but he was really anxious inside. He did not get to see Flora again, but it was already worth it to get the channeling method. Thank you. Balba bowed solemnly. I will fulfill my promise. As long as you ask, I will pay any price. Angwar looked at Balba's serious expression and thought about the man's tragic fate. He sighed again. He wanted to say that it was not a big deal, but Balba was not someone who would let the matter rest so easily. A favor was always the hardest to repay. Angwar knew this, so he did not refuse Balba's offer. How about this? Xylem and Nausicaa aren't safe living in the underground cave, so I'm sure they'll be fine. Your martial strength is very high, so you should protect them to the best of your ability. Balba nodded without hesitation. It was a reasonable request. Balba did not say anything else after that. Angwar did not know what to say either. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Angwar looked at Xylem and saw that the man was lost in his own thoughts instead of listening to their conversation. Xylem could not stop smiling. It seemed that he had something good to tell others, but he did not know what topic to use to bring his joy to himself. Angwar chuckled in his mind. He walked to Xylem and asked, So, Xylem, you've sensed spirit power? Xylem was surprised. How did you know? Angwar pointed at Salem's face. You can see your thoughts on your face. Xylem scratched his head in embarrassment. Hee hee. I just did it this afternoon. By the way, Miss Nausicaa can meditate now. She hasn't found her spirit power yet, but she can get rid of all distracting thoughts. She'll find it sooner or later, said Xylem. Xylem continued, She also told me that thanks to your help, she was able to enter the tranquility state. You're amazing, Angwar. Not only did you discover your spirit power faster than us, but you can also teach others how to do so. Hearing that Nausicaa also found her spirit power, Balba could no longer sit still. He grabbed the book in his hand, walked to the oil lamp, and began reading. As soon as he opened the book, he saw rows upon rows of neat common language. There were no exaggerated expressions, nor were there any flowery shapes that the mainstream pursued. They were like squares, looking clean and beautiful. So, these are Lady Flora's handwriting? Very special, Balba muttered to himself. While Balba was reading the book, Xylem began to talk about Orlando again. I asked around. Orlando has become a level 1 apprentice. I didn't expect him to be ahead of all of us without anyone noticing, said Xylem with an envious look. Maybe there's something pushing him to move forward. Angor hesitated. Angor and Xylem exchanged some more information about their training and left the apprentice town. After they left, Angor no longer had the mood to rest. He mourned the loss of milk under the mistletoe for a while and returned to his soundproof room. He planned to open the third wall as well. Could a person who had only learned basic arithmetic reach the level of calculating differential geometry in one go? Obviously not. Forget one go, one could beat 100 drums and still not get the hang of it. Angor's last effort only ended up with Mosquito Eye lying unconscious on the ground. Using spirit power to perform the third slash, which meant creating the third plane in his mind space, was much more difficult than he expected. The first slash could be performed by most talents, and the second slash could be performed after a certain amount of training. From the third slash onward, however, it depended on one's talent, understanding, and accumulated knowledge. Even if he had all three, he still needed time to settle down. Anyway, at Angor's current level, it would take him a long time to perform the third slash. Days passed like this. Every day, Angor would go through an endless cycle of overexerting his brain, passing out, overexerting his brain, and passing out again. Sometimes, he would look at the dispirited person in the mirror and wonder if it was him. One day, Toby even pecked a white hair from the back of his head. That was the consequence of using his brain too much without restraint. However, Angor did not dare to stop his dark life. He could see himself progressing every day. If he stopped, he was afraid that his laziness would lead to the destruction of the Great Wall. Although the disadvantages of such an unhealthy lifestyle were great, there were also benefits. Not to mention the progress, Angor's logical thinking and mental arithmetic had reached an incredible level. In the past, he would need to delve deeper to understand the details, but now, he only needed to glance at them to quickly find the answer in his mind. His supercomputing ability was almost at the level of a natural talent. If John was here, he would probably be surprised by Angor's great improvement. The first day of the second half of the month of looming frost, the calendar flipped again, and the first half of the month of freezing earth arrived. When the window opened at the end of the month of freezing earth, Angor received news from Xylem that he could now control spirit power. Nausicaa also sensed that her spirit power had reached the second step before transcendence. Angor congratulated his friend on the good news, and he also worked harder. Half a month ago, Angor could only stay in the supercomputing state for 5 minutes before fainting. Now, it had been half an hour, and Angor could still stay in the peak state. The third plane had to meet the first and second planes at the same time, so it required a lot of calculations. Angor also had to think carefully about the 3 coordinates he chose. On the 10th day of the month of freezing earth, Angor finally determined the first coordinate. As for the specific value of the coordinate, he still needed more calculations. The month of freezing earth passed, and the month of frost arrived. After Orlando, Xylem was the second person to generate a mana pool in his body, which allowed him to become a supernatural and officially become a level 3 apprentice. Not long after that, Nausicaa also became a level 1 apprentice in a dominating manner. On the day she became an apprentice, she and Xylem both came to Apprentice Town. When they were reporting the good news, they had a reunion. When Xylem heard that Angor had not become an apprentice yet, he felt a little anxious. After leaving Angor's house, Xylem whispered to Angor, "I ran into Mr. Ness by accident when I was learning slow from my professor. I heard Mr. Ness talking to Professor Kalal. He seemed to be very satisfied with Hookdick's progress and even wanted to take him to Soul Soil for baptism. I think Hookdick is an apprentice now. With Hookdick's personality, if he knows Angor hasn't become an apprentice yet, he might do something." Xylem was very worried. Because of Sunders, Hookdick might not dare to do anything to Angor, but he could send someone else to do it. Besides, Angor was still immortal without mana protection or spells. Common warriors could easily deal with him. Nausicaa quietly put her hand on the flexible sword hanging on her waist. I'll come to patrol from time to time. I can go to the questing hall to accept quests and protect Angor while earning merit points. Also, I need to practice in real battles. After Xylem and Nausicaa left, Balba was leaning against a tree not far away. He was holding circular cut channeling in his hand, but he did not read it. Instead, his eyes flickered. After a while, Balba did not return to the cave field. Instead, he headed toward the apprentice town. Angor did not know what was going on outside. All his attention was on determining the first coordinate. After nearly 2 months of hard work, the first coordinate of the third plane was about to appear. On a dark and windy night, someone suddenly cheered in Angor's soundproof room. Beside the brook outside the yard, a figure holding an oil lamp quietly looked up and quickly immersed himself in his book again. It was Angor who was cheering. On the last day of the month of frigid earth, Angor determined the first coordinate of the third plane. He checked it several times and confirmed that it was correct. This meant that he was one step closer to the final construction. Of course he would cheer. That night, Angor finally had a good sleep. His good mood lasted until the next day. Early in the morning, he heard the chirping of birds coming from the attic. It was a duet. Angor knew that Toby was playing with echo flowers again. He thought about how he barely spent any time with Toby in the past 2 months and felt a little guilty. He had not fulfilled his promise to Toby to buy dried fish from the deep sea. Since he finally finished a phase, Angor decided to give himself half a day off and take Toby to the market. He also wanted to buy some cooked food while he was there. He had been eating too much dry food for the past few days. Of course, Angor did not go to the underground market. He spent merit points and magic crystals there. He did not have much left, so he did not want to spend them carelessly. He went to the market in the apprentice town, which was run by ordinary people. Today, Toby was wearing a fisherman's outfit and a big bamboo hat. He looked both funny and cute. Angor was in a good mood along the way. He still had a lot of gold coins on him. Dried fish from the deep sea was extremely expensive inland, but he did not mind. He waved his hand and took out 2 large cloth bags. Toby happily walked back and forth on Angor's shoulder, as if urging Angor to go back and have a good meal. Angor spent another 2 copper coins to hire a young man to carry the dried fish back. Then he went to the milky house and bought some milk and snacks for himself. When he was almost done, Angor leisurely walked back home. He saw the young man carrying the dried fish standing in front of the gate from afar. The fence in the yard was engraved with magic runes. Without the permission of the owner, no one could break in by force. Angor did not want to keep the man waiting, so he quickly went to greet him. The young man smiled brightly. Angor chatted with him while taking out the key to open the gate. When Angor turned his back to the young man's expression suddenly changed. The smile on his face was no longer as bright as before. Instead, it was replaced by a cold sneer with complicated emotions. When Angor was not paying attention, the young man curled his lips into a cruel, jealous smile. Talent? You'll die in my hands anyway. Whoosh! The dagger hidden in the young man's waist was drawn. The gleaming silver dagger was as clear as a water mirror, which showed how smooth and sharp it was. Without hesitation, the young man stabbed the dagger into Angor's back. As a monster, Toby was much more alert than Angor. The moment the young man pulled out the dagger, Toby sensed the friction between metal and the faint smell of blood on the blade. All of these warned Toby that danger was coming. Toby turned around and saw a dagger going for Angor's back. Terrified, Toby quickly flew away. It was a critical moment, and Toby did not have time to warn Angor. Instead, he brandished his sharp claws and dashed out like an arrow. Toby's speed was inhuman. He did not attack the young man's vital parts first because he was afraid that the dagger would not stop moving if he accidentally killed Angor. Therefore, Toby's target was the hand holding the dagger. Toby's sharp claws scratched the young man's wrist like sharpened blades. The young man cried out in pain. However, he did not stop because of the injury. Instead, he exerted more strength and stabbed at Angor's back. It seemed he had been trained to endure pain and focus the whole time. Toby's eyes were bloodshot. If he did not stop the young man now, Angor would be seriously injured, if not killed. However, Toby was not strong enough and did not know what to do at the moment. Suddenly, a burly figure dashed between Angor and the young man and grabbed the dagger with one hand in the blink of an eye. In an instant, fresh blood dripped from the palm that held the blade. The young man realized that his attack had failed. He looked up to see who the troublemaker was. But before he could see the face, he was knocked away by a knee covered in leg hair. The force sent the young man flying in a parabola and he fell on the ground 3 or 4 meters away. As the young man coughed up blood due to the pain in his chest and abdomen, a soft sword with a silver glint stabbed into his neck. Angor, who was pushed aside, struggled to regain his balance. When he regained his balance and saw that the bag in his hand did not fall, he sighed in relief. He was about to ask what was going on when he turned around and saw 2 people standing behind him. Balba was standing beside him with a cold expression. Blood dripped from his hand. Nausicaa, who was wearing a soft armor, was holding her soft sword against the young man's neck. Her expression was cold. Toby was circling in the air while flapping his wings. Blood was still dripping from his claws. Huh? Angor was confused. What's going on? He only used the key to open the door. Why did it feel like the world changed so quickly? A moment later. Balba was sitting in the living room with a tube of ointment Angor made himself. He was applying it to the wound on his palm. His expression was cold and calm from beginning to end. Even when he applied the alcohol-laced ointment to his open wounds, he didn't even frown. After applying the ointment, Balba was still wrapping bandages around his wound with one hand. Angor wanted to help, but Balba refused. Thank you so much. If you didn't come in time, I'm afraid. Angor thanked Balba sincerely. Balba didn't mind. Don't worry about it. I'm just returning the favor. Balba had been protecting Xylem and Nausicaa for a while now. However, Nausicaa was as strong as him, so Balba had nothing to do. Now that he could return the favor by saving Angor's life, Balba felt it was a good deal. Balba didn't know how to talk. He fell into silence after replying. Angor was quite worried about the sudden attack. If Balba didn't save him in time, he would have died. Therefore, Angor was still grateful to Balba even though Balba claimed that he owed him a favor. Creak, Nausicaa opened the door and walked into the living room in her soft armor. Someone's dead. Suicide. He was poisoned before he died. Probably from a regular hitman organization. But we've confirmed that he's a mortal, not a supernatural. While Nausicaa went to interrogate the young man, Angor gave Balba the ointment. He didn't tell us who hired him. But I'm pretty sure it's Hookdick. Angor nodded. He had never offended anyone since he left home. The only 2 people he had a grudge against were Hookdick and Foza. However, Foza and Angor didn't want to fight yet, so Hookdick was the most likely suspect. Hookdick wouldn't really do anything to you. He's just playing tricks, Nausicaa said calmly. Otherwise, he wouldn't stoop so low as to hire a mortal to assassinate a talent. Ever since the incident at Twilight Town, Angor decided not to fight Hookdick head-on, so it was better for him to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hookdick, on the other hand, was very cautious. At most, he would glare at him viciously behind his back, but he didn't actually do anything. Because of this, he lowered his guard after moving out of the underground cave for some time. Who knew that Hookdick would bite him at this moment? Angor's expression turned gloomy. There was no such thing as being a thief for 1,000 days in this world. If he didn't get rid of Hookdick, who knew what he would do next? According to Xylem, Hookdick's teacher is going to take him to a certain soul soil to be baptized. I don't know what soul soil is, but Hookdick's talent as a soul manipulator should help him grow even stronger when he comes back, said Nausicaa. So, the best thing to do now is to endure it. Once you become a transcendent, Hookdick won't dare to use mortals to play dirty tricks anymore. Even if he asks other apprentices to help him, they won't dare to do anything to you. Mr. Sunders isn't easy to deal with. Angor understood Nausicaa's meaning, so he didn't refuse. He already planned to stay in the house until he broke through. Now that this happened, he realized that he had to become strong enough to survive in this world. I understand. I'll do my best to train, Angor said. There's a defensive array in the house. No one can break in. This time I really have to thank the two of you. Nausicaa winked at him in a charming manner. I just accepted the mission, protect the peace of Apprentice Town 8 to earn some merit points. Angor knew that Nausicaa accepted the defense mission for Apprentice Town 8 mostly because of him. But he didn't point it out. He only kept it in mind. Nausicaa took the young man's body and left. Balba also said goodbye to Angor. After they left, the spacious room returned to silence. He repeated Hookdick's name in his mind and blinked his eyes. Nausicaa carried the body through the brook, found a clearing in the woods, and set it on fire. The charred body crumbled little by little in the fire. Nausicaa wasn't paying attention to it. She was thinking about Angor. She learned how to use spirit power under Angor's guidance, and Angor was already able to control it back then. When she learned how to control spirit power, Angor was still in the same place. When she successfully built the basic structure of her spirit model and summoned her mana pool to become a level 1 apprentice, Angor still did not make any progress. She was very concerned about this. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult to construct a model with spiritual power. She asked a lot of apprentices, and none of them ever got stuck on this step. But why did Angor never succeed? Nausicaa suddenly remembered something. She once mentioned Angor's condition to her professor, Fantace, when she was asking for advice. Fantace didn't seem surprised at all. He only said, "What a good student Sunder's got." So, was there something he didn't know, or was there something wrong with Angor's channeling method? Nausicaa never told anyone about her obsession with immortality. After she became the Queen of Blackberry Waters, she never had to worry about food and clothes. She also had hundreds of sailors under her command. She had power and money in her hands. How many people dreamed of living such a life? Yet she gave up her comfortable life and came to the wizarding world, where her future was uncertain. She wanted to pursue immortality, and wizards were the closest to it in this world. To become an immortal wizard, one had to have enough power. She knew that to reach higher heights, she had to build a good foundation. A good foundation was important. Therefore, she was very persistent when it came to channeling methods. She had to figure out every key point before she could proceed to the next step. However, if there was a difference in levels between channeling methods, did it mean that her foundation was also different from other people's? Nausicaa wanted to go back and ask Angor if there was a difference between channeling methods, but she held back the urge. She was afraid that her question would put Angor in a difficult position. She abruptly looked up and saw a cluster of white clouds in the sky. Maybe, the cloud library will have the answer. The body was almost burned, but Nausicaa could not wait any longer. She glanced at the disfigured body and left without hesitation. Her next destination was the cloud library. The fire continued to burn slowly. The smell of burnt flesh and waves of heat caused the surrounding plants to sway. At this moment, a black shadow appeared beside the corpse. The shadow watched the body turn into ashes and turned into nutrients for the earth before slowly leaving. In a fork in the cave plain, a mortal was walking through the underground with a hot plate in his hand. None of the apprentices were surprised to see this mortal. There were also restaurants opened by mortals in the underground world, and more than one of them had delivery service. Knock, knock, knock. The mortal knocked on the door of a room. "Who is it?" "Sir, delivery from Pineapple Shell Restaurant." The door was opened, revealing the man inside. The mortal smiled and handed the plate to him. Then, without any hesitation, he left. After the door was closed, a voice came from inside the room. "Lafitte, I'm only 30% full today. I want some." It was an honest voice. The pockmark-faced young man walked to the man, glanced at the plate in the man's hand, and secretly made a 3 gesture to the fat man in front of him behind his back. The man raised his voice. "Lafitte, I want a sandwich. I'm so hungry." Of course, the man was Hookdick, the one who wanted a sandwich was Foza, and the pockmark-faced young man was Lafitte. Hookdick rolled his eyes at Foza and cursed in his mind. "Good thing there's no outsider here, you glutton. Otherwise, I'll lose all my face." Then, he tossed the sandwich to Foza. He gently pried open the inner layer of the tray and took out a white note from it. Foza took the sandwich with a grin and did not mind being scolded at all. He kept looking at the white slip while eating. However, he was too busy wolfing down his food to ask anything. He quickly glanced at the pockmark-faced young man, Lafitte. Lafitte nodded knowingly and made an exaggerated gesture. "Boss, why is there a note hidden in here? Could it be that some girl fell in love with you at first sight and wanted to spend the night with you, so she wrote you a love letter?" Hook Dick scoffed. "What love letter?" "It's a letter from the Pollock family." "Pollock family? What the hell?" "Pollock family. A family of assassins from the mortal world," Hook Dick explained briefly. "Assassins? Boss, why are you contacting them?" Lafitte was puzzled. Hook Dick showed a vicious expression. "To kill that arrogant bastard, of course. He hasn't registered as an apprentice yet, so he can't be an apprentice yet. So hee. Lafitte and Foza knew who arrogant bastard Hook Dick was talking about. It was Angor, who stole Hook Dick's limelight in the resource allocation hall. They often glared at Angor like Hook Dick, but it was only to please the reckless man. They did not want to offend Angor. Lafitte thought about Angor's teacher and took a step back in silence. Foza disliked Angor because of what happened to Melaner. However, when he learned that Angor rejected Melaner's offer, he did not hate Angor anymore. Just like Lafitte, Foza did not want to offend an enemy with a bright future, even if Angor was not an apprentice yet. Lafitte and Foza exchanged a glance and understood each other's thoughts. Hook Dick showed a disappointed expression after reading the white slip. He threw the slip to the ground. Lafitte picked it up and read, "Mission failed. A man and a woman were protecting the target. The assassin died." There was also a detailed description of the man and woman. "Nausicaa and Balba?" Lafitte murmured. "It's these two people who ruined the trap that I worked so hard to set up. Damn it." Hook Dick's expression turned vicious. But he soon laughed out loud. "I know he's not easy to kill. But I knew it. I just wanted to put more pressure on him. I bet the bastard doesn't even dare to leave his house now. Ha 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 ha. But I also learned that Nausicaa isn't the only one helping him. Even Balba is on his side." Hook Dick pursed his lips. He wasn't afraid of these two at all. He did not dare to fight Angor head-on. But these two people did not have powerful backgrounds. He was going to go to the Soul Soil soon. When he came back, he would kill all those who disobeyed him. Phantom Island, outside of the Sorcerer's Garden. An old man with silver hair was waving an alchemy wand in his hand, placing all kinds of materials into an underground alchemy array. Mana was contained in the alchemy spell, and its transformations covered the whole area. The Sorcerer's Garden was becoming more and more solid in the old man's hands. It was already releasing an ancient aura. Sunder stood behind the old man and treated him with great respect, even though the old man was one level weaker than him. However, as a master alchemist of Floating Mech City, Moonlight Silver, Kusiliuo deserved his respect. Master alchemists were rare in the southern region. Kusiliuo was even older than Jalal. His nickname Moonlight Silver was not as famous as Jalal's Mithril Innovator. In fact, Kusiliuo's original title was Moonlight Master. No one could rival him when it came to the transformations of Moonlight Silver. Later, Kusiliuo complained that Moonlight Master did not sound good, so he came up with the name Moonlight Silver. Kusiliuo was the master alchemist Sunders hired to help him build the Sorcerer's Garden. After 2 months of work, the Sorcerer's Garden was already showing some results. Sunders could even see what was happening inside through the thin clouds. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of law the Sorcerer's Garden would give birth to. He had been guarding the place these days to prevent anyone from sneaking in. While Sunders was paying attention to Kusiliuo's progress, Butler Good hurried to Sunders and whispered something in his ear. "Master Kusiliuo, I have to excuse myself for a moment." Sunders frowned after hearing Good's words. Kusiliuo waved a hand casually. He did not look away from the Sorcerer's Garden at all. Sunders moved to a place where there was no one around and asked Good in a low voice, "Angor was assassinated by a mortal?" Good nodded. "Yes. But he's fine now. Someone is protecting him. I sent my phantom servants to investigate. It seems to be Mr. Ness' student." "Ness' student?" Sunders remembered the man who provoked Angor many times on the Savage. "My lord, should we inform Lord Ness?" Good asked. Sunders waved his hand. "No need. It's just a small matter. If Angor can't handle it, he doesn't deserve to be my student." Good nodded and was about to leave. "Wait. How's Angor's training now?" Sunders stopped. "Good." Good recalled the message he received from his subordinate. "I don't think we have a spirit model yet." Sunders chuckled. "So he's still trying to figure out how to locate a target in a 36-dimensional space coordinate system." "That's right, this kind of lost accurate positioning method was enough to make anyone go crazy." He had been working tirelessly on his research. However, he only managed to calculate the second coordinate of the third plane so far. If he wanted to calculate all 7 faces, with his ability, it would probably take him more than 10 years. Everyone's mind space was different, and the coordinates he calculated were not suitable for Angor. He had to calculate all the coordinates himself to perfectly recreate singularity dispersive meditation. But with Angor's ability, it would take him much longer, and he would definitely miss the golden period of his training. Sunders didn't want Angor to waste his time on this either. But since he was the one who proposed the channeling method, he couldn't just tell Angor to stop using the 36-dimensional space coordinate system. The resulting singularity dispersive meditation model might have some flaws, but it was still better than other channeling methods in the world. If he said that, he would be slapping himself in the face. Therefore, he only suggested Angor to use a different method in the handbook. Sunders considered and spoke to Good. "Tell Angor that the Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City will be open to the public in a year. The entry requirement is to climb one of the sky towers. The law of the garden is purification, which will increase the chance of becoming a wizard." Good nodded. "I'll go tell Mr. Pat now." "Go," said Sunders. Sunders knew Angor wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible, so he used the Sorcerer's Garden as a bait to persuade Angor to give up and use another method. That night, Angor received Good's message. After Good left, Angor fell into silence. The law of purification could increase the chance of becoming a wizard. This was too tempting. Any apprentice would go crazy over it. So would Angor. Gu Dian said that this matter was still confidential and had not been spread. It would take at least half a year for the news to spread. He could already foresee how crazy the apprentices would become in half a year's time. Every sky tower would become a bloodbath. The next 6 months would be his best chance. As long as he could reach the top of a sky tower within half a year, he would be able to avoid the crazy attacks of the apprentices when the news spread. However, it was not easy to reach the top of a sky tower in half a year. According to the rules of the sky tower, if he wanted to reach the top quickly, he couldn't wait until the end of the season to accumulate his points. He had to crush his opponents with his own strength. This was a bit difficult for Angor. Usually, only level 1 and level 2 apprentices participated in Sky Tower. However, he still couldn't do it right now. He hadn't even crossed the boundary of supernatural yet. It would be very difficult for him to reach the level where he could defeat most level 2 apprentices in half a year. Usually, only level 2 elite apprentices could reach the top of a sky tower. Once they reached the top, they would be qualified to challenge the Tower of Infinity. Most of the people who went to the Tower of Infinity were powerful rank 3 apprentices. Some of them could even achieve great results in the Tower of Infinity before becoming official wizards. For example, Nausicaa's teacher, Fantace Konida, reached the 100th level of the Tower of Infinity as a level 3 apprentice. Angor's current goal was not to challenge the Tower of Infinity. He wanted to reach the top of a sky tower before the news spread. However, how could a person without any actual combat ability compete with the other sorcerer apprentices in half a year? Angor buried this thought in his mind for now. The most important thing right now was to create the third surface. As long as he could make the third slash, he could use the hologram tablet to quickly calculate the result. To construct the perfect singularity scattering model inside his body, he had to use the 36-dimensional space coordinate system. Angor understood Good's words, and he knew that Sunders must have told him to do so. But he didn't think too much about it. Sunders didn't know about his cheating device, the hologram tablet. One was the law of purification from Floating Mech City's Sorcerer's Garden, and the other was the perfect singularity scattering model. Angor wanted both, but if he had to choose one, he would choose the latter. But, if he had enough time, he also wanted to challenge the Sky Tower after constructing the perfect model. He might be too greedy, but he had to have a dream. Angor stopped thinking about it and focused on calculating the coordinates of the third surface. If he had enough time, he would give it a try. But first, he needed a perfect spirit model. The third slash required 3 coordinates. It took Angor 2 months to find the first one. Therefore, from this moment on, all his energy was focused on calculating the other 2 coordinates. Supercomputer mode was turned on again. Huge amounts of data flooded Angor's mind like a torrent. Half an hour later, Angor fainted on the ground. When he woke up, he continued using supercomputer mode. He didn't plan to rest at all. Instead, he devoted all his waking hours to supercomputer. Even when he was eating, drinking, and going to the toilet, various formulas and data would appear on his retina. He never slacked off. Time passed in such a frenzied cultivation. The time limit of his supercomputing ability was increased from half an hour to 1 hour. This greatly improved Angor's calculation speed. A month later, Angor found the second coordinate. At this time, the new year had passed and they had entered the month of recovery. Angor glanced at the calendar by accident and realized that he missed his birthday in the month of freezing earth. He was already 15 years old before he knew it. He didn't mind missing his birthday. He wasn't in Pat Manor, where his brother and professor would celebrate his birthday for him. No one knew about his birthday on this strange fake continent. So what if he missed it? When the month of resuscitation entered its countdown, Angor finally found the third coordinate. A white light flashed in his mind space. Angor used his spirit power as a blade and made the third slash. Angor looked at the 3 intersecting surfaces in his mind space and grinned. He was exhausted, but he didn't go to rest right away. Instead, he recorded the third coordinate on his hologram tablet. Then, he combined all the recorded data and asked the system to calculate the remaining 4 surfaces automatically. After typing on the hologram keyboard for a while, a system message popped up on his desktop. Calculation started. Estimated time, 504 hours 43 minutes 51 seconds. He sighed in relief when he saw the countdown timer going down. 504 hours, which was 21 days. Even the hologram tablet took 21 days to calculate. Angor estimated that it would take an astronomical amount of time if he replaced it with a human brain. No wonder this kind of locator method was lost in history. It was too demanding. Apprentices didn't have the time to waste. Angor stretched his body and went to his bedroom to sleep. He hadn't slept on a soft bed for months. When he lay down, he still felt uncomfortable. But he was too tired. Soon, he fell asleep. Maybe it was the completion of the third surface that allowed Angor to unburden himself. He slept very soundly this time. 2 days later, he woke up naturally. When he woke up, he sat on his bed and spaced out for half an hour, savoring the aftertaste of relaxing his mind. When he smelled the sour smell of sweat on his body, he slowly got out of bed and boiled some water for a bath. He felt refreshed after the bath. When he returned to his soundproof room, the hologram tablet was still working on the calculations at full power. Angor ignored it and meditated for a while. After meditating, he did not know what to do. He leaned against the wall and thought for a while. He decided to use this chance to plan his future. As for the direction of the future, based on his current vision and goals, as well as the length of time, he divided it into 3 stages. The farthest goal was to pursue the truth, fulfill his own will, and go as far as he could on the path of wizardry. This was his most long-term goal and wish, which was unattainable for now. His next goal was to fulfill his 5-year promise with Master John and his promise with Mara. The 5-year promise with Master John was the biggest motivation for him to work so hard. However, 5 years would pass in the blink of an eye for a wizard. If he wanted to save John, he didn't have enough time. Of course, he was not completely hopeless. At least he had some ideas. The root of John's problem was not an illness. It was the rejection of the world's consciousness. The solution was, how to prevent otherworldly visitors from being rejected by the world's consciousness. Angor did not dare to ask Sunders about this. Sunders could easily see through Angor's mind. It would be even more troublesome if it involved the extremist church or recycling. Angor could only use the next 5 years to collect information from various sources to solve this problem. He had to put this on his agenda and search for relevant information. Even if he couldn't get the answer in a short time, he could still buy another magic scroll called Ice Coffin of Healing with his own savings and extend his mentor's life for another 5 years. So, he could put it aside for now. As for his promise with Mara, it was more flexible. Mara used Ice Coffin of Healing in exchange for a promise from Angor. Once Angor became a level 2 apprentice, he would go to a certain ruin with Mara. He believed that as long as he could construct a perfect spirit model, the mana flow would reach an unprecedented level, and his mana pool would grow stronger in a short time. Therefore, he believed that he would be able to become a level 2 acolyte in no time. However, since Mara did not set a time limit, he was not in a hurry to go to White Coral Floating Island Academy to fulfill his promise even if he became a level 2 apprentice in a short time. For now, he decided to postpone the meeting with Mara until he solved John's problem. Apart from the long-term and mid-term goals, what he cared about the most right now was the short-term development. Forming a spirit model as soon as possible, building a mana pool, and advancing to an apprentice adept was definitely his primary goal. Apart from that, he also had another ambition, which was to build the Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City. He wanted to go further than anyone else on the path of becoming a magus. It was still an empty promise for now, but it was not impossible. Open Schrodinger's box, and there could be a cat that turned into a saber-toothed tiger. Everything was possible. However, in the wizarding world, there was at least one prerequisite to go further, becoming a magus first. The Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City had the ability to purify. According to Good, it could increase the chances of an apprentice becoming a magus. Even if it was only 0.1%, Angor would not miss it. However, the chance of achieving this ambition was too low. It was too difficult for him to reach the top of Sky Tower in a short time. Bloodline users were the strongest in the same level. Sky Tower's arena was a restricted area for them to attack. This was why powerful bloodline masters such as Grass Snail Fantace could fight their way to the 100th level of Tower of Infinity without any problems. Even if he became an apprentice and learned a few cantrips, he would not end well if he fought against a bloodline apprentice with those skills. So Angor had to put this ambition aside for now. After organizing his future plans, Angor finally had some free time. He planned to read some books recorded in his hologram tablet, but the tablet was currently calculating the coordinates of the remaining 4 planes. He did not know if opening other files would affect the calculation efficiency, but he had to give up for now. Since he couldn't train right now, he decided to give himself a short break and relax. During this holiday, Angor did not want to think about anything bad, nor did he want to think about people he hated. Anger and sadness would not make him feel better. He might as well use this chance to relax and improve himself. In the following days, Angor's life became singing, practicing calligraphy, studying Professor John's miscellaneous books, playing with Toby from time to time, and lying on a deck chair on the balcony with one leg crossed over the other, enjoying the cool breeze while looking at the mountains and rivers in the distance and reminiscing about the good old days. What Angor did not know was that a phantom servant had recorded every detail of his life and sent it to Good, who then reported it to Sunders. When he saw the image in the crystal ball, he almost lost his temper. He was worried about Angor's mood, so he secretly asked Good to tell Angor to give up on using the 36-dimensional space coordinate system. He did not expect to receive such a result. If Angor did not stay at home every day in fear of being assassinated, he would be no different from a spoiled noble. If Angor's slack only lasted for 1 or 2 days, it would not be a big deal. But according to the phantom servant's record, it lasted for 2 whole weeks. Sunders' expression was cold as he vented his anger. Even Good, who had been with Sunders for more than 100 years, was frightened. Go and tell Angor that he has 1 month to become an apprentice. Or else I'll announce to the public that I'm no longer his teacher. Sunders' voice was cold, but Good could feel the anger hidden in it. Good left. Sunders looked at the crystal ball and saw Angor's carefree expression. His expression was a little annoyed by Angor's failure to meet his expectations. If it were not for the fact that the sorcerer's garden had reached its most critical moment and he could not leave for even a second, he would definitely teach this useless student a lesson himself. Apprentice Town 8, Angor's mansion. Angor was dumbfounded. He did not expect to be caught by Sunders just because he gave himself a holiday. Sunders even threatened to terminate their relationship. "Mr. Pat, that's all the master has to say. Do not disappoint him." Butler Good was covered in a black robe, and his face was also covered by a mask, so Angor could not see his expression. But Angor could hear the great concern in Good's voice. Angor remained silent for a long time. His expression changed rapidly. There was surprise, confusion, and helplessness. Good guessed that Angor was struggling to decide whether to give up the legendary locator method, so Good did not urge him. After a while, Angor's expression calmed down. Good thought to himself. So he made up his mind? Will he give up on using the 36-dimensional space coordinate system method and learn another one, or will he continue to be stubborn? "I understand. I'll become an apprentice within a month," Angor said. Good sighed in relief. He was sure that Angor had chosen to learn another locator method. He patted Angor's shoulder with a smile and spoke in a serious tone. "The 36-dimensional space coordinate system method has long disappeared in the long river of history. There's a reason for that. Mr. Pat asked you to learn another locator method. Not the channeling method. The spirit model created by Singularity Scatter can still surpass other channeling methods. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Keep it up." With that, Good left with a satisfied answer. Angor did not know what Good was talking about at first. But when he calmed down and thought about it carefully, he finally understood what Good meant and why he came here. So the professor thought he was wasting his time? So Good used this method to remind Angor not to stubbornly stick to one locator method. Angor would still be able to learn another one. At this point, Angor did not know how to explain himself. Should he tell Sunders that he cheated, and that he would master the 36-dimensional space coordinate system method in another week, so he decided to keep quiet. Since Sunders already misunderstood him, Angor would let him continue to misunderstand him. Whether he changed his locator method or not, his spirit model would still be the Singularity Scatter model. Once the model was built, even a legendary wizard would not be able to tell which method he used to build it. The hologram tablet was still counting down, 173 hours, 33 minutes, and 27 seconds. In other words, it was only a little more than a week. Now that Angor knew there would be phantom servants watching him from time to time, he no longer dared to show his face on the balcony or the yard. Still, he could not stay in his room without doing anything. He took out a book, pretended to be studying, and went to the balcony to get some fresh air. In fact, his mind was racing. His eyes, which were covered by his hair, were also dull and unfocused. When Sunders learned from Good that Angor had already changed his locator method, he felt a little relieved. Later, Good sent him a picture of Angor studying on the balcony, which pleased Sunders greatly. He no longer paid any attention to Angor. He believed that Angor's talent would allow him to become an apprentice within a month after changing his locator method. The hand of the clock on the wall turned 2 more times. On this day, the tree spirit seemed to be very merciful. The huge leaf that was blocking the 8th apprentice town was moved away. The warm sunlight shone down and covered the buildings in the 8th apprentice town with a layer of golden coat. Angor moved a stool under the mistletoe in the yard and pretended to be studying. In fact, he was taking a nap under the sunlight. When he was about to fall asleep, he heard some noises coming from the door. Angor looked up and saw a figure wearing an antenna helmet sneaking around his door. The fence in the yard was quite high, so he could only see the metal helmet with an antenna. Even so, he could guess who the intruder was. "Dave?" Angor rested his chin on the fence and lazily greeted the visitor. It was indeed Dave. His brown goggles covered most of his face, but Angor recognized him from his clothes and figure. Dave took off his goggles and gave Angor a dry smile. "Why are you here?" Angor was still leaning on the fence. He did not intend to open the door. David pinched the hair on his forehead, lowered his head, and mumbled something in a muffled voice. "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you." Dave looked up and gave Angor a flattering smile. Angor, I need you to do me a favor. Angor narrowed his eyes and asked cautiously, what is it? Feeling a little embarrassed, David took out a familiar object from his satchel, the cross-shaped blades, the threaded rods, and the simple appearance. It was the propeller flyer with huge flaws. Angor, I made a new one. Ahem. I want my sweetheart Toby to test it again. Dave blinked his watery eyes and looked at Angor expectantly. Angor smiled back. Dave also smiled back. Angor's smile disappeared in the next second. He waved at Dave and said, see you later. Dave's expression froze. When he saw Angor leaving, he quickly shouted. Angor. Please give me a chance. My dear Toby, please help me. Angor sat down under the mistletoe, picked up his book, and continued to enjoy the sun. He completely ignored Dave's cries. The sun was nice today, but it was a bit noisy. Dave's voice sounded like he was about to cry. Toby, who was resting on the tree, was woken up by David's cries. It circled around in the air and landed on Angor's shoulder. Dave's cries grew louder when he saw Angor. Angor explained to Toby why Dave was here. Toby flapped its wings in the shape of an X and refused without hesitation. Stop howling. First of all, don't simply add the suffix little darling. Secondly, I don't believe in your alchemy skills. In the end, Toby didn't agree to help you, so there was nothing I could do. His voice was as clear as the ripples on the surface of a lake in the summer, which reached Dave's ears slowly. This time, the propeller flyer too is absolutely flawless. I've also installed the steering mechanism, so there won't be any problems. Just give it a try, Angor. I'll pay you back. Toby, please. David shouted from outside the door. Toby froze when he heard the words paid for it. Toby kept gesturing and pointing at the attic from time to time. You mean you'll agree if Davy gives you another echo flower? Angor knew what Toby was thinking. Toby nodded immediately. It had already thought about it. It could fly anyway. If something happened to the aircraft, it wouldn't die from the fall, right? If he could get another echo flower from Dave, Toby would be able to play an extra duet. After spending some time with Toby, Angor understood why Toby liked echo flowers. Toby seemed to be obsessed with sounds. Or rather, he was obsessed with music. While Angor was training, Toby spent every day in the attic studying how to make its voice clearer and how to use the echo flower to play a duet with Toby's beautiful voice. Angor remembered that his hologram tablet stored a large amount of music from Earth. When he finished calculating the remaining 4 surfaces, he decided to play them to Toby when he had time to improve the bird's aesthetic ability. Since Toby already agreed, Angor did not have the right to refuse. However, he was not as narrow-minded as Toby, who could be bought over with an echo flower. Angor rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. He walked to the fence and saw Dave giving him another pleading look like an abandoned puppy. Angor snorted in his mind. He would not fall for this cute trick. It's not impossible. But you have to agree to 3 of my conditions first. Otherwise, no deal. Angor crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Dave with a by look. Dave gulped. He had a feeling that Angor was going to set him up badly if he said yes. He also wanted to find a rabbit to test the aircraft. However, the rabbit was too stupid to know how to control the aircraft. He spent 2 months designing the steering system. How could an ordinary beast know how to control it? Only magical beasts with high intelligence like Toby would be able to control it. To be honest, it was David's first time seeing such a small magical beast with intelligence comparable to that of an adult, but with such a weak ability. What are the conditions? Dave asked in a weak voice. He looked like he would faint if Angor asked for too much. First, I need some information about the Sky Tower. Angor started with the less lethal condition. He was only asking about the Sky Tower because he wanted the Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City. He wanted to see if he could use Dave to find a way to reach the top without too much trouble. Information about the Sky Tower? That's not a problem. I'm preparing for my friend's joining the competition, so I collected some information for him. Dave sighed in relief when he heard the first condition. It seemed Angor was just as kind as he looked. Second, Toby did all the work, so you have to give him something in return. Toby also flew over and stood on Angor's head proudly. That's not a problem. Toby knew he had to pay a price today. He only hoped that Toby's heart was as kind as Angor's. Angor pretended to talk to Toby for a while before he looked at Dave. Toby already told me that if you want his help, you have to give him some echo flowers. He emphasized the word some and carefully observed Dave's expression, trying to figure out the man's bottom line. An echo flower cost 128 merit points, which was a little more than 1 magic crystal. Dave's monthly salary at Prom's alchemy shop was 5 magic crystals, so 1 echo flower was equal to 1/5 of his salary. David's face flashed with a conflicted look. He could grit his teeth and bear with 1 or 2 flowers, but if there were more than 4 flowers, there was nothing he could do. 3. Toby said 3. Angor observed Dave's expression for a while and decided on the price. 3? That's too much. I only get 2 magic crystals a month. Dave pretended to cry. 3 echo flowers was his bottom line, but he wanted to lower it as much as possible. So, he decided to cry about how poor he was. However, Angor did not care about Dave's cries at all. Instead, he watched Dave's crying act as if he was enjoying a show. In the end, Dave clenched his teeth and accepted the 3 echo flowers. However, he was cursing Toby in his mind. Why didn't this evil bird learn anything from Angor? Angor was the kindest person in the world. Toby, who had no idea that Dave was cursing at him, was overjoyed. He only wanted to extort 1 echo flower from Dave, and he did not expect his young master to help him so much. He could already imagine Toby's concert in the future. 3rd, Angor was about to say the 3rd condition when Dave quickly raised the white flag and surrendered. Dave's eyes were filled with tears. I'll tell you first. I'm losing my salary for this month. Angor smiled gently at Dave. Don't worry. I don't need your money. Dave was comforted by the gentle smile. He wiped away his tears and looked at Angor with a tearful expression. I'm going to become an apprentice in a few days. David, then congratulations. But I heard that most of the talents in this year's batch received posters from their mentors. You're taking too long to become an apprentice. Angor did not mind at all. Can't help it. I'm not talented enough. Dave saw a young man who covered his self-mockery with a strong heart. Even if he was not talented enough, he still worked hard. Dave instantly saw himself in Angor's shoes. His talent was average. He was not at the bottom of the list, but it was still difficult for him to improve. Dave suddenly had a good impression of Angor. What do you want, Angor? Just tell me. I'll help you as long as I can. Angor was surprised to see Dave's expression change. He did not know what was going on. But judging from Dave's tone, the topic was still on track. Angor cleared his throat. I found a beginner's alchemy manual by chance, so I want to learn alchemy after becoming an apprentice. 3rd, I want to buy some alchemy materials from Prom's alchemy shop. Of course, I'll pay the price. I just hope you can sell them to me at market price. Angor did not intend to ask for too much. He just wanted a stable supply chain for materials. As an employee of Prom's alchemy shop, Dave must have been in business for a long time. It was much more reliable to buy materials from Dave than a newbie like Angor. Dave was not surprised to hear Angor's 3rd request. Alchemy books were available in many places. Many new apprentices in the wizarding world looked forward to the lucrative business of alchemy, and many of them wanted to earn money by doing it. However, most people would give up on alchemy as time went by. Alchemy depended too much on talent. Dave looked at Angor and saw himself in the past. He was also hot-blooded and plunged headlong into the pit of alchemy. Now, he was neither high nor low in his career. He was not good at fighting because he spent all his time on alchemy. He was not good at alchemy either because he had no talent and no knowledge. It had been 5 years since he started his alchemy career, and he only made his first product, a propeller flyer. And it was a defective one. Dave felt sad when he thought about it. No problem. I can even give you some materials that Master Prom doesn't need at the original price. But you need to know that alchemy isn't that easy to learn. Dave looked a little worried as he said, It's not easy to learn alchemy. Angor chuckled. It's fine. I'm just experimenting. If I don't have talent, I'll just switch to something else. Angor came up with these 3 conditions after careful consideration. After all, it was just a test flight. For Toby, it wasn't too dangerous. It was just a simple task. He didn't want to ask for too much in the first place. However, he didn't want to give Dave the wrong impression that Toby's test flight is cheap, which might lead to Dave asking for Toby's help the next time he came up with some strange alchemy products. Therefore, one of the 3 conditions had to cross Dave's bottom line and warn him not to push his luck. Therefore, Angor came up with these 3 conditions after considering the scale of the situation. He could warn Dave and get some benefits for himself at the same time. After Dave agreed, Angor opened the gate and let him in. After David entered the courtyard, he looked around at the elegant and exquisite courtyard, and a strong sense of envy rose in his heart. He had joined Brute Cavern for 5 years, but he still could not afford to rent a house. Luckily, Master Prom was generous enough to let him live in a shop in the underground market instead of going to Cave Field. David was curious, but he was not surprised that Angor owned such a mansion. Last time at the alchemy shop, Dave already noticed that Angor had a lot of merit points in his card. How could a new talent have so many merit points? Unless he got them from someone else. Dave guessed that Angor was a descendant of a wizard family. That explained why an ordinary person who just joined Brute Cavern could have so many merit points and a small house. Do you want to test it first or tell me about the Sky Tower? Angor asked. Let's test it first. As soon as he thought about how his new product was about to be tested, David's distracting thoughts immediately disappeared. All of his attention was focused on the propeller aircraft in his hand. It worked pretty much the same as last time. There were only a few extra wires to control the direction and height. Toby only needed to bite the wires with his beak to control the craft. Angor helped Toby put it on and spoke to Toby in front of Dave. If you feel something wrong, just throw it away. I can't keep an eye on you from the ground, so be careful. Dave felt a little sad. He really did fix the defects this time and even asked Master Prom to check it. Toby nodded and rubbed his head against Angor's palm. Next, he flew to Dave and asked him to recharge the craft. As mana was injected, the red light on the lever lit up. Under their gazes, the propeller began to spin rapidly and flew into the air. This time, with the steering mechanism, it was easy for Toby to fly at a certain height. Turn around. Turn around. Dave yelled excitedly. Toby. Toby lowered his head and glanced at David. Slowly, he bit the string that had fallen to his lips and performed a low somersault. David couldn't stop shouting and jumping for joy, as if the one flying in the air wasn't Toby, but himself. Angor gave Dave a better look. He did not expect the propeller to work this time. However, judging from the structure of the propeller flyer, this alchemy product was more inclined towards mechanical alchemy. Although it was enhanced by special materials, overall, it was not very useful to wizards. As a new alchemist, this was a good alchemy product. Toby's successful landing meant that the flyer was a success. Although David had expected this result, he couldn't help but feel touched when he saw his work perfectly express his intentions. He always thought that he was not a talented alchemist. He even thought about giving up. But now, he decided to keep walking on the path of alchemy. And this time, he was even more determined. The success of the propeller flyer gave Dave great confidence. For the first time, his dream became a reality. There was still hope for the future. He laughed and jumped around. He even cried. He planned to mock the propeller flyer and use his knowledge as well as his knowledge of Earth's civilization to find some flaws in it. But when he saw Dave's crazy expression and the pure joy that could infect anyone, he decided not to criticize him. Instead, he sincerely congratulated him. Perhaps this work was indeed flawed, and it was not suitable for use, nor could it be popularized, but it gave a beginner alchemist hope. At this time, any criticism might hurt David's confidence. Instead, praise might give him the motivation to climb to the next level. So, Angor gave a rare compliment. Toby was the only one who didn't care about the propeller flyer. But it couldn't speak, so it couldn't hurt Dave's confidence. They returned to the house and sat down opposite each other. Dave was still in a good mood. He kept sharing his experience while making the propeller flyer with Angor. Angor listened carefully. A beginner's experience was still an experience. He also planned to become an alchemist, so it was better to avoid unnecessary mistakes. When Dave's mouth became dry and his throat became hoarse, he finally stopped talking. She blushed a little. I got too excited and talked too much. I almost forgot about the important thing. It's okay. I understand how you feel. I like listening to your stories too. They're all valuable. Angor stood up and went to the kitchen to pour Dave a cup of hot water. When he returned, he saw Dave standing in front of his bedroom door. Dave did not enter the room. Instead, Dave was admiring the painting "Traveler Under Stars" on the wall. That oil painting is a masterpiece by a famous artist. Dave returned to the sofa in the living room and exclaimed, "Did you do that, Angor? It's so beautiful." Angor shook his head. "I'm not good enough. That's a mortal artist's painting." Dave didn't care who the artist was. Instead, he asked curiously, "So you know how to draw too?" "A little. I learned it when I was a kid." Angor's father, the old Viscount Pat, had given his two sons the most traditional noble education. Angor knew a little about oil painting, calligraphy, musical instruments, art appreciation, and so on. However, his knowledge was shallow. At best, he could only reach the level of a common craftsman. Compared to these masterpieces, Angor's skills were not on the same level. "That's good enough. It'll help you in your alchemy studies. The effect of an alchemy item is important, but it'll be better if it looks like a work of art. I remember Master Prom once said that in ancient times, true alchemists had to study art. Otherwise, no matter how good their alchemy products were, they wouldn't be able to achieve true perfection." Angor was speechless. So alchemy requires certain artistic skills? Angor thought that any random item he made would be naturally perfect. Wasn't it the same in the novels he read on the holographic tablet on Earth? But most people nowadays don't care about the appearance of their alchemy items. They only care about the effect. Personally, I still hope that the items I make will not only be easy to use, but also have a certain level of artistic quality. Dave took out his propeller flyer with a disappointed look. His first creation was completely pieced together. Apart from some mechanical feeling, there was nothing beautiful about it at all. Too bad I didn't learn it systematically. If I want to go further on my alchemy path, maybe I'll go to a mortal academy to study art. There were many artists among wizards. Because they had seen a lot of things, experienced a lot, and lived a long life, their artistic achievements could reach unimaginable heights. However, this type of magus was not someone David could ask for advice from. As for the art academies of mortals, one only needed to spend a few gold coins to enroll in them. Moreover, many famous mortal artists, because of their single-minded pursuit, had created works of art that were worthy of admiration. You'll understand alchemy knowledge when you become an alchemist. Dave took a sip of water. Now, let's talk about the Sky Tower. But I'm curious. Why are you interested in the Sky Tower? Do you want to challenge the tower? Every apprentice wants to, but you're not even an apprentice yet. Don't you think it's too early for you to be interested? Angor answered Dave's question with a simple plan for a rainy day. Dave still did not believe it, but there was no need to ask. It was just like how Dave was curious about which wizard family Angor came from, but he did not ask. It was the same reason. I've told you about the rules of the Sky Tower last time. What do you want to know? Do you want information about the popular contestants? I've organized some information. If you want, I'll send it to your communicator when you become an apprentice, Dave said. Different organizations had different communicators. Brood Cavern's internal one was a crystal ball that could record images. It could record images and transmit messages. It was a very low-level alchemy item. It was made from a low-level shadow stone, which could record the current scene. However, its application was limited, and it could only send messages over short distances, or even face-to-face. Every talented person who successfully became an apprentice adept could go to the resource distribution hall to receive a communication device. Angor did not have one yet. I want information about the contestants too, but I'm not in a hurry. You can send it to me when I get one. Angor paused and blushed a little. What I want to know is there a way to reach the top of the sky tower without going through too much trouble? You want to reach the top of the sky tower without going through too much trouble? Dave resisted the urge to roll his eyes. If there is such a way, please tell me. I want to reach the top too. You'll get a lot of magic crystals if you reach the top. Who doesn't want to reach the top? Angor was speechless. So there's no way? Dave replied, of course not. Sky Tower depends on your strength. Unless you have a lot of money. But if you have so many magic crystals, why would you go there? You can reach the top if you have a lot of money? What do you mean? Angor was confused. The Sky Tower doesn't forbid anything. If you have a large number of scrolls, you can throw them all the way to the top. That's not a problem at all, said Angor. After saying that, Dave said with disdain, but if we use this method to reach the top, the consumption of the magic scrolls alone would be far more than the reward of magic crystals. There's no need for that at all. Moreover, doing so will easily cause public outrage. After all, every match will be carried out under the watchful eyes of the public. It doesn't matter if you use the magic scroll at the crucial moment, but if you use it in every match, then you are too shameless. After sending Dave off, Angor fell into his own thoughts. You'll be too shameless if you use it in every match. Dave's words echoed in Angor's mind. Shameless? If he had so many magic crystals, he would turn into a shameless person right away. However, he did not have that many magic crystals. He could not do that even if he wanted to. But Angor noticed a key point in Dave's words: Sky Tower did not forbid any tricks. If that was the case, there would be a lot more room for maneuvering. Poisoning before a match, or bribing an opponent during a match, were all possible methods. However, such methods would still change the outcome of the match. It was better to throw out a magic scroll. However, the scroll was too expensive. Angor wondered if there were other methods that could replace the effect of the scroll. This was something worth considering. After lunch, Dave delivered the 3 echo flowers to Angor's room. Angor did not ask for them. He sent them to the attic and asked Toby to take care of them. Toby's quartet concert began as soon as Angor went downstairs. Angor shook his head. It was a little noisy, but it was not too bad. However, it was not easy to find peace in such a noisy environment. Angor decided to hide in the soundproof room underground. He sorted out his memories while trying to think of a way to dominate the Sky Tower. In the evening, Angor welcomed another guest to his place. Xylem? What brings you here today? Angor welcomed Xylem into the living room with a smile. Xylem seemed to be in low spirits. It seemed he wanted to say something, but every time he wanted to say something, he swallowed it back. Angor felt frustrated just by looking at him. If you have something to say, just say it. It's uncomfortable to hold it in. Angor decided to speak up after a while. Xylem curled his lips. Angor, how long until you become an apprentice? Angor was a little surprised that Xylem would ask such a question. He was good friends with Xylem and Nausicaa. However, out of courtesy and consideration for each other's feelings, Angor rarely asked about each other's personal matters. Angor did not hide this from Xylem. However, he was curious about why Xylem would suddenly ask such a question. I should be breaking through in a few days. Why did you suddenly ask this question? Xylem sighed in relief when he heard Angor's confirmation. She then took out a crystal ball from her pocket and showed it to Angor. See for yourself. Those people are so mean. Xylem injected some magic power into the crystal ball. The crystal ball glowed under the control of his magic power. You're good, aren't you? Angor always complimented children. There's no technique involved, just pure mana output. You can easily do that after opening your mana source. Xylem didn't say that, but he still smiled at Angor's compliment. A letter appeared in the crystal ball. On the upper left corner of the letter, there was a red clay seal with a tiger totem engraved on it. It didn't take long for him to finish reading. According to the rules of Brood Cavern, the weakest talents in each batch would be known as the Shame of Apprentices. Thanks to my master, I hereby bestow the title of Shame of Apprentices to Angor Pat. Angor chuckled after reading the letter. Did Hookdick do this? Angor asked Xylem. How did you know? Xylem was surprised. Dog paddle handwriting. You can tell he's a beginner. Also, there are several wrong characters in the whole passage. Who else could it be other than him? Angor pointed out several mistakes in the passage. The letter was written by Hookdick himself. The tiger totem on the clay seal is the beast god worshipped by his tribe. Xylem said angrily, I got this letter from Orlando. According to him, Hookdick sent it to many people, including people from the previous year and the year before that. He doesn't dare to fight you face to face, so he wants to use this method to ruin your reputation. How despicable. So that's why you came to me with a bitter face? I'm not bitter. I'm just complaining for you. Xylem was a little angry. Don't you care at all? Angor smiled. It's just reputation. It won't do any real harm to me. Besides, he already planned to change his reputation to shame of apprentices. Besides, rumors are just rumors. Didn't I tell you that I'm going to level up soon? The rumors will disappear on their own, Angor said. But, even Balba is a level 1 apprentice now. You'll be the last one to level up. Xylem realized that he was being rude. He felt relieved when he saw that Angor was not angry. After level 1 apprentice, you'll reach the dividing line. Most people stay at the level of a level 1 apprentice for several decades, but some people only need a short period of time to advance again. Angor patted Salem's shoulder. I believe that you, and Nausicaa are among the few who can level up quickly. If you look at this letter again, you'll only become a laughingstock. After listening to Angor's words, Xylem put away the crystal ball and relaxed. By the way, I don't know why Miss Nausicaa has been taking quests like crazy to earn merit points. At first, she only did relatively safe quests like patrolling, cleaning, or working for a wizard. But recently, I saw her packing her luggage and training her weapon. She's planning to go out for a quest. We've been in the wizarding world for less than a year. Why is she working so hard? Maybe she's obsessed with something, like Orlando, Angor said. They chatted for a while more before Xylem said goodbye to Angor. Before he left, Angor thought for a moment and said to Xylem, next time you see Nausicaa, tell her that I'm looking for her. Tell her to come here. No problem. Xylem did not ask for the reason and agreed readily. Okay. You come with her. I have something to tell you. After Xylem left, Angor's expression turned grim. He acted like he didn't care about the letter in front of Xylem, but he did care about it very much. He didn't care about his reputation, but about the fact that someone was mocking him behind his back. Hookdick. For the first time, Angor wanted to kill someone. Time flew. Another 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The countdown on the hologram tablet was now 0 hour, 1 minute, 31 seconds. Angor purposely locked the door of the basement and the soundproof room before returning to the tablet to wait for the countdown to end. When the countdown went from 0 hour, 0 minute, 1 second to 0 hour, 0 minute, 0 second, Angor was so nervous that he clenched his toes. Calculation complete. The optimal coordinate data has been calculated. The data is as follows. When he saw the 12 coordinates, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. It took him less than 4 months to figure out the coordinates, which would take wizards more than 10 years to calculate. Most of the coordinates were calculated by the hologram tablet, but so what? As long as the result was good, the process was not that important. Angor's mood fluctuated greatly. He did not start training right away. Instead, he sat on the ground with his legs crossed and waited for his mind to calm down before cutting the remaining 4 sides. However, the great surprise made it difficult for him to calm down. Angor tried to suppress his joy, but it only made it worse. Angor decided to stop thinking. He opened the entertainment folder on the tablet and found the music section. He wanted to distract himself by listening to music. He had never opened this sub-column before. His memory of the music of the Earth civilization was only limited to the nursery rhymes that John had once sung. However, John was tone-deaf, so Angor could barely hear the beauty of music from John's voice. Angor was looking forward to hearing the music from Earth. However, he never had the chance to play it. After getting the tablet, he was either on the redbud or on the cloud whale. Even if he could turn on the tablet, he did not dare to play music in either place. This was his first time listening to music from Earth. There were more categories under the music section, including music from different countries on Earth and different types of music. Angor only listened to music to distract himself, so he did not really care what kind of music he listened to. He simply opened a directory. Suddenly, the name of a song caught his attention. City of the Sky. The name reminded him of Floating Mech City. Angor did not bother to look further. He opened the song and played it. The prelude seemed to be played by strings. It was melodious. However, it did not seem to be plucked because he did not hear any harsh sound. Angor heard the harp performance by bards before. It was also nice. However, perhaps the performer was not a famous musician, so there were always harsh sounds when plucking the strings. Angor was satisfied with the prelude. When the interlude came, the beautiful sound of the harp combined with the soothing string music amazed Angor. The piece of music, from the beginning of the interlude, grabbed his heart tightly as if it had some kind of magic power. There was no passionate interpretation like mainstream music. Instead, it flowed in his heart like a gentle spring. The soothing melody made him close his eyes. As the music went on, Angor felt he could see the city hidden in the clouds under the blue sky. When the song ended, Angor slowly opened his eyes. The song was beautiful. At least for Angor's taste, it had reached the level of a famous work in his mind. The only regret was that he could not watch the performance in person. When Angor woke up from his meditation, he was surprised to find that his restless mood was gradually calmed down after the song. This is a pleasant surprise, I guess. Not only did he enjoy a rare masterpiece, but he also achieved his goal. Since he achieved his goal, Angor did not waste any time. He closed his eyes and entered his training mode. This time, he was going to open all 36 zones at the same time. The mind space was like an eternally dark chaos. Mortals who never trained themselves would never know that there was such a dark place deep inside their minds. In this seemingly boundless chaos, 3 huge planes flashed with radiance, demonstrating their existence. Suddenly, outside of the 3 planes, in the dark chaos, 3 bright spots that were located in different quadrants and on different horizontal and vertical axes rose abruptly. They were like stars that bid farewell to the darkness, shining brightly. The 3 stars seemed to be connected to the 3 planes. They were either intersecting with each other or parallel to each other. Even if they did not meet each other, they could feel the resonance of the same origin. When the 3 stars illuminated the chaos, a giant blade formed by spiritual power seemed to come from another dimension and slashed into the space. With a slash of his saber, he shattered the 3 stars at the same time. The shattered stars seemed to have a consciousness of their own as they leisurely combined into a new plane. Amidst the chaos, a 4th plane radiating light was born. It was like an endless cycle of reincarnation. When the 4th plane pierced through the sky, 3 more stars slowly rose up and shone brightly. However, the duration of the stars' existence was still extremely short. Another blade from beyond the heavens hacked them to pieces, turning them into the 5th plane in the primal chaos. Next, the stars rose again, and the blade came again. This cycle repeated twice. When the 7th star was destroyed and the 7th plane was set up in the chaos, the eternally silent mind space suddenly underwent a drastic change. The 7 planes were either intersecting or parallel, cutting the chaos into 36 different regions. Then, all the regions burst out with intense light at the same time. When the light dissipated, all the planes disappeared, leaving behind countless intersecting lines that shuttled between planes. The lines flickered in and out of existence. If one paid attention to them, they would reveal their true form. If one did not pay attention to them, they would continue to merge with the darkness. This was the final form of the 36-dimensional positioning method, the axis of the universe. He slowly opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. The coordinates derived by the system were all turned into stars in his mind space. He then used his spirit power as a blade to cut them down one by one. Now that the 7 planes and the axis of the universe were completed, Angor's expectation for months was not in vain. After being lost for countless years, he successfully restored the 36-dimensional positioning method. Angor only needed to meditate for a bit, and the axis of the universe would clearly appear in his mind space. The axis of the universe turned the chaotic mind space into real data. Every point in the void could be clearly expressed with data using the axis of the universe as a medium. Whether the data was correct or not was not certain. However, with singularity dispersive meditation as the base, the data was relatively perfect. It could restore the singularity dispersive model to the best condition without lowering the minimum value. That was enough. To make sure, Angor had to test the positioning ability of the axis of the universe. He quickly took out the handwritten copy of Singularity Dispersive Meditation and flipped to the page about constructing mental power models. The first step was to construct a singularity. The singularity was called the ultimate point by the wizards. It meant the beginning and end of the universe. It was an inconceivable point that caused people's imagination to run wild. It might exist in reality, or it might exist in the imagination of the wizards, or it might even exist in a different dimension. Singularity Dispersive Meditation was named after the singularity, and the spirit model it built was based on the singularity. It was enough to show how ambitious the wizard who created this channeling method was. However, this unknown wizard's knowledge and strength were enough to match his ambition. A channeling method that was mostly incomplete still had a minimum value of 30%. It was far better than the strongest channeling method in Brute Cavern, Montaz octahedral channeling. According to Sunder's knowledge, this channeling method was definitely the best in the southern region. All in all, the singularity was the foundation of this channeling method. It was also the most crucial point. If the axis of the universe could find the coordinates of the singularity perfectly, he would be able to prove that all his efforts over the past months were not in vain. The singularity's coordinates filled up the entire page. Angor deleted the dotted lines on the axis of the universe one decimal point after another. When he reached the last digit, Angor reached a point of nothingness in the endless darkness of his mind space. This is the singularity I calculated? Angor divided his spirit power into two parts and started from the beginning again. The second time, he reached the same point again. Without hesitation, Angor used the spirit model construction method to construct the first point of his spirit model. When a glowing sphere appeared, Angor knew that the initial structure of the model was completed. Next, he had to verify whether this sphere was the legendary singularity. The method was recorded in the book. He only needed to construct the first spirit channel from the sphere and calculate the running speed of the two sides after the channel was connected. Then, he would know whether it was a real singularity or a fake singularity. Without wasting any time, Angor moved on to the second step, constructing the spirit channel. Spirit channels were the basic units used to construct a spirit model. Every spiritual power model was constructed from multiple spiritual power channels. If the spiritual power model was compared to a building, the starting point was the foundation, and the spiritual power channels were the framework. Spirit channels also had corresponding starting points. With the help of the axis of the universe, Angor determined the first channel. The construction began. The psychic energy channel appeared out of thin air. Little by little, it rose from the sphere until it reached the final coordinate. Once the channel was completed, he could calculate the running speed of the channel to see if he had succeeded. After an unknown amount of time had passed in the outside world, the first mental power channel had finally climbed to the end. The spirit model in Angor's mind space now looked like an upside-down lollipop. Done. As soon as the spirit channel was completed, Angor could not wait to verify it. However, before he could calculate the running speed, a vortex that looked like a black hole suddenly appeared above his mind space. Before he could react, a violent and unfamiliar power gushed out from the vortex. Is this primal mana? Angor was very surprised by the sudden appearance of primal mana. He knew that the primal mana would appear along with the construction of the mental model, but that would only appear when the mental model was close to completion, not now. The appearance of primal mana meant that he could guide it into the spirit channel and start the internal circulation. The internal circulation could remove the violent feeling of the primal magic power and achieve the goal of purifying it, finally turning it into controllable magic power. When the amount of mana reached a certain level, he could construct a mana pool. The mana pool was the proof of someone crossing the boundary between talent and supernatural to become an apprentice. While Angor was still in shock, the primal mana kept pouring out of the vortex and filled up the chaos space. Angor began to feel anxious because of the unruly nature of the beast. To solve the problem of primal mana, he had to guide it into the spirit channel and purify it. But, Angor looked at the short section of spirit channel on the sphere and cursed in his mind. Just this short section of the mental power channel contained this cabin full of primal magic power? Angor felt tired. Why did the primal mana show up now? Couldn't it wait until the spirit model was almost completed? Why did it have to do this? Most importantly, that vortex was too domineering. This whirlpool was actually a channel that connected to the outside world. After becoming an apprentice wizard, every time they meditated, they would be able to absorb the primal magic power between heaven and earth from the whirlpool, and then slowly refine and purify it, and finally strengthen their mana pool. When other people's vortexes took in the primal mana from the outside world, it was only a trickle. His vortex, on the other hand, was like a flood that opened the floodgates. When he was distracted for a second, primal mana filled the entire chaos space. Was this the effect of singularity dispersive meditation? The speed of absorbing primal mana was terrifying. If the purification efficiency of mana flow was as high as this, leveling up would be as easy as drinking water. Angor closed the vortex on his own, but there was still too much primal mana. If he didn't solve it soon, he would lose his mind due to the endless frustration. Left with no other choice, he could only brace himself and guide the primal magic power into that small section of the mental power channel. The channel was connected to the sphere. Angor thought it wouldn't take long for the channel to be filled with primal mana. But to his surprise, the sphere still showed no reaction after he poured all the primal mana into the channel. It was like a stone thrown into a river. It quickly sank to the bottom and disappeared. The upper limit of primal mana capacity is high. Angor realized. The higher the upper limit, the purer the mana feedback would be, and the purer the mana, the more effective spells would be. That's a special channeling method I never saw before. It's already so effective when I just built a channel. Angor couldn't help but exclaim. After closing the vortex, the primal mana was absorbed into the sphere again. Angor began to calculate the speed of the two channels. The result was exactly the same as what was recorded in the book. Angor finally felt relieved. The axis of the universe was correct, the sphere was not a fake singularity, and the spirit model he built was correct. Angor had made a good start on his long journey as a wizard. In the next 2 days, Angor did not construct the second spirit tunnel right away. Instead, he opened the vortex connecting him to the outside world and began to absorb primal mana. He remembered reading in a wizard's anecdote that the earlier a person built a mana pool, the easier it would be to stabilize the mana backlash and improve his spirit model. Therefore, he planned to build a mana pool first before constructing his spirit model. Also, Sunders told him to become an apprentice within a month. There were only 10 days left. To make sure he did not miss the deadline, he had to work on his mana pool first. On the third night after the singularity was built, Angor kept absorbing primal mana until the singularity finally felt full. The singularity expanded several times. When Angor thought it was going to explode, it slowly shrank again and released a stream of extremely pure mana into his chaotic mind space. The new mana was transparent, which was different from the gray, murky primal mana that the vortex absorbed from the outside world. The two types of mana existed in his mind space at the same time, but they were clearly separated and did not interfere with each other. Several days later, more and more pure mana gathered around the singularity and formed an irregular cocoon-like object. This was the initial form of a mana pool, a magic cocoon. As long as he kept accumulating mana, the cocoon would continue to grow until it truly became a mana pool. To achieve this, he only needed to work hard. Normally, if he meditated diligently, he would be able to create a mana pool within a month. However, that was the result of ordinary channeling methods. Angor was confident that with the conversion rate of singularity dispersive model, he could create a mana pool before Sunders' deadline. 2 days later, he looked at the glowing sun-like sphere in his mind space and froze in shock. He knew that singularity dispersive meditation was very powerful, and its conversion speed was much faster than other channeling methods. But he did not expect that in just 2 days, he could turn the demonic cocoon into a mana pool after squeezing out less than 5 streams of pure magic power. If he did not include the time for eating and sleeping, it probably took less than a day. As expected of a unique channeling method never seen before in the southern region. Not only could it absorb primal mana faster and more efficiently than other channeling methods, but it could also purify primal mana at least 10 times faster than other channeling methods. The little sun that was emitting light was the foundation of a magus, the source of mana. Compared to the chaos space, the mana pool was too small. However, it was not small at all. As long as he meditated, he would be able to sense the source of the sun. He stopped all his training and focused on sensing his mana pool. For some reason, he felt like crying when he looked at the mana pool. It had been more than a year and 3 months since he left Pat Manor. Finally, he completed his transformation. He closed his eyes and recalled the scene when he left Pat Manor. Headmaid Mana and all the servants were standing against the light, waving goodbye to him. Tutor John's eyes were still full of love as he listened to Thale's earnest advice with his withered body. There was also his brother, Lion, who loved him the most. The last scene was fixed on Lion. Lion pulled out his luxurious long sword and pointed it at the sky. His other hand was on his chest, and he was mumbling something. Angor remembered everything in this scene. The longsword he pulled out was a family heirloom, the symbol of power of the Pat family. The armor he wore was a battle suit with the family emblem on it. The words he uttered were the eternal teachings of the family. The fire of the lion's heart is never quenched. The fire of the lion's heart is never quenched, Angor murmured. He smiled and stopped thinking about it. He might not be able to protect his family forever, but as long as he was alive, the fire of the lion's heart would never die. Now that his mana pool was formed, Angor could finally be called an apprentice. There was still a week before the limit set by Sunders, so Angor did not report to Sunders right away. Instead, he continued to build spirit channels. 5 days later, he constructed 3 spirit tunnels in one go. After the 3 channels were formed, the singularity dispersive model brought him another surprise. The more channels there were, the higher the efficiency of his purification of primordial magic power. Angor estimated that when he completed all the singularity dispersive model, he would be able to purify primal mana 15 times more efficiently than the ordinary channeling method. This meant that Angor could strengthen his mana pool much faster than others. The quality and quantity of a mana pool were the standard to determine a wizard's level. As an apprentice, the amount of mana pool accumulated was the most important factor, not the quality. At least, Angor was sure that he would level up much faster than others as an apprentice. There were only 2 days left until the deadline set by Sunders. After making sure his mana pool was stable and there would not be any backfire, Angor left the room with satisfaction. He brought Toby with him this time and repeatedly told the boy to keep an eye out for anyone who was behaving strangely. Angor was an apprentice now, but he had not learned any spells yet. He could only rely on Toby to protect himself. Hookdick might not hire another killer, but it was better to be safe than sorry. It was better to be safe than sorry. Toby scoffed at Angor's cowardice and kept mocking him. As soon as Angor stepped out of the door, Toby immediately flew up and hovered above Angor's head, acting as his bodyguard. Angor boarded the sky bus and arrived at the Falling Cloud station. Everything seemed to be going well, but he was stopped by someone when he was about to reach the destination. Angor had not reached the island yet. He was still on the sky bridge, but he was only 100 meters away from Phantom Island. There were 3 apprentices in different outfits in front of him. The man in the lead was wearing an unbuttoned brown leather jacket. There was no lining on the inside, which directly exposed his strong chest and abdominal muscles. Of the 2 people beside him, one was wearing a robe similar to a bedsheet. Angor saw Silam wearing it before, which seemed to be a uniform wizard robe. The other was a fat man who was holding a piece of barbecued meat and had greasy lips. "Hey, kid, who are you? What are you doing at Phantom Island?" The man in the lead spoke. He was dressed like a ruffian and spoke carelessly. Boss, he's just a level 1 apprentice. He's only here to take advantage of us." The fat man, Beitsenson, even had a piece of meat stuck between his teeth. "Boss, forget it. There are so many people around Phantom Island already. One more won't make a difference. Besides, he's just a kid," a timid voice came from the robe. Coward Tootin, why do you keep telling everyone to forget it? How are we supposed to complete our mission if you do that to everyone? The fat man complained to the man in the robe, Tootin. Being called a coward, Tootin didn't retort. Instead, he timidly took a step back and stood beside his boss. Shut up, Becker. The man in the lead glanced at the fat man, who immediately shut up. Kid, he's asking you a question. Answer me, or I'll kick you off the plane. The man in the lead looked at Angor again. When Angor was stopped, he thought Hookdick had hired someone to deal with him again. However, after listening to the three people's conversation, he realized that was not the case. According to their words, a lot of people had gathered here. He looked around and saw many people floating in the air, all of them staring at Phantom Island. Judging from their clothes and bone cards, they were all apprentices from Brute Cavern. The other apprentices seemed to have noticed Angor's presence as well. However, most of them only gave him a cold glance before looking away. Who are you? Why are you here? Angor asked instead of answering. We're asking you a question. Stop playing dumb. Becker seemed to have a bad temper. He threw away the meat and strode toward Angor. You're looking for a beating. Angor quickly stepped back. At the same time, Toby quickly jumped in front of Becker. Becker tried to shoo Toby away, but he immediately felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand. Beck only saw a black shadow flash in front of his eyes, and a bloody mark appeared on his palm. A summoner apprentice? The man in the lead muttered in a low voice. Should be. And the familiar seems to be a speed type. He's really fast, but his attacks aren't that strong, Tootin said. Becker was slightly injured in an instant. His anger rose, and traces of mana ripples appeared on his body. Becker, I suggest you don't do anything. Or you'll suffer the consequences. A cold female voice reached Becker's ears. Beck turned his head and looked at a black-robed woman 100 meters away. Fear flashed in his eyes. Nunji, are you going to stand up for this brat? Nanagi? Angor also looked at the woman who spoke. She was wearing a black robe, but judging from her voice, Angor recognized her as Nanagi, who he met once at the resource distribution hall. He has nothing to do with me. Why would I help him? Nanagi sneered. Then why did you stop me? Becker narrowed his eyes. That's all I have to say. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. With that, Nanagi leaped and landed on a cloud further away without looking back. I'm not going to listen to anyone who tries to stop me. Becker humped and began gathering mana again. The man in the lead suddenly said, Becker, come back. Becker didn't look happy when he heard his boss order, but he still obeyed. I don't care who you are. Our mission is to stop anyone who wants to harm Phantom Island. If you want to go through, at least show us your ID, the leader spoke to Angor in a serious tone. Angor did not notice that the man's carefree expression was replaced by a serious one. Angor showed his bone card. The man in the lead glanced at it and stepped aside. When Angor was far away, Beck complained, Boss, why did you let him go? My hand was scratched by his summoned beast. Even if I'm not going to do anything to him, at least let me give him a kick. The man in the lead shook his head. When you were about to attack him, Nanagi and the other phantom servants on the island all looked at you. There's even a phantom servant with a mask embroidered with blood runes. He cast a talent spell on his hand. I think if you really attacked him, that phantom servant will use his ability on you in the next second. Becker was startled. He looked at the phantom servants on the island in surprise. They had all turned away and no longer paid attention to them. Boss, is what you said true? Absolutely. Even Nanagi, who was known as a trainee wizard, was speaking for the boy. Suddenly, an uproar broke out among the apprentice sorcerers who had gathered around Phantom Island. Hooded Man Tootin looked at the source of the noise and pointed at something not far away. Boss, look. That boy just entered Phantom Island. The man in the lead quickly turned around and saw the boy walking into the woods on the island. More importantly, he was not attacked by the magic array on the island. The reason why apprentice sorcerers only dared to wander around Phantom Island was because of the magic array on the island. Not long ago, apart from official wizards and the phantom servants, no one could enter Phantom Island. but now, it had been rewritten by a child who didn't look very old. Who is he? The man in the lead was not the only one who wanted to know. The other apprentices also had the same question. The apprentice adepts around him were all stunned. The reason why they had gathered around Phantom Island was that they wanted to reach the island as soon as possible and try their luck. But why had they stayed here for so long, while others had just arrived? Some apprentices didn't believe it and sneaked onto Phantom Island. The apprentice took out his wand and tried to reach it. His wand was cut in half as soon as he entered the range of the array. He quickly backed away in fear. At the same time, a group of powerful phantom beasts showed up in the forest and stared at him. The array is not closed. How did that kid get in? Someone asked. No one answered him, and no one responded. Although they had their doubts, they had been in the world of adepts for a long time. They knew when to speak and when to shut up. They would leave it to the hotheads. On a small cloud, there was a sexy beauty wearing a glowing gauze, only using a purple silk cloth to wrap around her chest and thighs, revealing her long white legs and slender waist. She was leaning lazily on the shoulder of a black-robed man beside her. "Oh, my dear Lady Nanagi. Do you want me to die because of my curiosity? Tell me, who is that handsome young man?" The black-robed man was Nanagi. "Just a lucky guy." "Is he just a lucky guy? By the way, why do I smell jealousy in your voice?" The sexy woman's pink lips moved around Nanagi's ears. Nanagi's earlobe trembled slightly under her breath. When everyone fell into silence, an old man with gray hair suddenly spoke up. "I remember now. Isn't that the kid who just entered Phantom Island? The one who's been talking about for months?" The old man's voice rang out. Clearly, someone had recognized the old man. "Hoff, you know who that kid is?" The old man nodded and did not keep them in suspense. "Did you forget? He's the one who received Sunder's message in the resource allocation hall. Now that you mention it, I think I remember him." "Huh? He's Sunder's new student?" Following the spread of this sentence, the surrounding apprentice adepts were in an uproar. Someone took out a crystal ball and read a message from several months ago. It said that someone in the new batch received a golden poster from Sunder's. When they opened the image, everyone understood. The one who just entered Phantom Island was the young man in the crystal ball. On the sky bridge, Big Fatty Beck moved to his boss with a worried look. "Boss, what should we do? I think I offended that kid. Who knew he's Sunder's new student?" The leader remained silent. "Don't worry. He's just an apprentice even if he received the poster. Mr. Wizards don't care about what happens between apprentices. Have you forgotten? Another student of Mr. Sunder's, Flora, was hunted down many times before she became a wizard. She even got herself into trouble with a formal wizard, and Mr. Sunder's didn't care about it." "Boss, why do you say that? Mr. Sunder's heartless?" Beck asked. "It's not heartless. This is the norm between magi. If we're lucky enough to become formal wizards, maybe we'll be like that too." The leader sighed. "I don't know what other wizards are like, but if I become a wizard, I won't just watch you guys be in danger." The one who spoke was Tootin, who had the nickname of Coward. "I like those words. Tootin must be 2 meters tall today." Beck teased, and his face fell again. "Boss, you're right. But if Sunders took him in as a disciple, he must be very talented." Those apprentices who received the golden poster all leveled up like they were drinking water. "Maybe it won't be long before that kid surpasses me. If he catches me then, I'm done for." Beck narrowed his eyes. "How about we take advantage of the fact that he's still a level 1 apprentice and—" Beck made a beheading gesture. Tootin frowned at Beck's beheading. He considered for a moment and said, "I don't think you need to worry. I don't think that young man is a narrow-minded person." After hearing Tootin's words, the leader said, "Since Tootin said so, you can relax. You know, Tootin's intuition is rarely wrong." Beck shrugged. "All right then. I'll listen to the boss." On the other side, Angor, who was being chased by all the apprentices, was currently entering the inner circle of Phantom Island. He had been to Phantom Island many times, so he was familiar with the place. While he was hurrying on his way, he was still thinking about what had happened earlier. He was angry about being stopped by the 3 apprentices, but they did not take advantage of him. Besides, they only blocked his way because they accepted a mission. Angor would not hold a grudge against them. However, he was concerned about one thing. Why were there so many apprentices here? Were they here for Professor Sorcerer's Garden? After returning from Phantom Island, Angor did some research on the Sorcerer's Garden. He found that the Sorcerer's Garden did give birth to some strange laws. However, these laws were not as solid as real laws. Instead, they were like some kind of particles in the air. In other words, they were the fragments of solidified laws that would be consumed. Some laws that were not beneficial to the human body would not be consumed. However, laws that were beneficial to the human body, such as the purification law in Floating Mech City, would also be consumed if too many people were purified. However, the laws in the Sorcerer's Garden would recover automatically. Even if they were used up, they could slowly recover over time. Angor was curious about this. Even if Sunder's Sorcerer's Garden was similar to the purification law and was beneficial to the human body, it should not be distributed to so many people. The Sorcerer's Garden in Floating Mech City had been closed for hundreds of years. Even if the power of laws inside had accumulated to the point of overflowing, there was still a threshold for opening it to the outside world. Angor took a quick look around and saw at least several thousand people around Phantom Island. Considering that the Sorcerer's Garden was just a newborn, it should not contain much power of laws. At most, it could only benefit 100 or 200 people. As Angor pondered, Butler Good showed up on the path ahead. "Good afternoon, Mr. Pat." Good's eyes, which were hidden behind his mask, seemed to be observing Angor from head to toe. "I didn't think Mr. Pat could really break through within a month. I'm sure Mr. Pat will be very happy to hear about this. Mr. Pat is still near the Sorcerer's Garden. Please follow me, Mr. Pat." While traveling with Good, Angor asked Good about the situation outside. "Oh, those people. They just want to try their luck." Good chuckled. "Did Mr. Pat set up some kind of threshold like the one in Floating Mech City?" Angor wondered. "Nope," Good explained. Good explained, when a newborn Sorcerer's Garden manifests its laws, it will naturally generate some kind of rhythm. It's like the world's consciousness has turned into a kind elder and is bestowing some kind of law to the newborn Sorcerer's Garden. As long as people are close to Phantom Island, they will be able to sense the rhythm of this law. This is the opportunity that they seek. I see. Angor wanted to ask more about the function of the rhythm, but he noticed that they were already close to the Sorcerer's Garden, and Sunders was not far away. The Sorcerer's Garden was not fully completed yet. But it was already taking shape. Just like the outskirts of Phantom Island, the Sorcerer's Garden was also surrounded by many people. However, these people all had profound auras, and every movement they made was filled with mystery. Angor could feel his heart trembling just by looking at them. They're all wizards, aren't they? They're so scary. Angor thought to himself. Angor's arrival did not attract any attention. They would not even bother to look at a common apprentice. Sunders was the only one who looked at him. Sunders brought Angor to a secluded place nearby. "Now that you've become an apprentice, have you thought about your next goal?" Sunders did not ask Angor if he wanted to change his locator method. It was obvious to him. "Improve my strength. Then I want to try the Sky Tower," Angor said. Sunders was surprised. He then smiled. "As long as you have a goal, you should know how to improve yourself." With that, Sunders turned around and left. Angor looked at Sunders' back and felt a little regretful. He. A strange giggle suddenly reached Angor's ears. "What's with that look on your face, Angor? What's on your mind?" The strange voice seemed to have some kind of magic power. Angor did not know what he was thinking. "I thought my professor would teach me some spells on this trip. But why didn't he say anything?" "Oh, so you want to learn spells? Want me to teach you?" Angor looked up and saw Flora, whom he had not seen for a long time. She was floating in the air and giggling while covering her face. Behind her, Little Red smiled at Angor with its dark eye sockets, which looked like crescent moons, and greeted Angor happily. "May I?" Angor's eyes glowed. If he wanted to improve his strength, he had to start by learning spells. However, he was still at a loss as to which spell technique he was going to learn. Flora giggled. Of course you can, Flora. She was about to say yes when she heard Sunder's voice. Flora rolled her eyes and quickly changed her words. Of course not. Angor's face crumpled in pain. Flora sighed. Ah, the professor is so nice to you. She did not say anything else and simply stepped on the air and walked away. Oh right, if that mixed blood from another world asks me where I went, just tell him that I went out. I'll be back when he's done cultivating. Good was in charge of maintaining order at the outskirts of Phantom Island, so Angor left with him. Mr. Pat, as Lady Flora said, the master did not teach you spells for your own good, Good spoke in a low voice. Angor did not say anything. He only gave Good a puzzled look and waited for his next words. Mr. Pat, you know about the path of truth, right? Angor nodded. The so-called path of truth referred to finding one's own path on the path of wizardry. According to Sunder's words, a wizard who is not trapped by his predecessors and works tirelessly for decades, even if his future is uncertain, is still a unique sight to behold. Such wizards are also known as true wizards. But Angor still did not understand. Didn't every wizard find their own path? If it was possible to become a wizard by copying the methods of their predecessors, there would not be so few wizards in the world. The master wants you to embark on the path of truth as soon as possible, so he won't teach you spells now. Good paused and continued, only when you know what you want to learn, and why you want to learn it. At that time, the adults would give you some advice on the path you chose, and not take the initiative to lead you down a predetermined path. That's the master's intention. Good's words cheered Angor up a little. The path of wizardry, spells, or anything else might not be suitable for you. Only you knew what you wanted. Sunders did not teach Angor spells because he did not want to guide him. However, Angor only asked Sunders to teach him spells because he wanted to save some merit points. Going to Cloud Library would cost him money no matter what kind of spells he learned. Angor was poor as hell right now. Even if you want to guide me on the path of truth, you can just let me take a look at your study. It'll save me a lot of money. Angor complained in his mind. He knew that Sunders' study had a lot of books, but they were nothing compared to Cloud Library. Before leaving Phantom Island, Good glanced at the surrounding apprentices and whispered in Angor's ear, Mr. Pat, the Sorcerer's Garden will be completed in a week. Come here as soon as possible. Maybe you can find something. After Good finished speaking, he hurriedly returned to the Phantom servants. When he stepped onto the sky bridge again, he saw the same 3 people again. This time, they didn't try to stop him. They returned to the Falling Clouds bus stop without a hitch. He was still thinking about the path of truth when he took the skybus away. He used to think that Sunders' description of the path of truth was too vague. Now that Good pointed it out, he was enlightened. The path of truth might be a path full of personal imprints. On this path, there would be personal thoughts, personal experiences, and personal knowledge. It would not change because of anyone. It would be firm and independent, and one would walk alone. Angor suddenly remembered something from when he was a child. In Pat Manor, there was a woman called Auntie Rayleigh who loved to take advantage of small things. Everyone hated her because she always stole something from the kitchen, including Angor's milk. Angor hated her as well. Later, when he talked to Master John about Aunt Rayleigh, John said to him with a smile, "In the world you see, she is abominable, ugly, and annoying. But in the eyes of her adopted children, she's gentle, beautiful, and trustworthy." As the saying went, there were 1,000 Hamlets for 1,000 readers. Hatred in other people's eyes always came from other people's point of view. Just like a beautiful woman, everyone could reach a consensus that she was a beautiful woman. However, some people felt that she was beautiful because of her face, some people felt that she was beautiful because of her breasts, waist, and legs, and some people felt that she was beautiful because of her soul and personality. There was no good or bad in this kind of comparison. Whether you looked at her face or her heart, the final conclusion would be she was beautiful. The path of truth was the same. Someone might be able to achieve his goal by following other people's things, but if he followed them blindly, he would lose his own judgment. From the very beginning, he had to make a firm judgment and think about his own future. Maybe this was the true meaning of the path of truth. However, Angor still had some doubts. If the path of truth was really as easy as he thought, why were there so few wizards who actually took the step? Could there be other key points? Angor got off the skybus. He did not return to Apprentice Town immediately. Instead, he went to the central area of Tree Spirit Garden. After becoming an apprentice, he or she had to go to the registration office. Only after that could he or she go to the questing hall to accept quests. After that, Angor went to the resource distribution hall. When he came out of the hall, he was holding a package in his hand. There were two things inside. One was a robe with simple runes drawn on it. It looked like the bedsheets worn by Xylem and Tootin, except Angor's was a black one. The other was a communication device that looked like a crystal ball. On his way back, Angor planned to go to Cloud Library and look for some books about spells. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. Back when he was on the Cloud Whale, he recorded a lot of books in Sunder's library. He wanted to see if there was anything worth studying. When he reached home, Angor asked Toby to play on his own while he went to the balcony. Alone. It seemed Tree Spirit cared about Apprentice Town 8 a lot lately. The sun was shining brightly today. Before leaving, Angor placed his tablet on the balcony to recharge. It was fully charged now. He returned to his soundproof room with the tablet and began to read the recorded books one by one. The hologram tablet contained a variety of books. It took Angor half a day to sort them all out before he began to read them. To learn a spell, he first had to know what it was. A spell was a way to express itself by using mana as the core, mana as the energy source, and knowledge as the structure. It could be used to pry and interfere with the material world. In other words, mana source, mana, and knowledge were the three components of a spell. For example, the level 0 cantrip, Cleanse, was a spell that combined wind and water to clean away dirt. The principle of its release was to break through a certain combination and arrangement of the water and wind elements, simulate it into a kind of formula structure, and finally use magic to express it. That was how it became the most basic cantrip. Basically, Cleanse used mana to form a cantrip model with a formula structure as the core, which could then be used to pry the material world. However, the cleansing spell was only a level 0 spell, so there weren't many steps required to cast it. After becoming an official wizard, however, some advanced spells would require external assistance, such as body modification, body changes, casting materials, and so on. Cleanse was a formula structure created by someone long ago. People did not need to know the exact arrangement of wind and water elements. They could simply use the cantrip model to cast it. Angor looked at the cantrip model on the tablet, which looked like a magatama standing on a flat surface, and had an idea. He released mana from his mana source, and the cantrip model of Cleanse appeared in his mind. Under Angor's control, his mana slowly turned into the cantrip model. In the next second, he felt a strange sensation in his mind. Following his will, he released the sensation from his fingers. A moist wind blew across the soundproof room, cleaning away all the dirt on the floor and dust on the walls. So this is Cleanse? It doesn't feel right. Angor's attention was focused on the Cleanse spell, so he did not realize that he succeeded on his first try. That was incredible. That was the benefit of magic power refined by the oddity. Not only was the mana extremely pure, but it was also much more flexible and controllable, which allowed him to cast the cantrip model accurately. Angor kept reading. The cantrip models for similar low-level cantrips had already become routines. Many apprentices only memorized the models without studying them. They only knew how to do it, but did not know how to do it. Although they could still cast the cantrip in the end, they were just following the path of their predecessors. Angor's heart skipped a beat. He did not want to follow the footsteps of his predecessors and only copy the cantrip models. He decided to start from scratch and figure out how to create Cleanse. He found the specific principle of the Cleanse spell and read it carefully. A day later, Angor began to calculate the combinations of wind and water elements. It only took him half a day to fill up a 20-page booklet full of formulas. Due to the huge amount of calculations, he did not manage to figure out a single combination. No wonder people always use the cantrip models summarized in the book. It would take too much time to figure it out myself, and I might not get the best combination, Angor thought to himself. He did not give up though. He wanted to learn more about spells from the root. It took him another day to figure out a way to combine the two items. Then, according to the corresponding formula, he constructed a new cantrip model. The final result of the model was a Magatama being cut by several planes. It was completely different from the Magatama standing on a flat surface model recorded in the book. This time, Angor slowly released his mana according to the cleanse cantrip model he created. After a long while, there seemed to be a gentle breeze blowing against his face, causing his collar to sway slightly. Angor took out a piece of paper and wrote, "The cleanse spell derived from this combination does not achieve a balance between wind and water elements. Water element is almost impossible to sense, and wind element is barely there. It cannot be called a cleanse spell, and it is not even a breeze spell." Angor put away the paper and prepared to figure out another combination. This time, he chose to use the hologram tablet's calculation function to achieve his goal quickly. When he first worked on cleanse, he only used a pen and paper to figure out the principle of cleanse so that he could know why it worked. Of course, Angor did not want to figure out the combinations one by one. With the hologram tablet, there was no need to waste time. Angor set the two elements to A and B, then entered the formulas, variables, and data. Next, the system began to calculate automatically. In just 10 minutes, Angor came up with more than 30 combinations. End of chapter 154. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.